From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Back out to Allen. 2, 1. He didn't get the shot up. The Miami Heat advance to the second round. They are just the 6th, 8th seed to defeat a number 1 seed in the 76 years of the National Basketball Association in New York. Here we come. Amen. God bless America.
And with that, we start the Thursday edition. It's draft day, everybody. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Bobby Belt will be joining us at 6 o'clock. We have Mike Florio at 8. Brad Sham at 9:20 as the show of Wales continues on your home of America's team with the NBA. Ralph James. And by the way, forget about Florio and Sham. 7:20 is the segment of the day.
Oh, man.
7:20 warnings have been issued. And yesterday, we hyped it up in yesterday's tease. An all-time devastating story for the morning show. And this one could go viral. Slater went viral for the Fitbit tracker story.
Oh, yeah.
On that boyfriend.
Yeah.
This one could go similarly viral after what happened to one of us just hours ago. So 7:20 to kick off the Expressway. We are canceling life hacks because of it. But the NBA...
This may be a life hack in general. Keep your secrets to yourself.
7:20. I would not miss it, and we need your best advice, even though I don't know if it could actually help whatsoever. But the NBA playoffs were bonkers last night. I know you love the way that they staggered and lined up the schedule.
So, like, Major League Baseball, I think, does it wrong. When they get their playoffs going, they've got some poor team. Usually it's Houston, stuck with a noon game on a Wednesday. And then they'll play a game at like 3:30. And then they'll put the Yankees on at 7. And they'll put the Dodgers on at 10. Like, that's how it works, right? That's how baseball usually works. The NBA last night had 4 Game 5s, all starting within the 3-hour window. They had like a 6, a 6:30, and like a 9 and a 9:30 or something like that.
Now, why is that smart when we can't just focus and give all of our ratings and our viewership to one game while it's on by itself?
Because I think people get burnt out anyway, for one. But also, like, I look at it like the league recognizes that you're going to watch the team that you're a fan of. And they want to give that fan base every opportunity to watch that game. Like, what would happen, like, if Miami was playing Milwaukee and that game was at noon, right? They would not have nearly the same TV ratings as it would if it was later on in the day. You just recognize and you accept that, hey, look, not everyone's going to watch it. This isn't the NFL. Like, you're going to pick your game. You just watch NFL playoffs. If the game's on, you watch it. I don't think it's the same with the other sports.
So it started with the New York Knicks eliminating the Cleveland Cavaliers. Jalen Brunson had a rough shooting night. He still scored 23, and now Donovan Mitchell is going to have this playoff ghost haunting him in another city. He scored 28, but it was on 11 of 26, so Jalen Brunson gets another laugh over the Dallas Mavericks. They're moving on to take on the Miami Heat, which you heard with the opening of the call to start the show. Giannis and Milwaukee go down, the NBA favorites.
Yeah.
Now, he played 11 minutes in game 1. He missed games 2 and 3. We're going to get to the epic answer that everyone is talking about with Giannis in the postgame. But this is Jimmy Butler putting it in my face again. He is him. I am his. He is him. He is he. Whatever it is, Jimmy Butler goes crazy with 42, 8, and 4. Miami was down 16 to start the fourth quarter. They were down in the previous game.
Yeah, they were. They were down like 15 in the previous game. He is I don't think it's close. He is the best playoff performer that there is right now. He's the number one guy that you want in the postseason. Maybe of our generation, of our era.
Ooh.
Of like, the post, not the post Jordan era, I think, because that's Kobe, but maybe the post Kobe era. I don't know how you would break that down. But what he has done is nothing short of amazing in these final two games. To completely, there's nothing stopping him. And what happened at the end of that game is exactly why your best player cannot be a big. They didn't even get a shot off. They got the rebound with 13 seconds left.
Yeah.
Or 11. The shot was taken with 13 seconds left by Miami. So they got it with like 10. You have to have your best player be a ball handler. And if he's not, then you've got to have a true number two that is a ball handler. Giannis is not that guy. He's not a ball handler guy, right? Neither Joker. Even though they've got offensive game, you've got to have a guy who could create.
Jimmy Butler in the series, 35, 11, and 5. 25, 3, and 3. That was his bad game.
Yeah.
34 and 5. 56, 2, and 9. And then last night, 42 on 51% shooting. He literally put the franchise on his shoulders.
Yeah.
He literally lifted them on his back and said, I'm going to take out the Bucks.
This is what happens when you're Michael Jordan's son. Okay, you have those kind of moments in you. Yeah. All right, the TikTok rumor.
Yeah.
I think it gets truer every day.
The Heat are the first play-in team in NBA history to win a playoff series. So Adam Silver doesn't want to lose Giannis, but this is a victory for him and the play-in situation.
Is this a defeat for the Mavericks? You could get into the playoff if you have the best player on the floor. Get yourself a little hot.
Let me write that down as a future topic, along with Luka versus Trey again. After the game, this has gone viral everywhere. Giannis was asked, it's a good question, is this season a failure?
I just asked Bud the exact same question, but I'm curious for you. Do you view this season as a failure?
You asked me the same question last year, Eric. Okay, do you get the promotion every year on your job? No, right? So every year you work is a failure. Yes or no? No. Every year you work towards something, towards a goal, right? Which is to get a promotion, to be able to take care of your family, to be able, provide the house for them or take care of your parents. You work towards a goal. It's not a failure. It's steps to success. Michael Jordan played 15 years, won 6 championships. The other 9 years was a failure? That's what you're telling me? No, I'm asking you a question. Yes or no? Okay, exactly. So why you asking me that question? It's a wrong question. There's no failure in sports. There's good days, bad days. Some days you are able to be successful. Some days you're not. Some days it's your turn. Some days it's not your turn. And that's what sports is about. You don't always win. Some other people's gonna win. And this year, somebody else is gonna win. Simple as that. We're gonna come back next year, try to be better, try to build good habits, try to play better, not have a 10-day stretch with playing bad basketball. And hopefully we can win a championship.
Wow.
Ooh.
I already know that you absolutely love the answer. What an incredible topic that has created.
I love the perspective. I mean, I think I disagree with some of the things in there. Like, I don't necessarily agree that there's no such thing as failure in sports. I don't disagree with it, but I don't know if I agree with it either. But I think it's just a cultural thing. Like, I just wonder, is there more perspective from players that have from Europe? Like, is it different? Because I don't think you see a lot of American players say something like that. We
had Brent Severin on a couple weeks ago to preview the Stars, and we asked him, what round do they have to get to? And he goes, they have to win the cup. Otherwise, it's a failure. So you either have that perspective or you have the more realistic perspective. We're not going to win every single year, and it's not going to be a failure. To me, the bigger question is, even though that's a great topic, is the series loss a failure because of the time that Giannis missed?
That's the other thing.
I mean, I'm giving Milwaukee a pass.
Yeah, I mean, he missed more than half the series. Well, not more.
He missed 3 games.
Right. Yeah, he did. He missed. Because he only played 11 minutes in game 1, and then he missed games 2 and 3. And then how 100% was he in games 4 and 5.
Yeah.
So Giannis views winning and losing as a gift. He views the ability to play in the NBA as a blessing from the time that he got into the league. He doesn't view it as like
he's usually an alpha male dude, too.
He is, and I think you can be both. But like he just views it like, man, I'm getting to do what I love to do, and if we don't hit our goal, we try again next year. And I think it's a thing you could do when you've got $100 million contract. It's probably not something you could do when you're scraping by. But I think it is a good perspective to have. But I'm stunned. Like that was a stunning answer for me.
So that's just a few of the games. We haven't even gotten to what happened with the Lakers, Grizzlies, Warriors, Kings. If you stayed up late for that, and the Texas Rangers. What are the odds? What were the odds on the Rangers getting swept in Cincinnati? Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us. NFL Draft Day, no better place to be than Sean, RJ, and 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece.
2 is hit high into the air, pretty deep left. Thompson going back, still back to the track. This one's gone. Nick Senzel homers to straightaway left. A walk-off 2-run home run to give the Reds a 5-3 victory and a 3-game series sweep of the Rangers.
Nobody had that on the bingo card. I heard bingo was making a little bit of a comeback. You know anyone who's played bingo as of late?
No.
Okay.
Is it? My grandma used to take me to these bingo halls when I was a kid. I think I was like 6 years old. That's when I had my first drag of secondhand smoke, and it was remarkable. I would go every Wednesday, every single Wednesday we would go to this bingo hall, and she had her 78 cards laid out with those. She didn't use the chips. She used
stamps or whatever.
The stamps,
right?
the stampers. Bam, 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 bam. And then every time somebody got the number was B4, the whole crowd goes and after. Because these old people have that kind of sense of humor. Oh, it was remarkable.
I've never heard that, before and after. So the walk-off home run stops Cincinnati's longest homerless drought in 32 years. They had not homered in their previous 8 games as they pull out the broomsticks and sweep. They sweep the Texas Rangers yesterday here, afternoon baseball on DFW Sports Station. You hear every Rangers game on this radio station, except maybe for tonight. You'll hear it on our sister station with the Rangers taking on the Yankees. But I thought the Rangers were going to give the Reds their own medicine. I was like, okay, let's tie it. Let's force extra innings. Let's go ahead and pull off one of these comeback wins ourselves after the previous 2 games. And it did not happen after the game-ending 2-run homer in the 9th inning. Some of the other things that happened in this series are staggering. This is Cincinnati's first 3-game sweep, their first series sweep, I should say, since last July 8th to the 10th. They never trailed in the series finale after overcoming a 4-run deficit in the opener and a 6-run margin on Tuesday, and the Rangers lost 3 in a row for the first time since a 7-game skid last December.
Last December?
Last
Winter
September.
ball,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, winter ball. That's right. Arizona Fall League or something like that. This was, without question, the low point of the season. This is so disappointing. I mean, you could not get swept by that team. That's a bad baseball team. Bad. They've got guys you've never heard of. Now, maybe the Reds go on a little run and they win like 11 of their next 14. If that happens, I'll shut up. But this is awful to an awful team. And then you add to that is that, Young gets banged in the hand. X-rays are negative, but
Jankowski
with the hip. You already lost Seager. And, it's tough, man. And then tonight, you go up against Garrett Cole, who, go look at his numbers for the season. If anybody is making Jake DeGrom look like a minor league pitcher, it's Garrett Cole this year.
Really?
He's given up 3 runs in 34 innings.
Ooh.
His last 2 games, he has gone, let's see, complete game shutout on 2 hits, and then he pitched 5 2/3, 4 hits, no runs. Previous game, 7 innings, 2 runs. Previous game, 6 1/3, 1, and then 6 innings, no runs. It's like 36 strikeouts in 34 innings and 3 runs. Like I
don't feel pressure.
He's dominating. And good luck. That's what's going on tonight. And then, obviously the Rangers get DeGrom going the next day, I think, which, good luck to the Yankees.
Ryan, zoom in on me. Zoom in when I'm holding up here on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. You might not be able to see it. And don't focus on my hands. You see what that says?
It looks like a giant 8x10 in your hands there with that little paper.
It looks like the Cowboys draft board with me holding it up in my hands. Fluke. I'm writing it off.
You can't talk about flukes. Yeah, you gotta win every game.
I'm writing it off. This is fluky. The Rangers, they pretty much dominated the series. The bullpen. Now, I love Bruce Bochy's perspective afterwards. He's like, there's nothing to freak out about. The bullpen is something to worry about. But right. you're the better team. It was fluky with 2 crazy comeback wins. It's probably not going to happen again, knock on wood, this entire season for them with, 140 games left or whatever it is. This doesn't worry me. I'm writing it off.
Yeah, it's not.
Holding up the Ernie Johnson piece of paper. Now, the last time Ernie held this up last night, he said Bucks will win the series. So this is not a good omen, but I'm writing it off. EJ style, TNT, fluke.
It's not the worst thing in the world. You don't want it to happen, but you're going to have every team in baseball is going to get swept this year at some point. Every team is going to have a bad series.
Yep.
The best team in the game, the Rays right now, the best team, they're going to lose 2 of 3 to like the A's at some point this year, or the Reds, or the Royals, or whoever. It's just going to happen. You're going to do that. So it's not something to lose your mind about. This is the ultimate marathon in sports.
This doesn't change my mind whatsoever about the start that they've had. Nada. Yeah, again, the bullpen. You're going to have to probably make a move there. You're going to have to rely on these guys to settle down. What are you going to do with Leclerc in the 9th inning the next time this happens? But I'm not worried. It's fluky. They were dominant in 2 of the games, and the craziness happened. Did you send me the odds or the win percentage or win probability of one of the games?
So what I sent was so the second inning this year, yesterday. Everyone's going to point to the 9th inning where the game was lost. No, the game was lost in the second inning.
But for one of the other games, you sent a win probability.
I think it was Bobby. That wasn't me.
Okay.
I don't think I had a win.
It was
probability.
like 99% or something.
Oh, yes, the screenshot.
Yeah.
Yes, it was 99%. They had a 99% win probability, and I think it was game 1, and they wound up blowing it. Like crazy.
We'll get to the second inning being the true turning point a little bit later on, but we got to get to the other 2 games in the NBA last night. We're going to Game 6 in Los Angeles.
2 with 1. This one is over. And Memphis extends the series. There will be the aforementioned Game 6 at Crypto.com Arena.
I actually thought the Lakers played pretty decent. My wife got all mad last night. She goes, I was like, this is it. This is the only game of the day. Rangers baseball, delaying the nap. And then I was like, I really want to watch the Lakers and the Grizzlies, though, because it's an electric atmosphere. Let's see if the Lakers can actually close this out. So I'm sitting there delaying all the Bravo Celebrity shows to watch NBA hoops with the night that was. I thought the Lakers were playing pretty decent in the first half. They were still losing by 14, 15, 16 points. And the Grizzlies end up winning by 17 as Desmond Bane goes crazy again. The TCU Horned Frogs scoring 33. Ja had 31. LeBron was off 5 of 17. They wasted a 31 and 19 from Anthony Davis. And LeBron says, I'll be better in Los Angeles tomorrow night. That'll be Game 6. And then, did you stay up to watch what happened in Sacramento?
And the Golden State Warriors, who won only 11 road games all year, only 11, win their biggest road game of the season.
That was a championship performance, that type of game. That took me back to your Derek Fisher, Rick Fox, Robert Horry, Shaq Kobe going into Sacramento, winning a big game as Steph and the Warriors get a crazy high-scoring game from Draymond. They beat the Kings. Props to De'Aaron Fox for going out there and playing, and he had a pretty decent night. But the Warriors now are 1 win away from advancing to take on the winner of the Lakers-Grizzlies series. They win 123-116.
Man, that's a good win for them because they have struggled on the road. Now, this also kind of points to the attrition of becoming an NBA threat in the postseason. You don't usually just make the playoffs for the first time in 2 decades and win a playoff series. There's kind of a stepping stone situation that comes to it, and the Kings might be finding that out right now. I wasn't expecting them to go up 2-0 in the series and then blow it, but here we are. They're on the doorstep, and that place is going to be loud. Whatever because at the Chase Center, is what it's called, that place is going to be loud.
Yeah.
They'll probably throw things at Barkley if he's there.
Yeah, that's right. So that was the night in the association. Of course, the Stars are off until tomorrow night. Pepe, what'd you say about the puck drop? 8:30 again?
Yeah, 8:30, now 8:50, thanks to the Bruins who just can't figure out to beat the Florida Panthers. They lose in overtime.
Man, what a finish that was. I cannot believe they allowed that goal. Such a soft goal. That was really not even the goalie's fault. It was a bad defensive play overall by Boston. And then Colorado on the brink of getting knocked out
Down 3-2.
to Seattle.
Stars might have home ice next series
Ooh.
Uh-huh. That's right.
if Seattle wins.
Aaron Rodgers is so comfortable as a New York Jet. He was walking around yesterday with his shoes off. Like Bobby Belt at the Jets facility. Did the Commanders just make a humongous mistake? DeAndre Hopkins getting traded today, and Lamar Jackson to San Francisco. Even Bobby said that'd be multiple championships. Draft preview for the 6 a.m. club. Glad you're waking up with us and getting started on The Fan.
Always a welcome. and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, 6 a.m. club. It is NFL Draft Day, round 1 tonight. Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Bada beam, bum, bum. Myself, Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, a cast of others from DallasCowboys.com. Do not miss it. That would be my advice. And then RJ Choppy and the rest of the station will be at all the different pluckers covering the Metroplex.
I'll be at Alliance, 35W Heritage Trace. I'll be there around somewhere between 6 and 7 is when I'll get there.
You ready?
No. I mean, I'm ready for it to be done.
Hey, Bobby.
This is going to be a marathon, 3 days. And so
Hey, man, this is what you signed up for. You know, you were, lonely little, insider, tweeting little nuggets of
lonely,
information and stats. And we hey, this Bobby Belt guy is putting out an interesting nugget that the rest of us are too lazy to add up with all your math. And now you've, skyrocketed to morning show host, 100,000 watts, top 5 market on the home of America's team. And
I love all that.
We're shining the light on you.
It's great.
You're too young. You're too new to be burned out.
I didn't say I was burned out. I just said this is going to be a marathon. Sunday, I'm not going to want to do anything.
Someone will be
sleep.
sick next week. Me, you, and Slater. Between me and you, somebody is.
Well, you're not allowed to be. You're not allowed to be sick. I can't then lead with Slater.
Yeah. It's like y'all's podcast you had.
She got annoyed with me yesterday.
Oh
no! What'd you do?
Friday is going to be the longest day, so I'm going to leave here at 10, go straight to the Star, produce for her all the way up until we are on the air Friday night, and then go until 11, and then turn around and get up Saturday morning to do the coverage. So all day I'm going to be taken up. And I guess they said when they had sent out the crew note to ask me,
NFL Network?
Yeah, to ask me, could I produce? I hadn't replied. I hadn't seen it. It went to my spam. And so
she's like, why didn't you answer?
She's like, you got to answer because you had that issue a couple weeks ago with the gambling thing. And now this is where it looks like you're not replying. And I was like, all right, I didn't see it. She's like, you can't keep doing. I'm like, I'm not keep doing anything. It went to my spam folder. I don't know what you want.
It feels really good to be in such a position that you can ignore very important work matters.
I ignored nothing.
You have 11 other jobs to rely back on. Bobby's in a position of power. Fine, go ahead. It's like I tell some people in my life, you don't want to hang out, you don't want to talk. Fine, kick rocks. See you later.
Don't treat Sandler like that.
He's close.
You're you are.
He's on that cusp. 620
at the NFL Network. You're Dez. It's always something.
And my Dez, yeah.
Always something.
Yeah.
A lot of twos.
Hold
never
up.
a big deal. A lot of twos.
Hold up the B's. Hold up the B. I don't know how to do it.
I don't know how to do
like
it.
This? With this B, B's? Yeah. Hold up the B's. All right. Let's get you caught up with the National Football League. Yesterday, man, Aaron Rodgers feeling just right at home, walking into the facility with the Jets sweatshirt. He apparently kicked his shoes off, walking around like Bobby does in this building. Mm-hmm. And Aaron, he had his line ready to get the New York media hyped up.
The Jets have an incredible, passionate fan base. I saw that last year at Lambeau. Obviously, about Fireman Ed and his passion for the team. I think that's an exciting draw to this as well, as being a part of something special. I grew up watching old VHS tapes of the Super Bowls. And so obviously I know about the guarantee and Broadway Joe. Been a while since then. I noticed walking in this morning that Super Bowl III trophy is looking a little lonely.
Oh!
Wow. Almost as lonely as your one ring, Aaron.
Oh,
wow!
I thought you were going to say his personal life or his family reunions.
No, he has none of those rings, his personal life. So
that was him getting I got to see the New York papers. I got to see what the New York papers are, because you think Jerry Jones and these sports teams of Mark Cuban are aware of headlines? He is going to be glued and obsessed over every New York headline that is written.
Today is the 27th.
And what? It's about the Yankees. It's about Joey Gallo torching the Yankees.
Aaron Rodgers is not there. No. It is the Knicks. The Knicks team of the decade. It says.
Oh, the Knicks.
Front page, team of the decade, and another one about teacher's pet, which is a union boss or whatever.
Oh.
And then on the back one, the back page, it's the Knicks, and it says, No drought about it.
Oh.
Easy victory gives Knicks first playoff series win in 10 years. Rodgers has a little banner on top of the paper, and it says second coming.
Yeah, that's the only one I'm seeing. It's just him walking in and it says second coming. They've got a full shot of it on the post.
Yeah,
but it's like,
there's the post cover. Right
well,
there.
they've got this one.
So the other things that stood out, he's going to stick around to attend voluntary workouts with his new teammates.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of did the Cowboys head coach walk-off. Like he did the big presser, and then the New York media surrounded him like the Cowboys beat does to Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy. And he told them he's basically playing more than 1 year. He basically said, look, they gave up a lot, and they definitely gave up some picks, so this isn't like one and done in my mind.
Okay, we'll see.
I mean, who knows?
This is 3 years in a row where he flirts with this. He said, before I went into the darkness, I was 95% retired. You don't just all of a sudden go, no, multiple years, baby, I'm here.
No, it was his original intent the entire time to play multiple years. He just wanted to scare the Packers and create this drama. He was never going to retire. That's my belief. That's my belief. What should have been trending yesterday, and you got to see if we can find this, Peyton, hashtag FaceTime. This was just perfect Aaron Rodgers. The Packers GM recently accused Rodgers of not responding to messages early in the offseason. And Rodgers said, I have a limited cell service at my oceanfront home in Malibu.
You know, those mountains can be very treacherous. We know driving the PCH.
Yeah.
That you lose some service.
The only way to reach him is via FaceTime. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't FaceTime tied to your cell service?
I have no idea.
You could, I mean, unless he's got it on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, nice camera.
He could have it on Wi-Fi.
It's my son's fault. He dropped it.
Wait, is that the one that went through the wall yesterday?
Did he drop it or throw it?
He grunk it?
It was my other son, the one that doesn't have anger issues yet.
Man, I would have put all the house money that Julian was going to be the one with the anger issues.
He's become an angel.
Really?
He's become great.
He's watching his big bro.
He's become great. He's funny. He is diming out his brother every chance he gets, though.
Sharif snitching, baby.
And he is like,
Snitch Sharif. There
it's
he
funny
is.
when I say, what did your brother say? And I'm like, he goes, can I say the words? And I'm like, yeah, you can say the words, man. He gets so excited to curse.
Yeah.
And then he starts like getting a little like bouncing his step and everything like that.
Yeah, I would have sworn he was going to have the rage issues.
No, I mean, he has rage issues, don't get me wrong, but like lately he's been like a little angel, and Luca's been, you know, he's been a teenager. He's been a pain in the ass teenager.
So that was Aaron Rodgers trying to throw the Packers under the bus. If I don't have any cell service, my assumption was you can't FaceTime me. So Aaron was like, no, you just went about it the wrong way. You couldn't call me. The way to reach me is FaceTime. And I'm like, what?
Unless you're on Wi-Fi, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I have to have Wi-Fi calling on in my apartment because I don't know what happened. The reception like a year ago, all of a sudden I can't make calls in there without Wi-Fi on.
Here's Rodgers talking about cell service.
I mean, I don't know if I need to really get into the specifics. I will say people that know me, I'm fortunate to live in a beautiful house. The only downside is I have very limited cell service. So if you want to get a hold of me, I have to see your face. You got to FaceTime me. So the only response to the communication thing is there's, records in your phone about who called you, when, FaceTime. And there wasn't any specific FaceTimes from any of those numbers that I was looking at.
That's what I told Jane when they were complaining about me not replying at the network. I said,
NFL
I have no
Network.
records. I have no records.
NFL Network, you want to get a hold of me? FaceTime me.
FaceTime me.
He admitted fantasizing about winning a championship in a big city like New York, saying it would add to his legacy. He's going to go so off this year, and I'm going to torch you. And whatever bet we come up with, he is going to be him.
This is amazing. He's MVP. He's winning the MVP.
No.
Yes, he's
if he wins MVP, it's just because like
He can have way better
Oh
chance.
my gosh, Aaron Rodgers in New York. Yeah, let's give him that 24 touchdown, 13 interception MVP.
He'll have way better chances of winning the MVP than your boy. Maybe that's the bet. Who finishes higher in MVP voting?
It'll be easy with Rodgers. But
Dak
the
or
NFL
Rodgers?
has it's 2 voters.
No, that's
per
not going
city.
to work because McCarthy's coaching this team, and so they'll have a bad record.
It's 2 voters per city. There's no New York bias.
Like 12-5.
There's the Bristol Northeast bias. There's that.
All right, let's get to C.J. Stroud. Jane Slater, who's going to be in for Choppy next week, She replied in agreement with this on Twitter. CJ and all this S2 talk about him bombing the new football test that's out.
I'm not a test taker, so I play football for me. But at the end of the day, man, I don't got nothing to prove to nobody, so I'm not going to sit here and explain how I process football. The people who are making the picks know what I can do, so that's all that matters to me. There's a whole bunch of people who know how to coach better, know how to play quarterback better, know how to do everything on social media, but a man in the arena, that's what's tough, is stepping in the arena 10 toes. So, and I'm going to stand on that, and I know what I can do. I know I can process well. I know if I'm not the smartest quarterback in this draft, I know I'm one of the smartest quarterbacks in the NFL when I step in there tomorrow. So I have that confidence in myself, and I don't think you can play at Ohio State and not be smart. So I don't got nothing to prove to nobody, man. At the end of the day, if you don't trust and believe in me, all I can tell you is watch this.
The man in the arena reference to old Tommy Brady right there. Has society adjusted? We've adjusted for everything else when someone says they can't do something. Has society adjusted for test takers? Like, what did your kids just have?
They took the STAR test. Was it Tuesday?
Yeah.
STAR test, and then they got a math one coming up in like May. So,
is there an alternative to those who? And I do agree that there are people who are just bad test takers.
There's bad test takers. Then they also have said in the past, and I think they still say that there's a racial bias in these tests.
Racial bias.
That's so just take for example like a reading problem, right? That you would have, or a story that it may not relate to certain cultures or races, and that they would lose interest in it or whatever, and it's just very difficult for them to relate to. I don't know the science behind it, but that's what I've read. But like if you have ADD or dyslexia, they'll read the test to you, or you can get a test read to you.
Oh, okay.
And in situations like that, because they're at a disadvantage.
And then the other two rumors, Bobby, Pac-Man Jones, in addition to the Pat McAfee show, says, my sources are telling me DeAndre Hopkins gets traded today or within hours. And the two teams that saw come out of it were the Buffalo Bills or the Kansas City Chiefs. And then Dan Patrick reported that San Francisco was exploring a trade for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, well, Chiefs and Bills, first off, that makes sense. Those are the two teams that when DeAndre Hopkins was asked about him for his body language thing, he rubbed his hands together and smiled. So that clearly were two teams that he was interested in. The Lamar Jackson thing, that makes sense because I think that makes sense for Lamar. I think it makes sense for the 49ers because I think if Lamar were to go to San Francisco, they'd win multiple titles with him there.
I thought Lamar was a bum. I thought he was a running back.
Yeah. Right.
This is what's going to do. He's going to be stuck, and he's going to go all in. He's not going to give Lamar any credit. It's going to be all on Shanahan.
Basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Not the guy who's actually won an MVP.
No. Look,
it's the guy who's never raised an MVP.
Let's talk about Sean asked me, Chop. So when you look at
you'll have your time at
San Francisco has gotten you close, or Shanahan's gotten them close with the Jimmy G's of the world multiple times. If you put a weapon in there like Lamar Jackson, the way that Shanahan's shown he's been able to design things that give Lamar some of those soft looks that he can take advantage of, yeah, absolutely, they'd be great together. That's the only place that Lamar would win a title is San Francisco.
Okay, of course. What about all the other quarterbacks other than Jimmy and Brock Purdy that clown, that overrated Sean McVay wannabe has failed with?
Oh yeah, like CJ Beathard. That's
hey,
stud.
he can take anybody.
He built the team to be able to take anybody. It took some time to build the roster, Chop. It's not overnight.
Dude, they were in the Super Bowl like 3 years ago, and then Jimmy gets hurt. Oh, can't do anything with anybody.
It was not just Jimmy. Everybody got hurt. Bosa, everyone got hurt that year.
He's that good. He's that good.
He overcame a lot of injuries last year.
He's that good.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. Text line here on DFW Sports Station. The Texas Rangers jinx strikes again. Did they overachieve? A national writer is calling them a major overachiever. What about Mad Bum in the bullpen and craziness in the NBA playoffs? Next on The Fan.
You're listening to
1 segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
You want to play the highlight?
Oh, did you call for a highlight?
I thought we were going to do cut one. It's all good. We got to work until midnight tonight, so let's not start off.
Home with the 1-2. Check swing. Did he go? Here's an appeal. And Lance Barksdale says he swung. That is career strikeout number 1,000 for John Gray. He becomes the 41st active major league pitcher with at least 1,000 career strikeouts. He gets a hug from Jonah Heim as he walks back to the third base.
Great cut, Peyton.
It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long day, man.
Come on. Hey, toss someone under the bus. Who was it? You know you want to.
No, it was me. That was on me. That was
I thought
on me.
someone was
This wasn't Joey again, who leaves the Steven.
All right, so that's the good news. John Gray with career strikeout number 1,000. The bad news is the Rangers get swept, and Chop, you pinpointed the moment that they lost this one.
Second inning, top 2. Not in the 9th inning. They did not lose in the 9th. They did not lose in the 8th. They lost in the 2nd. Bases loaded. And how many out?
0.
In that situation, you got to score at least 1 run. And 1 is a disappointment. 2 is what you got to do. 0 is just unacceptable. So you have a 13% chance throughout the history of Major League Baseball of scoring 0 runs with the bases loaded and nobody out. It means that you have an 87% chance of scoring anything but 0. You got a 26% chance of scoring 1 run, a 21% chance of scoring 2 runs. You have a better chance of scoring 3 runs than you do 0.
Wow.
15% chance. You have essentially, when you have a 13% chance of scoring 0, you have a 12.5% chance of scoring 4. You essentially have the same chance of scoring 4 runs that inning as you do 0. That is incredibly inept right there. The league average is 2.3 runs. Bases loaded, nobody out. The average team scores 2.3 runs in that inning. They got nothing out of it. Nothing. That's just like that's where the game was lost. I mean, they could have busted that thing wide open. The bullpen stinks.
No. I that's not where they lost it. They lost it Tuesday in the 6th inning when Sandler cursed them.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's when they lost it.
I kind of agree.
They would have driven in those runs had things been done on Monday and Tuesday.
So Rangers did not homer yesterday, but he had, that would have been a bad look if he did what we asked him to do, the morning show line off the Reds walk-off homer.
Oh, yes.
That would have been a bad look on the Texas Rangers radio network, but apparently Jared Sandler in crosstalk yesterday felt like he needed to return fire at us for giving him grief.
I heard RJ say something intelligent this morning.
Nice.
Which, you remember those moments. They don't happen very often.
Oh, my God. I want to make sure the temperature's not too high with you and Sean and RJ. Is there anything we can do to help you guys
bridge the gap here?
Yeah, I mean, Sean's hands aren't even big enough to wrap around a baseball bat, so I don't know how much I can really, take with that. Bobby Belt, I mean, I don't even know what he's got going on with his hair. Is he trying to do a chili bowl from the 90s? I don't know. And RJ's RJ, so.
Whoa.
Weak. That was weak.
RJ's weak. Just RJ.
What was that? He couldn't come up with anything a little more creative? Nothing?
Kind of weak.
I don't think it's kind of weak. They're like, it's all just like Sean has small hands, Bobby has a bad haircut, and RJ's RJ.
Yeah.
No.
So he went 0 for the series. I propose we drop this whole thing.
I propose.
Sandler?
Yeah.
We just
don't talk to him anymore?
Don't respond to his texts.
We just don't. This bit, we're trying to bring some more ears and attention.
Yeah, this is the man that is like, whenever we're doing, like, naming somebody at the station, who's the most likely, then he goes like, everybody always forgets
Loyal, why
about
did you name me for loyal? I take a bullet.
Trying to pull you in to our reindeer games here, Sandler, and then you don't even want to play along.
Yeah.
And you want to get mouthy with it and say, well, look, I'll do what I want, bees.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm just like, you know what? It's not a yin and yang. He doesn't want to play along.
I don't feel pressure.
He's above it. So it's over.
I would just basically ignore him. Like, I would stop talking to him. Don't answer his phone calls. Don't return his texts. I'm on the air anymore.
Yeah. I mean, look, he'll come up with enough corny home run calls on his own just naturally.
Oh, boy.
That we don't need to.
Where did you call Major League Baseball?
Where did you play Major League Baseball?
Yeah. So there it is. This will forever be known as the Sandler series.
Dude, like, what would the odds have been that they were going to get swept by Cincinnati?
What would the odds have been on that degenerate?
Similar odds to scoring no runs with the bases loaded and nobody out.
I mean, getting swept or sweeping someone in general is very low odds.
Especially Cincinnati and the way Texas had been played.
Like, it would have been way less than 50% of the Rangers would have saw the Reds.
So, like, when you see that, you have to say there is some sort of divine intervention here.
Yeah.
That he angered somebody, a higher power.
Yeah.
And I think that adds up. That makes sense. That's more plausible than just saying they lost 3 straight to the Reds just cuz.
So all of a sudden 14-10 does not look as good.
No.
14-10, they've lost 3 straight. The armpit, I think I know why Peyton is screwing up early this morning, because a Tolo hit me up and said that Peyton declared that he was an Astros fan yesterday.
Yeah, that's not true at all. No.
That's from Cheap Mo, at Cheap Mo on Twitter. Good morning. Peyton revealed yesterday he's an Astros fan. I love the dry snitching. Yeah. What happened?
No, so this was all over the Ben DiNucci thing of him saying that that this is the best wide receiver room he had. And DiNucci has the upside down Dallas logo and stuff for the hats and stuff. So I said, from now on, I'm gonna wear a right side up Houston hat.
Oh.
Because it was a dumb take by him.
DiNucci said that. What NFL team is he with?
He's with the.
He's not with one.
He's with the Kraken.
He's with Peyton's XFL.
The Seattle Dragons.
The Seattle
Sea Dragons.
And Ben DiNucci said this about his wide receivers.
Head to toe, this is probably the best receiver room I've been in. It's just a group of guys who comes to work every single day, wanting to get better, asking questions. Everyone kind of comes together for a common goal in the locker room. It makes my job really easy when I can throw the ball 5 yards and watch these guys go do what they do.
I like that he owns up to, I just throw the ball 5 yards. That's all I can do.
Can anyone name a second receiver in the Dragons
Damn
room?
it, because we can name one.
Josh Gordon.
Yep.
Bobby Ingram.
Jashore Pearson, Jawan Green, Blake Jackson, Jordan Vesey, Damian Willis, Kelvin McKnight. I told y'all this guy was a bum with his stupid hats. I told y'all stop buying them up. I told y'all stop giving him any attention. And now I hope this causes Dallas sales to plummet after he insulted the Cowboys wide receiver room.
It won't plummet as long as Dak keeps wearing the hat.
It does feel like a shot, doesn't it?
That's more of a reason it'll plummet.
No, he causes sales to rise. It does feel like a little bit of a shot that, you've got...
He had Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup.
He had Cedric Wilson. He had four receivers that have gotten paid. That were not just he had those receivers. He started a game with those receivers playing. All of them. He threw to them.
You know how they burn LeBron's jersey when he left Cleveland? I'm gonna burn that hat.
Not Choppy. Choppy's gonna do the opposite social media video where he sets it down and then he takes the lighter and then he puts it out and just gives a thumbs up in front of it, like the losers who go oh, thank you for your time.
I've never seen that.
Have you seen that?
I don't think so.
Oh gosh, this is the new I'm gonna go viral bit. Is the whoever leaves, let's say Jalen Brunson left, a Mavericks fan would lay down the jersey and then they'd turn on the lighter and they'd film the lighter go near it and then they'd put the lighter out and then they just put a thumb up and then drop a thing that says thank you.
Oh, so it's to give him props.
Yeah, but I look like I'm gonna do this and then it's for clout.
I mean, look,
it's social media.
The best thing
behavior.
he did was the hat. And
you love those hats.
It's I love the hat. It's a great hat. It's one of my favorite hats.
Does it make you dislike the hat anymore when you know their explanation for the existence of that, like why they designed the logo?
Stranger Things, right?
No, That would have been better.
That's what the story is.
No, it's not. They said that when they were starting the company in 2020, when COVID turned the whole world upside down, that's what made them do it.
I thought it was during COVID he got into Stranger Things.
No,
because of the upside down.
No, that would have been a cooler reason for it. This is the world got turned upside down. It's crazy, right? Let's turn the city upside down.
So now a national writer, I believe this is Jeff Passan.
You know that guy?
I know him from 1 year in Kansas City.
Oh, that's cool.
Now too cool to come on, but like many people. Jeff Passan saying the Rangers are the best of the overachievers.
Yeah, so he had just some early season takeaways over at ESPN. Now, this was before the Red Series, before Sandler effed everything up, so he may have changed his perspective now. But he wrote over there that of the first month's half dozen most surprising teams, the Arizona Diamondbacks, Baltimore Orioles, Cubs, Marlins, Pirates, Rangers, which one is the most real? Who's the realist? And so he says, look, Marlins are a game over 500. Their run differential's terrible. The Pirates are the best non-Rays story of the early season, doing it without O'Neal Cruz, but it's difficult to see their roster maintaining its pace. He's got all these explanations for why most of these teams are nothing. But then he says that leaves the Rangers and the Orioles. And as great as Baltimore looks, Texas has the second best run differential in baseball, very good rotation, sneaky solid bullpen. Again, this is pre-Red Series, and an offense that's more than holding its own without Corey Seager. If the Orioles find some starting pitching, perhaps they're the better choice, but for now, Texas and its slightly easier road in the American League West wins. So he thinks out of all these teams that bubble up at the beginning of the season, he's like, the Rangers might be the real one.
I mean, it's either them or Baltimore, I think. The thing I
like that's what he said.
Yeah, the thing I like about Baltimore more is that they actually have a farm system that is producing. Where if they get somebody hurt, they'll just call up Jackson Holiday, who is already like being. I think he already got called up and promoted a level.
What about Jack Leiter? We could call him up.
Yeah, you could call him up and he could just walk the 6 people.
Or
So Baltimore's like they're just ahead of where we are farm system wise. Right now, the Rangers have spent money, so they've got more high end guys, and that may help. I think the Rangers pitching obviously is better.
I don't think they're overachieving. I think this is legit. I'm writing off the Red Series. I know you were driving in, but I'm not worried about it. They dominated the series. It was fluky.
I was thinking, by the way, when we talk about the bullpen struggles and what options are there immediately, what if the Rangers just did the David Price like fast track thing that Tampa did 15 years ago, where Price was drafted and like 2 months later he was in the majors pitching in the playoffs? Because Rocker's older. Rocker has pro ball experience. I know he's at A ball or whatever he's at right now. But if you fast track him and just have him come in as a reliever to get some innings late in the season, I don't know if that'd be the worst thing.
If he's shown that he can throw strikes, which it sounds like he is
so far,
then that's an idea.
Get Mad Bum. He's totally available.
Yeah, totally available.
Throw him in the bullpen.
You think his ego would let him do that?
No thanks. No thanks. There is a solution to crazy Little League parents, a brilliant solution that all of your Little Leagues should start instituting. And did this player prove the Mavs made a mistake by tanking after what happened last night with history and the association? That's next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over.
Back out to Allen. 2, 1. He didn't get the shot up. The Miami Heat advance to the second round. They are just the 6th, 8th seed to defeat a number 1 seed in the 76 years of the National Basketball Association in New York. Here we come. Amen. God bless America.
Did he change the New York there? Make it sound a little more New Yorky? That was the call on Heat Radio, and you look
That is one of the worst calls I've ever heard in my life. Just the deliberate nature of everything. And gosh, that was bad. Who is that guy? He sucks.
I don't think that's Jason Jackson, is it? I don't know. I used to watch NBA Tonight on ESPN2. I know Jason Jackson, I think, was affiliated with the Heat.
Ugh, go get that guy a job at 95.7 The Game.
This doesn't feel to me like a huge 8-1 upset. Does it to anybody else?
If Giannis would have played the whole series, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
But not given where it's at.
Right? We're not looking at this as a colossal embarrassment by the Bucks.
No, because, like you said, he missed 2.5 games. More than 2.5.
Basically 3 games.
Yeah.
Played in 11 minutes.
Yeah. So I don't think this is a colossal embarrassment. It stinks for them. It stinks for the league because, you want Giannis in there, but you've got best player in the game right now.
It is the
playoff guy in the game.
It is the first time, I know this has happened a few times now where 8 seeds beat 1 seeds. It definitely does not have the buzz about it that it did when the Mavericks lost to the Warriors.
Yeah.
But
Sonics.
The Sonics with the Nuggets. And that was a 5-game series. And so it wasn't the Mavericks. The reason why that was so notable is the first 7-game series. This is the first one that's been done in 5 games. All the other times it's happened, it's been 4-2 or maybe 4-3. But for it to go 4-1, that's not a great look. But again, there's no Giannis, and Giannis is he's the whole team.
So the second aspect of this is for you, Bobby. RJ raised this point.
Mm-hmm.
The Miami Heat, the first play-in team in NBA history to win a playoff series. Does this make you rethink the Mavs tank when clearly Jimmy Butler just became the best player and took over the series, and the Mavs could have had 2 of those bullets with Luka and Kyrie?
No one's dying.
Are you telling me Jokic is going to miss the whole series?
But I know.
But if I get
telling you that.
But if I get to know Jokic misses, maybe. But even still, then it's great. I win then, and then I go on and lose in the next round.
But
awesome.
Okay, but here's the thing: we don't know how this series would have played out if Giannis played.
Is the other team gonna miss its superstar every series? If not, then I don't care.
No, but get this. I mean, Miami's gonna play the Knicks. I'm taking Miami in that series.
Yeah, but he's saying you're having to rely on.
Would Miami beat Dallas?
I don't know.
Miami would beat Dallas. Dallas was bad at the end of the year.
The thing is that the Mavs did have that one thing. Best player on the floor. They did. And they would have had that arguably in every series. You know,
not against the Nuggets, they wouldn't.
No, maybe not. But what did we see at the end of that game last night? Why did they not get the shot off? Because their best player isn't a ball handler.
Right. It's not a guy who's like an isolation.
Right. Like same thing with Denver. You get him into a close game. If this is a tie game with 2 minutes to go, or if this is a tie game with 12 seconds to go, I don't know. That's probably a bad example because the Mavs has shown they couldn't get a shot off half the time. But I'm going to take the team that's got the better player with the ball in his hand.
I mean, Miami finished the season 6 games above 500. Miami wasn't losing, they weren't getting routed by the Hornets. Nobody in the NBA was getting routed by the Hornets like the Mavericks were. Like they were not a good basketball team at the end of the year. Dallas, if Dallas A doesn't win the play-in, so it doesn't matter. B, even if they do, Dallas gets swept by Denver.
At the end of the day, if you have to rely and count, if you got to give me the prerequisite that the best player in the series or Giannis is going to get hurt, then to me it's not worth it. I agree with Bobby.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't know that they don't win the series anyway. Like, I don't know. Like, they had the best player on the floor. Regardless, even when Giannis was there, Jimmy was the best player on the floor.
Oh.
Because of the ball in his hand.
But he played 11 minutes in the first game, then he missed the next 2, and he was clearly not himself.
What the Heat just did to the Bucks was like the Reds to the Rangers. That was fluky. Jimmy went crazy. He's a legit player, no doubt about it. But last night and the game before, like, what was the win probability for Milwaukee in those games? They were up big. Mm-hmm. That was, to me, that was Cincinnati fluky. The Heat are better than the Reds. Don't get me wrong. I'm just talking about being down in the game. Who should have won those games?
Right. I get it. It's just like, but Charter.com text line, playoffs are completely different. Denver's not a good playoff team with the center as the best player. I agree. Can't have your big man be your best player. And then that Miami was without, Hero and Oladipo. Oh, Hero's like he's a tremendous threat.
Yeah, but that's
who's that Shaq texting in? The Hero is as good as Luka.
Yeah, that's
crazy. But no, he's a good player.
Yeah, I know, but it's like if last year it would have been like the Mavericks are without Luka Doncic, and then the Jazz don't have Royce O'Neal. Like, okay, I don't care. They are not comparable at all.
No, but I'm saying even when Giannis came back, they were still without those guys. Like, I don't know that Miami doesn't win the series anyway, just because, when you have the best player on the floor who's a ball handler, it's tough to win or tough to beat that team in the postseason.
Hero averaged 20 a night. All right.
Yeah, there you go. It's 20 points.
I know, but it's not anywhere close to the same player. Like, nobody's going to sit here and say Tyler Hero's as important to the Heat as Giannis
not
is
even
to the
close.
Bucks.
But 20 a night is a legit number 2.
I mean,
please pull that as a drop. What was that?
I think of Adebayo as their 2, but he averaged 20 as well. So I think you got like
they got 2 twos.
2 and a halves.
Yeah, there you go.
2 twos.
2 twos.
Tyler Hero, no team would ever win an NBA championship with Tyler Hero as their 2. That's my opinion.
Tyler Hero says he's as good as anybody. He feels he's the best player in the NBA.
Well, everyone feels that way. All right, let's get to absolute brilliance. I know we don't say this very often. Absolute brilliance from New Jersey when it comes to their Little League.
Yeah, I am stunned by this.
This is awesome.
But I love it. So a New Jersey Little League will force parents to suit up as umpires if they can't keep their mouths shut. This is from Deptford Township, requiring spectators who seem to think they can do a better job than the volunteer umps on the field to come out and prove it. Anyone in the stands who confronts an ump during the game must umpire 3 games before they're allowed back as a spectator. They think the call was bad, which, as the league president says, which amazes me that they can see a strike better over there than the umpire can 1 foot behind him. So this guy, Don Basuvi, is the league president. He said 2 volunteer umpires quit last week, and they are going to make this rule official.
Yes.
If you confront an umpire And if you want to get back into these stands and watch your kid play, you got to umpire 3 games. Oh, brilliant.
That's solid.
Brilliant.
Are you compromising the integrity of the game? Putting in one of the parents on one of the teams? That's a problem. What is confronting defined as? Do I have to get in his face? Does it have to be me walking on the field? Or if I'm shouting, come on, Blue!
Get some new glasses, Blue!
Come on!
It's got to go overboard.
That's garbage.
What are you, blind?
It's got to go overboard. So there was this one lady who filmed. She was I guess somebody was filming it, and the thing got put out. This is a while ago. It's an older clip, but she yelled out to the umpire. She was getting on him, and then she said, "He's just upset that the kids are taller than him."
Oh!
Shouted it out, and then he walks up the field. He goes, "I'm done. I'm out." He leaves. Throws the baseballs down and leaves. And we had an umpire this weekend. This past weekend at my older son's games, and it was raining all day on Sunday, raining all morning. It's terrible weather, and he got so mad at the tournament director for refusing to cancel the tournament. He goes, I'm not getting paid. I'm getting paid $50 a game. It's not enough. Like, these guys are out there from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. They're doing about, 8, 10, 12, 2, 4, 6, 8. They're doing 7 games for $50 a game? This was $350?
That's a loser bet payoff for the show.
No.
You gotta go.
All right, we gotta go Choppy's kids league.
Yeah.
So, I mean, could you imagine doing
that? All right, that's the Aaron Rodgers bet.
Oh!
Can you imagine doing that in July where it's 100 degrees and you're home plate up and you're out there for 14 hours?
There's no worse job on earth than being an umpire or a referee. No. I was thinking the Aaron Rodgers bet payoff could be like, we do the show in a box. You go into the dark room.
Oh, gosh.
I just didn't know how the audio would work, but I was like, we just sit here with a cardboard box, and you got to be in the box, and you got to broadcast the show out of it.
That wouldn't be so bad.
If you could work out we'll ask DJ, the professional, our producer.
We're going to pee.
Whoa.
He's an engineer, not a producer, Sean.
Where are you going to pee?
They have bottles for that.
I guess with American Airlines, you just go on the person next to you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If you're on a flight from JFK to Delhi, you just so 3 people on that same route have urinated on another passenger this year.
That can't be right.
Hey, don't kink shame. Don't do
That's
that.
not kink shaming R. Kelly, okay? Not at all. All right, 3 people.
No way.
On the same route. This is not just in general. This is not from Cleveland to Minneapolis.
It's the Bermuda Triangle of urination.
DFW to Sydney.
Yeah.
This is JFK to Delhi.
But is it accidental, or is it I'm a freak? I mean,
I don't think it's I'm a freak. I think they're in a tin can box for 14 hours, and it's I'm gonna go on this guy because this guy's upsetting me.
I saw somebody pee on the train when we were in Arizona. Literally on the train. He was just talking to himself. He was clearly not right. And he was just talking trash, and he's like, I'll show you. And then he just while the thing was parked, was peeing on the side of it.
So back to the Little League, if this was instituted with yours, would it shut parents up? 2, can you definitely keep them out of the park? You can keep parents out?
Yes, you can. Now what usually happens is that they're forced to go into the outfield. All right, so you're without earshot, because my older one, I mean, the outfield fence is 300 feet away now. It's far enough away. You could still yell, but you're not being heard. Right behind home plate, you can hear everything, even the little snidest remark you can hear. So what usually happens is they kick him out of the park and they make him go. They say go wait your car. Most parents just beyond the outfield wall, and they kind of sit there.
All right, let's get you all the latest NFL draft rumors. Bijan may be going to a little bit colder weather than some Cowboy fans would like. Rumors about a team moving up to number 3. Aaron Rodgers says hello. And did the Commanders just make a humongous mistake that will help out the Cowboys? Headlines on draft day. Next on The Fan.
The more you listen, the harder we grind. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Round 1 of the 2023 NFL Draft takes place tonight. 6 o'clock coverage begins right here on your home of America's team. Myself and Bobby Belt will be out at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco with the Cowboys picking at number 26. And as Dave Hellman tweeted, this will be the 10th draft since Will McClay took over. Of the 8 picks they've made in that span in the first round, 6 have been named All-Pro. And one of the 2 that hasn't is Tyler Smith, who's only played 1 year. Clarence Hill also tweeting, of the first-round tight ends, I'm hearing the Cowboys like Dalton Kincaid, Bobby, over Michael Mayer from Brian Broadus. Of course, they like them both, but that is Chill and Hellman previewing the Cowboys tonight.
Boy, Daniel Jeremiah put out his mock draft yesterday, and he's pretty well connected. There's 4 teams you always got to watch out with Daniel when he mocks somebody there. Philly, Baltimore, the Jets, and the Chargers. And he mocked Michael Mayer to the Chargers at 21, 5 picks ahead of the Cowboys. So that gives me some pause. But he mocked Luke Musgrave, my Oregon State tight end, to Dallas in the final draft. So, but there are a lot of questions about what could happen tonight in terms of just right at the very top. He ultimately put Stroud 2 to the Texans, and then he had the Texans trading up from 12 to 3 and making the picks at 2 and 3 and taking Will Anderson.
A lot of noise around 3. I saw some Titans rumors.
Tighten up.
Trying to move up to 3, so a lot of speculation.
Better not be to replace Josh Dobbs.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? Man, I'll tell you, that would be so. If Houston does that, I wish nothing but death on that franchise.
Then I saw another report that they stay there at 3 and then move out of their second first-round pick. I believe it's at 12. So a lot of movement around the armpit.
This is going to be, it's not just there. I mean, everywhere throughout the draft, usually there's a spot. There's a couple spots in the picks leading up. Like last year when Dallas picked 24, there were a couple spots where we felt like, well, I know what's going to happen here at these 3 spots because this team loves this player and they projected it the whole time. And, here's 2 pivot points where once we get the answer to what they're doing here, we've got a better idea of what'll push down to Dallas. Yeah. There's none of that this year. You do not know what's going to happen in the first 25 picks.
I can't remember a time where we know nothing after the first pick, as little as we do.
Ain't no one getting a special at Pluckers tonight.
Well, Pluckers and Alliance, I'll be out there. Come say hi. Every Pluckers around town will have some form of a fan host around.
But the one at Alliance is the only one that matters.
The one at
that's
Alliance,
where the morning show will be represented.
Everybody else out there, except for myself, Chia Follow, and Christy Scales, needs someone else to join them. Us 3, we're at our own by ourselves. We each got our own Pluckers. We're just bring that kind of a crowd, man.
Here's some more cool. Here's some more props to Will McClay. Total snaps played in the last 5 years by players that a team drafted themselves. Cowboys lead the way. 91,901 total snaps played by Cowboys draft picks. Minnesota second at 85. So that's Steven's formula, and that's Will McClay, the MVP tonight and this weekend of drafting, sticking, and playing.
Will and the whole personnel department under him. They've built a team together that they've kept together for a really long time now, and that scouting staff, and they've just done a great job over the last decade.
Let me just give you the top 10 and the bottom 10 for the fun of it in order. Cowboys lead the way by a lot. Minnesota, Baltimore, Tampa Bay, Atlanta, Cincy, Pittsburgh, Green Bay, Seattle, Indianapolis. Would anyone like to guess the bottom 2 teams who've had the least amount of snaps played? One's fairly obvious.
The Rams.
No, they're actually third. Good guess. He loves that buzzer.
He does.
Least amount of snaps played.
Maybe the team that maybe have had the worst luck with their picks.
Washington.
AFC.
Houston.
Worst and legal luck.
Oh, Raiders. Raiders, of course.
Right, Raiders. Here's the bottom 10. So the Cowboys have had basically 92,000 snaps played by their draft picks. The Raiders have had 12,000. 12,000 compared to 92.
But it was Derek Carr's fault.
Second lowest. Jets. Then Rams, Giants, Houston, Buffalo, Chargers, Tennessee, Arizona, Jacksonville. as the worst drafting teams to stick.
You know, there's if you just go look, there's a lot of data out there, or data, however you want to say it. Like tight end is the safest pick in the first round from a hit perspective. About 88% of all first round tight ends are hits, and hits are defined by you basically have you reach certain thresholds of snaps and playing time and second contracts, and then running back, and then linebacker, and then tackle, and then interior O-line, and then quarterback. The most dangerous position to pick in the first round by far is corner, a 65% miss rate.
Wow.
That means 65% of every corner taken in the first round is a bust.
Ooh.
Why would you ever take one? Now the reason is that, tight ends and running backs are lightly drafted, so you're usually getting the best or second best in the draft. So it's generally going to be a good player. Whereas at wide receiver or corner, you may get 5 picked in the first round. You're taking the 5th best corner, or like they would taco, 5th best edge rusher, and it's a bust.
Hey, let's stick with the NFC East. The Commanders are... Dang, I'm mad that Bobby left the room for this. I may actually have to save it because I was just going to kick back and let you take over for your draft philosophy. But the Commanders are declining the 5th-year option for Chase Young. They're trying to spin this as a motivational thing.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he'll be motivated. He'll be highly motivated to leave in free agency.
Oh, yeah. One more thing. We'll save Chase Young for you destroying Bobby a little bit later on. Tomorrow at this time, we're probably saying the number 1 pick was Bryce Young to Carolina. Bryce was asked about the people who question his size.
I'm myself. I know who I am. I'm confident in my abilities. For me, I don't know how to play the game another way. I've been this size relative to the people around me for my entire life. And, again, I only know myself. I focus on what I can control. I can't grow, and that doesn't fall into that category. I can't get taller. So, again, I focus on myself. I'm confident in myself with what I've been able to do, and I'm excited for the work that's going to take to hopefully have success.
Veteran NFL exec, if you pick Bryce Young, you are saying that he's the outlier in the history of the league. Sounds like Brian brought us the other day in studio with us.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's been undersized quarterbacks that have succeeded.
Of course.
Drew Brees succeeded. Kyler Murray has succeeded.
Great start.
Yeah, Russ succeeded. There's plenty of it. The thing you got to remember is that these guys have, they've learned to play at that size. It's not like they were just made that size yesterday.
Is there plenty of it if we basically stop there?
Right, but this is also we
got to go back to Doug Flutie to run off another name.
Right, but I think part of that problem is how many quarterbacks in general succeed. And this is my thing with college coaches versus professional assistants that become coaches.
Oh, you said versus, not verse. Well done.
Thank you. So if 50 coaches that are assistants in the NFL become head coaches, and 10 of them succeed, and only 5 college coaches become head coaches in the NFL, and only 1 of them succeed, it's the same ratio. Is that right? My math right? I think that's right.
1 out of 5 versus
10 out of 50.
10 out of 50.
It's the same ratio. The volume, I think we're looking at volume of short quarterbacks. How many short quarterbacks are actually drafted very, very highly? Not very many. So, that's kind of part of the problem. Yeah, you're not going to have 15 of them in the league at the same time. You might have 1, but if their hit rate is the same, then it really does no difference.
Draft coverage tonight starts at 6 on the Fan. Rangers, Yankees, going to be on our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD, where Bobby had to run downstairs right now to do a little NFL draft coverage. An NFL quarterback who has succeeded is the savior in New York. Aaron Rodgers meets the Jets.
To be a part of something special is what keeps you coming back, and I think this is building right now. And what Coach has done the last couple of years, he's building something special the right way with the right values, the right type of leadership. I think I can just fit in perfectly. I'm not here to be a savior of any kind. I'm just here to be the best quarterback I can be, to lead authentically, and to inspire the guys around me to raise their level of play to an even greater spot.
Rodgers also basically telling the New York media this is not a one and done. I'm going to be here for multiple years, and he is sticking around, unlike last year in Green Bay, for the offseason program to build up some chemistry and rapport.
That's huge. I mean, I thought he was checked out last year. I fully believe he was completely checked out of that organization, of that team, of playing football. Every now and then, you might need a reset, and you feel rejuvenated in your career. I think it happens to everybody. You'll have that moment where you feel like energized, re-energized. And I think maybe Aaron Rodgers might have found that. If he is back to 2020 Rodgers, 2021 Rodgers, whatever, then I think they are they're a threat. They're a threat. Now, he may still be the second best quarterback in his own division, but they're a threat.
The Jalen Brunson bitterness, it reached another level yesterday as the Knicks ended Cleveland.
3 seconds, 2, 1. Donovan Mitchell, of all people, dribbles it out. It's over. For the first time in a decade, the Knicks are moving on to the second round. Final score in Game 5, the Knicks 106, the Cavaliers 95. Knicks fans, celebrate. Honk your horns. It's happening. Knicks are moving on in the playoffs.
Knicks radio with the call. They took out Cleveland in 5. And they had problems with Julius Randle. Jalen Brunson in the series, 24 points a game, 5 assists, 4 rebounds on 43% shooting. And not spectacular. I mean, 24 points a night is nice, but this, of course, is going to have Tolos. It's 50-50. It's cursing the Mavs or get over it. Amari Cooper's in Cleveland. Jalen Brunson is in New York. Get over it. Let it go. Forget about it. But as long as Brunson stays alive in the postseason, it is going to be a storyline.
It is. Does Jalen Brunson make teammates better than Luka Doncic does? News at 11.
Way to go, Nui Scruggs. Nui up. Weezy! Oh, Weezy's all back. All right, elsewhere.
How much better, though? You could tell.
Yes. Better than yesterday.
Oh, yeah, baby.
I don't know how after what you went through.
It's the, I know, right?
720 Expressway, y'all. 720, the segment of the day. And that's with Mike Florio at 8 and Brad Sham at 9:20. Is that his wheeze drop? All right. It's not as good as I thought it was going to be. He's starting a weak lawnmower. Meanwhile, Memphis stayed alive. They beat the Lakers by 17. Desmond Bain, TCU, says, I'm guaranteeing a Game 6 win in L.A. Friday night. We'll be back in Memphis for Game 7. The Heat make history by beating Giannis and the Bucks in overtime. Jimmy Butler making me look dumb again, going off for 42 points, and championship resolve and makeup from the Golden State Warriors. They go into Sacramento and beat the Kings 123-116. De'Aaron Fox did play, had 24 points. They got an awesome scoring night from Draymond Green, and of course Steph Curry leading the way. Man, what a great night in the NBA. These are your headlines to get you ready for the draft and everything else. Thursday morning with Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Florio at 8. Brad Sham final hour. But the story that broke yesterday during this show, behind the scenes, is about to go on air. How RJ Choppy lost his marriage proposal. Next.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Day one of the NFL Draft. Later on, coverage starts at 6 o'clock tonight. We got Mike Florio to preview it at 8 o'clock. We got the voice of the Cowboys, Brad Sham, on what he wants the team to do at 9:20. Normally, at this time during the Expressway, commercial-free till 8 o'clock every single weekday, we do life hacks. We are delaying that or maybe even canceling that because of life disaster that took place yesterday as this was playing out during the morning show in the commercial breaks.
Was it ever? Backstory. I think the backstory here is important. So about, I'm terrible with time. I guess about a month ago.
Yeah, we saw yesterday.
Could have been 2 months. I know, right? Could have been 2 months ago. I don't know.
Is this going to be like Sean, where he thought he had done the speech like 3 years ago and it was a decade?
Yeah, right? It could have been. So we got a text from our friend, because Sarah and I were going to go to Michigan again this year, to Gaylord, to play a little golf. We went last year. She loved it.
Site of the golf cart incident.
Yes, site of the golf cart incident.
I've heard great stuff about Gaylord, Michigan.
It's fantastic. GaylordGolfMecca.com. Thank you very much.
It is awesome. I wish I was actually good at golf, because going on that trip, it is an awesome trip.
I'll give you some tips.
And perfect weather.
So our buddy Wes said, man, he goes, my wife and I really want to go with you guys this year. And we didn't know that he would wanted to go, so he had said that. And I had called him after the show, and that had triggered in my head, he's like, do you really care if I go? And I'm like, no, I don't care, man. But then my wheels were turning, because, I've been thinking about, all right, we're thinking about getting married. Like, how am I going to propose? I was like, ooh, okay. If he's going to be there with his wife, we could set something up where I just propose to her up there, because she loves it up there. There's this place called Mackinac Island. And so I had set that up. I had called up the Gaylord people, and I was like, hey, here's the plan. Here's this is what I'm thinking about. Let's see what we can do. And they were like, oh, they're all in on it. They'll start, see if they can get me a room at this hotel there called the Grand Hotel. It's like $1,000 a night.
Wow.
It's amazing. It's one of the most amazing hotels I've ever seen. It's got this big, giant outdoor space, like an arboretum, a botanical garden in front.
Wow.
It's just the absolute perfect place. This would have been the most amazing thing. It would have absolutely worked out so well. And I was like,
keyword being
would have. So I started talking to some of her friends, and I was like, hey, kind of thinking of doing this. The Gaylord people are like, we're going to get you a camera guy. We're going to get everything set up.
Whoa.
I told her friends, and they're like, man, we'll all try to go. And then what'll happen is you guys are walking up to the hotel, and then we all surprise her.
Oh, so she has no idea. Everyone just come out of the blue.
They just come out of the blue.
In Gaylord, Michigan.
Right there, and then
party it up.
Now, is she expecting a proposal, though, of some sort at some point?
Yeah.
So this is something she's anticipated. You guys have talked about this. She knows this is heading this direction.
Yeah, but we should know when.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm just saying. So you guys, she does expect
know when
this.
or how.
Oh,
she didn't
great.
know when. So I was like, okay. So that was like I said, that was a month or two ago. Haven't really done much on it since.
So they didn't book their flights.
No, because we don't know when we're going to go. Everything is going to be based off the Cowboys schedule and training camp, right? So usually we go
married to the job first.
We go sometime in August after training camp. I'll take a week off, and we'll go up to Michigan.
I'll violate my NDA, leak it to you.
Okay, very nice. Oh, you have it already?
No, I don't.
Oh. That'd be really helpful.
Yeah.
That'd be very
I've
helpful,
made the
as a matter
network
of
mad
fact,
enough lately.
So, fast forward to yesterday. Now, I had told, so part of this is, my friend Wes is going to go with his wife. Part of this was me telling Sarah that I didn't want Wes and Natalie to go. I wanted to throw her off the scent.
Yeah.
So she was kind of like, oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I see like that.
Like our trip. It's just
our
for
trip.
us.
So she's kind of on board with that. And I'm not going to use the girl's name who spoiled everything. So we'll just call her Mackenzie. I think Mackenzie's in general ruin everything. So after I guess I have to. After the Stars game, she stays at the apartment.
The friend.
The friend.
You took the friend to the game.
To the game. Stays at the apartment.
So you got her tickets?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh.
I know. So Sarah gets back from the gym at like 7 a.m. It's like 7:20. She hops in the shower.
Yesterday.
And she hears my Gaylord commercial. And because they're listening, like the other girl is in the bathroom doing her makeup, whatever. Sarah's in the shower. And Sarah goes, "Oh, so do you hear Wes and his wife, want to go on this trip with us?" And she's like, "And we're not really sure if we want them to go.
Right.
But I guess they're going to go." And she says,
the friend
says, "Oh, that's weird. I was supposed to come on that trip too, and RJ was going to propose to you." Nice.
The friend told Sarah that.
Yeah. And as Sarah told me, she goes, "Did you?" Carly just said,
No,
"Oh,
this
crap,
is
I just said her name."
Mick Carly.
Sorry.
Mick Carly.
We're even now.
You know
Take
what?
your lumps like a man.
You know what? She deserves it. She deserves it. But so how did you find out that this was revealed to Sarah?
Sarah texted me. And she said, "Are you?" She said, "She just said that you're going to propose to me in Michigan." And I said,
"What the freak?"
She said, "What?" Like I was beside myself. Like I had no words.
Yeah.
None. I had no speech. None. I was stunned. This was, I think, this was right before Walchuk got in here that I found this out. And I was like,
which, by the way, if you were watching on the Fan Cam, Twitch, or YouTube, this is how you know that RJ Choppy is a serial killer inside. Like, I couldn't tell that. I couldn't tell really at all, Bobby. Right? I couldn't tell he was devastated, but he kept saying, I could cry. I think I'm going to cry right now. And I'm like, I can't tell.
And he looked like it.
So here's the
like during the break, he looked like he was ready to get upset.
I mean, I couldn't tell that
on the air. I couldn't tell, but during the break, I could tell it was bugging him.
So here's the exact text. He goes, "So I randomly told her about Wes saying he wants to come to Michigan, and she told me that you thought about proposing me there. You're so sweet. Hope you didn't still plan on it, by the way." And I said, "Shut up. She told you that?" And then a few curse words. And she goes, "Wait, you were serious?" And I was like, "Yeah, I absolutely planned on it." Like that was the text exchange I had with Sarah. I was like,
so the way that you also know that something serious is going on in our lives, if your significant other or someone calls you, like, they kind of have a little bit of a feel for commercial breaks, but like, I mean, I generally have a rule with a man. Like, if she knows if she calls me, I know there's a big problem. Like, don't call me during the show. Don't mess with me during the show. And Sarah called you at 40 after.
Yeah.
And that's why normally I'm like, oh, what? They don't realize we make a joke. We're like, they don't realize we're on the air. They don't know we have a job to do.
Kind of hustle they got going on. Like my mom has this. My mom doesn't know what I do for a living.
Right.
She has no idea. She has no idea what industry I'm in.
Yeah.
My kids call me in the middle of the show.
Yeah.
They have no idea what I do.
But Sarah listens all the time. So when she called at 40, I knew something was up.
Yeah. So she was like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not. I'm not well. I'm pretty unwell now." Like I was devastated. Like I felt
your marriage proposal plan got exposed.
Yeah, and it's all. I wasn't even mad, like angry. I felt like felt violated.
Yeah,
I was like, it's like, have you ever had your car broken into or something? I had my car broken into. It was just like a feeling like, ew.
Yeah,
like a dirty feeling.
Yeah,
and that's what this was. This was a dirty feeling.
Yes. And all your planning, your excitement. You're excited. You've got a $1,000 a night room, you got this balcony, you got everyone flying up. Like, that's a lot of daggone work, and you're building up to the engagement is not for the dude.
It's for her.
The engagement is for her, and you are excited to have her have this be a lifetime memory and be crying and bawling when all the friends popped out, and you were gonna be a hero.
I was gonna be he.
Yeah.
I was my I am he moment. Yeah. I'm him. That's what it was.
Until Mackenzie got involved.
Yeah, the fan text, by the way, saying Peyton successfully dumped the name, by the way. So.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
All right. 877-881-1053. So now, what the F?
Well, Now.
No. Now, like, what did you say to her? What's her explanation for opening her big fat mouth?
Well,
and ruining everything.
First of all, Sarah started blaming herself for even bringing up Michigan to her about Wes and his wife wanting to go.
Well, that's silly.
And I said, you can't blame yourself. I'm like, I'm not mad at you. I have zero anger at you whatsoever.
Yeah, that's
like, this is crazy. You can't be mad at yourself. She's very, like, she was beside herself all day yesterday. She had, like
blaming herself?
She blamed herself the entire day. And I was like, you can't blame yourself. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
What did I say? What was her explanation?
What did you say to Mackenzie? What did Mackenzie say to you?
So something got lost in translation with her thinking that since I hadn't talked about it directly to her in a while, which I thought I did. I thought I talked to her about it this past weekend. And I'm pretty sure I did, but she says I talked about like, you know, what kind of ring she might want. I thought we talked about everything. But even still, she thought that I had changed my mind because she wasn't up on the latest. She didn't know that Wes texted us on the side. So she thought it was like either she was getting disinvited, I don't know, or that we had changed plans.
And make it about you, Mackenzie.
So that was like her side of it. Okay, fine, whatever. It's still like my whole thing was like, adults know. You don't give secrets away like this.
Yeah, Bobby and I have known this for a while.
Yeah.
You don't allude to it. You don't blow up someone's spot. It's a lifetime moment, lifetime memory.
Yeah, so it is a lifetime memory. Or was a lifetime memory. Now we got a great story. Now here's the problem. So
did you text her going off on her? Did you call her? Did she apologize profusely? Is she the friend in tears beside herself, devastated?
She texted with Sarah. She felt really bad. She did not text me. She was like, I can't even like talk to him right now. I can't face him.
Yeah.
I called her yesterday.
The friend.
Yeah, I called her last night.
Ooh.
And I was like, look, I'm not mad at you. I'm sad for Sarah. I'm devastated. I'm defeated. I've got no ideas. I was like, your punishment is I'm going to destroy you on the radio for about 20 minutes. I was like, that's your punishment.
100,000 watts.
And you're going to take it, like, you're going to sit there, you're going to take it.
You're going to be the number one story over NFL Draft Round 1.
Bro, you're not going to complain about it. You're not going to complain about it. You're just going to take it. And you're going to sit there and you're going to take your lumps. And you're not out of the fan. I can't throw it. She's been friends.
Because you said that they listen.
They listen all the time.
Yeah.
Her whole family listens. I mean, like all her coworkers, like, and Sarah and her have been like friends since they were like 6 years old.
Yeah.
She's not going anywhere.
Right.
Can't kick her out of the friend group.
Right.
You know? But, you know, you can take your lumps.
Yep.
And this is her lump. Big one. Big giant lump right on top of the head.
You have to take it.
You got to take it. You know, like, did she own up to it? She got to own it. She did this. She got to own it.
But did she?
Kinda. Got
a little deflection.
There was, I mean, like, not deflection, but like the I don't want to call it an excuse, but the reason of us texting on the side, but the other guy threw her off.
But did you get an I'm so sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I got a sorry.
Do you find it genuine?
Yes.
Is she upset?
Is she upset? So, you know, it's a defense mechanism. I do the same thing. So yesterday, like, we're on this group chat. You know, like, instead of like talking about it in the text, she just started sending like memes and videos, which is normal, but it's a deflection. It's a defense mechanism. It's to like,
it's like,
hey,
you shouldn't even be on the group chat today.
take a break.
You take a break.
Take 5.
Go into hiding.
But like, you know, it's just let's try to get everybody laughing, and I'm cool with that because, you know, that's my defense mechanism.
Yeah.
You know, I try to, when something goes wrong, I try to make light of things. I try to laugh. But now I am back to square one. And I have no idea what to do. I am completely at a loss. I am terrible with these ideas. This idea fell into my lap out of nowhere, and it turned out to be great. But now I'm like, well,
here's the problem.
I guess we'll just do it sometime next year.
And if you're just tuning in, RJ's marriage proposal got blown up and ruined by the best friend, as she told RJ's future fiance and wife where and how he was planning to do it, which if y'all have a similar story, messing up a surprise birthday party is one thing. You know what I mean? Like, you see each other in the parking lot while you're all trying to, you're running late, and the birthday person is in the parking lot. What are you doing here? Oh, I recognize, like, those 4 other cars. That stuff, that may happen.
Yeah.
But this is, like, all-time bad. And I was wondering whether Sarah should not have even told you and realized that Mackenzie ruined everything. But, like, just to keep it quiet, maybe tell you after the fact. Like, y'all go to Michigan, Gaylord, you do it, and then, like, I don't know. I was wondering about that.
Would that have been worse, though? Like, if she told you afterwards, like, hey, I knew about this for months now?
So...
No way it would have been worse.
It wouldn't have been worse for me. It would have been worse for her.
Yeah.
Ignorance is bliss.
Like, she would have expected it.
But now she's going to expect it at every turn. That's the thing. I have ideas written down for you, but we can't really say them on the radio.
Right. No, you can't say them on the radio. And, like, all she has said, like, she wants to know. I think she wants to know what the ring would look like. We haven't even gone to look for a ring yet. She wants to know what the ring would look like. By the way, if you need one, Diamonds Direct.
Diamonds Direct, baby.
Love them.
So she wants to know what it would look like.
Go in and say Mackenzie for 90% off.
She wants to have no expectation and no idea when the proposal's coming.
Like most women.
Like most. So even if she kept it quiet, she still would have known when it's coming, and I think that would have been worse for her. So I would have hated that for her. So I don't know what to do. I'm gonna scan and scour the truck.com text line.
Their ideas are, all they're asking for right now. They're saying get Mackenzie on the phone, hash this out on
the phone. Woo! I would bump Jerry Jones.
You would bump Jerry for that.
I'd send Biden a voicemail off of that story from yesterday, which we'll get to in a little bit.
So that's where I am now.
That should be her punishment. She has to come on and have me and Bobby cross-examine
her.
Just grill her.
Oh man, I don't know.
Okay, so is this out of like? I'm sorry to be harsh, but I'm mad for you. Was this out of stupid? Is she stupid, or was it truly, you think, accidental miscommunication, or was there any bit? We're getting a couple of these text theories. Was there any intent?
Well, she's not stupid.
Okay.
She's not stupid. She's
good for you, Mackenzie. That's good.
Yeah, she's not stupid.
Right. Could there have been any ill intent here?
But she doesn't like low-key hate you in a way, like where she would sabotage you.
Man, the amount of people that texted me yesterday, because I told the story to everybody. I'm sorry. I told it to everybody. The amount of people that said that this was clear sabotage blew me away.
Ooh.
I don't want to believe.
Yeah, you think this was involuntary manslaughter?
I think this is involuntary manslaughter. I think that's what it is. This is involuntary manslaughter. I just don't know. Like, I don't know why someone would purposely do this unless there's some.
Is she jealous?
I don't know. I mean, look, anybody should be jealous if they're with me. Why not? But
can I present an alternate theory or a potential explanation? If it was so known that you guys were going to get engaged, is it possible that she didn't think the actual moment like was that much of a surprise? Like, is it possible she wasn't thinking of the gravity of it because Sarah knows you guys are getting engaged? I'm not saying that's the reason. I'm just trying to come up with what her line of thinking might have been.
I mean, maybe, but like, you wouldn't tell like where, and then she said, like, as soon as she said that, in her brain, she was like, oh, blank. Like, I let the cat out of the bag.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, but yeah, as far as I'm concerned, she's cut out of the secret group now. She's the media as far as I'm concerned. She's Ian Rappaport. She's going to start spewing everything. I can't trust her with anything.
Did you give her the Aaron Rodgers text, lose my number?
Lose my number? No, that did not get to lose my number.
So now the problem is, like, at any turn, you either have to propose at such like a weak moment, a week in terms of we're at the restaurant, or not something grand.
Yeah.
Because she's going to be thinking anytime,
any big moment,
if she goes to California, if you go to Mexico tomorrow, this weekend, like, Mexico's probably out. Like, you're going to Mexico this weekend, and she would be thinking about it, unless you can definitely know that she wouldn't be thinking about it. And then you're going to have to do it at
I have an idea, but I can't say it on the air, obviously. But I have an idea for you, Chop, when we get to the break.
Okay.
So what's your devastation level right now? I feel forgiveness already seeping in.
I'm devastated. I'm devastated. Like I'm gonna play on the. I don't think she did this intentionally. Like I can't imagine she would. She's such a close friend of ours.
Yeah.
So I don't want. I would never believe that.
Does she usually have like a big mouth, blabbermouth?
No.
Yeah.
No. I mean, everybody likes to gossip a little bit,
Sure.
but this is not gossip. So, I just think this is a gross mistake that And she kept saying yesterday, I just all I do is ruin lives. I go, you don't ruin lives. But you did ruin our day.
Yeah, here we go.
You did ruin our day.
Oh, here we go.
You ruined the hell out of my day. That's for sure. So
why don't I just disappear?
Yep.
Why don't I just go into hiding?
Absolutely.
Whenever play old victim card. Let's all feel sorry for you.
So I think.
So you never feel bad when you snitch. You love it.
No, because 75% of my snitching is to trigger you.
Yeah, it's on purpose.
I knew what I said about Broadus yesterday would get under your skin, so that's why I did.
Oh, I could tell, yeah, because as soon as you're saying it, you're like, had the little evil smirk, like, I can't wait to watch the reaction of him hearing this.
Yeah, the thing about your wife, what happened, I misjudged.
You felt as bad as Mackenzie when that happened.
No, I did feel bad, but really, thinking about it, I blame your wife's sense of humor. It's her fault. She should have had a better sense of humor.
She's an Expressway listener, so this will go over well.
She should have had a better sense of humor in that moment, so it's not my fault.
Yeah.
I think I'm not going to be home the next 3 days.
Yeah. My devastation level, it's still at a high. It's still like an 8, like a 9 or 10.
Yeah.
It'll be that way for a while. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
I was really without words yesterday. I left the show as a zombie.
Yeah, yesterday after the show, Peyton texted us as Sandler was like taking shots, and I was like, yo, this taking shots at RJ or whatever over the bit, and I was like, today, no messing with Choppy today. No joking. Don't even mess around with it. Bobby's like, let's make a Sandler song, and I was like, no, just let him be. Let him get to his vacation. That's a 9 out of 10 bad.
Yeah, it was awful.
That's a 9 out of 10 bad.
It was awful.
With this girl. Did.
We gotta find a way that we can rectify the situation.
It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough to come up with a creative, surprising idea.
Yeah, that isn't revolving around a big event.
Yeah,
because it can't. And now the big event's gone.
And that happens sooner rather than later because now you gotta wait for the element of surprise to reset.
Yeah.
You know.
Got to.
That sucks, man. Sorry.
It's all right. Well, it's not all right. But
we'll get
what
it
am I
back
gonna do
for
about
you.
it?
877 Mackenzie, if you want to call in, here's the number. 877-881-1053. Peyton, be on the lookout. 877-881-1053. Mike Florio at 8 o'clock. Brad Sham, the voice of America's team, at 9:20. All right, let's knock out a few odds. There's no easy way to transition from all that mess. But thank you for all the ideas. We'll go through them on Twitch, YouTube, and the text line. All right. The phone's ringing, Peyton. Pick that up.
Oh, no.
Check the last
Look, see, Chop. See if that's the number.
Chop.
There's a bunch of numbers ringing, though.
All right, hang on.
You got to get this one right.
Check the last 4 digits. Caller ID is coming in. He doesn't think it's her. Any of those the last 4 digits? Can you see, old man?
Yeah, well, it's hard to see. Yeah,
Okay.
none of those are it.
Okay, all right, good. Ooh, I was going to get nervous there.
It's going to be a good bit by somebody if they're going to call in and pretend to be Mackenzie.
And pretend to be her.
Yeah.
That's all right. People are probably trying to call in with ideas. All right, Roberto.
Mm-hmm.
Total round 1 trades tonight within the top 10. Everyone always goes, and I know we should build this up as well. We got the draft covered. This could be the craziest draft ever. This has been the most unpredictable ever. How many trades within the top 10 as the draft has become a betting phenomenon? It has gone crazy in terms of the growth of it. They said the NFL draft was like betting on a random Pirates-Reds baseball game 15 years ago. Now it's the equivalent to betting on a Lakers-Celtics Game 7 of the finals. That's how big it's become.
Wow.
Over, under, what do you think it's said? Or how many trades do you think will happen in the top 10?
Well, I'm going to guess the over-under is 1.5.
It is 1.5.
Yeah.
Total trades tonight.
3.5.
6. That's a lot. The over-under is 6. What other player will be traded first on draft day? The favorite is Austin Eckler at plus 200. Then Dalvin. Then Derrick Henry. Then Lamar. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. DeAndre Hopkins, as yesterday, Pac-Man.
Whoa. Hopkins is that far down the list?
7-1, plus 700. Bet that. If
Jeez.
Pac-Man's right, I'm assuming you talked to DeAndre or the same agent. Plus 700, 7-1 for Hopkins to get traded. And then Josh Jacobs. Primary color of tie for the number 1 pick. There's a heavy favorite here.
Red.
No.
Damn.
Think about it.
Crimson.
Or?
Oh, blue.
Blue.
Yeah.
Blue is minus 200. Red is plus 200. Bryce Young, Bama. Who will the number 1 overall pick hug first?
Like in their group, their personal group?
Yep.
See, it's hard for me to say because I don't know.
Mother.
I don't know relationship status.
Mother.
Mother's the favorite. Easy, Dion. Minus 250. The mom's around. We're going to assume prime time.
No, I meant like, is he with a girlfriend or is he married?
As long as it's not CD's reaction.
Well, it's a quarterback. Dion wants to make sure both are there.
Will the number 1 overall pick cry? Heavy odds on no, minus 2,000. How many will be wearing ties? Will Will Levis be shown eating an entire banana?
Like in stock footage?
In the coverage.
Yes.
No.
That is so animalistic of him.
Does it count if you just take a bite or two? It says an entire banana.
Yeah, does just the tip count, or do you have to take the entire thing?
Minus 2,000 is no. What?
Well done.
He liked that joke.
Minus 2,000 is no. Then we got total players from the ACC, Big 10, Big 12, Pac-12, SEC. Total quarterbacks, RJ, drafted in the first round. The over-under is what?
The over-under is,
go, say it.
4.5.
4.5. Total running backs, Bobby, drafted in the first round. As BetQL sent us their mock. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Who did they have the Cowboys taking at 26?
I don't remember who it was. I remember thinking it was wrong. Jameer Gibbs, I think it was. Yeah.
Jameer Gibbs.
Yeah. So
thought I caught you slipping.
Over-under is at 2.
1.5.
Okay, I didn't know if they would go half or if they'd take the
tight end over/under 2.5.
Yeah.
Total wideouts drafted 3.5. What team will draft Bijan Robinson? As there's a rumor out there that Chicago is going to take him.
Atlanta.
It is Atlanta.
Yeah.
Why you say that?
Because Atlanta likes him a lot. That's where I think he's going tonight.
What pick they have?
8.
Let me ask you this, Bobby. They have the Cowboys passing on Darnell Wright. Would they do that?
In the BetQL
Yeah.
thing, the Jeremiah had them passing on Darnell Wright too. I don't think they would, but I think that was interesting.
Here are the teams in order to draft Bijan. Falcons, Texans, Eagles, Commanders, Cowboys, and Patriots are tied at 10-1. What team will draft Hendon Hooker, RJ Choppy?
I'm gonna guess. It's the New Orleans Saints.
It's the Minnesota Vikings. But if you listen to Chris Collinsworth from PFF, it'll be the team that we thought already had a quarterback.
Chiefs, defending Super Bowl champions at pick 31. Where are the Chiefs going?
I couldn't leave Hendon Hooker out. I like him too much. And I started thinking about this thing. And I go, you know what? I mean, the only thing that really knocks the Chiefs out of contention is if something happens to Patrick for 4 or 5 games. And they just don't have that. They did fine last year in the playoff game with their backup quarterback coming in there.
You know, like that to me is a masterclass on what not to do on draft night.
He's getting killed.
Throw out everything he's ever said.
So the Cowboys' downfall in the 90s started with Shante Carver pick, right?
Started with the backup drafts.
When they started picking backups.
Yes.
You cannot in the NFL draft. They're just, we got to start over there. We're just taking backups.
They literally, their approach was to draft quality backups because they had great players at starting
Nobody
positions.
could ever make this actual starting roster.
Who was in charge of this?
They drafted Emmett in the second round in 96. They drafted Sherman Williams, a running back, just to be a backup and take 10 carries for Emmett.
I guess Jerry was technically.
Jerry was. But like that was part of their downfall. They just started drafting backups.
Was that Tom Siskowski?
He wasn't running it, but he was there.
We've got all the starters we need. We just need backups just in case. And it killed their depth because it also killed the team because these guys, like, by 1995, a running back is already on the kind of the second half of their career.
Mm-hmm.
By 1995, Michael Irvin had been in the league for 8 years. He's near the end. You still had a quarterback, but all those offensive linemen weren't 22 in 1992.
First defensive player selected tonight, Bobby.
Will Anderson.
Will Anderson second.
Ooh, interesting. Tyree Wilson.
1-2. As Zach Wilchuk told us yesterday, Jalen Carter's the best player on his board. First corner taken.
Oh, man. It's been going back and forth. I'm guessing there's been a late push for Devin Witherspoon.
Witherspoon is heavy. 2-7.
It had been Christian Gonzalez the whole time.
Christian Gonzalez is almost even money. First linebacker?
Straight linebacker. I'm getting Drew Sanders.
Drew Sanders. First offensive lineman?
Peter Skoronski.
No.
Paris Johnson.
Paris Johnson. First tight end?
Dalton Kincaid.
No.
Michael Mayer.
Michael Mayer.
Wow.
Clarence Hill reporting that the Cowboys they like Michael Mayer, but they prefer Dalton Kincaid, which should make you happy. And first receiver selected?
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yes. 2-7. There it is. Your NFL draft preview.
Mostly right, I think. I think I can agree with pretty much all that.
Oh, you agree with it. All right. 877-881-1053. What's been the consensus amongst the Tolos on your Twitter account? Love of the Star, DallasCowboys.com feedback. Who do the Tolos want? If we were to put out all the options,
I don't think
that are realistic.
That's the thing. They are as split, I think, as we are because, look, let's be honest. It's natural when you're listening and you're getting your information from people like Brian Broaddus and Zach Wolchuk and stuff like that. It's natural to have certain guys that you gravitate towards. They're very split. Michael Mayer is a popular one, though.
All right, we got Brad Sham at 9:20 and Mike Florio next to preview tonight. Whale alert to get you set for the draft and a perfect commercial to get there right now.
But let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. It's the final days, the final hours of their amazing once-a-year spring store-wide sale. Everyone's loving it, but the time's running out. You got until Sunday, 5 o'clock. Take advantage of 20% savings on virtually everything. You've been hearing all about it. Now you need to be a part of it. It's the main event of the year at Diamonds Direct. Big trunk shows all weekend. Designers in store. See tons of trendy, new, unique fashion jewelry from New York, California, all on sale.
Plus, acclaimed jewelry designers will be in store with an expanded selection. All the latest styles and trends, all on sale. If you're about to get engaged, or looking at wedding bands, or have any special event on the horizon, you cannot miss this spectacular spring sale. Doesn't get any bigger. Tell them Sean and RJ. Go in there for choppy, y'all. 20% savings off Diamonds Direct's already unbeatable value price. Get details, store hours, directions, and more. And don't tell her best friend that you're going to DiamondsDirect.com.
Get the top stories exclusive. in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Night 1, round 1, NFL draft coverage with myself, Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, and a host of others at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. 6 o'clock tonight. Let's preview it with Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, who joins us yet again on the Diamond Factory Hotline. We need a place for you or the family to put a body based upon our last segment. You have any suggestions or ideas?
Place to put a body?
Yeah.
A dead body?
Well,
I'm
not saying that. Choppy had his marriage proposal ruined by the friend of the fiance. She kind of accidentally told her what RJ was planning on doing to propose. So now it's been blown up. So that's where we need your book to come into play.
So wait, you're suggesting you want to kill her and get rid of her body?
No, Mike, you're a lawyer. You know how to speak around things, and you're just going right to it.
I'll tell you this, though. 9 years ago, when we moved into the house we now live in, and we realized we had accumulated a bunch of crap at our other house, so we borrowed a truck and loaded it up and took it out to the dump. I had never been to the dump before. The dump is this giant, vast wasteland, and it occurred to me that, man, if somebody wanted to kill someone, how would they ever find the body out here in this mound of stuff? How would you ever do it? So the dump, I guess, would be my final answer.
Sean, has the foundation been poured on your new home yet?
God, it has not been.
Oh, okay.
But there you go. Father of Mine is out. It was out 2 days ago. Mike Florio is the author of it, joining us from ProFootballTalk.com. Is your number one storyline tonight, our first question to get answered, starting at number 2 with the Texans?
Well, yeah, because everybody knows it's going to be Bryce Young at number 1. There would be something coming from the Panthers. There would be a leak. There would be a story. At very worst, there would be, hey, not so fast on Bryce Young. That Will Levis stuff from the other day where the odds got freaked out because there was a Reddit post with an anonymous report that Levis was telling people the Panthers told him he'd be number 1. No, it's Bryce Young. So it starts at number 2. And truly, no one knows what the Texans are going to do. John McClay, who's covered that team since they were founded and then was covering Houston football for decades before that, he thinks it's going to be Will Levis at number 2. I think Levis's ceiling is 2 and floor is 4 to the Colts. If he's there at 4, the Colts take him. The question is, will the Texans take him at 2, and then would someone else trade up to take him at 3?
Mike, we've been talking here in Dallas about how just stunningly quiet it's been in terms of chatter and buzz about guys that the Cowboys might be interested in. And that seems to be applicable around a lot of the league. Is there some sort of league-wide maybe understanding from the office that just says, hey, we're tired of there being a lot of these guys that you guys are telegraphing. We want you to be a little quieter about what the plans are?
I think at the very top of the draft, possibly. But when you get beyond the first few picks, you talk at your own risk. When word starts to get out there of the guy you're thinking about, you're inviting someone to leapfrog you and take the guy that you wanted to take. So I think it's strategic beyond the first few picks that you don't want people to know what you're going to do. The Cowboys are drafting so late at 26, and, hey, that's the good part of having a great season, but they're so low in the process, there's no reason other than to engage in misdirection because they have no idea who's going to be there. They have to be ready for all the different scenarios, 25 spots, who all could be taken. We better have 26 guys we love because there's a chance that the top 25 guys we love will be the 25 guys that are taken in front of us. And from the Cowboys' perspective, what is a win tonight in the draft room, anytime a guy is taken in front of them who isn't on their top 26 list. That's what Cowboys fans should be rooting for. Of course, the fans don't know. But it's a win every time one of those guys that isn't on the Cowboys' top 26 list gets drafted before they're on the clock.
Who else has your attention tonight, or is there a rumor that you're hearing or watching for that you may be sitting on that could catch us by surprise?
I'm fascinated by Jalen Carter. That's been the most controversial name in the draft. How high could he go? He should go to the Cardinals at 3, frankly, or even arguably the Texans at 2. He's the best player in the draft. That's the consensus. But the off-field issues are a problem, and I think the Cardinals, with all the crap they've been dealing with, the dysfunction that they've endured recently, they can't have this guy who, as he walks through the door, there's questions about the incident he was involved in, speeding, reckless driving, 2 people in the other car died. They just can't have that right now with all the other issues they're dealing with. So does he fall out of the top 5? And would it be good for him to fall out of the top 5? Because if he does, maybe he's a little chastened as he enters the NFL, and he's learned his lesson between choices made and consequences endured. The one that really fascinates me, though, at number 5, this is the one that would shake up the draft if it happens. There are people who believe the Seahawks will take Anthony Richardson, the Florida quarterback, at 5 if he's there. And the reaction to that is, well, wait, they have Geno Smith, 3 years, $105 million. Well, the reality is they can get out of it after 1 year and $28 million. They could put Anthony Richardson on the bench. They could develop him. And here's the other reason that Pete Carroll and John Schneider, the coach and GM of the Seahawks, should be thinking about it. That team's probably going to get sold at some point in 2024 at the earliest. If you get yourself a superstar quarterback in Anthony Richardson, because he has superstar potential, you probably save yourself, and you don't have to worry about the new owner thinking, I need to go get a new coach and a new GM. If you deliver Anthony Richardson and he's a star, then you may have a pass for years to come. That would be a reason for them to consider rolling the dice, and there are people who think they will.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, join us here at 105 through the Fan. You mentioned Jalen Carter. Because he's going to be at in the draft room. I mean, he's going to be there in the green room or whatever. Does the NFL talk to teams and make sure that these guys are going to go early? I mean, because you don't want another Aaron Rodgers situation.
Or maybe you do. I don't know. I saw a report that the TCU receiver Quentin Johnson wasn't invited because they were concerned he was going to slide out of round 1. I mean, that's some of the best drama in the draft. Now, they've tried to focus it toward more positive, which I give them credit for. Let's not revel in some kid's agony because you brought him to the draft and he's sitting there with his hair all messed up and his tie askew, and he just looks like, it's been the worst day of his life. So I agree with you there. I firmly believe that Carter doesn't accept the invitation if his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, isn't 100% sure he's going top 10. I think they know he's going top 10. I think they know the Eagles are taking him at 10 if he's there. They may know that somebody higher than 10 is taking him, but I think that's why he's there. There's no way he's fallen out of the top 10 because it makes Rosenhaus look horrible. It makes Carter look horrible if he falls out of the top 10. But again, to the extent that – because I talked to a GM weeks ago who said, if you take him too high, you validate the behaviors that have people thinking about not taking him that high. It's almost good for him to fall a little bit, and maybe that's the little jolt that he needs to be fully focused, fully driven. There's the concern he doesn't play hard all the time. And he needs to also be – we don't talk about this enough. He needs to be with a coach that knows how to press his buttons. It's in his benefit to be with a Mike Tomlin if the Steelers would maybe move up from 17, Dan Campbell at 6, a Pete Carroll who may know how to get the most out of him. But for his career, he needs to be with a coach who will ultimately get him to play hard all the time.
Mike, what do you think about some of the chatter that's been out there about C.J. Stroud? And I guess just how the conversation about his intelligence or just in general his value has been out there. Do you think the media has been totally fair to Stroud during this process?
I don't like it that any of this stuff gets out. The teams put it out there, agents put it out there, and people will say, well, if the teams know, what does it matter? The teams know these numbers. Why does it matter if it gets leaked? Because then it gets leaked and the fans know about it, and the teams start worrying about what the perception is going to be if we take a guy who busts. They'd rather the people out there not know what the red flags were, so when the guy busts, it's like, oh, well, we didn't see this coming. So that's why it can move the needle. It can make an owner skittish. It can make a GM whose job may be in a tenuous spot leery. So it gets out there. It shouldn't. And the thing about the S2, I don't think it's really an intelligence test. It's more of a processing and reaction thing, but it's not universally used. Unless every team is using it, I don't think we should put the stock in it that some seem to be putting in it. And the bottom line is, it was leaked. And Stroud said yesterday he doesn't think it was an accident. And he made his case. I'm not a test taker. I'm a football player. And the bottom line is it's just part of the evaluation. I don't like it that it gets out there. I don't like it that the kid had to explain it, because a lot of times what happens is there's a team that really loves C.J. Stroud and is putting that stuff out there and amplifying it so C.J. Stroud will fall just enough so that team can draft him. Or it's an agency thing. C.J. Stroud with Athletes First, Will Levis with CAA. And I'm not saying it's happened here, but I know it's happened in the past. That's part of what goes on. The agent not only props up his own guy, but the agent knocks others as well. I think it's one of the reasons why Lamar Jackson fell to 32, because he didn't have anyone participating in that game of talking my guy up and talking the other guys down.
Where do you think we stand with Lamar now?
I think that it all comes down to whether or not he and the Ravens do a long-term deal before July 17. And then if that doesn't work, will he play for $32.4 million on a one-year deal after July 17? All they can do is a one-year deal. How much more would they offer him? At some point, he's got to say yes. Just like Odell Beckham Jr. a couple of weeks ago. He's not getting a job until he says yes. Now, the Ravens made him an offer that he couldn't refuse, frankly. But I don't know what the Ravens are going to do with Lamar Jackson. And at some point, he has to acknowledge, I'm not going to get what I want. What's the best thing I can get? There's a chance that a team that needs a quarterback emerges from this weekend thinking, let's go ahead and make a run at Lamar. I think that's a very small chance. I think it's the Ravens or no one.
Mike Florio here on The Fan. Pac-Man started a little stir yesterday on McAfee saying that DeAndre Hopkins is going to get traded very, very soon. The Ravens were thrown into that, Kansas City, Buffalo. Any other names get dealt tonight or this weekend between Dalvin, Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, and DeAndre Hopkins?
Well, I think the running backs would be more of a let's see what happens after the draft type of a thing, because I think a team needs to look at its full collection of players that it's picked up before assessing whether or not to make a move for a veteran, expensive running back. I think that expense is the problem for Derrick Henry, for Dalvin Cook, and it's the expectation for Austin Eckler that he wants more than $6.25 million. A lot of guys coming out tonight with full tread on the tire, young, able to get the job done at the running back position. Every major college has a guy who can play in the NFL. If you block for him, if you trust him to hold on to the football, and if you can rely on him to pick up blitzers, those are the three main ingredients. And that's why I think these running backs are having this issue. DeAndre Hopkins, I expect to get traded at some point, and maybe tonight it's done in like a flip-flop of first-round picks. I don't think anybody's given up a first-round pick for him. I'd be stunned if that happens. But if it's, team moves from 19 down to 23 or whatever, something like that, or the Cardinals move back into round one and they give up a high second-round pick and DeAndre Hopkins, I could see something like that happening. But the key for him, too, is what is someone going to pay him? And the Chiefs and the Bills seem to be the teams that are the most likely to end up with DeAndre Hopkins.
What was your take on the Rodgers compensation, and do you believe him where he says this is not a one-year thing?
Well, I think the Jets got fleeced. I really do. I think that the trigger for 2024, the second-round pick that becomes a first-round pick, for it to only be 65% playing time, it's not tied on making it to the playoffs. Are you kidding me? All he has to play is 11 games. He can get injured and miss 6 games. I did the math, 11.05 games, assuming that the number of snaps in all games are equal. We know it's not, but it smooths out over time. It's roughly 11 games. Let's just say 12. He can miss 5 games, and the Jets still owe a first-round pick next year. They don't have to win a single game, and the Jets still owe a first-round pick next year. And the final twist of the knife by the Packers was that flip-flop of 13 to 15, and I've seen people who are trying to make this look good for the Jets twist themselves in knots. That's a huge thing to drop from 13 to 15. They're behind the Patriots now in round one. They're arch rivals. The Patriots have dibs before they do at 15. That's a big deal. And so it just shows how badly they wanted him. The Packers got a great return for a guy who was never going to play for them again, so I think it worked out well. And I do think that the way the Packers dug in their heels makes Rodgers more motivated to be there for the offseason program, and it makes him more motivated to go back for a second year. During the press conference, he said, I'm just going to focus on 23. Afterward, he said, it's not a one-year thing, it's commitment. And, oh, by the way, there's a 25% chance that he goes back to Green Bay next year and plays the Packers if he's with the Jets as part of the schedule rotation. That 17th game is an extra interconference game, and if the Packers finish in the same position in their division as the Jets finish in theirs, it's Jets at Packers next year.
One of our listeners, Tim Metzler, has just tweeted us, I did my part for the cause. He went and got Father of Mine. Ooh. What is he going to be getting with the book and the other Tolos who purchase it, Mike?
Well, for $4.99, you get something that really, what can you get for $4.99? It is a great bargain. Of course, I think it's a good book because I'm incapable of being objective, but people seem to like it. I'm hearing from people who read it in one day. I don't think you would read it in one day unless you absolutely have nothing else to do. Your power's out, your internet's out, your TV's out, and you're locked in a room, and not a dark room because you need light to read it. So people are reading it in one day. People seem to like it. It's cheap. It's a small investment. And also there's a print version available, and I have a copy here because I was only going to do ebook, but people wanted to have a print version, so I arranged for one to be made. You can get it for $14.47. I am very impressed with how it turned out. So $14.47, get it that way, and you can hold it in your hands. $4.99, you can read it on your screen, and you're going to read it quickly if your experience is like some of the folks I've been hearing from. So Amazon, get it now. And I'll see what kind of a bump I get, guys.
Oh,
I want to see if the 105.3 The Fan audience is as loyal to you as you think they are. Because if they are, they're going to mobilize and buy it now.
Well, I mean, we already got 4 appearances out of you. It doesn't matter now. We'll push.
Everyone is riding on what happens in the next half hour. It's like a telethon. Pick up your phone. Go to Amazon and click buy now.
Father of Mine, ProFootballTalk.com. Mike Florio. Thank you, brother.
Bye.
C-U-Y,
bye.
C-U-Y. Get him out. Mike Florio, Diamond Factory Hotline. Hit him up so we can have him on again for all the latest NFL news, rumors, and insight. Why is someone trying to get rid of one of the great moments in Rangers history and a former Maverick destroys? First Take with Stephen A. and Choppy's boy Russo next.
But let's get you over to Q.
That's soda. And by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Full count here to Senzel. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed batter. The 3-2 is hit high into the air, pretty deep left. Thompson going back, still back to the track. This one's gone. Nick Senzel homers to straightaway left. A walk-off two-run home run to give the Reds a 5-3 victory and a 3-game series sweep of the Rangers.
Well, that was embarrassing. Hicksy with the call yesterday afternoon. The Reds sweep the Rangers. Are you kidding me? Rangers back in action tonight against the Yankees on our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD. But throughout this series, I've tuned to one thing to make myself feel better. It is not a crack pipe. It is Bruce Bochy. He just makes me feel okay with the honesty and the soothing voice after even getting swept against these scrubs.
I mean, we battled back, well-pitched game on both sides. Early we left some runners out there, but their guy was doing a pretty good job too. And, you like the way we came back. We tied it, had a couple guys out there. And tough series, no getting around it. One you really want to forget, got nicked up. So, this is one that, we got to head home and reset here right now and get back to our game.
I just want to hug him. I want him to be my grandpa. I do.
Yeah?
Yeah, I love the man. I just love listening to him speak. It just feels like everything's going to be okay.
Everything's going to be okay, except for the bullpen. He's losing his touch. It's clear.
I don't mean to take shots, but it's just such a stark contrast and improvement from the Woodward approach to everything.
Was a great dude,
but it was just so there was no. It just felt like all on a calculator to me with Woodward. Like it was all just so robotic, and there was no. When we talk about feel for the game, does somebody have a feel for the game? Like that was a criticism Kellen Moore got. Did he have a feel for it? Like I felt like Woodward didn't have a feel. Like Bochy at least is tapped into that part of it. I think.
Would we be saying this if we didn't know that he had all his rings?
Yeah, I think I would.
He was first-year manager. Would we be like, this guy's got the touch and the feel?
I think we'd be saying that in terms of because he's played so many of these bullpen decisions right this first part of the season. And there have been so many things that he's played the right way. Cincinnati was an awful series. That was bad. Across Bochy made some bad decisions there. The bullpen was not good. The bats weren't good. Jared Sandler was awful.
Yep.
Technically speaking, from like an execution standpoint, Jared Sandler was great. He did a great job on the call. He just destroyed the Rangers series. So
I don't feel pressure.
Yeah, I know. But I think Bochy's absolutely shown a good feel for the game here. Like I think that's things we'd still be saying about him if this was his first job. 3 rings helps though, yeah.
3 rings helps. 3 rings helps. Look, any kind of this is the issue. Like before he went to San Fran as the manager, right? Where he had been in San Diego for years. He went to one World Series. Before he went to San Fran, people would have said, "Oh man, Bochy's got it," right? And he wouldn't have said that. They win 3 titles in 6 years.
I think people said that about him in San Diego.
Well, he was very good.
Yeah,
he was always seen as. But when you win 3 titles in 6 years, your perception goes to a different level.
Definitely.
And yeah, while he was a good manager all the time, like look at Joe Torre's perception from before the Yankees to after. I mean, he was known that the New York papers when he got hired called him Clueless Joe on his opening press conference, and then they love him. Like winning gives you a complete change of your perception.
To be fair though, like the reverse can happen. You can damage your legacy pretty quickly. Go look at La Russa. Look at Joe Gibbs in the NFL. Like, and so I mean, no, Gibbs took heat really fast for being out of touch, and
it didn't
when
affect
he came
his
back,
legacy. Yeah, he was out of touch.
I think it did affect his. He doesn't get named as one of the best coaches of all time nearly as frequently as he did before he came back. You disagree?
It just messed with my childhood. I'm not objective. That's all.
I'm triggering his 5-year-old Hogs Halloween costume that he wore.
Yeah.
No, but I I think Bochy has done a great job. Wasn't a great series for him. Wasn't a great road trip. Wasn't for anybody. Run it back. It'll be fine.
Why are people trying to get rid of the Roogie Odor moment?
Because people are soft. Sean Sharif.
Is this Mark Cuban going after Rangers art?
Yeah, look, I got to be honest. I think when you look throughout history, whenever you have powerful people telling just everyday citizens that your art must come down and it can't be displayed in the city, that's not been a great track record for steps to come after that. But this is the second controversial piece of art. And this one you wouldn't think would be as controversial. It's Rougned Odor just knocking the S out of Jose Bautista, one of the greatest moments in the history of the Rangers, the greatest fight in the history of the Rangers. I will take it over the Robin Ventura, Nolan Ryan fight.
Really?
Yes, I will.
I've been watching the Nolan documentary, by the way. I don't know how old it is, but I was like...
About a year and a change.
Oh, okay.
Is it good?
Yeah.
It's all right.
It was just the one episode, though, right? The hour and a half?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, Nolan Ryan. You know what I mean? It's like...
how about that narrator?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, obviously, it's all tailored to him and everything, but it's interesting.
Juan Velasquez, a local artist.
It proved how right. Sorry, Bobby. It proved how right you were about we over celebrate him here. Like after he came here at 40.
Oh, he's a look.
Like,
his best years were in California.
It didn't really click with me until I'm like, oh, like the Rangers, Tom Grieve and them, they're celebrating this signing, but it's kind of like when like a really good player, Aaron Rodgers of the Jets, except
that's what it is.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what that's it's Favre with Minnesota, Rodgers with the Jets, it's Brady with Tampa, but even Brady with Tampa won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this crappy franchise, like we're so desperate, we bring in a 41-year-old name, even though he had stuff left in the tank still. But
he had 2 no-hitters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, his ERA when he was here was 3.4. His FIP was under 3. He had the 2 no-hitters here, like you said. He was still good here.
But we treat him like he was ours.
He went into the Hall of Fame with Texas, partly because bridges had been burned elsewhere.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah.
Does he? Yeah. Do the players get to pick that?
No,
yes, they do.
Not anymore.
But when he went in, he did. And he picked Texas.
They stopped it. I think it was Dave Winfield. It was either Winfield or Boggs where the organization paid him to go in as their representative.
Oh,
that's
and
then the Hall of Fame was like, okay, we're going to stop this. But yeah, I mean, Nolan's best years were, his back half of California and his first couple years in Houston.
The biggest thing I learned from it, I thought he was going to be like this cutthroat Michael Jordan. It wasn't him. It was his wife. Mm-hmm. His wife is the competitive killer. Nolan had a ton of doubt. He had a ton of self-confidence issues. He's like, I'm going to do this for a few years and then, I'm out. And maybe
You'll be a rancher.
Maybe I can't do this. And his wife is like, no, you're going to do it. And you're going to dominate. She was like the driving force. Anyway, back to
she's MJ is what you're saying.
She is MJ.
So artist Juan
Very
Velasquez.
attractive woman, too.
Yes.
DFW artist Juan Velasquez doesn't know the exact size of this mural. He didn't commit the dimensions to memory. He thinks it's 55 feet wide and 14 feet high. And it's the connection of the Rougned Odor fist with Bautista's helmet flying off. It's really beautiful. And the city of Arlington had said, this violates city code. And it's coming down. Okay? You need to take this down. Now, apparently, it's not anything like...
What's the code? Violate?
It's not a violation of code like it's a display of violence or anything like that. It's not that. That's not the issue. They said that painted murals are only permitted inside the downtown or entertainment district boundaries. So... it was going to need to be taken down.
The hot spot of downtown Arlington.
Yeah. It's
hey, home to the
place.
Tolos, baby.
Yeah.
Shout out Hurtado.
We have a ton of Arlington Tolos, actually. Yeah. But Juan Velasquez tweeted yesterday that the mayor of Arlington, Mayor Jim Ross, told him, this mural's staying, buddy. You don't have to worry about it. Actually, fun fact, Jim Ross, the mayor of Arlington.
Oh, good God.
I forgot Jim Ross's line.
His son is Jordan Ross, Cowboys blogger who used to work for Fish.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Does anyone...
Is this guy paid more for the mural than Jordan Ross was by Fish? I don't.
Does anyone know?
Paid an exposure.
Who, listen to that. Wazy. Who's Roogie playing for?
Right now?
Yep.
What?
No, when he punched Bautista.
What team is Trevor Bauer playing with?
No. Is he in Baltimore?
No. National League. Wow, we don't even know.
Wait,
I
thought he was in Baltimore last year. Maybe
He
it
was in Baltimore last year.
Okay. National League.
Colorado.
Padres.
That was my next guess.
30 at-bats on the season, 3 hits.
He's got all the former Rangers out there.
The average is 100. Last year he hit
196.
207.
Oh, baby.
Look at that. Just over that Mendoza line.
Dude, look at the 2015 numbers in home runs. 16, 33, 30, 18, 30, 10, 15, 13. And obviously this year just started.
I will
Average.
forever love the guy, though.
Average 261, 271, 204, 253, 205, 167, 202, 207, 100. This is at 26, 27, 28 years old.
Yeah.
You know? Plummet.
He
got his horses and dipped.
He got his horses
I got the horses in the bag.
All right, Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. You want to do the backgrounds? What do you want to do? Why don't you set up your tees for Below the Belt?
Yeah. Does the NFL draft celebrate tragedy? It's an accusation that the NFL is trying to move away from now. That's next and Below the Belt.
But let's get you over to the all-new.
Just a heads up, Tolos, our Pat to the Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers. On night 1 of the draft, the fan will be at all 8 DFW Pluckers locations. They have some cool specials and prizes all night long, and it all begins tonight.
Below the belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not. If it bleeds, it leads. Especially if it's the NFL draft.
That was good.
At least according to the New York Times. The New York Times.
Is that their slogan? If it bleeds, it leads?
No, what's theirs? All the news that's fit to print. Isn't that the old New York Times slogan? If it bleeds, it leads is just the. Well, I mean, that's just the slogan. It's not political to have a slogan. No, the if it bleeds, it leads. That's just an old school like tragedy and stuff like that is what it is.
Heck of a tease. But real quick, during the season, every Friday at 8, we always get the RJ 5 things that he wants to see. We should do that around the room of what you want to see tonight. There's a video out on all of our social medias. What you want to see the Cowboys do, what you think the Cowboys will do. Start us off.
All right. So what I want them to do.
Draft a quarterback.
I want a quarterback in the draft in the first 4 rounds. I want them to take a first 3-4 rounds. I want a playmaker. I want a wide receiver in the first round. If they can't get a wide receiver, get me a tackle. If they can't get a tackle, get me an edge. That's what I'm looking for. I want them to take a quarterback in one of the first 3 or 4 rounds. I want them to not use BPA. I want them to use BPA at a position of need. Right?
Okay.
Because you just go with BPA, it's like, that's how you get Hendon Hooker at 31 for Chris Collinsworth's Kansas City Chiefs. Right? You don't need that. So, find a position of need, a position of value. So not just need, a position of value. BPA at a position of value. Wide receiver, edge, tackle, corner, something like that. That's what I want to see.
I'm doing this process of elimination out of lack of excitement. I'm not excited about any of the receivers, so I don't want a receiver at 26.
Except Quentin Johnston, our good friend, who will return when he's picked here.
That's right, except for you, Quentin, with the voice of a god, you and Bruce Bochy. I'm not excited about any of the corners right now, at this point in time, after RJ told me there was a 65% miss rate. I'm not excited about D tackles that this team does need to get, but Zach Wilczek said no. I'm not excited about linebacker because of positional value. I'm not excited by running back, even though Bijan would be a great storyline. So I guess I've gone ahead and narrowed it down to tight end. If you convince me that Dalton Kincaid is that much better or has that much higher of a ceiling than Ferguson, then I would lean towards that. But I wanted, if all positions were equal, cornerback, build on the defense, stop giving Dak everything, and maybe an offensive lineman if they fall to you.
I want to improve the passing game. However that's done, if it's you draft a stabilizing guy for the left guard spot, somebody to help seal off some of that pressure in the interior. If it's a seam tight end who can stretch the field, if it's somebody who can come in here and be a reliable possession receiver for them and be the X. I just want something will help make sure that the passing game can't have issues like, oh, Tony Pollard went down and now the offense just can't move because they'll just take away CeeDee Lamb and there's nothing you can do about it. Don't even say it. Don't even say it. Go ahead.
They didn't have Schultz and they didn't have Gallup and they didn't have Lamb, and they didn't have any other weapon. It's never enough.
I mean, I said they did have Lamb. They bracketed Lamb, took him away, and then what are you doing? Gallup gave you nothing last year, and Schultz was not a guy that was stretching the field for you. That was just not the case. So I just want to see something that improves the vertical passing game. Honestly, the only thing I don't want to see, I just don't want them to go draft a one technique, run stopping defensive tackle in the first round. That would be one where it's just like,
I don't think you got to worry about that.
Yeah, they don't do that.
I don't know. That Mozzie Smith from Michigan, I don't think it's impossible he could be somebody they'd pick there.
Hey, what you want?
First round, I mean, Bobby brought it up a few months ago. He sold me on the tight ends. Improve the passing game, improve the offense. Give me the 40 burger again.
Don't call it that.
Well, maybe 50 burger or 50 brisket, whatever we're talking about.
No, it's a 50
cal?
50 piece.
But I think in the fan video, I picked Dalton Kincaid. So give me him.
Clarence Hill says they prefer him. They like him over Mayor.
Yeah, my guy, by the way, is Jalen Hyatt. That's what I want for selfish reasons.
That's biased.
Yeah,
but
I know.
He's also amazing. And you saw that video I said.
Yeah, you love Jalen Hyatt, and you also the last time you did a pick though, who did you pick as the last time we did one of these pick videos? Who was your NCAA tournament pick?
That pick
Bama, and then you also said Oral Roberts to the Elite Eight.
Yeah,
so
those didn't work.
I also saved this because you had to go downstairs at 7 for 1080, who will have Rangers Yankees. But RJ had a magnificent point about his draft philosophy over Chase Young.
Let's hear it.
So this is magnificent. I think it does prove your point very, very well. As yesterday, the Commanders chose not to exercise the fifth-year option on Chase Young.
So it's just a warning. What was Chase Young?
Can't miss.
Can't miss. What did Chase Young do? He missed.
Rush the passer.
He missed.
Got hurt.
He missed. But there was not a more sure thing than Chase Young. He was comped to Myles Garrett and Clowney. These can't miss guys. Clowney, another one. Can't miss.
Injuries definitely will. That's the thing that can make a can't miss guy miss is injuries.
Yeah, but he was comped as and referred to as the safest pick in the draft. High floor, high ceiling. And he led his team, by the way, to exactly 0 winning seasons. Washington was a team without a quarterback. They could have had Tua, they could have had Herbert. They passed on them both for Chase Young. Like, how many NFC East divisions would they have won the last 3 years had they taken Justin Herbert? I say they would have won all of them.
No, that's true.
And the point is, the safe thing isn't really ever safe, so why would you do that? That's why you don't go for the safe. The guy picked right after him was another safe thing. It was Jeff Okudah, who's no longer there. These safe guys we're talking about, they were 2 of the top 3 picks of that draft just 3 years ago, and they're not going to be with their original team for their 5th year, unless Chase decides to sign on. So to me, that's why would you ever go safe? Go upside. You got a 50-50 anyway.
Right, but then you also look at drafts
because you're saying the Texans have no excuse tonight not to take a quarterback.
Yeah, if the Texans take Will Anderson, first of all, Will Anderson isn't going to help them win a single game next year. They don't have a quarterback. Now they take Will Anderson and then they should trade down, get a couple of picks, and then take a quarterback at 12. That's what they really want to do if one's there, or trade up. Who knows? But if you don't have a quarterback, you have to go. Your draft should be quarterback until you find one.
Yeah, but you go to another draft. It's easy to point out that example. And again, it's an injury with Young. Yep. Young got hurt. That was part of what brought him down. But you look at 2018, where 3 of the first 4 quarterbacks to go in the top 10 were Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, and Josh Rosen. And then around them, guys like Quentin Nelson, Bradley Chubb, Roquan Smith, Mike McGlinchey went. And those guys all helped their teams more than Josh Rosen, Sam Darnold, and Baker Mayfield.
But those other guys that went to those teams, a lot of those teams now have had quarterbacks anyway.
San Francisco didn't really.
No, but they've always had a weird system where they just find whoever the hell's out there. But the Cardinals did it right. They took Josh Rosen, and the next year let's take Kyler Murray.
You think the Commanders are morons for doing this, Bobby?
For not picking up the option, yes. I especially on quarterbacks. I know I said this when it was Daniel Jones. Always pick up the 5th-year option on a quarterback because it's a lottery ticket still. But to me, in general, top picks, they've always got a chance to tap back into it. And somebody somewhere, in all likelihood, if you want to move on from them after the 4th year, would be willing to take on some sort of a deal to say, well, we think we can make him tap into it. We still liked our evaluation of him when he was coming out. So to me, you just always pick it up that way if they boom, because if Chase Young booms this year, they're not getting him back, or they have to pay him earlier. And instead, you would have something to massage there if you would have just picked up the option. So that's how I look at it. So the New York Times had this piece yesterday that said, after celebrating tragedy, the NFL draft looks to change its tone. And part of this article is all about, again, combine criticism. That, it's been compared to a slave auction, and you make them wear tight spandex suits, and you measure them, and, all that whole thing. But the lead of this is interesting, because I didn't remember this being as big of a deal as other folks did. But they said that in 2020, the first COVID draft, that T. Higgins, when he was picked from Clemson, 33rd overall by the Bengals, he pulled on the team's cap, hugged his family, And then ESPN showed viewers a graphic that, among other biographical details, spotlighted his mother's past drug addiction. I don't remember that. I looked it up later. I was like, man, maybe vaguely, but I don't remember when that had happened. But there were other gloomy instances in that same draft. For example, they learned that Jerry Jeudy's sister had died in high school. Michael Pittman Jr., taken 34th by the Colts, talked about his stutter. Trayvon Diggs, when he was picked 51st, he was noted to have lost his father to heart failure. And so because of this pushback, producers...
Who's pushing back?
The New York Times, or I guess social media. Now, the T. Higgins one, when I went back and looked at it, yeah, absolutely. They got a lot of pushback for why are you even saying something like that? But Seth Markman, who led ESPN's draft coverage for 11 years, says, we still think that's a big deal to acknowledge the obstacles that they've had to overcome in their journey to the NFL. But what we realized that year in 2020 is that we can probably do a little better job balancing and making sure that not every story is about those obstacles and those backgrounds. Not everybody has to be kind of a cliched bit of storytelling, if you will. I think that year it was. And then you had Charlie Uke from NFL Network, who said, you don't want everyone to cry every time. This is a celebration of a dream coming true. It's not a game of gotcha. We want to tell your story, and it will be unique to the player. So this new approach from TV producers for this draft is going to be, we need to be as positive as possible. Celebration of the joy.
And this is going to be on the network side or ESPN side?
Both. Both of them are approaching it this way.
You know, look, I like when they show how people have overcome certain tribulations in their life. I would not have put T. Higgins' mom's drug addiction on there. That's nobody's business.
Right.
If, did you say Diggs has lost his father to heart failure?
Yeah, Diggs' dad died of heart failure. His dad was a big Cowboys fan. Like that, I think it kind of ties into like, hey, this is an emotional moment for them. His dad raised them as Cowboys fans.
Or the guy who said that the sister passed away as a teenager. Like, that's tragic. Like, you overcame that. I think that's okay. When you start dealing with, you know, like, I mean, it's just with Dez. Like, I would.
Is your mom a prostitute? That whole Jeff Ireland thing, yeah.
It's unacceptable. But, like, the T. Higgins with the mom's drug abuse, you don't need to hear. I don't need to know that.
Look, I don't want Tom Rinaldi for every pick where you're going to cry. But this is what the Olympics is based on.
Yeah.
Yes. Before the 30-second event of competing, it's 3 minutes of storytelling. You want to get connected to it. So I think it's a little bit of an overreaction. But I don't get to watch it. I haven't watched the first round for 12 years.
Solution without a problem. That's what it seems like to me, is that you're trying to fix something that I don't believe is an issue. So tonight, if you want to hear all the tragic stories, Sean Sharif will have them for you here on The Fan.
Yes, 6 o'clock with the coverage and Pluckers locations.
I will be at the Pluckers in Alliance, 35W Heritage Trace.
What does Brad Sham think the Cowboys need? He'll join us live at 9:20. But what is the difference between Jason Kidd and Giannis after last night, and a former Maverick destroys First Take? Next.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2 with 1. This one is over. And Memphis extends the series. There will be the aforementioned Game 6 at Crypto.com Arena.
Final hour fist pump time on NFL Draft Day. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, Ralph James, Choppy, Peyton, Bobby, and Ryan in the back. And sorry, RJ, but the Memphis Grizzlies are still alive after they blow out the Lakers. LeBron with a really bad game. Jalen Brunson and the New York Knicks move on to round 2, embarrassing the Cavaliers in 5. Warriors with a championship resolve performance, winning in Sacramento to go up 3-2. But Jimmy Butler.
Real quick, did Dylan Brooks grace us with his media presence?
He did.
Oh, look at that. So when he wins, he's a front runner.
Yeah, McMahon asked him. Tim McMahon said, like, what do you have to do in order to get out of these shooting slumps? Because he's been horrific in the series. For the most part, he's been awful. And he goes, just shoot. Next question.
I don't care. He's old.
He is a jackass.
Shoot.
30% from the field, 21% from 3 this series. Just shoot. Next question. And then Ja was asked, what's going to take to force Game 7? Me being a leader and being ready for this pedestal everybody got me on. I tweeted something yesterday. I was expecting a lot of blowback. But I think they recognized my basketball genius, except for my Jimmy Butler point.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad one.
And so is your Devin Booker one.
Yours is your mom.
Yours is probably worse. Noted.
I'm
not coming back with any.
You can't.
I'm not replying with mom jokes.
It's the benefit of being in the dead mom club.
Yeah, my mom's dead. Hell yeah.
In your face, my mom's dead, Sean.
I said, see what y'all get in the first 4 minutes of the final hour. I said Ja Morant has the hang time and body control of Michael Jordan. Crazy, offensive, or you get it?
I get it. I mean, he's got unbelievable ups.
The way he goes up, though, and he contorts his body and he just sways to the left and the right in midair, and his hang time, it's insane. I would never disrespect the greatest dunker of all time, Vince Carter. But man, Ja Morant's athleticism to me makes no sense, his hops. It makes 0 sense. He's a top 5, maybe freak athlete for me in the history of the NBA, the way he goes up. It's insane. I'm trying to think of someone as small as him who consistently went up like that. Went up like that. Russ
early on used to, like, it's like his chest would be at the rim when he would go up.
Isn't Westbrook much bigger than Ja?
I mean, Russ is what, 6'3"?
I was thinking Westbrook was like 6'4" and Ja's 6'2". I could be off.
Let me see.
6'3" on Wikipedia for Russ.
Russ seems
so he's an inch taller.
1 inch?
He's bigger. He's stockier, but Russ's athleticism, he used to go, like, I mean, it was...
Oh, no. I'm not questioning Russ's athleticism at all. He's an all-time... I just thought it was more fitting for his... I was like, Russ... I thought Russ was bigger. Like, I thought there was a bigger difference between the two. Ja looks tiny.
Steve Francis?
Yep. Franchise was a freak.
Stevie had hops.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who else are the smaller dunkers. So Kyrie's not a dunker, but Kyrie's got that same sort of smaller guy who can go up and body control and make ridiculous lips, but he doesn't dunk the same way.
Yeah, so the Grizzlies are still alive. The Warriors are up 3-2, and Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat make history. An 8 beating a 1. We'll have to ask Bassick RJ's question. Does this make the Mavs tank?
Derrick Rose, the fan text. They're all liking that. When Derrick Rose's knees were okay, Rose is the answer.
So does Jimmy Butler prove that the Mavs should have tried to become the 8 because you can get a guy on fire losing his mind, and the Mavericks had 2 of those guys. But Bobby asked, what's the difference? Or did you ask the difference?
I don't know.
Giannis and Kidd. Who asked that?
I did not ask that. Yeah. I know the difference between them. It's about 11 inches and a winning mindset.
Giannis was asked in the post-game presser. This has gone viral. This season a failure for you guys?
I just asked Bud the exact same question, but I'm curious for you. Do you view this season as a failure?
You asked me the same question last year, Eric. Okay.
Eric.
Do you get the promotion every year on your job? No, right? So every year you work is a failure. Yes or no? No. Every year you work towards something, towards a goal, right? Which is to get a promotion, to be able to take care of your family, to be able, provide the house for them or take care of your parents. You work towards a goal. It's not a failure. It's steps to success. Michael Jordan played 15 years, won 6 championships. The other 9 years was a failure? That's what you're telling me? No, I'm asking you a question. Yes or no? Okay, exactly. So why you asking me that question? It's a wrong question. There's no failure in sports. You know, there's good days, bad days. Some days you are able to be successful, some days you're not. Some days it's your turn, some days it's not your turn. And that's what sports is about. You don't always win. Some other people's gonna win. And this year, somebody else is gonna win. Simple as that. We're gonna come back next year, try to be better, try to build good habits, try to play better, not have a 10-day stretch with playing bad basketball. You know, and hopefully we can win a championship.
I agree with, and I love what he says. I agree with everything he says other than the one line, there is no failure in sports.
You asked me the same question last year.
I even, the follow-up after that, where he starts explaining what he means by there is no failure in sports, I agree with. But to say there's just no failures, that's not true. There's a lot of failure in sports. I do get what he's saying, though, is that every season is meant to be a building block or it's part of a larger progression. Yeah. But even within Giannis's own argument, where he says, "Hey, you're not going to win every year doing this," well, that would indicate that if you never win a title, then you failed in sports during your career, and that would be a failure then.
Right, like you failed to meet a goal. Like you failed to meet your goal. That's.
Some people look at it as black and white. We're a contender. I'm one of the best players. If we don't win it, then it's a failure. Some people just look at it as black and white like that.
Yeah, I get it, and I wonder how much of Giannis's take on this is, that he's European. Is there a different perspective from guys who culturally are not from the U.S.? Like, is that? I mean, I don't know. I'm asking. Like, is that create a different perspective on things? He treats like every win or loss as a blessing that he was even on the floor. Like, he really does. Like, it's like he is so married to the process and so in love with the process, and that I think a lot of athletes have to have. That he is like, look, I mean, we didn't hit it, but we get to do what's fun again, which is go back and try to work for another one.
That's why, and I know it became so cliche and it wore people out here by the end with Jason Garrett, the whole trust the process thing. And I think he did
players like that. Right?
They did like it, and they would talk about it. You can talk to guys who were in the locker room at the time who say, no, the overall messaging was something that was helpful, though. The idea that if we're not getting... we're not getting super high with all the victories. If you do that, if you're getting super high with all the successes, you can't then say don't get low when you fail. You can't have that. And so the whole idea behind that is if you just stay level with everything, then it's easier to just remain level and keep your composure. Whereas if you get up and you get high on this, you're going to hit a low. And I think that's Giannis's thought.
So RJ asked, what's the difference between what Giannis said and J. Kidd?
No one's dying.
Is it the same perspective? There's a difference in delivery. Giannis's is like so much more eloquent and well thought out and passionate. Jason's is flippant and dismissive, and part of his attitude that he acted like he dealt with the media for the first time in his entire life. But what is the difference in messaging?
I mean, the messages. I mean, again, a lot of messages are how you deliver them. But I mean, I think the crux of the point is the same. Like, look, we're playing here. We're trying to get the playoffs. We're trying to win. If we don't win, we don't win. Like, we go back at it next year. Nobody died. Like at the end of the day, like we're that's what sports is. Because remember he said that's what sports is. Sports is, sometimes you fail. Sometimes you do fail.
There's a very small nuance to me between Giannis and what Kidd says that I think caused the difference. Kidd's no one's dying is obviously flippant, but the other issue there is that it writes it off to, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. Like, what we're doing here doesn't matter. Giannis isn't saying it doesn't matter. Giannis is saying it's all working towards a process that matters, and that the wins and the losses all contribute to a process that matters. Jay Kidd's, even if he didn't mean to say it, Jay Kidd saying no one's dying is basically saying ultimately none of this is important, and that's not what Giannis is saying.
Do you think that's what he meant, though? Jason Kidd didn't mean that.
I don't know, because there have been so many times this year where he said things that left a sour taste in my mouth that I can't think it was just a one-off. I think he just has a certain perspective.
All right, so this was awesome yesterday. Stephen A. Smith teaming up with Choppy's boy Chris Russo.
What are you talking about here, Mikey? Stephen A., you want to have, how are you going to tell me that you have a torn meniscus and you're not going to play? I mean, don't you get a landmine?
That's garbage. Stephen A. says that Steve Ballmer, the owner of the Clippers, should force Kawhi Leonard to retire.
Steve Ballmer and the Los Angeles Clippers should force Kawhi Leonard to retire. I'm done. He needs to go home. Okay? It's over. I'm not in any way questioning the legitimacy of Kawhi Leonard's injury. A matter of fact, I'm fully embracing it. I've heard very, very alarming stories about his health. You see people talking about he's walking around all limping all the time. He is not a healthy individual. I'm not questioning his heart. I'm not questioning his courage. I'm not questioning any of that. The man's a two-time champion. He's a two-time MVP. I said it the other day, and I said it, and I regretted it only because we heard about some stuff that happened with his family, and I didn't know that was in the news and stuff like that. I don't wish that enough. God bless you and your family, and I hope everything ends up well for everybody. But he is the absolute worst superstar you could possibly have on your team. He's barely ever there. And on top of it all, he does nothing to market or promote your franchise. Absolutely, positively nothing.
So I'm still trying to figure out how that means he should force him to retire, as Kawhi has a torn meniscus. The family story is Kawhi's sister was sentenced to life in prison for killing an elderly woman in 2019. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
That was his sister.
Yeah.
J.J. Redick was on set, and the former Dallas Maverick, for a hiccup.
Did he even play a game?
Yeah.
Maybe like 4. It was very little.
He annihilated. Russo, of course, talking about the toughness of Bird.
Well, you know, I mean, back in 1972, when Havlicek got his Achilles tendon was ripped off. It was ripped off. He was hanging down there off his sock, and then he played. He went out. He played 4 minutes.
Kiwi Leonard just is not tough enough.
Kiwi. Did he call him Kiwi?
He called him. No, when he can't pronounce it, he used to call him Kawi. He couldn't say it.
And
he literally had to go to like speech class to say it.
J.J. Redick was not having it.
I mean this in the nicest way possible to both of you, but listening to each of you right now, it's very obvious that you've played 0 high-level basketball, and you do not understand the requirements of doing that. And I do mean that in a nice way.
I'll respond in a second.
No, hold
Go
on.
ahead.
You bring up Zion.
Yes.
I talked about this when we talked about Zion. You brought up Zion. Trying to play coming off a hamstring injury, a serious hamstring injury. I've had to deal with it multiple times in my career. I popped it grade 3 when I was in college. There's a weeks-long mental hurdle to come back and play. To be able to just do a simple closeout. A sprained ankle is very different than a sprained knee. A sprained knee for someone who has torn a quad tendon and who has torn their ACL is very different than someone playing on a hobbled ankle in the 1970s. It's a terrible analogy. I'm sorry. It's a terrible analogy.
So I just love, not only did he destroy them, I love the medical education because that's part of our quarter of our job. You know, a lot of the time is, sprain this. How long is he out? ACL, MCL. We always go to Dr. Choppy. And then JJ had a story when he was
training in Brooklyn with Kawhi.
He had a little story of Kawhi and what a beast he actually is.
There was a week where Kawhi was away from the team. It was coming out of All-Star break.
Mm-hmm.
He was away from the Spurs, and I was up there working out. He was there. When I say this dude was so meticulous in his work trying to come back from that quad tendon, I remember, I'll never forget it. I used to walking lunges with like 50, 55-pound dumbbells in each hand. This dude is doing slow walking lunges with 90-pound dumbbells in his hands with the wrap around his quad, which limits your blood flow. This guy gets after it.
I love Stephen A. to sit there. That's as much of like taking it as you'll hear from him. And he goes, producers, cancel the next segment because I'm responding. But go ahead. But he had to sit there and take it.
He had to sit there and take it. JJ is absolutely right. And it doesn't matter because fans don't care about the mental hurdle. Nobody's given Michael Gallup a break.
Yeah.
Nobody is. That's where JJ's wrong. he's absolutely right.
Or Zion.
Yeah, he's absolutely right that the mental hurdle is very difficult to overcome. And where Russo is right and where Stephen A is right and where he is wrong is that fans don't care about that.
Nope.
They care you're getting paid money. Go on out there because we've seen guys in years past do it.
And you can run and jog.
You can run and jog, and you know what? You got the rest of your life to get healthy. That's how fans do it. That's how fans do it. Right or wrong, that's how fans see it.
What does Brad Sham want to happen tonight? We ask the voice of America's team on the home of the Cowboys draft next. But first, let me
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Man, TMZ is reporting breaking news that Jerry Springer has passed away. Man, Jerry Springer apparently passing away, according to TMZ. How old was he?
79.
79.
Said he was diagnosed with cancer a few months ago and died at his home in Chicago.
No, man. Crosstalk with KMC coming up at 9:40. Right now, we bring on the voice of America's team, Brad Sham, on the Diamond Factory Hotline with round one of our NFL draft coverage tonight, starting at 6 o'clock on this radio station. Good morning, Bradley. How are you?
I'm well. How are you boys?
Doing well. Who do you like? What name that's realistic around 26 would be at the top of your list?
Yeah, the realistic's the operative word there, isn't it? I personally would love it, although I've not seen one mock draft that had it happen, if the wide receiver Addison from Southern California got down there. I don't think they can really go wrong. They need everything, and they don't need anything desperately. So I think, Sean, that wide receiver and defensive tackle are the areas that need strengthening the most, but they're not the only ones. And the reason I said Addison is, all I know is the last time we saw them, when Tony Pollard got hurt at halftime in San Francisco, CeeDee Lamb was the only playmaker on the field in the second half.
Yeah.
That's got to change. Now, some of that can be the quarterback, the scheme, how they protect, but I didn't see any other playmakers out there, and that was scary. And so if I could get somebody like Addison, who I think is just a phenomenal route runner, then I'd love that.
Kevin Gray has tweeted that, Mel Kiper and McShay have their final mocks. Dalton Kincaid at number 26, according to Kiper, and Luke Musgrave at 26, according to McShay. How do you feel about the tight end group?
I mean, they could use a tight end. I think this sounds like it's an exceptional group. I love Kincaid. I've seen him a few times, and the kid Mayer from Notre Dame is supposed to be an even more overall accomplished player. And it's clear, if you keep your antenna up, that they're on Musgrave. They like him, and here's the main thing for me is I trust them to know who they think will be available in the second round. So if you say that Musgrave is clearly better than anyone who's going to be there tomorrow or the next day, then if that's your guy, go ahead and take him. I do know that Kincaid is a really eye-opening pass catching weapon.
Brad, when you look at the press conference this week and the way they were talking about Mike McCarthy's involvement and, he's going to be calling the offense this year. I know that Jerry says that, hey, we want the coaches to be involved. That's the type of collaborative process that I want to build together, is that the coaches have a voice in there. I know Mike McCarthy had said in a couple interviews before he came to Dallas that he didn't necessarily want to buy the groceries, that he was okay just cooking the meal. Do you think that, even though that is something that the Cowboys are willing to give over to him, do you think he's going to have a big voice in the room, or do you think he'll say, hey, we're just going to trust what the scouts' work was here?
Oh, no, I think, Bobby, that he'll pipe up. I mean, I think he may have felt that way because he was reasonably successful in Green Bay without even getting a chance to hand over the grocery list. Mm-hmm. I mean, they just weren't very much involved, not nearly the way. And what Jerry and Steven have both said publicly about having the coaches involved this weekend, that's no different than the last 3 years. That's really no different than the last multiple years after that. But I think that if I would hope that, and frankly expect, that McCarthy understands that they're at a place where they're a pretty good team, and his family likes living here. And if he wants to continue to live and work here, then they've got to have measurable, sustainable success. And he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who would pass up an opportunity to contribute by voicing his opinion. I don't think he's going to sit by and say, whatever you guys say is okay with me. I think he'll pipe up.
So you said, I know you said that there's a lot of places they could go. Is there a particular place you would not go in this first round?
I'm not sure, RJ, from what I haven't watched tape like a lot of guys do, but, it doesn't look like there are many safeties who would be that worth that high pick. I think there are other positions. There's offensive tackles, maybe some guards. I think the running back is questionable. I don't think Bijan Robinson's going to be there. That's a pipe dream. And now then, is there somebody worth it besides him, and how much better is that guy than who's there tomorrow? So I would say that probably would surprise me a little bit, unless they just fall in love with a guy. But I think running back today, unless it was Robinson, would be something that might be a little bit of a surprise. But that depends on how the board falls. You guys know, you read enough of these mocks and your eyes cross. But after a while, you get to this point, and you can kind of sense what the consensus is on a lot of guys. And then the other thing we know from experience is there are going to be some big surprises.
Yeah.
There are going to be a couple of people there who they didn't think would be there and fans didn't think would be there, and that's how they got C.D. Lamb. And I just know this, that you have to take the long view, not as a fan, but if you're doing it for a living. It's a 3-day draft, not just tonight. So, Jake Ferguson was a 4th-round pick, and Prescott was a 4th-round pick, and Tony Pollard was a 4th-round pick, and Marion Barber was a 4th-round. That's Saturday. So part of the work that you do in putting your board together is making a calculated gamble on who you think is going to be there when you come up, or what it'll cost you to move, either on Friday or Saturday. That dictates it. So that's why, to me, running back would be a little bit of a surprise.
Brad Sham here on 105.3 The Fan. Would you be okay if they went quarterback in one of the first 4 rounds?
Better be good. You better be really good. I mean, depends who falls. One of the first 4, there's a couple of things that I think they need more immediately. If they come to think of it, when they took Dak, Romo had some injuries, but nobody was expecting him not to be able to play.
Right.
So, and they really liked him. They'd had hands-on experience with him in the Senior Bowl. But if there's somebody there, and I don't see an indication of this, but if there's somebody there on Saturday that they feel really strongly about in the 4th round, then go ahead and take him. You're going to need a quarterback at some point. I would be surprised if that happened today or tomorrow.
How do you feel about the top quarterbacks? Have you gotten a chance to watch any, and where do you stand on the old school, new school size argument with Bryce Young?
There's no question it's a big man's game. There's also no question, if you've watched them play Alabama, if you've watched them play any over the last 2 years, that's a different guy. He has some things that other guys who are bigger don't have. Stroud's got all the measurables, and when a guy is put in a position of having to defend his intelligence, which I think has been a little unfair to Stroud, but then you got to kind of watch how he handles himself. Now, he might have a chip on his shoulder and turn out to be better. Richardson's really intriguing. He's got all of these physical attributes, and he hasn't played much. And he may turn out to be a great player. My guess is that someone is going to overdraft him, at least for the early couple of rounds. You can go back 10 years, 12 years, and look at all of the top 15 picks spent on quarterbacks that didn't work out. These drafters lose their minds when they get in the room and a quarterback run starts. Levis is an intriguing guy because when you get a guy at that position who could go anywhere from top 5 to bottom 6 or 7, that's a pretty. Nobody's saying that about Bryce Young. Nobody's saying that about Stroud. Hooker's an interesting guy.
Yeah, he is.
RJ.
Yeah, buddy.
You know, I mean that. I don't know when you'd have to. Now that might be one, Sean. You'd have to do your homework on him. Obviously, they've done their homework on all these guys, but he might be a guy that if he was sitting there tomorrow. I don't know about the second. That might be too rich for my blood, but maybe not. You know, when they drafted Larry Allen, they thought they really had done their work, and then he just kept dropping, and he kept dropping, and he kept dropping. And Larry Lacewell told me that he and Hudson Houck, the offensive line coach at the time, as Allen kept dropping, they kept running into the film room to say, let's take one more look. What are we missing? Why is this guy? So that kind of thing could happen with Hooker. Hooker will either go way too high or way too low. And if he was still sitting there tomorrow, then that would be an intriguing guy to me.
What word got you?
What do you mean?
April 18th, Twitter. Bite me, Wordle.
Gosh, you know, I play it every day, and so I'd have to go back and look. But it was, you know what, one of my pet peeves in life, my ultra pet peeve used to always be someone taking up 2 parking spaces. And Wordle roulette is coming, it's gaining on the inside lane. That, you know, when they got 6 words, and because then there's no skill. I mean, you can sit there and up 2, 3, put a little skill together. No, you're not going to follow that letter with this letter. When you play in roulette like that, that's why I don't play roulette at a casino ever, anywhere. I don't remember, but I know I wasn't amused.
The word that got you, Brad, it was hound.
Yeah, right.
H-O-U-N-D.
Pound, sound, found. Please, give me a break. And if it takes you 2 lines to get there, and now you've got half a dozen choices, please.
We'll see you round.
Yeah.
Round.
Yeah, the round. Which round?
I'll
round midnight, the way that draft's going to go.
It fits for all. Thank you, brother. We'll catch up for a recap.
Okay. Talk to you later.
That's our boy Brad Sham on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Crosstalk with KMC. Do they have any advice for RJ's wedding proposal falling apart? Next. But I got advice if you're
Just a heads up, Tolos, our Pat to the Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers and our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. On night 1 of the draft, the fan will be at all 8 DFW Pluckers locations. They have some cool specials and prizes all night long, and it all begins tonight.
You know, I heard RJ say something intelligent this morning.
Nice.
Which, you know, you remember those moments. They don't happen very often.
Oh, my God. I want to make sure the temperature's not too high with you and Sean and RJ. Is there anything we can do to help you guys
bridge the gap here?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Sean's hands aren't even big enough to wrap around a baseball bat, so I don't know how much I can really, you know, take with that. Bobby Belt, I mean, I don't even know what he's got going on with his hair. Is he trying to do a chili bowl from the 90s?
Damn.
Or does he even I don't know. And RJ's RJ, so.
Very rude from
I just want to point out, we tried to help, and he was just like, no.
What is that, though? Like, that's so weak. Sean's got small hands. Bobby's got a bad haircut. RJ's RJ. What is that even? Like,
maybe Bassett can give him some tips tonight as we got some news coming in.
Okay.
Are we,
TBD maybe.
Let's wait to confirm that.
Oh, I thought I was just asking you during the break if we could talk about it.
You put your headset on right before I told you.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll wait.
he put that headset on because you were just singing that song
I
nonstop.
know.
I got a heart like a truck.
I don't think that's the way. You're turning it into a Ford commercial.
No, it's a Dodge Ram. I represent Rams.
All right, play the song. Is this it?
Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Is this it?
Yeah, I've never heard this song before, but I played it this morning.
He won't stop blaring this.
On if you watched basketball last night, every commercial break had a Dodge Ram commercial, and it's I got a heart like a truck.
All right, so this is it.
It's been drug through.
Turn it up, Peyton.
It's a good song.
Can you say the rest?
I only heard this song one time in my life this morning, but
turn it up, Peyton. Blast
but
it.
I like when it comes to this one. I don't know these words.
Okay.
But I just like
I'm
at the
not
end of the
familiar with
commercial,
this
I do know this
there's
song.
these trucks on a cliff, and I don't know if they're going to drive off the cliff or not. And Thelma and
Why
Louise
would
it.
they do
Trust me, if you go see who sang this, you will listen to the song and awful. You probably listen to the music.
Do you
video.
like this song?
She's very pretty.
I don't care for the song, and I don't not.
Lainey Wilson?
You like Lainey Wilson, though.
Have you seen this commercial
She's
1,000 times for
dumpy
Dodge Ram?
on her, man.
Okay, I don't know if
Holy
you could say that,
cow.
Chop.
She got a what?
A dumpy.
Well, she has talked about her. She has actually talked about that. So.
Oh, yeah, she's very attractive.
Her other song about a truck is better than this one.
Wait in the truck.
Yeah, that's a better song.
Just
All right.
wait in the truck.
I got a heart like a truck.
She's not singing it like that.
I thought that's how the song was going to go.
I did too.
No, I told you.
It's like the difference between the acoustic and the rock version of Layla with
Yeah.
Eric Clapton. It's like these are two very different versions.
All right, let's see if we can get some KMC help here. Did you hear the Expressway today?
Always.
Oh, I have thoughts. I just didn't know if we wanted them on air, but yeah, I'm ready.
What were we talking about, Corey?
What? Betting it was about Choppy's life.
Ah, good
Man.
guess. You clearly did not hear. So, Choppy, go ahead and recap it and see if the fellas can help.
This is still messed up, dude.
All right. Best I can recap it is I had an engagement proposal idea that I had shared with some of my close friends, some of our close friends, a couple, and Sarah's best friend. When Sarah heard a commercial I was doing on Gaylord, because I was going to do it in Michigan. And
Why did you say it like
Gaylord?
That's how they pronounce it up there.
I did not know
Gaylord.
that. Gaylord.
They call it Lafayette, Tennessee, not Lafayette. So you got
What?
one in Rome.
I thought you were just doing like your Tuesday thing.
No.
It's Lafayette.
Exactly, but in
Gotcha.
Tennessee they call it Lafayette. So what the hell? You do what you gotta do. So anyway, she had said, she told because this girl, we're gonna call her Mackenzie.
That's
right?
not her.
It's not her name.
It's not her name. It's not her name. She was in the bathroom doing her makeup or whatever, and Sarah's in the shower. Just got back from the gym, and she hears the commercial, and she says,
I like a truck!
That's right. She said, so she goes, so get this.
That was top notch.
Yeah. She said, so get this. Our friend Wes he wants to come to Michigan with us, and Carly's like, oh, that's weird because RJ. I did it again. I said her name again.
Wow! It doesn't matter. After Peyton dumped it at 7:20, we realized Sean said it right after.
Her name's Carly.
So Mackenzie said,
Hold
on. And why do you have to protect her anonymity? She blew this plan up.
Being a nice guy.
I know. I'm trying to be too nice here. She said, "Oh, that's weird. RJ told me that I was supposed to go on this trip because he was going to propose to you up there in Michigan." And I'm like, what?
In what universe do you think that's the right thing to say at that moment?
Ever to ruin someone's engagement plan, to spoil the news, to ruin the surprise.
Yeah. It's awful. It's awful.
So now what?
Do you think she doesn't like you, the friend?
Maybe the opposite.
Oh man.
Thruple.
You saying thruple,
Yeah,
Sean?
thruple. I've seen Vicky Cristina Barcelona.
Okay. It's got a heart like. So here are the options. She made a mistake. Okay.
Now she owes you.
Yeah. She is. I'm taking Sarah from her.
That's kind of what I think.
She's jealous of our relationship is another one. She secretly wants me is another one.
Oh, very viable.
Very viable. And
All
look
these,
at me.
yeah.
Look at me.
Sure.
There's a million, but I think the most likely is she made a mistake.
Mistakes or accidents we choose was a song lyric one time.
Huh.
A majority of the Trucker.com text line said there was ill intent.
All right, here are a couple things.
That hurts my heart.
One, you can look at it as, you know what, it was a mistake and we can move on. But I think the way you should approach this is she doesn't just owe you a small favor in return.
Dear God.
Like this, I'm not talking about sexual favors.
Yeah, the way you were saying it.
Yeah.
No, this is like she's going
Not
to
a
owe you
small
big in the future now. If she wants to stick around. Otherwise, she's out of the will.
Well,
no way he has anything to pass.
She
down.
pays for the honeymoon.
Oh, yeah.
That is a great idea.
Great idea.
But how does he propose now?
All right.
Propose.
Had some thoughts. Workshop this with my
Can't really
wife
say him on the radio.
a little bit. Yeah, so I'll tell you later.
I get Choppy's mind during the break. He likes
I have
it.
some thoughts.
Take her to a zoo, and then get right in front of the Tiger Museum, and then go, hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
Like Rocky.
You want to get married or something?
Yeah.
I'm not lying about this.
Yeah.
I want to marry
And
you.
then go buy a lion leather jacket and ride on your motorcycle.
Yep. I like it. It's very Rocky
Skip
one.
ahead a little bit and then serious right there.
I like it.
How has she reacted since we talked about it 2 hours ago? Embarrassment, shame, mad.
Who's the she?
Caitlin or
Mackenzie.
Okay.
Dang, what the heck? What's her
Carly?
name, Bobby? Carly.
Yeah, you already said it.
Yeah.
She
He said it a bunch of times.
I don't care. She's not my friend.
She said today.
She deserves
Probably
it.
won't be.
She deserves it.
On her group, she said in our group chat today.
Seriously, it's a 9 out of 10 violation. She can't be that stupid to have that come out of her mouth. And if she is that dumb, then she needs to get shamed so that she keeps her mouth shut. Y'all looking at each other like, oh my God. She ruined the man's engagement plans when he invited her to the trip and took her to the Stars game the other night. And she told the friend, oh yeah, he was thinking about proposing to you there.
Dude, I think your anger...
It doesn't almost get worse than that.
Your
100%
anger is
right.
justified. I just did not anticipate you saying what you said. I think the anger is justified. I just didn't know that was
I'm
the
getting
direction.
mad because like RJ's not mad enough.
He is not.
You know,
That's fair.
His
Because
heart's
he's
been
too
drugged
sad.
through.
Yeah.
Mike.
But what do you,
I thought he was going to say.
What do you have?
What?
You got a heart like a truck.
I do. So what has she said? She's been. She said sorry, but like now she's like, I said sorry. I'd be like, what do you guys want me to say? Like, what do you want me to do?
Now to say
Hey,
sorry.
it's we
Do something to help out the next chapter of it now.
Yeah, like
Pay for the
what?
honeymoon, yeah.
Or help you. Shouldn't she be the lead person in the next brainstorming session?
Oh, let's include her on the next one.
Should mean shame.
She's out.
That's a brilliant idea.
She's out of the secret loop. She's the media as far as I'm concerned.
That's fair.
She's just gonna leak everything.
That's
what
fair.
she is.
You're Kyrie. She's the media.
Yeah.
You just
I'm
no
Kyrie.
trust.
No trust right now. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. She's been Sarah's friend. They were like 7 years old. She's not going anywhere. Can't kick her out of the group. Don't want to kick her. She's been her friend her whole life. It is what it is. Like she's there. She's here to stay.
Mikey, I got a text that you are cleared to talk about tonight if you want.
Yeah, so it's 1080, correct?
Yeah.
I believe, because the draft will be here on 105.3 The Fan with
Best
Sean
damn
Shreve and
draft
Brian
coverage.
Broaddus, and you can name the other people.
Yeah, you're the B team tonight.
But
Oh, my
on
God.
1080, Yankees come to town.
Yeah.
And you know what they say about the Yankees?
What?
They're from New York.
Yeah, they're from New York.
Oh,
I know how this game goes now.
I'll be on with Jared Sandler calling the game.
All right. So are you gonna do like they do and swap like play by play? Or are you just doing color?
I'm pretty sure it'll be more of like just doing color.
Mm-hmm.
Will you do home run calls for us since Jared won't?
Oh.
Ding dong! That pitch is dead.
Yeah.
You know he's going to work in hard like a truck tonight in the home run call.
Man, you get to see Cole.
The ball's got a hard like a truck as it flies out of the ballpark.
Have you called a game on the radio like this? Regular season? And you got to do it against the Yankees?
Heck yeah.
And you do tomorrow too?
But I have no clue.
Because you would get Cole one night and DeGrom the next if you do.
Oh my gosh.
You've worked with Jared though.
I did
before.
with Jared in spring training.
And Rough Riders, right?
And Jared broke your heart, right? Because you're like, I get to do this on the radio.
He's
And
like,
Jared
"We're not on
immediately
the
goes,
radio."
we're on the internet.
Rest in peace, Jerry Springer.
He died?
Yeah.
He died?
Jerry Springer
Why?
passed away.
When?
You know,
older?
passed away at the age of 79.
Cancer.
That sucks.
We'll all die.
Yeah.
Well, that's factual.
I guess that is true.
Don't mess up tonight. Just be quiet.
Oh, I'm going to be awesome.
Don't say anything.
I can't wait.
Don't say anything.
I'm gonna have one earpiece in listening to the Rangers game while we're broadcasting.
How are you going to do that from Pluckers though?
Well, Kevin will be at the Dallas Pluckers.
Nice.
Just rocking it.
It's the Kevin Hagelin show now.
Plenty of people don't broadcast from the venue when they're doing
right.
play-by-play.
All right. We'll talk to you tonight. 6 p.m. Choppy, best of luck, man. Y'all, buy Choppy a drink tonight.
Yeah.
I will be.
I was gonna. Sarah was gonna come tonight. She's too down. I don't think she's gonna come.
Whoa.
Is she upset?
She is devastated.
With a U?
Because you were going to ask or because she thought it was a great plan?
She thought it was a great plan. She's going,
Awesome.
holy cow, that was perfect.
And now her heart.
Yeah, it's
in the mud.
It's like a dump truck now.
KFC next on the Fan.
She's got a dump truck.
Coming up at 10, continue your workday with K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we have made it to the day of the NFL Draft. What is your excitement level? Tolos, Twolos, YouTubers, 877-881-1053 for the NFL Draft. Or perhaps even you want to throw in for hearing Mike Bassick on the radio call of the Rangers tonight
gosh.
on 1080.
Mike, how excited are you about this tonight? Like, are you going to be able to focus on the show today at all?
What are we talking about right now?
Okay, all right. Yeah,
no, I'm able to focus right now.
You know the Rangers pretty well. How well do you know the Yankees?
Great, because I think they have 17 former Rangers on their team right now. But no, I know him pretty well. Obviously, Volpe is Al Leiter, Jack Leiter's teammate from high school, and he's their kind of big-time prospect. I know that watching highlights this morning, Aaron Judge slid into third base, and he looked like he'd never slid into third base before and almost got hurt. But obviously, Anthony Rizzo's a big player. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa kind of comes off the bench. So, Jose Trevino, I've heard of that guy before. Giancarlo Stanton's hurt right now. So,
do you track the game? Like, do you keep the score as well during it?
I usually don't when I'm doing pre and post, but I did do that for the Dodgers-Rangers game in spring training when we were there.
Oh, with the
but when they started making 74 changes because it's a spring training game, I ran out of like who in the world is playing right now versus like when Mookie Betts on the second or third pitch hit a ball 400 feet off of Andrew Heaney.
That's when we were talking to Tolos out there, and we all stopped and turned our heads because as soon as you heard that crack, you're like, uh-oh.
That one's gone.
That's not good for us.
Yeah, man.
All right. So the latest on the NFL Draft, are you potentially buying or selling these rumors? Or you know what, Corey? I'll give you the reckless leeway to create your own rumor.
Oh, man. Here's my rumor.
Wow, you already had it ready?
Yeah, somebody's going to trade their 3 first-round picks, and then they're going to get their 3 first-round picks back. And
is this from draft day?
Hold on. And they're going to get the linebacker they always wanted, and then they're going to go to their ranch, and they're going to work on their ranch and then protect it from city folk.
And then is he going to quit the ranch because it takes up too much of
If
his
you
time?
haven't seen draft day,
don't
do it.
Sucks.
Do it. Just watch it for today. Just make it an annual thing where you watch it every year on the day of the draft.
Wait, how did it go from watch it to now this is a responsibility for the rest of your life? How did that happen?
You should.
And also, I guess I shouldn't say it sucks. It's not good, but
is it better than the Christmas Story?
Oh yeah, and it's definitely less racist too.
Whoa.
I mean, it is, but then again, a lot of things are. Is if you watch it for just like you don't know anything about football, I think you might enjoy it. Like the drama, the heart behind it.
Yes.
If you really follow the draft or know anything about the trade value chart or anything along those lines, you're going to hate it.
Yeah. I'm totally in on this, man.
Okay.
Just watch it.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay.
I like it though. I think it's cheesy and fun, and I'm perfectly okay with that. So, and then there's some draft involved. That idea, that concept of the excitement of the draft, they try to encapsulate it.
Is Kevin, I guess I haven't been working with him long enough. Is he okay with mock drafts today, or is he out on mock drafts?
He doesn't want a mock draft until after. He wants the mock draft tomorrow, like on Monday.
Because like I looked at Dane Brugler's. Yeah, Reggie, I was looking at Dane Brugler's mock draft this morning on The Athletic, and I'm like, I don't know if I should bring this up or not on the radio.
Exactly.
It's like I hate mock drafts, and I'm like, I don't know. Like, are we supposed to talk about it? Because Dane has like a lot of information, but maybe we talk about it tomorrow if he got them all wrong.
She's not even going to be here tomorrow.
What?
Oh yeah.
Where are you going tomorrow?
Don't worry about it.
I don't know if we're supposed to.
My wife has my wife, I guess I'm also included. She just makes a lot more money than I do, and so we have like a big financial meeting.
Okay.
And so she scheduled it on that date. I didn't schedule it on the day after the draft. She scheduled it, but she's like, you need to have off on this date so we can sit down. I don't know how I'm going to keep my eyes open for that meeting, by the way. It's a long meeting.
Well, and you got a long game tonight,
Comically large sunglasses.
Oh, yeah. Or the ones that have the eyeballs on the front of them.
Oh,
do they still make those? Like every jury duty ever, you'd see like some joke about that on a sitcom or a movie. All right, so I'm gonna throw out some ideas for you guys, or I guess some draft rumors.
All right.
For tonight, and you guys tell me if you're in on that, if you think it's nonsense, and, on and on and on and on and on. All right, let's start with the idea of the Titans trading up potentially to number 3. You in on that? And do you think that pick is for C.J. Stroud?
You have a look on your face, Mike.
Well, I don't know if it's for C.J. Stroud. We know it would be for a quarterback.
Sure.
Yes.
It seems like, I don't know, it gets like the Will Levis and Will Anderson. This is the great thing about tonight's draft.
You know pick number 2.
This is a weird draft, and we don't even know who pick number 2 is. We
Correct.
only know who pick 1 is and have no clue if it's going to be quarterback or, Alabama's linebacker, defensive end, and Will Anderson. And so I don't know, because I don't know what order teams have these quarterbacks in, besides we know that Bryce Young's going 1. So then the quarterbacks 2, 3, and 4, we don't know what order teams have them in.
I think here's my wild, bold prediction. The quarterbacks slide, and we only get 3 in the first round.
Whoa.
No.
That's my wild, bold prediction for tonight. I know, Mike, you're right. It's the way that they treat quarterbacks. They're too valuable. I just don't think – I think we're going to look back at this draft a little bit and go –
Don't you think at that point, and I forget the horrible quarterback that thank God we didn't get from Memphis, the tall guy who was horrible? Paxton Lynch.
Is it weird that I was like Jared Lorenzen? But
teams start trading up at the end, just like Baltimore traded up for Lamar Jackson. So I think, to your point, if they were to slide, I think that teams would go, we have to get that 5th-year option on our quarterback. And so instead of taking him with the 2nd or 3rd pick in the 2nd round, let's trade up, give a little bit up so we get a 5th-year option on a guy we think will be a franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I totally understand that philosophy in theory. I just don't think there's 3 first-round quarterbacks here, or 4. I think there might be 3. And then we might look at it and go, there was only 1 at the end of the day.
Dane has, no, it wasn't Dane. It's NFL Network. By the way, they're on ESPN2 this morning because I don't get NFL Network.
Oh.
The morning show, whatever, Football Morning.
Good Morning Football.
There you go. And one of the guys had like a team trading up late into the first round to get Hendon Hooker.
Okay. And
I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but it's kind of like one of those things where teams seem to want to trade up at the end of the first if they like a quarterback to get the 5th-year option. But you could be right. That's the thing about this draft is who knows? Because Houston might have this plan of they have an idea that they get Will Anderson at 2, and then at 12 they take Anthony Richardson, or they take, I don't know, C.J. Stroud. I don't think he'll be there, but I mean, maybe that's what Houston's thinking. At 12, we can take the quarterback.
All right, so there are rumblings that Houston wants to trade out of pick number 2, but then there are also rumblings that the Texans will keep the pick and will not take a quarterback at number 2. So of the viable options at pick 2, Texans keep the pick and draft a quarterback, keep the pick and draft a non-quarterback, or trade the pick.
I think keep the pick, draft a quarterback. Especially if Bryce Young is sitting there, it'd be foolish not to do that. I don't think.
Assuming he's off the board.
It sounds like Vegas has let us know that if Houston takes a quarterback, it'll be Will Levis.
Is that all off the Reddit thing still, or is that?
No, that was for the first pick.
Okay,
for the second pick, I have seen a lot of steam pick up to Levis for number 2, but now there's some people who are curious if the Titans are trading in there because they think Levis will be on the board at 3. So that's why I was curious. I honestly have no idea.
Yeah, I don't.
Do you think?
I don't know.
Would you pick? Your first guess would be they take a QB, they take defense, or they trade.
They take Will Anderson. That would be my guess. If you made me put money on it today, right now, I will say, as far as I know, I haven't looked at Twitter in the last 5 minutes, but I would say they take Will Anderson at 2.
Okay.
And that would make sense too, because D'Amico Ryans built, he was part of that San Francisco defense last year as their coordinator. He knows how important everything you can be on defense can make your entire team look different.
You buying the idea that Bijan Robinson will be a top 10 pick? I've seen multiple mocks that believe this is going to happen. There's been buzz about Philly. There's been buzz about Atlanta. Are you buying Bijan Robinson as a top 10 pick?
I can buy that for sure.
Atlanta, Dane Brugler has them going at 8.
Yeah, They have done the Cordero Patterson thing for a while, and they're like, all right, maybe we should get the real thing here. Arthur Smith, really good with Derrick Henry when he was at Tennessee. It would make sense that he wants to kind of build his game around that. I still, at this point for the Cowboys, like, I know you've wanted this guy to fall to you.
Sure.
I'm not moving up to get him,
Sure.
but I do have to go into this draft really thinking, am I trusting Pollard to come back and just be the guy off of this injury? I know you can heal and everything, but do you trust it right now? Because your team's not ready to say, let's just hand it off to Malik Davis all season.
To stay in the running back space, you talked about how maybe the quarterbacks aren't as plentiful in the first round. Then do you think Jahmyr Gibbs is another first-round running back? Will we get multiple? Okay, because that's one of the over-unders is 1.5 on running backs, and that feels like it pivots mostly on Gibbs.
Yeah, I do. I think he's a first-round running back. I think the Cowboys, if they wanted to go ahead and grab him and say, you know what, we'll sit him right next to Pollard, and those two are going to be our combo this year, and you know what, we might not even sign Pollard next year. We might just have our guy and move on from there. So then that's down at 26. So that's kind of in my mind. I know there's all sorts of other things that could play out, but again, I'm looking at my team right now, and I have an injured running back as my starter. So it's not enough for me to just say that I'm comfortable there.
Mike, you say multiple?
I mean, just guessing, I'll guess no.
Okay.
But, I mean, I don't know. This is the last 5 picks are going to be, even the last 10 picks.
Oh, sure.
Here's what you could do. Just wait until tomorrow when I release my first round board. I'll get it all put together for you, and I'll release it tomorrow in the first round, and then we'll have second and third round ready for Saturday.
But hold on, Corey did just say yes. He predicts 2 running backs. So is that a spoiler? Or
I haven't finished my board for the first round yet. So.
Okay. Oh my God.
There could be 3?
Wow.
That's incredible.
We'll
Holy
see.
smokes.
We'll find out.
All right. This is another draft rumor making the rounds. We've heard this one for about a week. I guess since last week, since Derek Holland was in here. Trey Lance will get traded during the draft.
I think Tannehill will.
Yeah, I would be inclined to agree with that as well.
I don't think so. And I could totally see San Francisco. Where's their pick? Their pick is it's 29, and that they gave that to New Orleans, right? So they don't have a pick in the first round. If they desperately think that they need an addition there, then yes. But it doesn't make sense unless they just truly believe in their special sauce that even Sam Darnold can be a quarterback in their system. Like that's what I just don't get. You're going into it with Sam Darnold, and that's it.
You know what? As you're talking, I'm just throwing this out. D'Amico Ryans came from San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
He has a great read on if the kid can play or not when healthy. Would the 33rd pick, now this wouldn't be a pick tonight, but if you take at 2 and 12, you take Will Anderson and you take somebody else you really like. In fact, in this mock draft, it just has Jackson Smith and Najigba, just to throw out a wide receiver. And then you're at 33, you're like, hey, we didn't take a quarterback because we know that San Francisco will take the 33rd pick for Trey Lance. And now I have my quarterback. The issue is, which there's a lot there, is he's already going into his 4th year.
Yeah.
So then you have to pick up the 5th-year option. And we just saw where that didn't happen with the number 2 overall pick.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you just start looking at it and you go, huh. But I don't know. I'm wondering if D'Amico Ryans, what he thinks of him. And I think San Francisco might be satisfied with the 33rd overall pick.
I think they would. I absolutely
Do
think
they have
would.
a second-round pick? I don't think I see one here.
For San Francisco?
Yeah.
Ooh.
They do not. Chicago
No,
has it.
Yeah, and they sent it through Carolina, and yeah. Oh, so, I mean, that makes it
I think they have
even
11
more
picks, but they're all low. Yeah.
potentially plausible right there.
All right. Interesting, Mike.
Man.
I don't know. I have no information on that at all. I just threw it out as you talked about San Francisco, D'Amico Ryans taking defense and wanting to build the way San Francisco built.
You think then, how many, do you say 5 quarterbacks go in the first round?
I will say,
like, I put the over-under at 4.5. So, put you on the spot.
I'll
here.
lean towards a team trades up for
Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, but I don't know.
By-
I do think 4 go in the first round for
Okay.
sure.
By the way, Hendon Hooker said that he will be 100% cleared by September 1st. Now, keep in mind, like, what's he going to say? There's no way in hell I'll be ready to play. But he says, I'm taking it day by day. I'm already able to throw routes on air. And he said September 1st, I'll be ready to go.
All right. I'm looking forward to it. The dude was fun to watch at Tennessee this year. Man.
I just wonder, I'll throw this out for last second. Is picking 5 and 20 is Seattle. If they don't take a quarterback, and I get that they have, sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Geno Smith, they have pick number 37. So I'm just wondering if they were to package 37 and 52 in the second round to move up late into the first. In fact, if you're the Cowboys, let me ask you this. Would you take pick 37 and 52 for pick 26?
Oh, man, 37 is a good little drop. I feel like I would.
2 second-round picks?
At the risk of getting crushed.
So then the Cowboys would have pick 37, 52, and 58 in the second round.
Dominate the next day, dude.
If you feel like depth is an issue because you have a lot of high-priced players on your team coming up.
I'd do it.
I think if you're sitting there at 26 and somebody makes that offer to you,
you're taking it.
And you're that late in the first round already.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, most of the people that we really wanted off the board. Maybe if you have a bunch of people sitting there that you're like, no, we want one of these, then you go get the player. That's just how you do it.
Sure.
But the next day, if you're like, no, hold on, let's look at this draft. We could really take over in round 2 here and really add some good impact players. Just whether or not the Cowboys are good at adding impact players on day 2. What are you doing?
You know how people feel about that, and I get why. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Rangers get swept. What are the actual options to help the once again faltering bullpen? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no one has right here on The Fan and on the Odyssey app.
Your joints are talking to you, right? They're saying, hey, something's not right. You didn't listen because you thought the pain would go away in a week or two, but it's not going away.
Football legend Emmitt Smith knows you've got to listen to your body. Never ignore what it's telling you. And when it sends pain signals, don't wait. Get ahead. Stop it in its tracks with a visit to the nation's leader in joint pain relief.
That's QC Kinetics. Yeah, they are way ahead of the curve in this pain treatment business.
QC Kinetics says no to invasive surgeries and harsh drugs. They've found a better, natural way to relief, using your body's own healing properties that you were born with. And it takes place same day, right in the office during your appointment. No surgeries and no downtime.
Before that pain goes next level, get ahead of it. Go see QC Kinetics. Stop it in its tracks.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your air conditioner breaks down, don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their number one goal is to fix your air conditioner and not try to sell you something you don't need. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
Nate Newton here with my boy, super lawyer, Josh Alexander from J. Alexander Law. Being a 3-time world champion, I know what it takes to win the big game. When you're in a wreck, there's no case.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, That Soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We need to talk a little bit about the Rangers and their bullpen. Unfortunately, Corey, you're already giving me that look. It hasn't even happened yet. We have to start with this audio.
Full count here to Senzel. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed batter. The 3-2 is hit high into the air, pretty deep left. Thompson going back, still back to the track. This one's gone. Nick Senzel homers to straightaway left. A walk-off 2-run home run to give the Reds a 5-3 victory and a 3-game series sweep of the Rangers.
I know you didn't have a ton of options at this point, but you put in Jonathan Hernandez. He beefed it. The bullpen blew it again. This is 3 straight games that not only you lost, but this one's a little different because you were mounting a comeback from an earlier deficit.
Scored a run in the 9th to look like you could send it to extra innings.
Yes, you had an opportunity in every single one of these games to either close it out in the 9th or the game was tied, and you lost all of them. And that is just, it's early, but that feels like it hurts a lot.
It hurts because you look at the Astros, they're coming on strong, and I'll talk about that in the next segment, but you go, man, what a great start. And the Rangers are still off to a good start. 4 games over 500, 14-10, correct? So
if I told you we were 14-10, you'd be like, great. But it's the way you got there now that it's kind of frustrating.
And I think what's tough, Corey, is this. Dane Dunning and Cole Reagans are middle relievers, but they tried to pitch the 8th inning in a game that, you had a decent lead in those games, and they had to be taken out of those games. They're like, those guys probably, as great as they are pitching in kind of your 5th, 6th innings, might not be ready to jump into setup roles if you need them to set up games. So you kind of learn that. And so Bruce Bochy's like, okay, maybe I don't push them next time into the 8th inning. And then you go to Jose Leclerc.
Yep.
And you're like, oh, well, was this Jose Leclerc again? Same guy? No, it was Jonathan Hernandez. And you go, what about the game before? Well, it was Ian Kennedy. And you go to, now I do like Will Smith. He threw a hanging breaking ball in the Oakland game that you lost on Friday. But you start looking at it, and 4 out of your last 6 games, you literally had 6 relievers who took the ball in the 8th, 9th inning, and they all couldn't get out of it with the lead. So that's what gets a little bit scary now is it wasn't just one guy. It was 6 different guys who took the ball with approximately 6 outs to go to either keep the game tied or to win the game. And they all struggled, and you lost the lead in all of those situations.
Yeah, and that's where, when we were talking with Boch on Tuesday about, hey, are you, how do you handle this? How do you look at this with Leclerc? I mean, there was a clean slate to start the season with Leclerc because, hey, I don't know you. I have never coached you before. I've never managed you before, so I need to see how much I can trust you and when I can. Chris Young knew, though. Chris Young knew what his bullpen looked like, and that's why he was like, I will go ahead and get this Will Smith guy. So that was part of that, but now you're like, okay, what's the solution? Because, Mike, I think we walked into this season saying the bullpen's the most suspect thing.
Right.
We felt pretty decent about the lineup, felt very good about the starting pitching if healthy, but it was always, well, what about this bullpen? Then they were doing some things, and we were like, all right, maybe this is something different. But the backup plan, what was your backup plan if it didn't go through, Chris Young?
Okay, we have a variety of options, and we're definitely going to lean on an article from Evan Grant and see if any of these are appealing to you. But just a quick side question. I think I know y'all's answer, but from the 817, I'm totally serious. Would y'all trade Evan Carter for Aroldis Chapman straight up right now?
They don't understand. That's the number 1 prospect in all of baseball right now. Not just No, you do not trade what could be the next Bryce Harper or the next Mike Trout or the next Mookie Betts for a 35-year-old reliever who was horrible the last 2 years and who has a bounce back right now happening in Kansas City.
Do you think any of the concern, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but when you listed those names, the next on the list is Jurickson Profar. Is there concern that like some of our high level talent doesn't always work out?
Go do me a favor. Go to Baseball Reference and look up Jerks and Profar's minor league numbers. And that's where it was so confusing.
Yeah.
Now go look up Ronald Acuna Jr., Juan Soto, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Manny Machado, Bryce Harper. Like you're like, wait, how did he become the number one prospect when all the other number one prospects are batting like Evan Carter around 400 at 20 years old in the minor leagues? And you're like, this makes sense. It never made sense to me how Profar was considered a top 10 prospect with the lack of numbers. Evan Carter is looking like the next all-star in the American League in center field. Now, it takes time. He's not going to be. But if you want to tell me you're going to have to trade Justin Foscue for Aroldis Chapman, that makes a little bit more sense for this person, so they understand this. There's not a major future in center field sitting there. Yes, Leody Taveras was a big prospect, but he's been all right. Bubba Thompson was a first-round pick. Yeah, he's been okay. They didn't do what Evan Carter is doing in the minor leagues at he's the second youngest player in all of AA, not for the Rangers. Yeah. In all of AA for all 30 organizations. So he is having the best year in the minor leagues pretty much out of any minor leaguer in all of baseball for his age and what he's doing where he's doing. You don't do that. Now, would I trade Evan Carter for Framber Valdez? You know what? I would.
Because you see a future on the other side.
If that's the offer, if Houston wants to trade me the best left-handed pitcher in all of baseball for Evan Carter, I'm in. Do I want to trade Evan Carter for Shohei Ohtani? Straight up, I will. Even though I know that Ohtani probably won't even be with my team in 2024, I would do that for Shohei Ohtani.
Now, in terms of the bullpen, the first option is of course Jonathan Hernandez. Now, I know not off to a great start, or at least last night was not a great game, but you give him the ball and you tell him, hey, we're not moving away from you. We're going to give you an opportunity. Like whether you think that means 2 weeks, a month, whatever the case is, you start with that option.
Yeah, I think that it definitely is you can't trust Leclerc to do it, so you go with this guy for a while. I think also this is where, Mike, I get real kind of, I go back and forth. I don't know if I'm a real World Series contender this year.
Right.
And so is it the bullpen that's keeping me from being a real good, like a real contender for the World Series? Or because if I just change that, am I going to the World Series this year? I don't know.
Probably
and
not.
It's probably even too early in the season to think that way.
Probably not. And I'm not mortgaging my future. Yeah. And here's the great deal. I put this on Twitter last night just to give you an idea. Nick Solak was a guy who didn't have a future in Tampa. And the Rangers were desperate for position player help. They were not developing position players. The Rangers were struggling to develop. And so the Rangers are like, dude, we got this Pete Fairbanks. He throws 100 miles an hour, and he's a good reliever. And we know he's going to be a good reliever. But who cares about relief pitching when you're not good?
Right.
Yeah. We need position players that can play every day. We're willing to trade you a dude that you guys think is a setup guy and closer for the next 5 to 10 years in Major League Baseball so we can get a guy that we think can play every day in the major leagues. It didn't work out for the Rangers. It is working out tremendous for the Tampa Bay Rays. Just to give you an idea of what you can get if you have a guy that some team thinks is a possible everyday position player, you can get young guys that throw 100 miles an hour who are good. There's going to be a zillion examples of that. So the Rangers can trade. They don't have to trade Evan Carter for a reliever. They can trade Justin Foscue. They can trade somebody.
They do have a lot more depth than they've had in the past few
I'm not
years.
even saying Luis okay, here's another example. The Rangers are desperate for a starting pitcher, and they take a chance on Corey Kluber and trade the best closer in all of baseball now for the last few years in Emmanuel Clase. Trading for a reliever is not hard. Teams that are Kansas City, go through the list who we just played, Oakland. I'm not saying Oakland has anybody you want, but Cincinnati. You start looking at those teams that are desperate for everyday prospects, and you're going to get their best relievers because what are we relieving? We're going to lose 90 to 100 games. So they trade you their great relievers, sometimes young relievers, Emmanuel Clase, because they're desperate for everyday players that they don't have in their system.
So that's kind of where I am is, yes, I let Hernandez do this until I decide whether or not I'm a real contender.
All right. Now, other options that don't involve a trade is what about, and Jared mentioned him yesterday, so I went down and tracked through his minor league stuff though so far this season. Yuri Rodriguez, so 25-year-old down in Round Rock. It's really early, so it's tough to say.
Right.
But 7 appearances. He has thrown 9 innings, 14 strikeouts versus 3 walks. So just in terms of the control factor, significantly closer to what you're hoping for, and a sub-2 ERA. So he's given up 2 runs in 9.1 innings.
Here's my question back to you. Are you calling him up to be your closer?
I wonder if they would consider that.
That is a lot of pressure.
Oh, for sure.
Like usually you call up guys and you don't immediately make them closers. Even David Price, who was the number 1 overall pick, and Tampa was way better than they thought quickly, right? And they make it to a World Series against Philadelphia. And they were like, this is a number 1 overall pick in the whole draft, and David Price can help us. He's not ready to pitch as a starting pitcher, but we think we can use his arm to pitch in the bullpen.
Okay, would you consider then, would you still say the same, not the same amount of pressure, but too much pressure is potentially on, let's give him a 7th or 8th inning role?
That's a lot of pressure too. You usually call those guys up and you pitch them in losing situations. We're down 3-1 in the 6th inning. Put him in the 7th and let's see if he can hold it. He does that for, let's say, 4 times in a row. Like, all right, man. Now let's give him the game where we're up 3-1 in the 7th inning and see how he handles that. We're seeing what happens, right? 6-1, Jonathan Hernandez comes in, shuts it down. The Rangers still lost that game, but he came in with runners on first and second, I believe 1 out for Martin Perez the other day, and did great. There's less pressure there. Now, the best and the ones that are really good, they kind of see the game as the game. In fact, sometimes you'll put a guy in 6-1 as a closer and they'll stink in that situation because they need that adrenaline of the game's on the line. They actually struggle when the game doesn't feel like it's on the line.
Does Joe Barlow, who has not a ton, but more major league experience coming in and sliding into the bullpen, make any more sense? I do see all the people asking about Derek Holland. I would love that. That does not feel like what the Rangers are doing.
For Barlow, last year he struggled as the closer and lost that role. And so I don't mind Joe Barlow coming back into the bullpen and helping out. I do think you do have an issue with a lot of your Jonathan Hernandez and Jose Leclerc. They have the stuff to be a closer.
For sure.
But do they have the mind to be a closer? And that's the big question with those 2 guys. And right now, I think in a weird way, Maddox, and I know we have to go here, but Maddox might have praised a little bit of Jonathan Hernandez yesterday because I would have praised him. And I said, hey, we threw a couple pitches that were very hittable pitches. But you know what? You attack the strike zone. Because the reason that Jose Leclerc and Jonathan Hernandez struggle in these situations is they don't attack the strike zone. So now, part 1, successful. Part 2, not successful. You threw too good of pitches to hit. But if we throw strikes, we have a chance. You have 8 guys ready to field the ball for you and help you out.
We're the KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Passer.
At least we didn't lose our ace for the year.
Damn right.
Oh, that's true.
Next.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. And I'm joined by Dorian Jimenez.
find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got you covered for everything tonight, and Mike is going to be even more important in that team than usual. We've got all of your NFL draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan. Corey says it time and again, the best draft coverage you're going to get. The rest of us will be deployed out at the Pluckers across the Metroplex, and then on 1080, joining Jared Sandler for the Call of the Rangers game.
Holy cow.
Mike Bassick presenting you official play-by-play guy baseball nuggets, or color man baseball nuggets.
Yes. I don't know if I'll do play-by-play. I mean, I would try my best.
Jared, just ask him. Say, hey, man, let me try this tonight.
Do you think I would be like with Harry Doyle? That's why, like.
Yeah.
Okay. Ball.
Nope. That's why they pay him the big bucks,
Mike,
folks.
you're good with words.
Man,
Thanks.
that's a great point. Over under 1,000 words Mike gets in tonight.
I felt like there was chemistry with Jared and I.
Yeah, no, I think there's over 1,000
Okay.
words.
I'm just going to work off of Jared.
So, Mike, I do need you to do me a favor.
Tell me about
I
it.
need you to have a clock in front of you. And anytime you say something that you think is hilarious or perfect, I need you to jot it down so we can have it for tomorrow.
Especially things you think are hilarious.
Okay.
Because I find those funnier than anything else.
Okay. Well, I don't find this funny. We always have to watch this. It does help the Texas Rangers. They had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
But the Mariners are 11-13. They are not off to a good start. It doesn't mean they're not a good team. I do think they're going to be over 500 and win 90 games at the end of the year. Just like that one year where they started off like 15-3. And I'm like, they are pathetic. And I have no clue how they're doing this. And at the end of the year, you know what they were? Pathetic. Yeah. Over 162, we're finding out that strengths and weaknesses will be found.
Yes.
And sometimes those strengths will overcome your weaknesses, and sometimes the weaknesses, unfortunately, will overcome your strengths. Okay? But Robbie Ray is out for the year. He is the guy that they picked up from Toronto, gave a lot of money. He won the Cy Young, right, for Toronto, and really good left-handed pitcher. They're going to miss him now for the rest of the season. He has, and I don't know everything of the injury, obviously, but shoulder injuries are scary when it's an elbow injury. And I was watching yesterday after our show was over. I was watching on television after the Rangers. I was watching Kansas City and Arizona. And one of the guys that works those games for Arizona is Brandon Webb. Brandon Webb in a 3-year period finished first, second, and third in the Cy Youngs. He was awesome. He was arguably the best pitcher in the National League and probably a top 5 pitcher. Probably, I guess I would say Clayton Kershaw around that time was still the best. But
still, at the top of the heap.
At the top of the heap was Brandon Webb. And then he had a shoulder injury and never pitched again. And I'm not saying that's happening to Robbie Ray. But when I hear shoulder injury, I think for pitchers, it's way scarier than elbow injury.
That's fascinating because, I guess how long do you think that has shifted? Because it used to feel like Tommy John was like, I don't know if the kiss of death is too dramatic, but you're like, oh, God.
Yeah.
And now you're like, I mean, it happens.
Everybody gets it, right?
Yes.
And it's kind of the way. It's like, when do you want them to get it? It's almost like you'd rather them get it in the minor leagues because then it doesn't hurt their clock.
Right out of high school.
I want to say, I'm not 100% sure, but Max Scherzer had something like that happen to him out of the University of Missouri.
Wow.
Okay.
He's done pretty well.
So Robbie Ray out for the Mariners for a while. For the rest of this season. He has 3 more years after this year on his contract, I believe, with Seattle. Yeah. So obviously they have to hope that next year Robbie Ray comes back and is able to be the Robbie Ray that they signed from Toronto. I think this is interesting, and this is going to have a Rangers connection here.
Okay.
Jordan Walker. He is the 20-year-old phenom for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Before you get to the rest of the story, I just have to say, what a stunning turn of events for him already this year.
Yes. So he was sent down to AAA. Now, does this sound like you should be sent down to AAA at 20 years old? 274 batting average, 2 home runs, 11 RBIs, and an 817 OPS.
It does not. I'm very familiar with him because of cards.
Right.
And he also matched or surpassed the longest modern hitting streak for a rookie.
12 to start the season. He had a 12-game hitting streak. Now, the reason the Cardinals are doing this, and I'm going to tie it into Evan Carter because he's 20 years old and just tearing it up in AA. I think he's the number one prospect in all of baseball.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I'm biased here. I think Evan Carter, if you had to re-rank it, I think after guys have been called up, I'd put him as the number one prospect in all of baseball at 20 years old in AA. But his last 15 games, this is where the Cardinals come in, and he's batting 200 with an OPS of 483. So in his last 15 days in the major leagues, really struggling. 11 strikeouts in his 30 at-bats. And so they felt like, you know what? He's also a third baseman. Well, he's not playing third base because they have Nolan Arenado. So they moved him out to left field. So he's learning a new position while also learning the major leagues. And they thought, you know what? After 20 games or so in the major leagues, maybe this is too much. Maybe we put on this 20-year-old who we think is still going to be a stud.
Sure.
Maybe it's just a little too much to put on his plate right now in St. Louis. Let's have him go down to, I believe Memphis is still their AAA. Let's have him go down to Memphis. Let's have him play left field every day and really get probably at least 100 at-bats down there in AAA at 20 years old to keep learning the game and then learn his new craft. His new craft has to be an outfielder because Nolan Arenado's not going anywhere.
You know, one of the interesting things I saw when they sent him down is this just shows the prevalence of analytics, as if you didn't know. One of the things they pointed out is he's still hitting the ball really hard. So even in while things are going bad, they're like, man, he is still smashing the ball with that exit velo. So good job.
And the Cardinals want to win it all this year. Now, I know that right now they're not off to a good start. I believe they're like 10-14. They're somewhat the opposite of the Rangers record. I might have their record a hair wrong, but they're a well under 500 to start the year. So I'm tying this into Evan Carter. Evan Carter last night had a horrible game for him. He went 0 for 3 with 3 walks and a run scored. He still got on base 500% of the time, but I should say 50% of the time, 0.500, not 500%.
Yes.
Sorry, that was a bad mistake.
That would be amazing.
But hopefully I don't make that on the radio tonight. But he got on base 50% of the time last night.
Put that above our show instantly.
We talked to Chris Young. They knew early in March how special this guy was. They didn't know he's going to get off to this start in AA, but the Rangers know how special Evan Carter is.
His eyes lit up when we asked him about
it. I think the Rangers believe at some point this year or to start next year, he's going to be their center fielder for the next 10 to 20 years because he's only 20 years old. He turns 21 kind of at the end of this season.
Mm-hmm.
But Chris Young kind of talked to us and kind of let us know we don't want to put the major leagues on his plate right now with so few games in AA. He played 6 games in AA last year and then the playoffs, and he did great in the playoffs. He helped that team win the AA Texas championship. So they want to develop him at the right stage. They want him when he's comes to the major leagues. They want to feel like he can have a lot of success in the major leagues and not with like Jordan Walker here. Hey, I'm going to have to call him down because there's starting to be struggles here. We're struggling as a team. Maybe I put in more of my veteran guys in the outfield. And then when Jordan Walker's more ready to play left field every day in the major leagues, he's more ready. I think the great thing for Evan Carter, he won't be moving from infield to outfield in the major leagues. He's going to be either in left field or center field for the Texas Rangers when he comes up. But sometimes when people say, is it time to call up Evan Carter? He is batting .370 with a 1.1 OPS. I think Jordan Walker is a good reason why. Let's have him keep developing at the right stage before pushing him to the major leagues, maybe before he's ready.
Everything he's doing is in Frisco, right?
He's in Frisco right now in center field.
It's very weird to me.
Go catch it. Go watch it.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but please go watch Evan Carter. But it's still very weird to me that we're talking about AA guys. And we have a AAA system. We still have a AAA team.
Yeah.
But we're talking about our AA guys more than we're talking about our AAA a lot of times. That's just weird to me because it seems like the next step would be Evan Carter there, but I guess he's so close to Arlington, they can keep an eye on him.
People have asked this on Twitter. Why not send him to AAA now since he's dominating? First of all, it's a short amount of time. Second of all, now let's think about the human being. Let's think of us as humans since we're humans just like Evan Carter is. You're a younger kid. You just got an apartment in Frisco with another teammate, and you had to go rent furniture, and you had to do all these things, and you had to turn on utilities, and you kind of unpack and everything.
That's
true.
true.
And now you're like, all right, now we want to send you to Round Rock. I have to do all those things all over again. Let's let them get comfortable. There's a lot that goes into not just the player playing well in Frisco. You have to deal with, if you're moving up to AAA, you have to move everything to AAA.
So-
you have to drive your car up to AAA. You have to move all your stuff. Now you have to get a buddy that you know on the team and
So
see,
he
do
may
you have a
never
room
see
available?
AAA then? Is what kind of...
No, but
Okay.
let's give them like 2 months
I got
in
you.
Frisco.
Okay.
Like, just think of you. If you had to move now into a new apartment
Pain in
in
the
a new
ass.
city, and then a month later they're like, hey, let's move you to another apartment in another city. You're just like, all right, I mean, you do it. You're excited
Yes.
about it, but there's a lot that goes into it. So a lot of times, farm directors, general managers go, hey, there's no reason to force him to AAA right now. AA is a very high level.
Okay.
It's a very good level. It's, most people say, as my last thing I'll be said, AA is the first time you play real baseball. Real baseball doesn't happen at LSU. Real baseball doesn't happen at Texas A&M. Real baseball, a lot of times, doesn't happen at Kinston, North Carolina, down east. It's really great what Kumar Rocker is doing. But there's a lot of lack of adjustments that happen in A-ball. AA is the first time you start seeing guys start making adjustments on a daily or weekly basis on what they're doing well and what they're not doing well. And so, anyways, Evan Carter, Jordan Walker, 2 unbelievable prospects. I both believe they're going to be great players for their organization, but sometimes you have to give them a little bit of time. We're not all Ken Griffey Juniors.
Right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, from dogs to bananas to, oh yeah, I guess Bryce Young too. Let's talk about the NFL draft prop bets.
Okay.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. Awesome. The G-Bag Nation, starting at 2 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey there, folks. Life is unpredictable, and you never know when you or a loved one.
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Here's a question that we were just throwing out there. I really want Twolo's, YouTubers, and the Tolos response. If Jared is Luka tonight on 1080 for the Rangers broadcast, who will Mike Bassick be? So Mike Bassick and Jared, that's your broadcasting.
Can you explain that further?
Because
what does that mean, Jared being Luka?
All right, and so
ball hog controls the tempo.
See, I like that better than what Corey said. I could just see Jared saying,
the refs in this situation.
Yeah, Jared just griping at the refs all night.
You guys think that I want Tim Hardaway Jr.'s role and I want the ball. I'm going to be Theo Penson and just cheering him on the whole time.
You're going to have to call yourself out. Like, I don't know how exactly that's going to work.
I can totally see Mike
Jared,
being Hardaway and being like bombing away, baby.
And Sandler's like, he turns his mic off. He's like, there's already been 2 pitches thrown that I haven't got in because you won't be quiet. And I'm like, I got the rock, baby. I ain't giving it up.
What am I supposed to do? Get it and not shoot?
Yeah. By the way, the Robbie Ray injury, I got it confused with somebody else. It's a flexor tendon injury, which isn't a good injury either, but it luckily isn't shoulder.
Okay.
But, yeah, see, I've already screwed up today.
Is he still
already.
out for the year, though?
He is out for the year. Done for the year, but it's shoulder injury was a prospect that I was getting confused with Garrett Mitchell of Milwaukee Brewers.
Most of the texts are saying Dwight Powell so far.
Okay, and see,
He's just going to set picks.
And I wondered if...
But you also get to finish alley-oops.
That's true.
And at some point,
and
Jared
luckily
might
it's the
punch
regular
you in the face.
season, which means I can.
That's true, because it was the playoffs. They'd have to bench him.
Yeah.
But I think Jared's viewing this as he's Luka in the playoffs against the Clippers. He's like, I'll take care of it all. Don't worry about it. And you're
Probably
like,
so.
What do you want us to do? And you're like, dude, I need 5 people on the court per NBA regulations. And so
yes,
you just stand
That's
there.
the way I think Jared would approach it tonight.
I can't wait to see how that's going.
But y'all have worked together. Y'all did the Rough Riders stuff. And so that's where I think that y'all have some sort of rapport. That's where I think it'll work.
Yeah. Rappaport.
Nope.
I hope he starts it off by like big time and Mike and be like, this ain't the internet. This is because that's what happened in
Welcome
spring
to
training.
the show, baby.
If you don't know that story,
Yeah.
Mike sounded so defeated when he retold it to us. He was like, this has always been a dream of mine to broadcast a major league game on the radio. And Jared
we're not on
immediately
it.
goes, well, you know what, Mike? This is on the
Is that what he's going to do to me tonight? I'm going to be like, this is so awesome to be on the fan. He's like, we're on KRLDAM.
Welcome
like,
to the league, Rook.
Listen. People are listening to this.
The most trusted news station
Can Mike
in the
say,
Metroplex.
on my show, the 10 to 2, can he say that stuff?
That's our sister
is that
station.
allowed
That's
to
fine.
sing?
Yeah.
That's
All right.
fine.
Yeah, plug the show tonight, man.
That would be great.
All right.
From the 817, he's going to be Boban, the cheerleader. But you're right, Corey. From the 972, Mike is Dwight Powell. From the 940, he's obviously Dwight Powell. From another 940, you get the start, but you don't have to necessarily produce anything. From the 806, Mike will be Dwight Powell. He's going to try really, really hard.
I like this. I'm going to probably, what I'll do is I'll screw around before the game, take shots that I'll never take in the game, run around with Maxi Kleba like we're best buddies. I was almost use a bad term, but
Yeah, thanks for that.
and just like screw around and then be like, gosh, I can't believe I can't make this 15-footer that I never practiced before the game. I messed around with Maxi Kleba in the corner.
I appreciate that second edit. I envision him going, and Mickey Mantle goes deep, and he's just doing practice calls for players who have long since departed the game.
Don't do that.
What a play by Willie Mays. Jared's going to get so
Don't do
mad.
any bits. Don't do any bits.
I
Dude,
love
because this could lead to a very long-term lucrative thing for you, Mike. Like, this could be your dream come true. The
Like,
Rangers.
I hear you. Like, I won't say Anthony Rizzo, the first baseman, like Lou Gehrig. And do you know what happened? He played a lot of games in a row, is what I was going to say.
Rizzo
He had
have
the
a-
record until Cal Ripken Jr.
Did he have some kind of cancer or something? Am I wrong about that?
He had Lou Gehrig's disease.
Oh, he did?
Come on.
Rizzo. Not.
Oh, okay.
Good God. All right. Okay, guys.
Lou Gehrig.
And they
All right.
shouldn't. I mean,
Which is
know
still
if
not
your
fun.
name's Lou Gehrig.
Yeah, he had Hodgkin's lymphoma.
I don't know if we should do bits about
6
that.
months of chemotherapy.
All right, so we definitely should not.
But he overcame it.
He did.
That is true.
I think they won the World Series that
In
year.
your face, cancer.
Now,
That's right.
I support that. Now, while that's happening on 1080, right here on 105.3 The Fan is going to be the NFL Draft. Across Pluckers in the Metroplex, our path to the draft concludes at the Metroplex Pluckers. I'll be out at the Dallas location off of Greenville.
With Mike.
And no, not with Mike anymore.
In spirit.
They've got cool specials and prizes all night long. Thank you to them and our friend Mr. K-Post at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
I was honestly looking really forward to devouring their buffalo wings.
Oh, man. Their wings
I'm
are
a
so
buffalo.
good.
I know there's different flavors. There's a zillion different flavors there. They have a whole bunch of great things, but I was like, dude, I'm going to eat a whole bunch of wings tonight.
I'll be in the Arlington location with special mystery guest.
Are we not?
Who is it?
It's Will Chambers.
Okay.
But on our,
no.
Yeah, on our post,
Tom
it says
Chambers.
It says special mystery
Who
guest.
stole Rolando Blackman's All-Star MVP.
Which is, we'll dive into that maybe in a podcast. It's weird. It's weird to me that it was Will Chambers, and then we changed it to special mystery guest, and it's still the same person.
Still the same person.
Like, it would be different if they're like, it's Grego, and you'd be like, what the hell?
They were like, it could be Will Chambers or anybody a special mystery guest.
Yeah.
Possibly even Will Chambers.
All right.
Or Will Smith.
I've got some prop bets for
Which
you.
Will Smith?
There's a whole bunch.
That's true.
Tons of Will Smiths.
Prop bets for the NFL draft tonight, not including commercials. How many dogs will be shown in round one?
Like, so not
Like,
in the
there's
commercial.
a dog at home?
At one of the players' homes or at the draft?
I don't remember
Why would
dogs
there be
being
a player
shown.
at the draft?
There's
a dog.
There was a dog here this morning.
There was.
Why was that dog here? I don't know.
Maybe they're announcing a pick.
I'm gonna say.
be rough.
I'm gonna say. Did
Count
you really
it.
just do that?
Count it.
I'm gonna say 1.
Okay.
That's my over/under.
I guess I'll go with 0.
The over-under is 2.
Oh.
So you guys might want to put some money in on the under.
Now, I will also bet you that they play the Ram Heart Like a Truck commercial 76 times.
How does that go again?
First of all, text in if you haven't seen the Ram Heart Like a Truck commercial. But at the end, the Rams are thinking about going over the cliff. They've had it. They've gotten really close to the cliff, and they're like, I'm not sure if I'm going to press the gas one more time or not.
Wait, did he make these trucks anthropomorphic? They're just like, they're not being driven.
Why
they
else
just
would they
decided.
be driving next to the mountain cliff?
He's been on
Unless
Chat
they're
AI
thinking-
a lot, and he's like, they got feelings.
What was that movie?
I got a heart like a truck. That's the way the song goes.
Maximum Overdrive, where the aliens take over all the vehicles and Emilio Estevez has to save the world.
What a terrible movie
That was
that is.
amazing. I don't know what you're talking about.
How many round one draftees will be wearing glasses?
Like, does any specific kind? Sunglasses,
Any kind
spectacles?
counts. Yes.
Sunglasses.
I'd
5.
say 6. Yeah.
Ooh, you guys might want to hit the under again. Over under 8.5 on this
Man,
one.
I don't know. Sunglasses look.
I'll tell you what, if a wide receiver is wearing glasses, I'm out.
Wait, these are outside. This is outdoors, isn't it? Remember, like, since we've gotten to these various places, it's been outdoors, guys.
But
Get
it's
this stylish
nighttime.
with the sunglasses.
It'll be nighttime, right?
Will it though?
It'll still be kind of
Won't it
sunny
be
out
like
early.
5 o'clock there?
Central
Wait,
time in
sorry.
Kansas City.
7 o'clock. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I was thinking about Vegas again. Yeah, 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
So
no,
it'll still be a
it'll
little.
be nighttime.
Still be a little. light.
Sunglasses.
glasses.
Sunglasses could definitely be in play, but I'm telling you, if Zay Flowers walks out there with glasses, bust.
Sunglasses or just like
No glasses.
Oh, okay. All right.
okay.
I wonder how many wide receivers
Wear
don't
glasses.
have 20/20 or better vision.
Well, we talked about the Justin Jefferson thing where both of his eyes are better than everybody else's. So.
I don't think you can be a wide receiver if you don't have great vision.
Facts.
That I hear what you're saying. How many of the draftees will be wearing a tie?
All of them.
All
No.
31?
Disagree.
Remember Zeke? He came out there when he used to have abs, and he cut his shirt, and I don't think he had a tie on with his ab shirt.
First round draftees.
First round draft.
21.
Okay.
I don't know. Like the open shirt look has been gaining some steam.
The disco
man.
thing with
I
all
guess.
the chest hair.
Sure.
Don't necessarily no. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
Bow tie count because it's a tie.
Yes.
That's why. Yeah, bolo ties
Bolo tie
count.
counts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Over
Philip
under
Rivers
on
isn't getting
bolo
drafted
tie.
again. Okay.
One. somebody's gonna have a
Yeah.
bolo tie
Who grew up in Abilene or something?
or Utah. Yeah, yeah. There's like a very Western, detail on his embroidery.
The over-under.
Will Levis puts mayonnaise in his coffee.
Oh, we'll get to him in just a second. 19.5 over-under for first-round draft picks wearing a tie.
I'll take the over.
Will Levis be shown eating an entire banana?
No.
This feels like
he's going to get drafted way too quick for that.
Okay.
Yeah, and at this point, that would be a stupid bit. It would be like, you know what? I'm going to keep this up. Dude, you're a pro now.
7-1 on your
Stop
money,
acting
though.
like an idiot.
If he does
kid.
that, we know he's the next Paxton Lynch.
Yes. Yes.
He eats a banana?
You got to be
Yes.
mature.
Okay.
You got to be mature to be a leader.
If he's doing a bit on banana eating, then we know that his heart's not into being a great quarterback.
Sounds like a euphemism.
Oh, for sure. A hateful one at that. Who will be the number 1 overall pick? Excuse me, let me try that again.
Okay, I'll do
No,
this.
Hold
Bryce
on, let me
Young.
try it
Bryce
again.
Young.
Let me try it again. Who will the number
Unless it's
1
not.
overall pick hug first? Mom, friend, dad, or agent? I have to admit, I'm not particularly familiar.
I don't know his family, but I'll guess mom. He'll probably snatch the other cell phone out of his girlfriend's hand.
I don't know if that will happen again.
It's mom. It's going to be mom, definitely. I'm looking at Heisman pictures and all these other awards that he's been at, and mom is like right next to him, up under that arm every time.
If you're exceedingly confident, that's only a -200. So it's not like it's not an overwhelming favor, but if you feel that's the way to go.
Will he take his signing bonus and buy his parents a house?
Oh,
you wouldn't.
98%.
He probably might have already done that. How much money he made at Alabama?
Yeah.
Will
Levis,
the number 1 overall pick, probably Bryce Young, cry?
No.
7-1 if you think he will cry.
Did Joe Burrow cry? Y'all remember?
Started smoking a
I
cigarette.
feel like Joe Burrow. Didn't they say he has the heart rate of a sociopath or something, or a serial killer? Yeah. His heart rate doesn't, when he's got intense situations, heart rate doesn't raise.
And he's close to like a little bit coneheadish. He has his forehead keeps going up.
He looks like a cartoon character.
He does. He has a long forehead. It's okay. My head's not the perfectly shaped head.
What's the
Neither
cartoon
is his.
with the guy that wears the black shirt and jeans and has the really high yellow
Johnny
hair?
Bravo?
Yes, that's who he reminds me of. Mike's dead on about that. So
It doesn't make him a good or bad quarterback. They just have like a different helmet, I bet, for him.
I think he cry. I think he doesn't cry. I don't think Bryce Young cries.
Okay, no.
Nick
good.
Saban eliminates all of your emotions when you get to Bama.
I appreciate that. Over under number of round 1 trades.
6.
I was getting his 5, so.
The over under is 5.5.
Wow.
So man, Reggie, which one of them do you believe in?
Under.
Would you take the over or under?
I take the under.
It's probably smart.
Your face.
I think because
We'll see tomorrow when I throw up my mock draft.
True.
For the first round. Never forget.
like your bracket.
Yeah, my bracket was perfect.
In fact, you had the Miami Heat beating the Milwaukee Bucks. I was surprised by your bracket.
You're
but
welcome.
You got it right.
And I had no idea this stretch. Man, how do you not own this station by now? Like, you got that Back to the Future.
Oh, he's very bad at betting. Haven't you heard him?
Yeah, that's the problem is that if I do bet, everything goes haywire.
That's the book says you get to know all of these things. The second you bet on them, that alters
Screwed up.
the result.
Yeah.
Who will be the first player traded during the NFL draft? I have options for you.
Can I guess real
Sure.
quick? Is Derrick Henry and Ryan Tannehill 2 of the guys?
Derrick Henry is 3rd on the list. Ryan Tannehill, I'm still not 100% that, like, I do think they want to make a trade up, but I don't know if that necessarily has him going out the door.
Aaron Rodgers.
That is already done, thus not eligible.
We traded.
That would
it
be
was
a
first.
shocking.
They
turn
met
of
him for
events.
24 hours. They're like, let's just go get Tannehill.
I would also like to venture the guess Aaron Rodgers.
Thank you,
Okay.
Reggie.
Well, that's wrong. You lost.
Why aren't you taking your real guess, Reggie?
Oh, because I was
Steve-
sending a text. My bad.
Steve DeBerg.
Oh my God.
Ooh, that's a great point.
No, that's a
That's a
dumb
great.
trade.
You know what? I would like to revise my answer. to Steve DeBerg.
That's a good guess.
Are we sure the mystery guest tonight with Corey is not Steve DeBerg?
Man,
can we please get Steve DeBerg? Steve
Why do you
DeBerg,
keep looking at me? Look at Reggie. Look
he's
at
not
Joey.
on social media. I've looked for Steve DeBerg. I'm going to be honest. I
hard
have
to
looked
find.
for him on Facebook
hiding
and
from us, I
Twitter,
think.
and I can't find Steve DeBerg.
Okay, surely we have a gigantic audience. You have anybody who knows like a friend of Steve DeBerg or Steve DeBerg? Now the leader on the list is
Trey Lance.
No, it's actually Austin Eckler.
Oh,
And
when
so,
Bijan Robinson goes to the Chargers, then they trade Eckler.
man, that would be really interesting. So Austin Eckler, Dalvin Cook, Derrick Henry. So running back heavy, and then Lamar Jackson is fourth on this list. Although I know a lot of people think DeAndre Hopkins, who's fifth, will be traded potentially tonight.
Man, Hopkins is very interesting right now. And I
Come
know
on, Kansas City.
I did see the Diana Rossini tweet earlier that the Cardinals are currently mulling trading down out of the number 3 spot.
Yes.
Because they like the Texas
I
Tech
think
kid
they
a
will.
lot, right?
Tyree Wilson, yeah.
So they're mulling it right now, which means they're thinking about it. Like they haven't thought about it for the last few months.
They're like, listen, we lost a Texas Tech coach, and he was tremendous. Let's just go get another Tech guy. I would have never guessed in a million years in my life that a Tech player on defense would be considered a top 5 pick.
And some people, they think number 2 is still in play.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we can talk a little bit about the NBA playoffs and the amazingness that is Jimmy Butler, or Himmy Butler if you prefer. But we got to get to the moral compass. The heartbreaking decision for Mike Bassick. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk about Men's T Clinic. They want to get you back physically, mentally, emotionally, for being up in the gym, watching your son's baseball team, a golf round with the guys, and for connecting with her. It can be tough to take the first step and regain lost energy, drive, and focus when you aren't feeling like yourself. I get it, man. That was me 10 years ago until I found the total.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that soda, and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Reggie, I know we're going to get into a heartbreaking moral compass, but will you just go ahead and fire off cut number 6? Because I feel like we have to pay some attention to what was an incredible game, incredible performance last night.
Back out to Allen. 2, 1. He didn't get that shot up. The Miami Heat advance to the second round. They are just the 6th, 8th seed to defeat a number 1 seed in the 76 years of the National Basketball Association in New York. Here we come. Amen. God bless America.
Whoa. I love it.
He did a lot.
I love
He got
it.
in his bag right quick.
I want to make clear it's Jimmy Butler's 42 points and not Grayson Allen. That was the incredible performance as Grayson Allen's like, mid-range is dumb. I'm going to drive to the hoop. And
They don't teach time at Duke.
You know, it looked It looked bad. It looked really bad. The Heat close out the Bucks. The Grizzlies stay alive. The Knicks close out the Cavs. And then the Warriors take a huge step towards closing out the Kings.
Jimmy Butler's never going to get the credit he deserves, is he? This dude is he's an all-around player.
I mean, that's just the history of the NBA. I feel like Isaiah Thomas gets the credit he deserves for going to 3 NBA finals and winning 2 when it was the Magic Jordan era.
Yeah.
Like, he was able to defeat both of those guys. And I know Bird had started fading at that point in Boston, but like there was this dude who went to 3 NBA finals and won 2. We barely talk about Isaiah as arguably the greatest point guard of all time.
It's like Jimmy Butler is he is that gritty substar.
Yeah.
You know, that you're just like, he's going to get all the points. He's also going to have a couple steals tonight. And he's also going to have some assists and big rebounds. And you're like, you want that dude on your team. But you also, like, he runs your team if he's on your team.
It's also like when this happens and kind of how it happens, because he's a star player absolutely in this league. There's not a thing that you could point to as like, yo, Jimmy Butler is exceptional at that. He just kind of gets it done. He's one of those done guys, especially when like the lights are brightest.
Yeah, or one of my friends, and sorry, Reggie, I don't think it was you. I think this was my buddy Matt, said
Because I'm not your friend?
No,
I get it. It's fine.
Oh,
it's okay.
Wow.
You don't even acknowledge your sons.
You definitely are. I got a lot
At
of
least
things
Reggie
I'm
can
working on.
read.
Your face,
read.
Noah.
He said Jimmy Butler sandbags like 90% of the season and then just turns it on to this incredible degree. Yeah, in the last 2 playoff games, he has 98 points.
Mm-hmm.
Is that good?
Yes!
Yeah, 98 points and 17 rebounds, 6 assists, and a couple steals, couple blocks.
I'm seriously asking, I didn't check for Elias or anything like that. Is 98 points the most points in a 2-game span in
I don't
playoff
think so,
history?
because when Jordan had 63, I think the game before he went off 2.
Okay. But I mean,
I'm just going to guess that
if that's
those
the
2
category you're in, is you're like, he's behind Jordan. I'm like, that's fine. So tonight we'll see if the Celtics can close out the Hawks after Trae Young's incredible performance the other day to get that to a game 6. But we have to get to one of the sadder moral compasses we've had in
this is tough.
Recent memory.
It's not sad.
I don't know how he makes this decision.
I'm sad for you.
Okay.
It's time for the moral compass, and this moral compass revolves entirely around Mike Bassick.
Okay, so yesterday morning, I get a email. It's actually accidentally sent to my father, and then my father says, I'm pretty sure this is for you and not me. As my dad did play Major League Baseball for the Rangers and Twins, but he is 71 with a hip replacement surgery.
Yeah.
So probably maybe playing a little bit of baseball wouldn't be in his forte right now.
Sure.
So the email said from the Texas Rangers, hey, would you like to go to Cooperstown, New York and play in kind of the former players celebrity Hall of Fame game? And, you know, obviously they pay your way there. You don't have to go pay to get to Cooperstown and everything like that. So it's kind of like an expense paid trip, and maybe there'll be some of my former teammates there. Maybe there'll be some other guys, like who knows, like one of my heroes that I've met one time and shook his hand in New York for the Super Bowl is Cal Ripken Jr. Named my son after Cal, and also Hank Aaron. His name's Cal Henry. And so, I mean, this is just, oh my gosh, can't believe it. So as I'm reading this, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to say yes. I can't respond yes fast enough. But let me read through the rest of this email, because then they give the dates. And I'm like, God, those dates feel like I have something, but it can't be that important. And then I go
Narrator.
to my calendar. And it is my daughter, who's a senior in high school. It's her graduation. It's a Friday and Saturday. Her graduation is a Saturday. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't go. I can't go to Cooperstown.
Yeah. What? Hold on. Why is he laughing?
So
my decision very quickly was, I can't go. I'm not missing one of my children's. Like, if it's 8th grade graduation, that's fake. There's 3 graduations in your life, possibly. There's the high school graduation, there's the college graduation, and then there is graduate school graduation. There's no other graduation. All the fake crap that happens for kindergarten or 10th grade or whatever, that's all fake and doesn't count. You don't get any reward for graduating 10th grade. You either got a high school diploma or you didn't.
Jess is like, oh, I'm really sad I'm going to have to miss our niece's kindergarten graduation. And I did think in my brain, I was like, she's delightful, but I think we'll be all right.
Yeah, there's not a person that they failed in kindergarten and they never made it past kindergarten. They might say, hey, we think that it'd be a good idea at their age and everything, maybe to just redo kindergarten because this and that. They never go, hey, guess what? You failed kindergarten. Good luck in life. So, anyways, back to this. I did have to send the Texas Rangers the notice of it hurt my heart, but there's no way I'm missing my daughter's graduation. The other thing too is right now she is valedictorian, so there's a good chance.
Oh my gosh,
she's the one who has to make the speech, at graduation. So that would also be something where even if she isn't, I would still pick my child's graduation over this, even though this would be a dream come true. Because for the most part, they pick dudes that have played 10 years, and they picked Derek Hollins, who had this unbelievable game in the World Series, who played 10 years in the major leagues. Picking me, I get my career. Yuck, But I was like, oh my gosh, this would be such a dream come true. So I responded, please, please, please. I actually did put 3 pleases in the email. Please ask me again. And I'm 99.9% sure I'll say yes. I mean, the only thing that would get in the way is literally something like this.
Yeah.
Maybe Rangers or Cowboys training camp, if that was to be the same.
No, that wouldn't get in the way of this.
All right.
But
we thought my baby might get born.
A baby being born.
Yeah, that's not happening for
or
you,
your child getting married. I mean, I have 2 sisters. If one of my sisters got married, I might be like, hey, I'll give you a great waffle iron. But
wow, like the best one out there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But
understand how good
there's
this waffle
only a
iron is.
few things that would keep me away from this, and my daughter graduating high school is one of them.
She'll graduate again.
From the 806 Mary Grace's speech. Hi, I'm your valedictorian. Deal with it.
Oh my gosh.
It might be.
Oh no. All right. So
I don't know how she's going to do great.
First of all, does everyone agree, 877-881-1053, that he's making the right decision? And secondly, have you made sure to inform your wife and daughter about this amazing experience that came up that you're turning down?
You got to get points out of this.
I told my wife.
And what did she say? Was she like?
She's like, oh man, but yeah, that's. I don't even know if she would let me make that decision. She's like, great decision, but I'm pretty sure if I said, I think I got to go to Cooperstown, I think she'd say, I think you're insane, and you're not.
Yeah.
So
can't throw something out like you know what? A real graduation is college. I'll be at that graduation.
I'll tell you what. There's no way, thinking about it for a second, right? There's just, and now you have Brandon graduating,
Yes.
and I know
The same day as Mary
and I'll
Grace,
have
yeah.
2 other, kids hopefully graduating high school and college later in life too, and Corey, you'll have 3 people graduating later in your life. I would regret it. There's just no way, no matter how much fun I had, how much of a dream it is for me, I would 100% regret missing my daughter's high school graduation.
Would your family be able to go to this game if you?
My wife asked me that question, hey, would we get to go if? And I was like, I said no so quick. I responded,
Yeah.
Because I think that would be I think if you were there and they were here for the graduation, I think Mike would miss them the whole time. I think you'd love, be able to play and everything, but I think you would be sitting there, wanting to FaceTime and talk to them and see how everything's going.
I've never been to the Hall of Fame. I've never been to Cooperstown, and I know that my hat from giving up the home run to Barry Bonds is in the Hall of Fame. I donated that when they asked, hey, would you donate something to the Hall of Fame for this moment? I said, yeah, here's my hat. It would be really cool. I mean, from what I understand, I've been to the Football Hall of Fame back in 1999 when I played for the Akron Arrows in AA, and Canton's not far away from there, and it was cool. But I've heard that the Football Hall of Fame, which is usually what people consider the second best Hall of Fame, they say the Basketball Hall of Fame is pretty pathetic. Don't even go.
Oh.
But I've just heard that the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, it's just, they do it up so well that it blows away even Canton that does a good job. And they're like, the Basketball Hall of Fame, from what I understand, is just horrible.
Have you told Mary Grace about this?
No. Oh. I don't think I would.
There are some people that are saying you shouldn't, and then for the 940, I would guilt trip my daughter like 100 times that she's done the same to me. And so they're not saying you go on the offensive with the guilt trip. It's that they've probably done the same and you have to retaliate. Most everyone is saying you're making the right decision, but there's also people who are mocking out Mary Grace's potential speech.
Oh, yeah, this is really good. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Here's another version of it from the 817. What up, sick kids? I'm the valedictorian in your face. I don't.
From the 682, can his wife just hold up her phone on Zoom or Skype? Yes,
call.
That is an option.
Good call.
That is an option.
I don't think Skype is.
While
though. I
I'm
think
in
we
the
got them out of
game.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I won't be in long. I'll just probably pitch an inning or two.
Yeah.
Get hit around
No,
and then
you
go.
might never get to do this again, Mike. You might never.
I might,
get to
and
do this
honestly,
again.
I might not. Like I have this feeling. I don't know this. I have this feeling that like 3 or 4 people in the Rangers organization, like I can't do it, that are really good players, and
You
they're.
have 2 other kids though.
But
That
there's
gonna
nothing I can
graduate.
do.
Okay, let me tweak this up just a little bit then.
And they're your boys.
This is your only shot to ever do this.
What are you doing right now?
And hold on.
This-
And Mary Grace is going to get 4 different graduate doctorate degrees. And so you still got 5 more graduations.
I'll
ahead
get
of you.
really bored if she does that, like after graduating college. In fact, she's going to UT, and I'm super proud of her.
Good job.
But I don't know, at UT, do I want to be at that one? There's going to be 74 million people graduate from UT in whatever year she graduates.
They split it up really well because I've
Into
been to
schools,
a couple
right?
of
Yeah.
A&M
Okay.
graduations like that where it's not as bad as
Okay.
you might think.
I would
Yeah.
just say, hey, everybody, stand up. You graduated. The end. This is a big school.
That's what I want Mary Grace's speech to be like too. Hey, y'all graduated. See
And I
y'all
want to
in the
be there
party.
for her speech. I don't know how it's going to go.
Man,
She
Wait
has
a
a little bit
minute.
of me of a little bit of attitude of like, hey, screw you people at times. So I don't know how it's gonna go. I think she'll be very cordial and all those things, but I could see her being like, and let me take a few parting shots here.
One of my favorite stories you've ever told, I hope this is okay, is you were talking to your daughter about what y'all have in common, and you go, you know what, Mary Grace? We have one thing in common. When you get mad, you're an a-hole just like I am. And I love
Yeah, we were walking back from the getting her car, trying to get her car fixed. She's like, we don't have anything in common. I believe that was her sophomore year. I was like, oh yeah, we do. You see how you're being an a-hole right now? I can do that too.
I can't wait for this speech. I'm actually super invested in how that goes.
Pavelski is on the ice for practice, Kevin. He's wearing a blue jersey though.
Did they say it's a
That
game
means
time
a scratch
decision?
jersey.
Oh.
So we'll wait till tomorrow to find
Do
out.
they
more.
ever do rollerblades if they can't find ice?
Just let it sit. Just finish it out there.
We're
That
the
was it.
KNC masterpiece right here
They're
on
like, listen,
105.3 The Fan.
the ice isn't working. Let's go to Redbird Skate.
Coming up
You
next.
guys got some rollerblades?
It's time for Gridiron Gravy, all about the NFL draft, but we also have this amazing Dak stat. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Before we do, I got a heart like a truck. That's right, Ram Truck Month. This is it. This is the last week in Cleburne, located just minutes from the Metroplex. It's worth the short drive to Cleburne. To save a lot more,
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup, and unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We want y'all to come see us tonight at all of the Metroplex Pluckers. I already had somebody text in and say if they bring a binder of cards up to the Greenville location, will I take a look at it? Absolutely. And if you go up to Arlington, ask Corey for one of his jokes. He's got a fresh one that I really hope he tells to you, not on air, but in person. But he's got some other jokes. And then you can send them to Reggie, and it will make Reggie sad. right now.
It's a great way to get blocked.
What say we go around the entire NFL? Haven't blocked me yet. And dip into some gridiron gravy.
It still happened.
Biscuits. I was thinking about Drew Sanders. I was like, I probably picked the wrong guy on that video.
Dude, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I think he's a possibility.
Dude can play. He can be a pass rusher for you. He can be just a roaming linebacker. He could take a lot of Van Der Esch's snaps. He can do a lot of different things. So I think he's a legitimate, good idea pick.
I think I'll only be right on that if the Cowboys trade down like out of the first round into the early second.
Okay.
I don't think they'll take him at 26 now.
All right. I'm intrigued if that might happen.
I did some homework last night.
Look at you.
And I'm like, he's good. I would love to have him, but I don't know if 26 might be a little bit high.
Now, on the draft front, and I didn't ask for the audio because he kind of goes in a couple of different directions with this audio, and so I'll just cut right to the chase. For CJ Stroud, he said, I'm a football player, not an S2 taker.
Okay.
But shout out to S2, man. They probably have a good system, what they do. Not to diss them, but I know who I am, and I know what I can do on that field, and I'll do at the next level. I was kind of curious. It could be a perceived drop, right? Like, it could be somebody moves up to the number 2 spot, or maybe Houston just takes CJ Stroud at number 2, and you're like, oh, okay, well, like, literally had no impact at all. But there's a perceived idea that CJ Stroud can or will drop a couple of spots. It feels like it's based off of this S2 test. Is that the sense that you get?
Yes. Because the idea is that you can see things very quickly, move through them quickly, and come up with the best possible scenario for you. Like, bam, right there. And that's what some teams are basing on. Not all.
Yeah.
As I was listening this morning with Mike Florio, with Sean and RJ and Bobby this morning, not every team, like 11 teams, I think he said, don't even use it.
Right.
So, in all the parameters that you're working with, you might have the one team that's like, yeah, that doesn't mean that much to us. We just need you to chuck the ball down the field and get it to our guys. But I think there's a lot to be said about the guys who have had good scores and are successful, and then looking at continued information about that. Why is it?
On Good Morning Football this morning, they said this. I don't know how true this is or not, that Ohio State, Justin Fields did bad on this test too. And they have different phrasing and different ways of speaking when it comes
to what's on the test.
As opposed to the pro way of speaking and a lot of the way other colleges speak. So their excuse was this. No matter who the quarterback at Ohio State is, they're going to do bad on this S2 test because of the way that they're taught at Ohio State and their wording of, I don't know, the way that they call out plays or the way that they quickly diagnose something is not going to be the way that pros do it and not the way that most other colleges teach it. I don't know if that's true or not, but
I want to take a sample test. I'm looking for it, and it's like you can only take it at these labs. And that makes sense because you don't want that sample test floating around and guys studying for it, right? Is that if you're trying to figure out how do you make decisions quickly and you've been studying for it, like how to cheat the system or how to do it better, it's going to be a problem for us, like really understanding just your natural thing.
I also don't know how much study it is for because it seems like it's a visual processing test as opposed to like a written knowledge test.
Right, but if I have the opportunity to go, okay, what are these things, and can I do it repetitions of it and over and over and over, and then I'll be better at it. Maybe I don't have a 6. Maybe I have an 85.
Yeah. Now, we've talked a lot about the Aaron Rodgers trade. Did you see his quip about Zach Wilson? He's going to make my life hell in practice, and I'm going to make his life heaven off the field. Part of my goal here is to help him get his confidence back. So that seems to go against my expectations. I think a lot of people's expectations that him and Zach Wilson wouldn't particularly have a relationship. Look, I know you can say whatever you want, but this would seem to indicate that he is interested in assisting.
Yeah, I think he said the right words.
Yes.
Take that for what you will. Is that okay?
Tony Romo said all the right words about Dak Prescott, and we found out Tony helped 0% with Dak Prescott in his rookie year.
That is fair.
So there is a picture from back in the day when Wilson met Aaron Rodgers. And I don't know like how much he learned from him then or if they even built a relationship. Because Kevin, my quote that I know from Aaron Rodgers was, it takes more than a supreme headband to be an elite quarterback in the NFL. And he was directly taking a shot at Zach Wilson in that. So I do wonder if they built a relationship then, and now Zach Wilson's sitting there going, yeah, he was right the whole time. I got a lot to learn from you. And if he's anti-Joe Flacco, and he's like, I am willing to take you under my wing. Brett didn't take me under his wing, but this is how you got to learn. You got to learn a tough way. And this is this is essentially rock bottom for you.
Right.
So you gotta do everything you can to be a sponge and absorb around this guy now.
Now, with that trade, here's my question for y'all. How many starting quarterbacks in the NFL have started for their team for 6 years or more?
Dak? Mahomes?
Well, he didn't start his rookie year, so he started 5 years.
Oh, yeah, this is 6 years now.
So you have to go, Dak's the only one in that class because Wentz and Goff didn't.
No longer Aaron Rodgers. Brady's gone.
You could have stopped your sentence a little sooner.
This is Dak?
Dak's the only one. That's it.
Well,
there is one quarterback in the NFL. The Dallas Cowboys.
And why are they going to the Super Bowl this year? Because
he's the most tenured veteran quarterback there is.
You are actually right about that. And I was curious if this is where we still stand. Is I was flipping through the USA Today. They have their NFC quarterback rankings, and Dak Prescott is number 2. So Jalen Hurts is number 1. Dak is number 2. And just to show you what a massive gap in talent there is between the NFC and the AFC, take this for whatever you will. 3, 4, and 5 are Justin Fields, Geno Smith, and Kyler Murray.
What are you trying to say?
That feels like a big difference between, whether you want to say Herbert, Lamar Jackson, and Aaron Rodgers, whoever the hell your 3, 4, and 5 quarterbacks are in the AFC.
I mean, I hate that.
That's shocking.
Dallas is in the same division right now as Philadelphia because I think Philadelphia is a Super Bowl contender. I think San Francisco is. I don't even know who their quarterback's going to be to start the year. And Dallas, I don't know if there's anybody else that we can truly consider as a Super Bowl contender in the NFC. To that point right there, like, hey, Geno had a great year. What a great year. But I just don't see Geno as a guy that can lead a team in the playoffs to 2-3 wins in a row.
This is a 2-horse race, and they're both in the NFC East.
Yeah.
Like that's what it's going to be this year, and Mike's already made his prediction.
Couple more things for you.
I don't even care who we draft at 26. You know why? Because I do think Will McClay does a great job with this, and we'll get
whoever trust to least somebody good. Yeah.
And we could not like the pick. I think tonight we could not like the pick, and yet it still ends up being pretty good.
Yeah.
We didn't like Micah Parsons.
You're right.
The majority of Cowboy fans didn't like Micah Parsons. The majority of Cowboy fans didn't like Tyler Smith last year.
I thought Travis Frederick was an overdraft. I know we're going back now, but I hear you on that. Couple more quick things. John Mechie was back on the field for the Texans yesterday, and I just thought that was super cool because he's been obviously he's been battling against leukemia and everything. So every time you see him back out there, feels like a win. No, I'm sure he's like, no, my ultimate win is this and that. It's just super cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And then also, I saw a picture of him back out on the field. He's wearing 88, and for some reason, it was just like a blue jersey with a white number, and I was like, wait, why is CeeDee Lamb? Oh, not CeeDee Lamb. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And then also things are falling apart for Mike's Jags as Cam Robinson, the left tackle, is facing a PED suspension.
Mike.
Maybe it's because he listens to you so much because of your
Mike's
Jags
like,
love.
hey.
It's like, well, what can happen?
6 games. He'll be awesome after those 6 games.
See, I still don't know if that is what we should be saying on this show.
No, that's not good. He shouldn't have done that.
Thank you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will have Kyle Yeomans in it with us all hour long in studio, and we will start with this. The NFL draft has arrived. It's time. Let's get your official pick for what the Cowboys do tonight. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
At the United States Postal Service, we're reinventing our network to help keep your business moving. With new shipping options to deliver better value, greater flexibility to conveniently reach your customers, more confident shipping with new informed delivery features, and new electric vehicles for a cleaner, brighter future. Fast, reliable, perfectly orchestrated. The United States Postal Service, delivering for America. Learn more at USPS.com/moving forward.
This is Damon Amendolara with your Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by...
This hour, we have brought in a ringer. That's what I'm going to say. The man who will be part of our coverage on 105.3 The Fan. It is Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com. Good afternoon, sir.
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
I have a very important football-ish question for you. What is more important, tonight and this weekend or next weekend?
For me specifically, or just in general? Actually, that's a bad question. I probably would get in trouble. It's going to be next weekend for me.
What?
That's more important.
Corey, the person you brought
guys.
in doesn't even think the draft's that important.
Yeah.
Well, I think the even more important thing now is why weren't we invited to the bachelor party?
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we throw another bachelor party for you this weekend?
Of course.
Did your fiance's best friend ruin your proposal?
Dude.
No.
Choppy.
That's what
Is
happened.
that what happened?
To Choppy.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. No, the proposal went great. Everything's been good to this point. I missed you guys on the Bachelor cruise. Gotcha. We did a cruise.
Yeah.
So that was a lot of fun. So, yeah, if you guys want to throw something this week, put it together, I'm there. I mean, we're making it happen.
You like the Cowboys, right?
Yeah.
Let's throw them a draft party tonight.
Oh.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. I'll be at the Pluckers in Arlington.
Okay.
Kevin's going to be at the
I'll
Pluckers in Dallas.
Alfred Greenville. That's the place to party.
And we'll set you up with some of our finest friends who are really good at draft coverage.
Yeah.
Maybe you can do some draft coverage.
There's a Pluckers in center field.
Honestly, that's the best type of party.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
So as we kick things off, we wanted to give everybody an opportunity. 877-881-1053. What is your official pick for what the Cowboys do tonight? Even if that pick is you think they trade out the first round. I know we've thrown out some potential deals. And if they pick, who do you think they pick? I know there is a wide contingent of people who would love to see them trade up for Bijan Robinson. I am with Corey, and I could view very, very few examples where I would want to trade up. What do you guys say?
Kyle, you are going to be on the draft coverage tonight with Broadus and Sean and Wolchuk and everybody. So let's turn it over to you.
I don't know if I would trade up. Would they trade up? Possibly. They've got names on their board that they really, really like up in the probably back half of the teens, early 20s, to where it wouldn't take a whole lot to go up and get them. If you're going to go to, let's say, 22, it would only take about your third round pick. You wouldn't have to put anything else in there. You would swap first rounders, you throw a third, and then you would go up and get your guy. The one pause that I have on that is I think this football team has a couple of different holes that you need to fill outside of just one or two. So I want that third round pick. I want to be able to have a top 100 player to go to. So me specifically, if you're asking me, GM Kyle Yeomans, would I go and trade up? No, I wouldn't. But do I think the Cowboys would trade up if the right scenario is there? Absolutely. I think they've had those conversations even during the press conference earlier this week. Jerry talked about trade up or trade down. Both are on the table. Yes, it's kind of how it goes, but I think both of those conversations have happened.
What the holes to fill for this team? Mm-hmm. You're thinking you can get a hole to fill day one starter.
Yeah.
Which positions are the ones that you see?
I would say offensive line. If the best case scenario is there, you get like a Darnell Wright from Tennessee to fall into the early 20s, then you can maybe go up and get him. I still like these tight ends a lot. There's a lot of buzz that the tight end position isn't going to be addressed in the first round. Instead, they would maybe wait till the second or the third. I'm okay with that. I think there's a lot of tight ends in this class. It's a very deep class, but you could get a day one ready-made starter at tight end and an impact player on your offense if you do draft one in the first round. And then kind of a sneaky position is edge rusher. It's been said that Will McDonald is on their board and very high on their board, and Dan Quinn went and worked him out in Ames for his pro day. He's been on the Cowboys board for quite some time. I think if they wanted to add an edge rusher, he would probably be the most realistic name because Nolan Smith from Georgia is not going to fall. You're not going to see any of those big-name guys up at the top fall, but Will McDonald would be a realistic pick. And even if he's there in the 20s, I think they would at least get on the phone and see what it would take to go get him.
Kyle, do you feel like we had Stephen Jones on earlier in the week, and what you just said about tight end, and one of the reasons I threw out Drew Sanders' name as the pick is
he's in there too.
He said, well, there's a lot of depth in this draft. He said the deepest positions in this draft were tight end, running back, and wide receiver, which made me think, I'm wondering your perspective from here. Are the Cowboys kind of letting us know, look, we're going to take a tight end, we're going to take a running back, and we're going to take a receiver, but this is such a deep class, we don't have to worry about them in the first or maybe second round?
I think you're spot on. I think that's what's going to happen tonight is they're going to pick up a spot where Cowboys fans are going to look at them and say, we don't need that position right now. It's not a massive need, but the value of the draft is going to be day 2 and day 3 in a lot of these positions. I would throw corner into the mix as well. I know that's what Steven said. I think this cornerback class is very deep. You can maybe stack up some picks there. Maybe they go with a corner early, though, with an Emmanuel Forbes out of Mississippi State. I think he's another prospect that they've been linked to for quite some time. He's got some length to him.
And he's supposedly been climbing up some people's boards, which has made the thought about could Joey Porter actually be in play more than people might have thought.
That would be awesome. I would be all for that. If Joey Porter from Penn State is there, oh, man, that would be a party. You talk about throwing a draft party. That would be one for sure. But I think, Mike, you're spot on in the fact that the position that is taken tonight is going to be indicative of how the draft flows the rest of the weekend. And usually that's the case, but I think more so even this time around because there are positions that you don't have a deep class in, so you might have to go and attack it early.
And so I promise I hear what you're saying, and I understand what you said about tight end. I was curious, though, if it's Kincaid or Mayer, which direct, like you get the choice. Who do you like better?
I like Kincaid better specifically. I think he has more upside as a receiver. I think he's ready as a blocker, but he still has room to grow in his game. But as a receiver, he'd be the best receiver possibly at tight end in the entire division.
He might have the best hands out of even all the receivers in this.
It might be. He might be, and he's another one of those guys that may not be there at 26. You may have to go get him if that's the case. Michael Mayer is it's a step up from Jake Ferguson's sort of scouting report that you had last year on the 4th rounder. All-around player, good blocker, good receiver, but still not to his ceiling yet and what he could do. He has some yard after the catch ability that I think intrigues some people. And then also keep an eye on Sam Laporta out of Iowa. That would be another one that I think if, let's say, Mayer and Kincaid are gone and Laporta's sitting there at 26, the board dries up in a specific way. I think he's one that the Cowboys like, both at 26 and at 58. I think they would probably look at him either way.
If that's the case, then isn't that, like if we're going off of BPA as well, isn't that just an inherent overdraft?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it very well could be. I mocked him to 58, and we have a mock draft that's coming out on DallasCowboys.com today. So my final mock, I have Sam Laporta going at 58. So that would not be an overdraft for me by any stretch.
A lot of Cowboy fans are in love with Bijan Robinson, obviously, because they've seen his career in college and premium position to watch.
Yeah.
If it's not Bijan Robinson at 26, who's the running back you would love to see paired up with Pollard this year?
Throughout the whole draft or at 26?
In the whole draft, because I'm going to assume if Robinson isn't there, they're not taking a running back.
Yeah, I think the only other name would be Jahmyr Gibbs, and I don't think that's necessarily going to happen. I think they would rather wait. I think they will take a running back at some point this weekend. I don't know how early. That's the one thing that I haven't been able to really locked down yet, but I really like Zach Charbonnet from UCLA. Talk about a 1-2 punch with Tony Pollard. I think Charbonnet brings a physicality that Pollard doesn't have, and he brings an ability that if Pollard's not a part of this team past 2023, that he could carry the load as a number one. He had 150 carries 2 years ago. He had 203 carries last year. He is a bell cow or was a bell cow for UCLA, and he brings some physicality to him.
Let's compare him then, if we can, to – because I was telling some people I'm an A&M guy.
Yeah.
And people got mad at me yesterday because I said A-Chain hasn't shown he can be – or people have questions about if he can be a primary back. And people go, well, he was the primary back last year, but he's like a good 4 inches shorter than Charbonnet. Is it the size that makes the difference? Because – people feel like the UCLA kid can go in there and potentially be a lead back, whereas A-Chain, I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the thing about A-Chain specifically. I mean, he led the SEC in yards per carry.
Yeah.
I mean, he was
awesome.
Big-time threat. He was a home run threat, but he wasn't on the field as much as a Charbonnet. He wasn't on the field as much as a Bijan Robinson. He just made the splashes when you had him on the field, which is a good thing. I have A-Chain one spot below Charbonnet in my board. So I have Charbonnet as running back 3. I have A-Chain as running back 4. They were the only 2 second-round grades I have on my entire running back board.
Is Roschon a 3rd rounder?
4th. I have him at running back 10, which I think speaks to the depth of the class because Kendre Miller's in front of him from TCU, Kenny McIntosh from Georgia, Eric Gray from Oklahoma, Tank Bigsby from Auburn. I like this running back class a lot. which, again, speaks to if you don't get Bijan Robinson in the first round, there's probably going to be a running back available. A-Chain, I know for a fact. I mean, they brought him in for a combine formal.
Yeah.
They like him. They like his speed. He ran a 4.32. I mean, he was literally a part of the track team at Texas A&M. Utilize that. I mean, anytime you can add some speed, team speed to your offense, let's roll. I think that'd be a fun midday pick.
All right, so Kevin, do you know who is the 26th player on Kyle's top 100 big board?
Ooh.
Now, this is, obviously this isn't the exact order, but the 26th player on his big board.
Hendon Hooker.
That's incorrect, but I appreciate that.
Worth a shot. Oh, well, give me one more chance. Jordan Addison.
Incorrect. Say right position. Think more local.
Oh, Quentin Johnston.
Quentin Johnston.
Yep.
I'm glad you said that because I was going to say Zay Flowers. So I'm glad you said local, and I was like, okay, I got it.
No Zach Evans. I've heard too many bad things from high school people about him at North Shore.
See, and I'm one of those high school people. I still think he's a very talented player, but yeah, he had some North Shore question marks. He got kicked off the team going into a state championship game. That's never a great sign. But he had a great career at Ole Miss and at TCU, so there you go.
Your thoughts then, like on the wide receiver group, and would that be the receiver that they would want, or would they be thinking one of the other guys that might fall to them?
That's a tough one because there are so many guys that it looks like will be there. Because initially it looked like Jackson Smith and Jigba, another local product out of Ohio State, Jordan Addison from USC, and then Johnston would not be there at 26. Those would kind of be the three guys right there at the top that were unavailable for the Cowboys. Now it looks like maybe one or two of those guys could be there, but I still don't think they value the wide receiver position the same way that the media values the wide receiver position in this draft specifically. I don't think they like it as much as classes of the past.
And they also feel like, hey, we accomplished this. We have CeeDee Lamb. We just got Brandon Cooks. We feel pretty comfortable with this group right now, but let's add some more.
I think there's a chance for this wide receiver class to get flipped on its head tonight and tomorrow.
Really?
I think there's going to be names that we have not talked about that are going early, like let's say an Xavier Hutchinson from Iowa State. I mean, he's a top 100 player for me. He's not a top 100 player for everybody, but he may go either late tonight or early tomorrow in round 2. And then I also Jonathan Mingo, who was reportedly a 30 visit from Ole Miss. There's rumors that he could go in the first round tonight. Not to Dallas specifically, but just in general, he may not be on the board by the time 58 comes around in the second.
Who are you most scared of Philadelphia takes at 10?
Jalen Carter. If he falls to 10, I do not want to see Jalen Carter on that defensive line. Bijan's a close number 2 in that regard, but I think either one of those guys, I'm not happy.
Because people are still nuts about Jalen Carter. If I recall correctly, I think Broadus has him as the number 1 on his board.
I think Wolchuk does too. He's number 2 on mine, so he's there. I would hate that if he ends up in Philadelphia. You put him with his former teammate and Jordan Davis too.
They were monsters.
Yeah,
together.
No, let's not do that. Let's keep them away from Philly.
Now, from the 682, somebody told us they got the script early.
Okay.
And here's how the draft is going to play out.
Good.
And it goes against something that you said.
Love it.
So, Nolan Smith goes to the Cowboys at number 26, and then Buffalo takes Quentin Johnston right after that. And so you get Nolan Smith in this scenario. I don't think that would happen, but that would be great. And then from the 2 and 4, if a quarterback fell to 26, should the Cowboys take him? I feel like Steven was clear about this. I don't know if when push comes to shove, let's just say it's Will Levis. I don't believe that's going to happen. Will Levis, Anthony Richardson. But they made it very clear. Steven was like, but our board is not the same as everybody else's board. He goes, we've seen the mocks. There are some that we like. There are some that we don't.
Yep.
And so I feel like the answer might be, like, let's say Anthony Richardson's on the board. They're like, we didn't have him as a first rounder. And we still had 2 first rounders left. That's why we didn't take him. Not we got Dak.
Yeah.
It's going to be because of that. That's just my gut feeling.
I think I echo what he said to a certain extent. Quarterback as a position is not out of the question this weekend. Sure. I think later on in the weekend, there are guys that they really like, most notably Clayton Tune from Houston. They like Aiden O'Connell from Purdue, a couple names that have been kind of floating around there. But I think specifically in the first round, it would have to take something monumental for Bryce Young or a CJ Stroud to drop for them to even consider. Not even saying that they would even take them. I'm saying to even consider taking them at 26 over some of these other positions, it would have to take a monumental move. I don't think Will Levis would be on that conversation, Richardson or Hendon Hooker, neither one of those guys. I'm not as high on those three guys specifically as the national media. I have them outside of my top 30. I understand there's a value to the quarterback position, and those guys will go early, but I just don't value those guys as much as I do a Bryce Young or a C.J. Stroud.
From the 940, because we did ask for some predictions, Dalton Kincaid will be the first-round pick, and I know that's why we brought up him
Love
there.
it.
From the 682, Nolan Smith. There are people hoping that Nolan Smith happens. And then from the 469, I'd take offensive line, Peter Skoransky, or the aforementioned Darnell Wright. I mean, that would have to be a fall. And if that were the case, I think the Cowboys would jump on that opportunity.
Yeah. If either one of those guys fall to 26, I'll go turn in the card. I'll run to Kansas City. I did run a half marathon a couple years ago for a draft bet that I lost, but I'm not running actually to Kansas City.
What was the bet?
It was so I put it on Twitter. Somebody asked the question, what happens if CeeDee Lamb falls to 17? And I was like, that's not happening. There's no chance that happens. If he falls and the Cowboys take him, I will run to the Star and back from my apartment, which was in Little Elm. So it was
kind of a jog.
13 and a half miles. It was a legitimate half marathon. And I mean,
on the highway,
look at
too?
me. Yeah. Straight. Yeah. It was on straight sidewalks all the way through Frisco.
This is the most efficient route.
Yeah. So if you're still hoping for Nolan Smith, there is precedent for Yeomans to be like, it ain't happening.
Could happen.
And then it happens.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't worry, we got Kyle with us all hour long and on the broadcast tonight on 105.3 The Fan with that Rangers broadcast taking place with Mike Bassick and Jared Sandler on 1080 KRLD. And then me, Corey, all the fan personalities will be spanned across the Pluckers in the Metroplex this weekend, or excuse me, tonight. So we got you covered every step of the way. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush with Mike Likes It. Plus, lucky you, Kyle, you get to participate in my NFL This or That. It's back, and it's next on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
According to the National Highway Traffic Administration, a car or truck accident occurs every minute of the day. The law office of Bailey & Gallion, the official law firm of the Texas Rangers, has been representing injured clients for over 40 years. We can help you get medical treatment with no upfront cost to you. Accidents happen, but when the wrongful actions of another person causes you harm, you have a right to seek full and fair compensation. You deserve aggressive, experienced, board-certified personal injury attorneys. Bailey & Gallion, the official law firm of the Texas Rangers, has offices throughout Dallas-Fort Worth and across the state for your convenience. Call Bailey & Gallion at 800-LAW-OFFICE. That's 800-LAW-OFFICE, or visit our website at the Texas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com rocking with us all hour. He is also from the 105.3 The Fan Draft Podcast. We'll be going tonight. You're welcome. Now, you ready for some NFL this or that?
I'm so ready.
You like this segment. I like that. All right. Would you rather? And there is no compromise. There is no middle ground. So it's like we're politics.
This is why the Rangers got swept in Cincinnati. He did this crap about the Stars and Rangers.
You know what? Since he did this to us, hold on. Since you did this to us,
I agree.
The Rangers have been swept in Cincinnati, and they lost to the A's also. Like, they've lost games to the worst teams.
They blew a 6 or a 5-run lead in Game 2 of that
because
series.
of you.
Sure.
You want the
Why
worst,
are we doing this on draft day then?
Hey, do you want
I didn't
the
know
worst,
the context.
Yeah, do you want the worst thing to ever happen to this team so this team might have a chance to do something, Paul?
Hey.
Win one game this weekend?
And if the Stars close it out tomorrow night, that was the deal that you made.
I don't remember making
All right.
deal.
Would you rather have the number 1 pick tonight or the number 1 pick in the 2024 NFL Draft?
You starting with me?
That's right.
Okay.
Welcome.
2024 NFL Draft.
You
I
taking
think
Caleb?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I would take Caleb Williams over Bryce Young. I like Bryce Young, though.
Would you take Drake May over Bryce?
Maybe. Possibly. That's why I would rather have options.
Okay.
I'm not the biggest college football fan, but Caleb Williams looks like the real deal. And I can remember talking to Nate Newton as Dak Prescott was hurt. And he was like, the only kid I would take in this draft and kind of replace Dak with would be Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
And I think, look, Dak's a good quarterback. Yeah. And for me, Bryce Young, I think he's very talented. I could look at Caleb Williams and go, okay, I think I might be getting an upgrade here, like to possibly competing with Patrick Mahomes 3-4 years down the road.
I want number 4 next year, or number 1 next year. And then hold on.
Be like, deal.
So here's how it's working. Because then I'm going to trade down to 4, get extra first-round picks, and also pick up Marvin Harrison Jr.
Ooh, the Ohio State wide receiver.
I can say his name, right?
No.
It's his dad's name I can't say. Marvin Harrison
The
Jr.
same.
You better not. You better not.
That's how I'm rocking
I want
that.
to distance myself.
I'm going to get
from
him
this
next
man.
year. I got a quarterback. I got Dak for the next 10 years,
right,
baby.
Let's see if we can shake it up a little bit. Would you rather, in contemporary terms, you don't have to bring all the baggage with you.
We all took 24, though.
I know. Would you rather be a fan of the Cleveland Browns?
No.
Oh, Derek.
Or the Baltimore Ravens?
Oh, Ravens.
You're about to lose your quarterback. Or
really?
Are you?
That's fine. Are the Niners trying to get Lamar Jackson?
No, I just wonder if he's going to sit out.
I'm perfectly fine because the Ravens have consistently shown that they will draft talent.
Yep.
They will, and the talent will play well for them. They have a good culture there.
I feel like every year when we do this draft coverage and we're sitting there and Baltimore is on the clock and we say, all right, who's the top player on our board? That's probably who's going here. And then boom, there he goes. Tyler Linderbaum to the Baltimore Ravens. Or in years past, it's been these top guys. Yeah, give me the Ravens every time.
Purple and black. Much better color scheme than orange and brown.
And plus you hate the football
the Keebler elf that they
you
decided
call
to
it.
represent their organization.
They've got good crab out there, too. They've got some good food in
Maryland.
Baltimore.
Yeah. You know what they have in Cleveland?
Yeah.
Wahlburgers.
And the Cleveland Clinic.
Oh, yeah, Cleveland Clinic.
I don't know why I said that like you weren't aware of that.
They don't have the wire.
I go there.
Yes. I don't know what messages you took from the wire. It's not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily frame Baltimore in the best of lights.
But didn't they clean it all up? Am I
I think
right?
it's great. No, they didn't. Spoiler alert, they didn't. The next generation is going to become just like all the people before them.
It's a pretty nice place. People walk around whistling down the street.
Mm-hmm.
That's
true.
And then sometimes you get straight up shot in the head.
Like that doesn't happen elsewhere.
That is a fair point.
That could happen anywhere.
Yeah. Ask the Flats.
All right.
In Cleveland. I'll just leave it at that.
Your team has a mediocre quarterback. Think Daniel Jones before the extension or Jared Goff, and a terrible defense. Would you rather draft Will Levis or Will Anderson tonight?
So I have Jared Goff.
So you have a quarterback.
I'll take Will Anderson.
He's not great.
I'll take Will Anderson.
Is this the exact scenario that Houston's going through currently?
It's not far off.
It's pretty much the exact scenario. I would take Will Anderson.
I'll take Tyree Wilson.
Yeah, exactly. Give me C.J. Stroud. No, if it's Will Levis or Will Anderson, give me Will Anderson. Let's put a dog on that defense.
It's C.J. Stroud or Will Anderson?
C.J. Stroud.
Does Will Levis have a better chance of becoming, I'll just say, Josh Allen? Or does Will Anderson have a better chance of becoming Micah Parsons?
I think it's Will Anderson all the way.
Yeah, that's a closer.
So that's
comparison.
why I'm taking Will Anderson.
Like, if I'm Tampa, I'm going with the quarterback. Does that make sense? Because I don't have a quarterback. But as those teams that you threw out there, I have a quarterback.
You've got a decent one.
Yeah, and so I usually would take quarterback over edge guy. But if I have a quarterback, then I'll take the edge.
I want to make this very clear. There is no part of me that is saying this is even a whisper of a rumor. I am completely making this up. Would you rather have Dak Prescott or Ryan Tannehill in picks number 11 and 41?
And you heard this from who?
I'm from nobody. I have made this rumor up. Don't get anything on Twitter going, well, Kevin said.
Which picks again?
Pick 11 and pick 41. Those are the Titans' first two picks. And you get Ryan Tannehill. That's the deal.
Or you have Dak Prescott and you have pick 26 and 58.
And by the way, in this scenario, this means you would have Ryan Tannehill pick 11, 26, 41, and 58.
Oh, so you keep...
No,
you keep those.
You get to keep your picks.
You don't send any picks away.
I thought you were saying just a complete swapping situation, and I was like, no, why would you ever?
No.
I'll tell you what.
Send away is Dak.
I'll take the opposite heat. I would rather have Dak Prescott.
Okay.
Wow.
I think I would too.
I think y'all are crazy. I'll give me the picks.
I don't think they're fun picks, but not in this draft.
I don't think that Tannehill is like the one either. Like at all. But
you would have to replace him. That's a wash.
Can I get the 11th pick?
What are you going to get at the 11th pick? Are you going to
Probably
draft
take the
Jordan
10th.
Addison? Like,
Honestly,
Jordan
you'd
Addison
probably
move the
take
needle
Darnell
that
Joey
much?
Porter Jr. is your 11th player, so I'll take him.
I would love that.
And then let's go to your 41st player.
Oh, don't forget 26 because you still get that.
Oh, yeah, 26. I'm getting Quentin Johnson while I'm at it.
Okay.
And then I have Ryan Tannehill.
Who's 41?
Let's go see who 41 is on your board.
We're going to load this team up.
And then I'm getting Luke Musgrave. So I'm giving Tannehill all the weapons right now, too. But
he's Ryan Tannehill.
I know.
It's not. It still doesn't work.
And then, hold on. What's our other pick? 50 what?
58.
Maybe with one of those picks, you can pick up Hendon.
And then I'm getting Marvin Mims. Good
Oh,
God.
man. Just remember what the Kansas City Chiefs owner's brother said to us when we opened up cards with him one day. If you don't have a top 8 quarterback in this league, you have pretty much no chance to win it.
You're screwed.
From the 469, take that trade ASAP. So I'll be the one.
You're not alone, I guess.
I don't listen, and I think that
Just alone in the room.
I think that Ryan Tannehill is about as off-brand as it gets. All right, when it comes, he is Fruitios. All right, when you're going to the cereal aisle and you have to
and they make that green ones. Like, did
cereal.
they make that out of guacamole?
Yeah, exactly. So that's where I think he is. But I'm totally fine adding more picks.
By the way, other people are like, I'm taking that deal, and then I'm packaging 11 and 41 to move up. So I like that they're like, no, you just did step 1.
Yeah.
Now I'm going with the rest. Okay. All right. I want to make that clear. Not based on anything.
Was it Jane that leaked that? Is that what
No,
you said?
nobody leaked me that information.
I'll text Jane. and
Would
see.
you rather be building your defense around Aiden Hutchinson or Sauce Gardner?
Sauce Gardner. Give me the better lockdown corner on the outside.
As opposed to the edge?
As opposed to the edge rusher that has pass rush ability, but I think I can find pass rush ability like Aiden Hutchinson's almost every year of the draft, whereas corners that are special like a Sauce Gardner only come around every couple of years.
Help me out. I know how good Sauce Gardner was. He is Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Hutchinson was second.
Okay. Was he...
He ended the season with 3 interceptions and 9.5 sacks.
He was fantastic.
That's
he was
pretty
really, really
damn
good.
for a rookie.
You made it a lot tougher on me because I just didn't remember Hutchinson making a lot of, I guess for some reason in my highlight head, I couldn't think of Aiden Hutchinson big plays.
He also recovered 2 fumbles, if that helps. And he had 52 tackles.
Just to be different, Kyle, but I think they're both of them are good picks, unlike that last one. I would say Aiden Hutchinson, but I think you're in great shape either way.
I think Mike's got a really good point. And Broadus has always been, isn't it, the quarterback, then the guy who blocks for the quarterback, then the guy that gets after the quarterback, or was it the reverse? Is it the guy that gets the quarterback, the guy that gets after the quarterback, and then the guy who blocks for the quarterback? That was always Broadus's approach. So I'll just go with I will take the defensive end as well.
I see, but where do you put the offensive line up there, though? I mean, even with that type of reasoning, the offensive line's got to go somewhere, right? Yeah. And it's got to probably be pretty high, because how good is your quarterback if your offensive line is garbage?
Yeah. Well, remember, we already traded for Ryan Tannehill, so it doesn't really matter.
Give me Sauce Gardner anyways, yeah.
We're going to have to stop points from happening.
He's going to pick him off 12 times in practice.
You would be super bored. All right, now I was reading an article on The Ringer about this. So
use your mouth next time.
No, I was just laughing about the
Pardon?
Was it Tannehill that
Mark that?
Was it Tannehill that was like, hey guys, stop intercepting my passes while he was in Miami?
That hurts my feelings.
This is really hurting my feelings.
And RG3 was like, just don't watch the video. You're fine.
He took a drink of his cola and missed his
started
mouth.
laughing. That's why I missed.
Now, I was reading an article in The Ringer about this, so if you don't like it, don't blame me, but hear me out. Would you rather the NFL keeps the draft the same as it is, or allow even younger players to participate? Because if you think about it, Caleb Williams would be the number one pick in this draft. I believe that Bryce Young would have been the number one pick in last year's draft. Like, you can see what is happening to a certain degree. You could make the same argument with Trevor Lawrence going back a year before his draft. So would you rather the NFL keep it the same or open it up 2 years out of high school?
Keep it the same. Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, I would keep it the same too. Because think about the NBA. The NBA takes a certain approach to it where
it sucks.
You aren't as enticed by the entire opportunity, because most of the time you're watching these high school kids and you're trying to project high school players. That would turn the same thing into high school football. Now, it would elevate the prep game by a certain extent, but these teams would hate that.
It's already tough enough to try to get this right.
No doubt.
You would make way more mistakes in the draft, because you'd base it off of, oh, he played 8 games last year and he never played before. I have to go back to high school film. I just think it would kind of really hurt the NFL product.
I think there's another big jump physically too, that you kind of have to deal with. You're still young and in the growth of the development of your growth. And then you get to the NFL that much earlier. Now you're playing against men again.
Yeah, I like Hendon Hooker. You'd get quarterbacks who are 33 years old.
He's only like 25.
Yeah, they're already filled out. You know what you got from them.
There is a 29-year-old in this draft. He played his college ball up the street in Denton. Austin Ani. Yeah, he's 29 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you surprised that the XFL and USFL, this is just a general question, didn't try
Exist.
to... Well,
Oh,
yes,
go ahead.
exist, but also didn't try this route and say, hey, we'll give you money if you want to come out a year early. You'll keep your draft eligibility.
It can't be worse, but at this point, if the 2 women that were in the college basketball championship are making $3 million,
you're probably making more
I'm
money.
assuming that the Alabama, Ohio State, UT quarterbacks are now going to get $5 to $8 million a year. And how do minor league?
Except for Arch Manning.
Well,
he's not even a starter on his team, Kevin.
Yeah. That's Mullet Man, whatever his name is.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Yeah. South Lake, I don't work out and have a gut at 20 years old.
Oh my gosh, Mike.
Well, did I lie?
Golly.
No.
Well, I would say we'll divert, but unfortunately, in about 15 seconds, we got Mike Langston coming out. There's nothing I can do to stop this. But before we get to any of that,
give something away!
Caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
Kyle.
Will win. Did you say Kyle instead of now? Will win a 4-pack of one-day tickets to the Ducks Unlimited Expo. That's taking place at Texas Motor Speedway May 5th through the 7th. You can buy tickets, or you can be caller number 10. Win them right now for free. 877-881-1053. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
All right, Reggie, I'm going to need you for a second here on cut number 9, because I want to compare what Giannis said last night to, since it's draft day, Dallas Cowboys, I want to compare it to some of the Cowboys' possible failures that we've lived through. So this is Giannis last night after losing the series 4-1 as being the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference.
I just asked Bud the exact same question, but I'm curious for you. Do you view this season as a failure?
You asked me the same question last year, Eric. Okay, Do you get the promotion every year on your job? No, right? So every year you work is a failure. Yes or no? No. Every year you work towards something, towards a goal, right? Which is to get a promotion, to be able to take care of your family, to be able, provide the house for them or take care of your parents. You work towards a goal. It's not a failure. It's steps to success. Michael Jordan played 15 years, won 6 championships. The other 9 years was a failure? That's what you're telling me? No, I'm asking you a question. Yes or no? Okay, exactly. So why you asking me that question? It's a wrong question. There's no failure in sports. You know, there's good days, bad days. Some days you are able to be successful, some days you're not. Some days it's your turn, some days it's not your turn. And that's what sports is about. You don't always win. Some other people's gonna win. And this year, somebody else is gonna win. Simple as that. We're gonna come back next year, try to be better, try to build good habits, try to play better, not have a 10-day stretch with playing bad basketball. You know, and hopefully we can win a championship.
Okay, so I agree with some things in there, and I disagree with some things in there. So, one, expectations. Different teams have different expectations. So I'm going to tie this to the Dallas Cowboys of 2007. That was a failure. Now, you're going to lose. That's sports. You had some bad plays. New York had some good plays. The Giants, if you're really young and maybe don't remember, but the Cowboys were 13-3. They didn't even play the last game of the year. So everything looked like, or if you're a little bit younger, you can look at 2016. There are certain opportunities in a career that are presented where you have a lot of the advantages going into the playoffs. It doesn't mean you're going to win. A lot of times you lose. Only one team ends up winning. But, you know, Kyle, I'll throw it to you. When you get the 1 seed, and especially in basketball, and you're playing an 8 seed, that's a failure. And I know that's a tough word, and I totally get what he's talking about. It's happened. It's happened before. It happened to our Dallas Mavericks. But there are certain times where when you lose in the playoffs, it's a success still. And when you lose in the playoffs and you're the best team in the NBA record-wise, that's a failure.
It depends on where that bar is set, right? Because, yes, when there are expectations around a specific organization going into a certain year, if you don't reach those expectations, that's when you get set with a failure grade. Now, there's the other extreme of things where fans are always unhappy, or since he used the example of Michael Jordan, if you would have asked Michael Jordan on the other seasons outside of the 6 where he won a championship, if it was a failure, Michael Jordan would look you in the eye and say, yes, it was a failure because I didn't win a championship, because that's the expectation and that's the bar that I set for myself. So with Giannis saying this after what is seen as a failure nationwide, I don't love the answer, but I understand where he's coming from. But I want from him, being a guy that is one of the leaders, the leader, the guy, I want him to look inward and say, my expectation is to win a championship. So yes, we didn't do that. I classify it as a failure.
I want to make it very clear. I love his passion and understand the logic behind the answer. The reporter who asked the question, I guess I might have rephrased my answer, and I would have said, if I was in line for a promotion, I was the lead candidate and I didn't get it, then yes, I would view that year as a failure.
Yeah.
Because, that's what I immediately thought when he said that. Because I totally get his analogy. If you are a human who works, you will have many, many years that you're like, what did I do this year for? Outside of, obviously taking care of your family or yourself or whatever. But there are years that are different than others where you're like, this is the year I make partner, or this is the year I get up to senior executive, or whatever your job title is. And if you don't get it, you probably do view that as a failure.
I know what it feels like the reporter there was trying to just get the headline. Giannis thinks this season was a failure.
Because he said he asked it last year and to the coach. So,
he's just that's part of it. But I don't understand why it is difficult for some athletes to just admit that part of it. We didn't achieve our ultimate goal, so we failed at that. But I think everybody does see the hard work that you put in to get there, and that's what they try to defend. Is we did all these other things. We understand that. I don't like that question though. I mean, if you didn't win, that is a very simple answer. It was a failure, but
not necessarily, because I feel like the Mavericks and all of our fans last year could answer that last year was a success, exceeded expectations. Right now, the Knicks this is a successful season. Even if they lose to Miami, I think they look at it as, wow, what a tremendous step. Who would have ever guessed that? So I hear what you're saying, Corey, but I do think that there's expectations on a season, and then when you get to the end of the season, everybody has their expectations based off of what we saw through, whether it's 17 games or 82 games or 162 games.
Yes.
And now I wanted to bring this up. I read this book called When the Game Was Ours. It's a great book. Jackie McMullen wrote it, and it's pretty much the autobiography of Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. And so it's their story. Look, it's you see other things written about Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, and you're like, look, that could be true too. They just don't want to put that in their own autobiography. But through their failure, and I mean, Magic Johnson, here's the deal. He played 12 years in the NBA before diagnosed with HIV and then had to somewhat retire and comes back and was a different player back then. In his 12 years, he went to the NBA Finals 9 times. He didn't make it to the NBA Finals 3 times in his career. But
you could ask him that
He
question.
was called Tragic Johnson after the 1984 finals because he missed a couple free throws late in the game and he dribbled out the clock by accident to send it to overtime, and then they lose.
The old Grayson Allen.
Right, the Grayson Allen. We'll call it the Grayson Allen now instead of the Tragic Johnson.
That's fair.
So in the book, Isaiah Thomas and Mark Aguirre are good buddies of his, and they work out in the offseason. And they said, as we are working on our moves and working on our game, Magic was on the other side of the court shooting 500 free throws a day before he would do anything else. Because he's like, it's not going to happen to me. Now, if I'm not taking a shot at Giannis, I love Giannis as a player, but Giannis is taking this as a failure. I hear his words, but if you don't take it as a failure, if Luka doesn't take this year as a failure, then how are you ever to get better? And so some of Magic Johnson's best years, even though he was successful almost every year of his career, making it to the finals or winning the championship, some of his biggest years were losing in 84 and then losing in 86 to the Houston Rockets. So after 86, Pat Riley goes to him and says, you're the new captain. You're everything to this team. And Irvin Magic Johnson is like, have you talked to Cap, which is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? Because he's scared to take that away from Kareem Abdul-Jabbar because it's Kareem's team. He's like, no. Kareem can't do it anymore. I've already talked to him. He knows he can't do it anymore. Lead a team to like a championship or really do it. You got to do these things. So I'm just using Magic as an example of Giannis can't go 10 of 23 from the free throw line. He can't be that big of a liability on offense. And I get he's won a championship. He's a great player. He's going to be a top 20 player in the history of basketball. But I do think if you don't take your failures as failure, you struggle to then improve on your game and then lead a team.
I agree with that. Just the fire in which he answered that question leads me to believe that he agrees with you as well.
I think so too.
But he's just not going to say, you're right, this is a trash season and we failed, because he doesn't want to throw his guys under the bus like that. But I bet you, I don't know if it's 500 per day, but I bet you he's like talking to himself too and like, you better get your ass to the
He's a notorious worker.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I think some of the issue is here? The connotation with the word failure.
Yeah.
I think like just the word failure itself carries such a heavy burden that people are like, no, I don't want to use failure. But if you start describing the ways in which, it was a letdown and we underachieved, I think those are the things that we're talking about when we say failure. So I think some of this is just like that negative connotation when you use that word in particular.
Yeah, and you think about, going back to what you said about him being a notorious worker, didn't he get in trouble while practicing free throws after a game, after a loss in Philadelphia? He was at the line and they tried to put a ladder up next to the backboard and he threw the ladder away. He actually threw it over there, like, just get out of my way. I'm practicing shooting free throws in a road gym. Yeah. I agree with you completely. I think he believes it in his heart that that was a failure. He did not live up to expectations. His team did not. But his answer made it seem like the opposite, that he's not going to look at this as a failure. And that's where it's kind of what kind of message are you sending? As long as you're sending the right one behind closed doors, that's all that matters. But this message was a little bit construed.
It's kind of wild too. Like his example was, you didn't get a promotion this year, therefore was this year a failure for you. A lot of people work their whole lives for something, and then when they get there or fail at that, they're like, man, I finally did it.
Yeah.
And on a yearly basis, athletes are asked if they failed.
Yeah.
No matter, Giannis has won a championship, and he's like, well, I'd succeeded then, but I guess on a yearly basis, I have to say what we accomplished wasn't enough.
And it matters what team you have, once again. But here's the thing about our lives, because I got to do both of them so far. there's no winning in our jobs. There's not a championship in the end. That's the tough thing about most jobs, whether you're a doctor, whether you're a sports talk radio host, whether you're, whatever you're doing right now, you're a postman. It's really tough to say this year I was a champion or this year I was a failure if you just want to put one or two on there. And that's where I get where Giannis doesn't want to use the word failure, but like I get Giannis doing that. But in reporting basketball games or writing about basketball games, there's no such thing as I won a championship as a reporter today. Yeah. I can't beat the other reporter.
Even if you
There's no scoreboard on Evan Grant today.
I think I wonder if that's an amazing line. I wonder
in your face, Evan Grant.
If you won an award or something like that, that would be the closest. And even that is not the definitive end all be all because you didn't have like an objective metric to go through that.
No, you're not looking at your content, and you guys, I don't want to speak for you, but you're not looking at your content saying, man, I want to win an Emmy one day. Like, that's my ultimate goal. No, you're doing your job. You're trying to do the job the best that you can at some point. Yeah, if some of those awards and those recognitions come along, that's great. But in his job specifically, that's what you're striving for. You're striving for that one thing. It is different. I think it does go both ways.
And he's put himself on a pedestal because he's so great. If you lose, you're a loser. I mean, I'm sorry, Jokic. If Jokic doesn't beat Phoenix, and then Jokic doesn't end up beating LA or Golden State or whoever it is, and then end up beating Boston or Philadelphia or whoever it is, that's a failure of a season for Jokic because you've elevated yourself to a level of, hey, you won the West in the regular season, or you won the East in the regular season, or you've elevated yourself to a status like Jason Tatum over the last few years of deep playoff runs. Like, dude, this is it, man. I think it's maybe you could say it's a dumb question because, dude, you elevated yourself to this status. Yeah. And so at this point, it is what it is. You're not the up-and-coming Orlando Magic, and making the playoffs is the ultimate goal anymore. You're a failure if you don't do it. And I just thought the Dallas Cowboys, there's so few opportunities, and I think most guys that end up retiring, I think it's a little bit different in basketball because one player can control so much of what happens to a team. But when you talk to Derek Holland, and he's here almost every Wednesday, they probably thought after 2011, as bad as it hurt, we'll be back there in 12 and 13 and 14. Where's this team going? Everybody's talking about on MLB Network, Harold Reynolds and stuff. Who's leaving? Nobody's leaving. Everybody's staying here. Beltre, Young, Andrus, Kinsler. Look at our pitching staff. We're good to go. And then they never made it back. In fact, they never got close to making it back. And so you just never know for Giannis. Will you guys have the number one seed next year? Will everything play out in a way that it looks like you guys are the favorite? Because when you are not the favorite, it makes it a lot tougher to kind of climb the ladder to success.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, Kyle, thank you so much. Is there anything you want to plug? Do you want to tell people the location of your wedding or anything like that?
No, I don't want to say the location. It's probably not that hard to find, honestly. It's on social media. But looking forward to that. But I'm looking forward to the weekend with the fan crew out at the Star, Broadus, Zach Wolchuk, Bobby Belt, myself, Aisha Morrison. And then tonight only Sean Sharif will be on there and hosting and anchoring that coverage. Can't wait. It's a highlight of my year to be able to work with you guys, to be able to work with them throughout the entire draft process. We get started tonight at 6 p.m. Central, and then 6 p.m. tomorrow night. And then on Saturday, the day of the scouts, as everybody likes to call it, we get started at 10 a.m. We'll have some coaches. We'll have some front office members. We'll kind of rotate them in for about an hour, and then we've got every pick all the way through. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Did I forget who his dream pick is right now at 26?
I mean, if you don't know what it is, then yes, you forgot, Mike.
Well, maybe he said it and I just wasn't listening well.
What my dream pick is?
Does forgetting make you a failure?
My dream pick.
You asked me that question last show.
It does.
My dream pick would be Jalen Carter falling. That would be my
trading
dream.
Up.
Go and get him. Either way, right. if Jalen Carter is a selection in the first round, I'm good for the rest of the weekend. Is that going to happen? No, that's why it's a dream. But that would be my dream pick.
Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Where we'll ask Mike to name more jobs out there. Also, what are you clearing off your schedule so you don't miss any draft coverage tonight? Next to the Fan.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Don't forget to pause your Bucks bashing today and wonder for a bit.
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And thank goodness it is time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Why? What do you think's going to happen that wouldn't typically happen in the C
You
Block?
two idiots screaming that you got a heart like a truck, and then the aftermath of that up until half a second before we go on air.
Kevin, there is a reason.
Makes you feel good, Kevin. Just do it.
If you have a heart like a truck, does that mean your blood is like synthetic oil?
Probably.
That probably is the closest to me then, right?
Like over the top when the guy drank the oil.
Yeah, he drank oil as a human.
And then he went to the hospital.
Yeah. But that being said, Kevin, have you ever sang a song at the top of your lungs through your sunroof driving down the highway at night?
No.
Why?
Why not? What's your problem?
Let
It's
yourself
the
go,
same
bro.
as like
He's probably like gas prices.
it's the drag on your car forces lower fuel efficiency. I'm joking, but that is also what I think. Is look,
And that's what makes
why
it
can't you
sad.
just accept that parts of me are joyless, part of a joyless human being? I'll definitely get into it. There was a time when if it was like a rap, I would be super in on like going into that hard, but I don't think I have that skill set anymore.
All right, man. Well, maybe sometime if you're talk to Talking Doctor about that. Ask him, hey, him, right?
Yes.
Say, hey, is it good for me just to scream at the top of my lungs while I'm driving down the highway to my favorite song?
He's gonna say yes.
Yes, he is.
It's like an expression.
It's
you know?
cathartic.
Expression.
Yes. Express yourself.
Yes. Express yourself,
Madonna.
dude. All right. So here's the question for the day. 877-881-1053. What have you cleared off your schedule so that you can make sure you're locked in for coverage for tonight, for the draft, or even for this entire weekend? And Kevin, the reason being, what's up? You're looking at me
Putting
weird.
my son to bed.
You're
My youngest son.
So you got
he's going
draft
to
party
bed
tonight
early.
at Pluckers,
What's
right?
that?
You got draft party tonight at Pluckers in
Yeah.
Dallas off Greenville.
I don't know if this is breaking news, but Noah doesn't sleep at the Pluckers.
Why not?
So
Are you putting him to bed early? Are you putting him to bed like 5:30 tonight?
no. So I'm saying I'm missing out on
Gotcha.
putting him to bed.
Gotcha. My my friend, his dad was married.
My wife, if she wasn't home, would say, "Hey, did you put the kids to bed?" I was like, "Yeah, I told them to go to bed."
They're in their room.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going
Yeah.
on?
I'm like,
And then he yelled, "I got a heart like a truck," and they're like, "I can't go to sleep."
When my buddy's dad was getting remarried,
Okay.
and we were like, all right, we're gonna be there for it and everything, and then we realized it was on the same day. This was when it was Saturday drafts. Remember
Oh,
when
yes.
you wake up on
I
Saturday morning?
loved that.
And you could just go get yourself a case of Coors Light and then just hang out around the house all day long, or pizza. And so his wedding was on the same day as the NFL draft.
Ooh.
And we were all like, oh, this is kind of a big one too. Parcells, who's he going to draft? And it was the Julius Jones draft. We turned the so it was at their house. They had the wedding at the house. We turned their TV on as she was walking down the aisle, and his dad was standing up there waiting, but he was peeking out like through the window trying to see what the TV said too. And so we're standing back there. We're not in the wedding. We're just there. We're just part of the family. We're there to party. So we turned it on and we left the volume down. It's not like we turned the volume like up or anything and got real loud. But as it was going, they're like doing the, hey, is there anybody that wants to say anything and ruin this marriage before it even starts line,
Best
whatever
part.
it is. Yeah. And
I got a wedding coming up this weekend.
right at that moment, Kevin,
what?
They announced
Not
that the
my
Cowboys traded back and Steven Jackson was sitting there. And me and my buddies just were like, oh no!
Oh my!
In the middle of this wedding, we're just like, no! And all loud. So we did not let a wedding deter us from being part of the draft and knowing that the draft was going on.
Did you get flack for that after the fact?
No, like I said, he was even standing up there while his new bride was walking up to him, peering over her shoulder, looking to try and see. So he was, he'd been there before. So
Let me ask you a quick side question. How many attendants is too many attendants?
what's an attendant? Like a usher?
Yeah, no, like your
Usher?
Like here,
groomsmen, or
like
your
Corey
maid-
Majors here,
Yeah, your
Kevin Hagelin
bridesmaids.
here.
Oh,
like
part of the grooms?
like
The
attendance
groom's
at
crew?
school.
The groom's
Bueller.
Yeah.
See,
yeah.
I had 7, and I think that was too many.
It was.
But I only had that because she was rolling that out there. And I was like, all right. And she was like, hey, you're adding my brother too. And I was like, what? But I love him, so it was fine by me. And my sister was hurting in her party, so it worked. But I think that 5 is enough.
What if you're going to a wedding? Again, this is strictly hypothetical, where both sides had 12 attendants.
That's a lot of people to walk down the aisle.
It's an NBA basketball team.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
They need that kind of announcement situation going out. Like, they need to be entering in a different way, not just one of those like they're walking down the aisle the same stupid song.
The head coach for your bridal party.
Yes, exactly.
At guard and 4th spot in the line.
Yeah.
Why not just put everybody in it?
Yeah.
Just everybody's in the wedding.
Are they all walking, or are they like riding horses down the aisle?
I don't know, because like I said, Corey, this is definitely a hypothetical situation.
Or Adrian Peterson camel.
But what?
Have you ever been at a wedding where
Yes.
where somebody entered with an elephant?
Okay, no to that.
No, okay.
You said yes, though. You thought you were like, I
have been in a wedding, and I just wanted to get that in
Gotcha.
first.
We had to settle for a horse because we couldn't get the elephant in time. But yes, absolutely. Our friend Zach. I could say Zach. Yeah, and he was having a more traditional Indian wedding. They told us the ceremony would be 3 hours long. We got a snack during it.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't call it a snack. It was something else. And like they had a fire pit there and everything. But in some of those versions, you come in on an elephant. They said a horse because they couldn't get an elephant. So a bunch of us like tried to look into getting an elephant. It was really expensive, and the turnaround time wasn't enough for us to make it happen.
Who do you call to get an elephant?
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, that's a really good question.
I just typed into Google how do you rent an elephant.
I want to
which
rent
is
an
probably
elephant.
not the right way to go, but
Yeah, doesn't that seem like it would be a seedy group of people that are out there and they're like, yeah, we got this elephant for you.
sure.
Call the Dallas Zoo. What are your elephants doing tonight?
We need
How
to
would you
borrow
like to
one.
make a few extra bucks?
Well, can't you just get one of those elephants pretty
Can
easy?
they walk?
Okay.
Well, it's so funny.
I'm thinking of the animal rental business from the zoo, and that just feels like that could be problematic. Then Reggie got mad at us.
I think you can pretty much steal any animal from that zoo, though. So you'll be okay.
I mean, it's been done.
Yeah, multiple times.
Put them on the dart bus.
Yeah. Just cut
That's
the little
thing.
cut the little fence, put them on the dart bus.
Elephant. Don't take an elephant if you're going on the dart.
Why not?
It's not going to work.
Why not? Who's going to stop you?
Bus goes, I think I can.
We were on the
Oh, physics are going to stop you, Corey. I don't know.
Remember the tram in Arizona? That dude brought a guitar and a puppy.
The who?
Yeah, the tram. Not tramp. From the 972. I got an elephant guy. I like
also
that.
Get on that.
See, somebody already has an elephant guy for us, so that's pretty cool.
I do not know about the legitimacy of that, but that's fair.
From the 682, not going to pay attention to the draft because y'all do such a good job of doing it for me. So they're going to be I'm sure they're Toloing throughout the night. From the 302, aren't the Rangers on 105.3 tonight against the Yankees instead of the draft?
No, they
They're
kicked.
on KRLD AM 1080.
It's going to be a big time.
Where Mike
situation.
Bassick is going to be on the call with Jared Sandler.
So if you're looking for the Rangers game on the radio tonight, it's News Radio 1080 KRLD.
And I'm going to give weather on the 8s.
Are you really?
I don't know if you have to. You're like,
I think so.
slider for a strike. Also, it's 75 and cloudy.
Yeah.
It looks like we have some yellow rain.
That would be amazing. I would like that to happen very much. I don't know if our boss would like that to happen, but
yeah. So anyway, if I'm just kind of curious, like, are there things in your life? Like Mike tonight, he was all locked in, but then he got the opportunity of a lifetime.
I was going to eat some plucker wings, buffalo style.
He was going to be there. He was going to grab that microphone from Kevin, do so many speeches to rile up the Dallas Pluckers people.
No, here's what would happen. Every time a pick didn't get right and nobody got the special, they'd have been like, well, you know what? Good news. Nobody died. He would have said that again and again.
That guy Kevin O'Connor was blasting the Milwaukee Bucks coach. I'm like, well, maybe he's just like us, watching. I've been told by our coach here in Dallas that that's all we're doing. We're all watching the game at the same time.
I did see this, Kevin. Teams that are likely to trade up in tonight's draft, or to trade into round one. The Dolphins have no first-round pick at the moment, and that was forfeited to the Tom Brady, Sean Payton tampering investigation. that came along. There's been a lot of smoke that Miami is looking to move up, and it indicates that Mike McDaniel is enamored with Jahmyr Gibbs. So, Mike, that might, I don't know. I'm going to go look at Miami and see where they kind of stand on others' picks. But if you're sitting there at 26 and they want your running back because you're like, I got other options down there. You're going to have to get a future
pick because 51's their first pick.
51 is their first pick,
So if you were to take 51 and either next year's second, I mean, I'd love to do it for kind of next year's first if they wanted to do it.
But you want
them
to be
that
high
bad?
in the second round.
I'll take 51 in next year's first.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't mind doing that.
Really?
I know that this is a now team that looks like they can win it now, but I think at pick 26, you never know what's going to happen with the Dolphins. Tannehill could pop his head again, and they could end up being 7-10, and all of a sudden you went from pick 26 in 2023 to pick 12 in 2024, and you got a second rounder out of it. Like, that seems like a pretty good trade.
Yeah, and if you go into next year, Kevin, you have 2 first-round picks. Like that, you're always willing to make some things happen in the next season. So keep an eye on Miami. Tennessee obviously is one of those teams that might want to trade into the up into the first round again.
That is the most logical one
for
me.
The Seattle Seahawks, obviously they got their quarterback in Geno Smith. Who could have predicted that?
All right, go ahead.
It was Reggie that predicted that.
He's been.
Do you have a prediction for next year on who will put it all together? Do you have anybody? Or
I mean, we haven't gotten to camp or anything, man. Like,
okay, he's still got to do his studies on that one, so that one makes sense. And the Las Vegas Raiders. The Las Vegas Raiders could trade up into the first round. They were reportedly very interested in moving up to number 1 and where the Panthers were.
Before the okay, I was like,
before they made their trade to land the top pick, but they might Las Vegas be able to leapfrog the Colts is the big question because they need a quarterback.
And I'm telling you, I know there's a lot of storylines in terms of wide receiver class, but I am most fascinated by how these quarterbacks will be distributed because there are still some people who think it's still a lock that 1, 2, and 4 are quarterbacks. Then I know there's other people that think Levis, maybe, but more likely Richardson will slide into the teens, maybe beyond. And there's a lot of debate about Hendon Hooker, maybe one of those teams, like you were saying, trading back into the first round to pick him back up. I'm really excited to see what happens with these quarterbacks.
And then on the swing side of that, Kevin, teams that are likely to trade out of round 1. Minnesota, they were also likely to trade into the first round. But Minnesota,
so they're a team to watch, I guess.
Just keep an eye on what they're doing all over the board. The Cowboys, the Buccaneers, the Eagles, the Bengals all could trade out of round 1. If the Cowboys trade out of round 1, do you just trust it, or are you a little concerned?
I think I do, because I do think, and I know they always say it's how the board plays, I do think there's a good shot you're going to go through like the primary players you were looking at, and then you're going to be sitting at a board where, let's just say, 8 to 10 of your grades are all really, really, really similar for BPA.
Yep.
And then you're going to be like, well, that just makes sense. Like, we're going to trade down 10 to 12 picks, and we know that at least 4 of the players coming off the board are people that we are not going to draft. And so we'll get a pretty equivalent person that we want and pick up an extra whatever the case might be. I absolutely could see it.
I could totally see it happening tonight, but I could also see them just saying I don't see them moving up. I just don't. They don't like to give up assets, but it makes so much sense. They're just like, we got a really good player at 26. We're good to go next year. Let's go.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did what they say get caught on camera? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Where you going?
Fuckers.com. Find a location near you.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan. I told you, Mike is always talking like up until the second we go on. Sometimes afterwards.
He's giddy for tonight.
It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible or damn it.
All right, buddy.
Hey, Corey, you take over here.
Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? If they do, you can text in 877-881-1053. Tell us why your buddy's an idiot.
I feel like I was going to say spop culture.
I don't know what just happened in your mouth.
That's not right. Do you think I'm an idiot for what just happened? Or do you think the Rangers are idiots for going to Mike Bassick on this broadcast tonight? Because he's going to be like, you're going to say the thing where you're like, oh, you know what they say about the Yankees, right, Jared?
No,
and
he's not.
Gonna go, what's that, Mike? They're from New York.
He's not going to do that.
He's
Mike is going to play
that.
this straight tonight. He's going to going to do his best Matt Hicks impression, and he's going to be fantastic tonight.
All right.
That look on his face leads me to believe he will not.
Mike,
1080.
do not. Actually, I do want content tomorrow, so I do want you to write down those moments where you're like, man, that was a killer right there. I can totally see Mike going, oh, and that's another winner right there, and just jotting them down.
I'm going to try.
I don't think the Rangers are idiots for going to Mike. I think this is smart, actually. Here's why.
Genius. I think they're
First off, we are the home of the Texas Rangers.
Right.
Secondly, this show is the baseball show of record when it comes to DFW baseball. And thirdly, Mike's one of the reasons for that. Him and Derek, Jared, all the other people we talk baseball with.
I know sometimes Eric Nadel does it without shoes. Should I do it without shoes?
I think you should wear a full suit tonight, just like
I'm
you
not
would
wearing a
for the
suit. Nuh-uh. You don't have to wear a suit in that radio broadcast. You just have to wear a collared shirt and pants.
But the relationship we have with the Rangers, I mean, just think about this, Kevin. We were inside the Globe Life Field for opening day. We were right there in the mix for all of it. We were there for spring training. We are the baseball station here, and they said, let's go to their best baseball talker. Go to Mike. I think it's smart.
Jared, I'm hungry. You take over
my
this
gosh.
third and fourth inning.
I can't just get up and walk off. You don't have to say that.
Soft serve's still working. They said they're shutting it off after 3.
But that's going to be on the broadcast. You know that's going to be on the broadcast. There are times when Mike doesn't care if the red light is on or not. He's like, no, I need to tell you what's in my brain at this moment. I'm going to try to make up for being an idiot from the 817. Happy birthday to TJ Schaefer. I know we do shout outs on Fridays, but happy birthday. Thank you very much for being a Tolo and listening. And you got a good friend right there. The 214, my buddy RJ is an idiot because he thinks drafting Bijan Robinson at 26 would be stupid. That is not stupid.
Let me ask you a question, Kevin. You track the chart values,
Yes.
right? All right. So when Ezekiel Elliott was drafted at number 4,
yep.
All right, what would be the number 4 pick value, like number value? What do you have a number for that?
Yeah, essentially it's 491.
491.
So
and 26. What's 26?
223. And so to put that in appropriate terms, the Cowboys would have to trade this year's first, next year's first, and a third to get in the conversation for the number 4 pick. So drafting Bijan versus drafting Ezekiel Elliott, it's like you're not giving up that additional first and third.
Right.
It's a lot easier to comprehend than the number 4 pick. Because I hear that.
Like when they drafted Zeke, they were like, we got a team built. We just need a running back for Romo. Like that was their mindset. We're pretty good. We just need a running back so that Romo can do his thing. Because we just saw what DeMarco Murray could do behind that offensive line, and what Joseph Randle couldn't do. So like that's where I think when it's at 26, it's not that big of a deal. If you were to get a top 10 talent at 26, but that's a half percentage drop off of what your value at 4 versus this pick. So it's not as big of a deal. This is more along the lines of, hey, it's kind of like getting a running back in the second round.
I think you might fall into this category from the 469 that you're against this. My buddy's an idiot. He thinks Bijan would make the Eagles unstoppable. Correct me if I'm wrong. Would you not be more concerned if they got Jalen Carter than Bijan Robinson? Like, I tell you, both of those two are available for the Eagles at 10. Who do you not want them to take?
Well, I don't want them to take Bijan.
Okay.
Like, I really do. I don't want to have to deal with, like, that's going to be a game that you don't want to play, man.
Ooh,
Their offensive line is now they're really good on fourth downs, Mike. We saw that during the Super Bowl.
And that kid will probably get better, Jordan Davis.
Yeah.
Their first round pick last year.
I mean, I don't want to see Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis together again, ever, because we saw that at Georgia. It was that was pretty strong.
Holy moly, was it?
But like, I don't want to see Bijan Robinson beating us up for the next 10 years.
Our guy TJ down there, he's obviously wanting Bijan Robinson to the Dallas Cowboys. Yes. I think a lot of people are. But let me ask you this. You guys put a percentage on it. The percentage that Bijan Robinson is draftable at 26.
I would say it's about 20%.
I was going to say 15 to 18, so I think that is fair.
And I would say closer to where Kevin is. I just don't think teams are going to pass on him that much. I think once you get to the past the top 10, I think teams are going to be like, we like this guy.
And now you have to watch at 8. Like,
with the Falcons.
Keep an eye out on that. I am not dismissing that whatsoever.
Lots of my buddies and idiot things coming in right now.
I got one for you.
My buddy's an idiot. He thinks Jalen Brunson is going to be finals MVP and Stephen A will be shirtless drunk at the parade.
First of all, if the Knicks win the championship, I think that should be acceptable.
Being a shirtless drunk?
At the parade.
Okay.
If the Knicks win the championship?
Yes.
For all of us?
No, I'm saying like for him.
Oh, okay.
Because he's a Knicks fan,
Gotcha,
right?
gotcha.
Although I know he changes allegiances sometimes. I'm assuming that means he's a Knicks fan. The one I was going to throw out, wouldn't that make you sad, though, if Jalen Brunson was the finals MVP?
In a weird way, no. I would think it'd be awesome. Yep. I'm like, Jalen Brunson did nothing wrong. Like, it was the Mavericks who screwed everything up.
Yeah.
I think you have to throw Marley Rivera into my buddy's an idiot category. She got fired from ESPN. She got into a dispute, let's say, over interview time with Yvonne Gaetti, with a dispute over an Aaron Judge interview that she thought was going to be exclusive, and then Gaetti allegedly was in on her territory. Afterwards, they had a conversation where she called Gaetti, not quote, she did say this, I have to edit it, an effing C. Well, it is TV and stuff.
Reporter doesn't start with a C.
It got caught on TV?
Commentator does, though.
Not
Commentator.
on TV. It was on camera. Yeah, it did end with a T.
Okay.
I will say that. So you're getting closer.
I wonder if this
Please
is
don't get any closer.
Gary Gaetti's daughter.
No, it's not spelled the same.
Okay.
And she got fired. And in her apology, this part is amazing. Here's her apology. I fully accept responsibility for what I said, which I should not have. The end.
Oh, she didn't say.
Except, of course, that is not the end of it.
Here we
She
go.
continued. There were extenuating circumstances, but that in no way is an excuse for my actions. I am a professional with a sterling reputation across baseball, and I do believe that I'm being singled out by a group of individuals with whom I've had a long history of professional disagreement.
Well, maybe you're the reason that those disagreements have happened. Sometimes you do have to look at it that way. The other thing, though, I would love for somebody to come out and be like, I said what I said. She is. I said that, and I believe that to my core. Have you ever met the girl?
Some people are arguing that maybe the reason why this is especially problematic is Gaetti is married to the vice president of communications for Major League Baseball.
Oh.
So, you could see how this is not a
She's
battle.
going to get every opportunity she wants.
Yeah, this is probably not a battle you're going to win.
Wait, Kevin, so you're saying the ESPN and the MLB have a relationship, and that may have factored into why this resulted the way that it did?
It's possible. I cannot confirm nor deny, but it kind of... Plus, I just feel like if you call someone an F and C and it gets caught on video for everyone to watch, that's probably going to be a problem no matter what relationships or lack thereof.
That's harsh.
Do you think
that word's the harshest
word?
I feel like it's the harshest word, though. Yet, if you go over to, I don't know, England, that's just like saying crap.
Yeah, it's part of their everyday talk.
Don't they use that word a lot more frugally than we do
somebody threw
here?
a Y on the end of that one, and like, remember?
Yes.
On some show, and I was like,
I
whoa.
felt it was shocking when it happened. I was like, whoa. But they were just like,
It's a
whatever.
joke now. That's a joke with me and Adrian now. Can I say that out loud? Like we joke about that? Okay.
You can say.
Can we dump that?
Nope.
Just dump that whole
Do you
section.
do you have to say Anthony Edwards is an idiot because he's now facing charges of assault for allegedly hitting 2 women with a folding chair, not directly after he threw it or like kind of pushed it down the way. He didn't like pick up a chair like pro wrestling and hit these women, but 2 women are claiming injury after they were eliminated from the playoffs is he threw a chair.
Man, was it Frank Francisco? Is that what we're doing here?
Oh, yeah, in Oakland.
My God, I forgot about
2004.
that.
Yeah.
Man, this, I guess, you can't do that. You can't throw that.
He missed that last shot and sprinted off the court. And I was like, I get it. I was wondering if he's going to get ridiculed for that because he didn't give Denver all the hugs and fives. And I'm like, you don't have to do it in public. You can, after the game, after you calm down for 20 minutes, you can go over to their locker room and just say, hey, guys, I know I didn't say congratulations, good series or whatever, but good luck the rest of the way. But then it ended up being this later in the night.
Yeah.
So
I'm curious to see how that plays out.
Somebody said, never mind. Sorry. These texts are, I love
People
the fan
are
text.
asking for the word. Like I tried to text some of them back, but I'm not going to go, yeah, here's the word
From
on
the 469, they figured it out. They said she called them an effing coconut. We figured it out.
Reggie.
You have
What?
That's not it.
What?
You have,
That's not the word.
Are you really for sure?
I think you have all of the letters in there.
This is very much like Wordle here.
Yeah.
Where you got them kind of in the right area.
you can take it as a compliment or you can take it as like, oh man, you're really offending me. Because I feel like coconut is a very 50-50 food.
I was thinking the other way. I was like, what is the compliment version of that?
He's dead on. Not everybody loves coconut.
I love coconut.
Samoa's.
So if somebody called me a coconut, I'd be like, you know what? I like coconut. But I can see why you probably don't like coconut.
In some venues.
You get a coconut cream pie. Are you eating it? See, I love coconut.
Well, what do you like coconut then?
Samoa's delicious.
You know, when I was a kid,
Oh, yeah.
when the Paletta guy would come around, I always got the coconut Paletta bar. That was the one I wanted.
From the 214, I'll let you figure out who this is about. My buddy's an idiot for trusting another woman with his proposal idea.
Dude, best friend too. Like that's usually a thing. Isn't there like a, what are those girls called? The
Hussies?
No, the girls.
I don't know.
The girls that were hot in the 90s and there was like Spicy Spice and
the Spice Girls? You knew Spicy Spice, but not the Spice Girls. Come on!
There is no Spicy Spice.
I was getting close.
Don't you have to hard like a truck?
That's
I get
English.
it. That does make me
You
feel
have to
better.
like get with my friends before you get with me or something. They sing that song. That's a girl song.
Okay, so are you basing your contemporary knowledge of women on like a mid-90s Spice Girls song? Is that
Why should I feel like I've used logic and reason here as a man that the Spicy Spice Girls sang about a song that you need to get with my friends before you get with
name
me?
one Spice Girl?
Posh.
Hey!
Nice.
I don't know which one she is.
Now name two.
Harry Spice.
No. Did you say Harry?
Oh my gosh, Mike. This is why I don't think you're going to make it through the broadcast on 1080 tonight. Because somebody's going to come up and you'll be like, oh yeah, was he part of the Spice People? And you're going to be like, the Spice People? Yeah, band, the Spice People. You got to hook up with their friends. It's going to be problematic for Jared.
But Jared's a pro. Jared's a pro.
Jared's a pro. Jared is a pro.
Beckham Spice.
That was posh. That was posh. You already got that one. We're the KNC
That was
masterpiece.
scary.
Which one's Harry Spice?
I
Don't be
don't
a
know what
baby.
that means.
All right.
Coming up next,
I'm betting it's a sporty segment.
it's time for us to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation, unless they want no part of this anymore.
Was she Ginger? Was that the last one? Ginger?
We'll do that next, right here on The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you beat the book.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup, and unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan from the 325. I spit Dr. Pepper all over my freshly painted wall. You guys are a blessing. If you did not continue to listen into the ads, I believe that you made a mistake, because that was an award-winning advertisement that we did for Platinum Chevrolet.
It was spicy.
It really, really was. Right now, it's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you and where is you today?
Hey, we are live at Pluckers in Plano. Right up here. We're ready for the draft party, guys. How about you? You ready for the draft fun?
I'm excited. I will be at the Pluckers in Dallas off Greenville. If you want to come out and party, I already had one person say they're going to bring some cards up there. If I can help them out, I'm glad to do that as well. I hope you guys pack these Pluckers.
I'll be in Arlington with a special mystery guest tonight, so good luck to me.
Okay.
I like to say, let's tear the roof off this mother plucker.
Nice. Ooh. Yeah, I like that.
You have any idea who the mystery guest is?
Yes, it's Will Chambers.
You ruined the mystery.
Oh, man. No, it's going to be a blast, man.
He'll be rooting for Kentucky.
Is it a mystery now?
Well, it wasn't a mystery before, but it did say on our little sheet that it was mystery guest, but it's definitely Will Chambers.
Corey.
He's going to be out there. He said, bring your liver, and I feel like I need to take an extra liver with me tonight.
That's what I was going to ask. I was going to ask if you packed up your liver before you left for work today to make sure.
You sound like you're a million miles away, Chiafalo.
I don't think Plano's that far from the station.
It's a home game for us, Corey.
Yeah, it really is. You guys are right there in our neck of the woods, me and the Wolfchucks.
Heck yeah, this is awesome. Hey, we got Kenny here. Kenny's out here at Pluckers Plano. Kenny, are you wearing panties? No panties?
No. He said no with a mouthful of chicken wings.
No panties.
Co-winner of the 6
day.
o'clock sound-off last night for one of the greatest phone calls in fan history.
Love it. I love
Kenny
it.
and Quinlan.
I can still hear
Sometimes Keller.
Going around the horn here, what do you think is the most likely Cowboys pick, and what would be your dream Cowboys pick?
I'll go first. I think the most likely right now is Will McDonald, and my dream would be Chase Young falls all the way to 26.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, that would be
pretty perfect.
Aaron Rodgers type situation.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, that would be. I think that was Yeoman's, right? He wants Jalen Carter.
Yeah,
that's the dream.
Yeah. Well, we mocked it in the draft show yesterday. It happened.
We were trying to will it to happen. Is what we were trying to do. Yeah.
Well, that's what you have to do. I would say my dream scenario would
He said Chase Young, right? Just so I hear my.
Chase Young.
Oh, my bad.
It's
Bryce Young.
Yeah. But I'd take Young
Jalen
too.
Carter. I thought you meant Jalen Carter. When
All
you
right.
said
Well, I'm glad we got that sorted out.
That's fantastic. I'm going to go Nolan Smith would be my dream scenario.
I love it.
Adding him to the pass rush would be insane. It's definitely far-fetched. I certainly hope he doesn't go 10 to the Eagles, which is certainly likely. But that would be pretty dang special. I just think first round you need to go premium position. So is it going to be a good corner that you feel strong about, or a pass rusher? That would be fantastic. The Tennessee offensive lineman would be cool, but Nolan Smith is the dream scenario. I think most likely, I mean, I hate to say it, but most likely is probably one of these tight ends.
No, it makes no sense.
It doesn't make sense to me either.
I believe this has been a smoke screen that the Cowboys have just let play out. They're like, don't shoot that down. They think we're going to take a tight end because we lost Dalton Schultz. We have 2 good young tight ends. The NFL is all about having good young players at positions for virtually nothing, so you can spend money elsewhere. It just doesn't – unless they're going to go like 12 and 13 personnel nonstop in Mike McCarthy and they want 3 badass tight ends. You already got 2 good ones. You saw what happened when Schultz was out. These young guys can make plays.
Yeah.
And they were good blockers against some of those teams.
Yeah, this is tough. It really depends on who's on the board. I think Emmanuel Forbes would definitely be under consideration if he's there at 26. I think most likely right now I'm going to stick with Will McDonald. I went with that pick along with Gavin when we did our fan video. My dream scenario, I got to stick with one of my favorite players in the draft, Jackson Smith and Jig, but Rock Wolzone out of Ohio State. If he falls to 26, my goodness, that'd be a lot of fun.
Kind of feel like, my dream scenario would be, the love that I have for Bijan Robinson. I don't think he is going to be there, though. Darnell Wright makes a whole hell of a lot of sense to me, the tackle guard from Tennessee. The player they're likely going to take, I think, is either McDonald or Drew Sanders, the linebacker from Arkansas.
I like it. How we all manage doing your coverage tonight from the Star, but also listening to Mike Bassick as he calls the game with Jared Sandler tonight. How are you guys going to handle that?
I'll tell you what, it's going to be difficult. Mike, I heard you're not going to do it with shoes. Are you right about that?
Wait, hold on. What?
That's what Nadell sometimes
doesn't.
He
absolutely. I've
that's
seen him
right.
do it. I've seen him do it. He walks in, he's got the golf polo on, and he's got shorts, and he kicks the flip-flops off and then starts the broadcast.
Well, typically he's got the socks. He's got those fancy socks that end up, you buy them and the money goes to charity.
With the toes, where your toes are all individual.
They're not the toe socks.
It's the toe socks.
It's the toe socks. You got to bring some fancy socks with you. That's the Nadell way to go.
I thought Baskey was doing an Aaron Rodgers bit because he's apparently walking throughout the Jets facility barefoot right now. And I have that on.
Way
really
to bury
good
my
accord.
lead.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Golly, Eric, read a bleep and run sheet. Did we get one of those?
No, that's. I mean, we're teasing ahead to what's going to be a freaking incredible
This
show
is going to
about
be a legendary
Aaron Rodgers'
show.
bare feet.
Gosh, we're going to kick the KMC's butt with our show.
Oh, my God. Do I need to tell you
I'm
that
just
story
kidding. We
again,
love
Chia Follow? We'll see.
Probably looking forward to the audio highlights tomorrow on that, to be honest with you.
Me too. Mike's already made some jokes today where he's laughing out loud at himself. So, like, you can already tell.
He's on fire. Yeah, it's going to be great.
Mike's hilarious.
Do you feel like I can get away with ding dong, that pitch is dead? That's my home run call.
Absolutely, Mike.
Yes.
You have fun and do all the calls that Jared refuses to do.
Mike, if they had This Week in Baseball from back in the day, I'd like to hear you as one of the broadcasts for that, like a highlight, and you kind of throw that out there. I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of nervous now. I might be Harry Doyle's assistant from Major League.
Maybe one word.
I like the guy that doesn't say anything. You just open the whiskey bottle and all that kind of a thing.
Don't clam up, Mike.
Yeah, Mike, don't. Yeah,
got this.
don't talk a mean
could,
game.
but yeah, shoot your shot.
You got to drop in a chicks dig the dong ball.
I'm pretty sure John Blake will be like, "You're done."
Well, it was a good run, Mike.
Hey, Mike, this might be a one-off thing anyway. I mean, just give it a go.
Live it up.
You never. Yeah.
I like that philosophy. It might be a one-off either way, so you might as well go out in a blaze of glory.
My style, right? When the pitching coach is like, "Hey, do this," and you don't feel comfortable with it, they're like, "We're sending you down because that didn't work." You're like, "Yeah, I knew it wouldn't. I did it your way, fart knocker. Let me try it my way."
By the way, did y'all hear about Mike's choice that he had to make where he got invited to Cooperstown to participate in the Hall of Fame
former players game.
Player baseball game, but it's on the same day as his daughter's high school graduation.
Oh,
man, she's already in Texas. She got her in school.
Thank God they video those graduations.
They're gonna put the sash around her, or the thing in her hat.
Zoom. We've got Zoom.
No, but this is different. Mike's got a smart daughter, so she's giving a speech at this thing, isn't she?
He's got a
he's
got phone.
He's got FaceTime. Unless he's an Android user, then he's
I couldn't say yes fast enough to that email, and then saw the dates, and I was like, I think I have something.
Mike, this is your only shot to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yes, I know.
It is.
This is the deal. I bet I was like the 5th choice of the Rangers, and they're like, this guy won't say no, and I'm like, son of a gun! Out of all the weekends.
Yeah, she'll graduate.
I'm like,
she'll graduate from Texas in 3 years.
I'm like, please, come on. I'm like, please ask me again to this, please.
Please.
I'll be the one person that's out there on the field too that all of these baseball fans that are at Cooperstown going, who is this guy?
Who is that guy? How do you even spell his name?
Yeah, then they'd find out that's the guy that gave up the bomb ski to Bonds.
They brought him in to give up runs.
They might play it on the center field board for you too.
What if they were going to? What if they invited Bonds to be there?
Cooperstown moment.
They wanted to redo that moment in time.
I wonder if they would invite Bonds to that.
Good question.
Yeah,
he has a cool picture.
What would you have a better chance of getting rescheduled, the game or the graduation? Is there any way you can make it work?
I guess I would lean towards graduation. I feel like I might have a little bit more pull at Bishop Dunn than the Hall of Fame, but I'm
still
pretty
a couple of months away,
Time
right?
to find it. 1 month.
1 month away.
May 27th is when our kids graduate, and then Broadus, maybe our kids will meet at UT.
I'll tell you what, I look forward to it. Be nice. I heard she's a good gal.
You'd be terrified.
Me?
To be
no,
coming
Mike's.
in.
I got to be honest. Bennett needs help in school. Bassick's got a smart daughter.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today? And tell us again where you're at.
We are live at Pluckers in Plano, right here off of Beltline and about Toll Road and Parker. Is that what it was? Toll Road and about Parker exit?
Preston. Preston and Parker.
Preston and Parker, that's right. So come on by. We're going to be here all the way till 6 o'clock. Now, these guys are going to be leaving early because they have places to be. Chiafalo is heading to the Pluckers in South Fort Worth.
Yeah.
And,
South Texas.
and Broadus is going to be heading off to the official draft broadcast. So by the time we hit the 5 o'clock hour, it's going to be down to Lucius, Wolchuk, and I. But we'll still be rocking the house.
We're starting to booze at 5?
Yeah, we're going to start drinking early, and then afterwards tonight, we're going to be just down the toll road there at the Pluckers in Addison if you'd like to come by and party with us tonight.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. You can catch Mike on the Rangers Call on 1080. We got all your draft coverage right here on the Fan, or come see us at one of the Pluckers. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Pluckers in Plano off of the Toll Road President Parker here, and we have 4 hours today of broadcasting with you leading up to the 2023 NFL Draft. We are excited about that. It sounds like Broadus is down to 2 players that he believes one of the 2 will most likely be the guy at 26. So am I picking that up off you correctly, Brian?
Yeah, I was just talking with Jane Slater as well, and she's got the name of Laporta involved as well. But she's also saying that if Mayer and Kincaid are gone, they want a tight end. So that makes sense. Musgrave, I was talking with some folks last night, because I know that Daniel Jeremiah in the mock draft will get in that Krusty's corner at 240 today. But Daniel Jeremiah and then Todd McShay also with Musgrave. So the hunt for a tight end is real, but you start to hear some of these whispers about it that there's a lot of things that are going to happen, but that is not going to happen.
Heard a lot
about Musgrave. So Laporta makes some sense. Like I say, Jane Slater's outstanding at her job, so she would know if she's throwing a name out there.
You're right.
Like
I'm disappointed. Disappointed to hear that. That would be a reach for Laporta. Musgrave had more drops than touchdowns. If you're going to go tight end in the first round when you have Ferguson Hendershot on the team, it better be for a sure thing. And I don't think either one of those are.
Yeah, especially in a draft where you feel like the difference between the guy you're getting in the first round, second, and third round ain't that big of a gap. Yeah. So, I mean, there's all sorts of names you can throw out. Tucker Kraft is one that I really, really like. But there's guys that you can get. It goes back to the same thing with the running back. You can draft the guy in the first round, okay, but there's guys in the third round that'll end up being dang near just as good. So why are you reaching?
So I like the idea of what Brian was saying in crosstalk. It's the edge rusher at Ohio State and the linebacker at Arkansas. Well, I would love for them to go defense.
Iowa State. Iowa State.
Will McDonald.
McDonald, and there's some – and yesterday I was kind of hinting around. There were some things about I was hearing some things about a player and stuff like that. The player I was hearing about was McDonald. There were things that people were saying, well, you need to take a look at this for his makeup, or you need to take a look at this makeup. And it seemed to be, kind of backtrack or kind of circling around to things with the Cowboys. There's some things that teams have some concerns about McDonald. They think he's a hell of a football player, but there's things that they need to check with the with the Cowboy people. They seem to be okay with everything that is going on with McDonald. So if McDonald's there, I just feel like that they're going to be in a situation. The Giants ahead of them are looking at wide receivers. They're looking at either tight end that's there that have been kind of tagged with the Cowboys, whether that's Mayer or that's Kincaid, and then they're looking at these corners, and they also with Forbes and then our guy Banks from Maryland. So the Giants ahead of you are looking at basically the same players. The Giants might be grabbing a player that you are, in fact, holding on there.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I do think Forbes, if he's there, he's going to be under consideration. I think they're high on Emmanuel Forbes. I think he's a perfect fit for Dan Quinn. I thought that immediately when I watched him back in December. He's my 16th best player. To get him at 26, I think would be good value. The problem is, to your point, I think Washington could be interested. I think the Giants could be interested that are ahead of you.
They're both interested.
No doubt.
No question.
Laporta would be a massive reach for me at 26. I've got him as the 66th best player on my board. Yeah. But I will say, out of all the tight ends, he gets glowing reviews from coaches, scouts, those that have gotten to know the player, his work ethic. He's one of those guys where the offensive system, and we talked about how bad Iowa was on offense, didn't do him any favors. So he does have tremendous upside. Could be maybe the best tight end of the class when it's all said and done, but I got Tucker Kraft ahead of him. I would not love that pick at 26, and I hope that's just kind of a wipeout situation.
Man, Laporta sounds like a great player in the second or third round, but gosh dang, at 26
at 58,
is not.
That'd be a home run pick.
I mean, this McDonald thing is cool. You get a pass rusher premium position in a draft where the edge rushers aren't stretching out very far, right? If you want to get an edge rusher, you're not going to find one like you can find a tight end or a running back in round 4.
No, I think you could go third round, fourth round, and find some good edge rushers in this draft. Especially, I think the third round for sure there's some solid meat.
Well, where do you
this
have
one.
like your kid from Kansas State there?
See, I've got 24. He's my 24th best player.
See, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I have him at 58. We've talked about Hall from Auburn at 69.
Yep.
Foskey from Notre Dame at 75.
Harrison from Ohio State.
There are some legitimate edge rushers in this draft at this thing. If you want to try and get it all the way down there to the third round, I think there's some
McGuire from Mizzou. That's a fourth-round name that the Cowboys have been linked to. And then how about Tui Peloto from USC?
I like that as well because you're just looking for depth on this team right now, and maybe a guy that develops into something, and you can get that in the middle rounds. You don't have to be spending premium assets right now on edge. It's not a huge need. But the story is Mayer and Kincaid could both be gone, and what would the Cowboys do in that situation if, in fact, they do really want a tight end as much as some of these reports are saying?
Yeah, it's funny because your final mock draft is usually the one that you're saying, this is my best one. You know, your first one you want to kind of set the table, and all the way through the process, mock draft 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. However many you do, you're kind of just moving guys around. The last one you want to be the one where you're sitting there, and this is like exactly what I'm hearing there. So the fact that like the guys like a Daniel Jeremiah and then Todd McShay and others are putting tight ends there, that's kind of telling me, though, that they feel like that Kincaid and Mayer will be gone. So now the Cowboys, how bad do they want a tight end? Bad enough to potentially make a guy that might be 2-3 on a lot of people's boards. They would make that pick at 26.
So then you're talking about Arkansas's Drew Sanders and Will McDonald as possible backups. Could McDonald make it to the second round because of the baggage that you were talking about? And Drew Sanders, stand-up inside linebacker, right?
Well, he's really he plays as a stand-up guy, but he'll also one of his best traits is you could see him rush the passer.
Ooh.
So he's one of these guys where when you start to talk about what are the best traits of it's funny, Nick Eatman and I were on a show together yesterday, and Nick Eatman saw Drew Sanders come into the Star, and he's like in the dining hall, and he did a double take. He's thinking, oh, Leighton? No, that's not Leighton. That's Drew Sanders. So same type of physical makeup, same type of body style, but with the pass rush edge ability that you could put him on one side, potentially bring him, or you could have him playing coverage. He's a guy that isn't going to come off the field.
That's exciting.
He's a good chess piece to have. Like, Drew Sanders is not one of those guys. If you don't like drafting an off-ball linebacker, if you'd be upset with the Jack Campbell out of Iowa, Drew Sanders gives you that pass rush versatility, and he did it against good linemen. If you watched him against Texas A&M, there was a play. He powers a tackle back into the lap of the quarterback, gets an epic sack. He's slippery. He's good at evading blocks. But I do think Drew Sanders, his best attribute might be his football IQ.
No question.
He really understands the game. He reads the field well. At 26, I personally would like Sanders more than I would like Laporta.
And he can cover, too?
Coverage is where he needs to – like, he's not as polished as Van Der Esch was coming out. If you want to make that comp, right? Leighton Van Der Esch was a better coverage guy than Sanders is.
Well, I want to see him get better up the middle. I think linebacker, defensive tackle, guard, center, those are the kind of spots where I'd be looking to make this team more physical, and Sanders' versatility along with some edge rushing ability. That's an exciting name. But still, a lot of things are in play as we sit about 5 hours from the drafting starting and, starting to work our way towards where the Cowboys pick. We are, in for an absolutely enchanted afternoon and evening of sports broadcasting. If you have enjoyed the coverage in the past, you know what Brian Broaddus and his team are capable of. If you haven't heard, Brian's been leading this thing for us for years. You will get the best coverage, talk about all the picks, and some outstanding Cowboys team build discussion throughout the entire night. Player and coach interviews. You will hear from the players within an hour of them getting drafted. You will hear the audio of the Cowboys and Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones talking to them before the announcement comes on TV. You will hear the newest Cowboys shedding tears with their family members tonight right here on our coverage. The entire deal is just outstanding, and it's one of my favorite nights of the year when the draft starts and that buildup as the board is falling and you can get excited about names coming. It'll be an outstanding time here on 105.3 The Fan. And Wolchuk's going to join the show tomorrow for rounds 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6, 7.
I get to party with you tonight. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, I thought, personally, Chiafalo, I thought your guy Wolchuk should be on tonight.
No question.
Just to be honest with you, I was surprised Broadus let him down like that.
The merit is there for sure, but they saved Walchuk for the scouts days, right?
The scouts
That's
days,
the second and third day. That's where the real football eyeballs come to party.
Yeah.
And so Walchuk's bringing all four of his.
Yeah.
Mel Kiper, draft expert. He has Dalton Kincaid going to the Cowboys. They're not that worried about his back, apparently.
No, that doesn't sound like it at all.
I think he's their top tight end.
I do too. I absolutely think you're absolutely right about that. The thing about the back situation, you might not have him for the rookie mini camp or the OTAs, but for training camp, I heard everything was spot on and ready to go.
You mentioned Luke Musgrave. There's a guy who might have the top athleticism amongst the tight ends.
Yes, he is probably – he's like a receiver playing tight end. He's 6'6", massive wingspan, moves really well. He has the chance to maybe be the best receiving threat out of all of these players, but massive injury risk, right, with that. I mean, he was hurt last year. That's why the numbers, people that will look up, well, where was the production from Luke Musgrave? He missed the majority of the season.
Yeah, very early in the year he hurt his knee, and so he was not available at all. So that's but – you're absolutely right. This guy's a big target, runs, moves well. When you watch him play, he can catch the ball in some tight spaces and get north-south in a hurry.
That's your best chance to have just a freak tight end playmaker, Kelsey, Waller.
I think that if
Kuntz too, right?
Well,
Isn't he super athletic guy?
Kuntz is athletic though, but I think he's just really, really raw. And I don't know. Like to me, if I'm taking somebody at 26. Let's plug and play. Let's go.
Oh, for sure.
Let's
Not
go.
at 26.
Yeah, with Kuntz, I'm kind of thinking about later in the draft, you might be the guy I really like is Luke Schoonmaker from Michigan, because I feel like that Schoonmaker, he's 6'5", he's 251. You watch Michigan run the football, they run it behind him.
Mm-hmm.
They've got they got a really nice offensive line, and they control the line and they control the point of attack because of a guy like Schoonmaker is there. It got him right there like in the round. So there's some guys in the middle of that board. If you don't take one at 26, I'm not going to panic. I'm just not going to panic.
The one guy that I don't think's in play, and we're getting a lot of texts about him on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053, and come party with us out here at Pluckers in Plano until 6. But Georgia's Darnell Washington.
It sounds like to me, and this is what's interesting, if you look at what Daniel Jeremiah did in his mock draft, he had, if you look at his top 150, he has the Utah tight end, Kincaid at 9. And then he has Mayer like at 17, 18, and then he has Washington at 30. But what did he do? He jumped a tag. He jumped over by taking Musgrave. Musgrave at 38, instead of giving him Washington, he gave them Musgrave. So he didn't even give his chance of his tight end the 30th best the best player on his board.
That is interesting. Why would he do that?
Well, he's hearing something about Washington.
Probably heard that they like Musgrave as well.
He was hearing that maybe the whole thing about Washington is not going to be here.
Knowing how much they care about the blocking ability of their tight end and hearing Stephen Jones talk about that first with KNC when they ask him about, hey, what do you look for in a tight end? Well, it's different these days. In college football, you don't see the guys that can really do it all when it comes to the block, and they want that. I can't imagine that they would take a first-round tight end in a super deep tight end draft class that doesn't have a blocking capability.
See, I've been listening to Broadus on that draft show and on the podcast with Bobby, and I know he's a man that likes Kuntz, and I do too. I was checking that player out. It's the grip.
Yeah.
It's next level that allows him to make those plays. Jaguars left tackle Cam Robinson facing multi-game suspension for violating the NFL's performance-enhancing drug policy. As a team, I would love this because I know the guy is committed. He just needs help avoiding detection. Let's send our best scientist on this. Okay, let's dispatch. Now, nobody's going to know I'm putting in the call. But Cam Robinson needs a little bit of help left tackle there with the Jags, and that might hurt. Now, it depends on what kind of roidage he was doing. If he was getting super roided, it could be an 8-gamer. If it's just minorly roided, they can do a 2-gamer. It's kind of up to their discretion depending on what you test positive for.
Wow. Well, I wonder if the Jaguars are already aware of what that's going to look like because 8 games, you might change your draft plans in the first round or two. 2 games, you're probably not going to worry about it.
Big plans for that team this year, maybe a favorite in their division. The Rangers in action tonight. Yankees come calling. New York 14-11. The Rangers 14-10, but tonight it's almost guaranteed to go to 11 losses because dang old Garrett Cole is on the hill with his .79 ERA. So hopefully we can get to the bullpen late tonight.
I'm just praying this doesn't turn into a 7-game losing streak.
Nah. We'll get Jake up there.
You
We'll
think
get
so?
Jacob out there tomorrow and stop the bleeding if necessary. Tonight, you just got to tell your guys, hey, we're going to battle with Heaney, right? It's Heaney tonight.
Yeah,
We're going to try to keep him within a couple of runs by the time we get to the 7th or 8th inning. You're going to have a shot against somebody not named Garrett Cole, hopefully. Just, try not to get perfect gamed in the meantime. That's been a problem in recent years for these as Texas Rangers. First somewhat lame NBA playoff night, but we'll still be rocking and rolling as the Hawks going to host the Celtics in Game 6. Boston up 3-2 in that one. But that's your only action as we now have teams getting eliminated in the first round.
I know. I am bummed because I was hoping to get some Pluckers draft night, dual screen. Here's Steph, here's that Kings game. Maybe we get a Laker game going on. Not the case. So it's going to be 99.9% draft, and then we'll peek over at what I imagine to be an onslaught brought to you by Boston.
How about Miami, though? Miami going to Milwaukee. We were all talking, and I know myself, I was thinking,
Me too.
The one team that will go and the team that will get eliminated is Miami because the Bucks on their home floor are not going to get eliminated. Here's Giannis guarding the inbounds pass, and somehow it gets to Jimmy Butler there where he gets that shot off.
Crazy.
But what Milwaukee just looked like, the Mavs there, the way they were trying to navigate the last 2 minutes of that 2 minutes of that game.
He refuses to use a timeout. He's a Jason Kidd.
What are we
doing? I'm just the coach. I'm just watching. You guys got to figure it out.
Nobody's dying, but their season did die last night.
It sure did. Was it a failure? Giannis going viral. Yep. G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30. We'll take a listen to what is a very thought-provoking cut from Giannis. And to discuss that, we're live Pluckers in Plano. When we're back, it's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Be a part of the show.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. We are live at Pluckers in Plano. Our path to the draft coverage is in its final hours. And the draft coverage comes up at 6 o'clock. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when it hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. The consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Yeah, we're doing great here, and our show is Pluckers Plano, right off the toll road, Parker and Preston. Now tonight, after the show, Chiafalo's rallying to the South Fort Worth Pluckers. Lucius is rallying to the Grapevine? No, not Grapevine.
Yep.
Yes, Grapevine location.
Yeah.
And Woolchuck and I are going to be going to the Addison location. And other fan hosts and personalities are at all 8 Pluckers locations here tonight. I believe Christy Scales is going to be at this one, holding it down, the Cowboys sideline reporter.
Yep.
So it's a full-on Pluckers, a party tonight. As always, it's become a tradition. So Giannis was asked last night, and he went viral for this response to a question about failure. Mark Cuban responded to it. Everybody's talking about it today. Here's Giannis as they were eliminated by the Miami Heat.
I just asked Bud the exact same question, but I'm curious for you. Do you view this season as a failure?
You asked me the same question last year, Eric. Okay. Do you get a promotion every year on your job? No, right? So every year you work is a failure. Yes or no? No. Every year you work towards something, towards a goal, right? Which is to get a promotion, to be able to take care of your family, to be able, provide the house for them or take care of your parents. You work towards a goal. It's not a failure. It's steps to success. Michael Jordan played 15 years, won 6 championships. The other 9 years was a failure? That's what you're telling me? No, I'm asking you a question. Yes or no? Okay, exactly. So why you asking me that question? It's a wrong question. There's no failure in sports. You know, there's good days, bad days. Some days you are able to be successful. Some days you're not. Some days it's your turn. Some days it's not your turn. And that's what sports is about. You don't always win. Some other people's gonna win. And this year somebody else is gonna win. Simple as that. We're gonna come back next year, try to be better, try to build good habits, try to play better, not have a 10-day stretch with playing bad basketball. You know, and hopefully we can win a championship.
Yeah, great answer from Giannis. Very, thought-provoking. I think it is something that a lot of sports fans need to hear. Now, I don't think it's a bad question, and I don't think looking at it as a failure is wrong. But I do think Giannis's perspective should be magnified a little bit, and it's a very healthy athlete perspective for sure. Fans are more live and die. It's more yes or no, 1 or 0, we won or we lost. And there's nothing wrong with that reality. But I think one of the reasons Giannis was able to go from being a very raw athlete, even well into his amateur basketball career, couldn't get on the court. His older brother was much more advanced and was the ball handler. And it took Giannis a lot longer. Why did he give up? Because he got this mindset, right? It's not that I lost. It's not that I'm bad. I'm just working my process, right? So are you process-oriented or result-oriented? We found out big time last night. Giannis is, much more oriented towards the process than the result. But being result-oriented isn't wrong, and I think a lot of players are. Dirk said it for years. We lost. That's a failure. That's a wasted opportunity. So I just think it comes down to having multiple perspectives. Maybe that's too nuanced for sports radio, but to me, that's absolutely the reality of what we're looking at.
No, I'm with you, and I'm glad that Giannis kind of walked us through his way of thinking, because nobody's ever going to question the work ethic that Giannis puts in. This dude's a workaholic, but I do think there is a lot of growth and learning that comes from just failure in sports in general. We've heard that forever. I mean, look at it's draft day. I'll bring a Cowboys analogy in here with Troy Aikman talking about the most memorable game of his career was that 94 NFC Championship game loss to the 49ers. He didn't mention the 3 Super Bowls. It was the loss to the Niners and the things that he learned about that team and the way that they fought back and rallied back. I think Giannis is right. There is something to be learned and to be gained. Big picture, like, was the season a failure with their expectations? Absolutely. But I understand what he's trying to say.
Yeah, you don't lose, you learn. I think that's a very healthy mindset to have, as you're trying to go through life. And it's one that I think youth parents should find for their kids to play under. You know, that's the right mindset for developing talent from a coach, from an organization, from a baseball club. You know, that's what you want your kids being trained in. By the time you're 25 and if you want an MVP and a championship, maybe it's not as much about development, but it's about the result and what kind of a ride you take your fans on. And as the number 1 seed to lose to an 8, it's devastating. You know, that's the reality for almost 1 million Bucks fans today across this world.
For sure. I mean, it's a failure. You were the 1 seed. You lost to the 8 seed on your home floor. You got gentlemen swept, and you, Giannis, you missed 13 free throws. You failed. It doesn't mean that you're going to fail tomorrow. It doesn't mean that the rest of your career is a failure. It doesn't mean that you can look back on this moment and find out that maybe it was the best thing that could have happened to you, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't failure.
No, you didn't achieve your ultimate goal.
You 100% failed, but that is a buzzword, and so I understand why in the moment. And you get a pesky, annoying, pain in the ass reporter that you just want to punch his face, and you're emotional after a game. So I get that, but it was a failure.
Like in his heart, he probably feels
objectively
that it was.
you failed. So what? When you get the test back and you failed the test, you didn't. So you didn't fail, or what's the deal? No, you failed. It doesn't mean that you're always going to fail. Doesn't mean that you can't learn from it. Doesn't mean that it can't inspire you to do great things. But don't make no mistake about it. You failed. That's it. I mean,
you guys refresh my memory about when we saw the Mavs with Dirk as a 1 seed go and lose at
Golden State 2007.
Yeah, we all felt like that was a big failure right there.
Sure. Yeah, and Dirk didn't shy away from that.
I know, and I don't think, he's not wrong about sports and the lessons it teaches you, but ultimately your goal is to win the championship every year. So in that, you did. We failed
to achieve our goal.
Failed to achieve the championship.
And it's not always.
But a lot of teams fail to achieve championships too.
And I wouldn't even say it's as black and white as you didn't win the championship, so you failed, but you didn't even give yourself a chance. You lost in round 1 in the most embarrassing way basically possible. If you lose in the Eastern Conference Finals, if you lose in the NBA Finals, hey, it ain't a failure. You gave yourself a chance. Ball bounces, okay. You guys got blown off the floor by a team that was losing a play-in game to start this thing to the Atlanta Hawks 2 weeks ago. You failed your balls off.
Yeah, the expectations play a huge part in it. The Bucks were a favorite, and the Bucks have won a championship. He's been there. He's done that. Like last year, the Mavs. Seed. Right, last year the Mavs don't win a championship, but it wasn't a failure because nobody expected them to make the run that they made.
Yeah, I think everybody's got great points. There's a lot of very valid perspectives on this. I feel like it should also be noted that even though maybe he doesn't acknowledge failure, it hasn't stopped him from establishing a championship process. You know,
For sure.
Accepting defeat isn't necessary to become the greatest. You know, I think for a lot of people it is because it's so motivating. It's like, I can't believe I lost. I can never let this happen again.
Right.
Giannis has taken more of a day-to-day approach.
Sure.
Like, it'll be fine. And I do think that's healthier, you know, and at times I think a lot of people should probably try to keep that in mind more in this sports world. That's what Mark Cuban is saying, but also, you know, it is so much about wins and losses in the sports world, and I don't think it's necessarily right to tell the media or fans you're wrong for looking at it like that. It's time now for the G bag of the day. Here's Lucius. Happy draft day.
Hey, oh, what a day. What a day. What a day.
Show tunes, Lucius, show tunes.
Oh, what a day. Shout out to Miss Badu. Miss Badu, shout out to you. All right, let's see what this is. G bag of the day. Our winner is Michael Rappaport from New York. He's a big Knicks fan, of course. And he's not a fan of the new NBA trend. Pay attention.
The NBA has discussed grown men kicking other grown men in the flicks, because that's what Dylan Brooks did. He did a flick to LeBron James. James Harden did an elbow to the and kicks. And kicks has been the most discussed thing of the NBA playoffs. You want to get a hard foul? You want to foul somebody? Do it the old-fashioned way. Clothesline somebody. Forearm shiver. Bill Laimbeer, Kurt Rambis, Charles Oakley, Anthony Mason. It's not a good look for NBA players to be hitting each other, kicking each other, and flicking each other in the
Hey, good bet payoff. No, it's not. But it might be a good bet payoff. What do you think the Michael Rappaport D kicks and flicks.
Ooh, I'm adding it to the list right now, General.
This is good.
We'll have to iron out the details on this, okay? But I like it. The key to a good payoff is just a good name, and we got one.
Boom. Make it happen, Captain.
NFL Network reporter right here. She has a report on Jalen Carter.
What we're hearing is Jalen Carter, the D tackle from Georgia, just won a national championship with the Bulldogs. Big guy, 6'3", 300.
Oh no. Oopsies.
Yeah.
Very proportional.
I think it was Bridget Condon. She's actually on the air right now.
Looks good in his uniform, apparently, to Bridget.
Yeah. Big D, big guy.
If I can lip read properly, she just said it again. My dear God.
Bridget.
She's in her bag.
We have a high school announcer. He's announcing a high school basketball game, and the parents are giving the ref a hard time, especially after this foul. You hear the whistle, and the parents doing all this booing and talking from the benches.
I would like to take this opportunity to remind all fans, and I should have done this a lot earlier, shut up! The WIAA is always looking for officials, and since you do such a good job from the stands, get on the floor, wear a striped shirt, and do it yourselves.
Yeah, ain't nothing but a little bit of straightening right there. A little bit of straightening.
A little straightening.
Yeah, have a little bit more respect for the ref. Ref for the last game I coached, he had a good idea. He said, hey, my name's John. Just call me John, because if I hear ref, I just ignore it. I'm like, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Nice. Got your name now.
That is good.
He had to tune on all the parents.
John, you suck as a ref.
John was good.
One of my favorite NFL mic'd up moments was Dave Campo, head coach of the Cowboys, just firing off a million different names at a referee, and he never turned around. And then he finally pulled a little paper out of his sheet.
Card.
He looked at it and saw what the right name was. He said it one time, and the ref turned right around at him. It was amazing.
Were you talking to me?
He's just cussing his face off. He didn't understand why this ref wouldn't turn around. He was calling him 10 different names, and none of them were the right one.
Called him Tender Britches.
Yeah.
Tender Britches. Yeah, my grandfather used to call me Tender D.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So did Bridget.
Yeah, they say them girls should turn your nose out all the time, boy. You got a Tender D. For those that got that. Let's take them to church right here. Here's a song for my haters.
A lot of haters.
Yeah, a lot of haters. If the shoe fits, I want you to wear it and wear it good.
Somewhere to sit yourself down. Oh, find you. Somewhere. Oh, somewhere to sit yourself. Oh, you want to preach, but find you. Somewhere. Oh, somewhere
to sit yourself down.
Trying to find you a boo, but find you. Somewhere, oh, somewhere to sit yourself. Amen.
Hey, amen. Amens. Yeah, if you don't feel that, you ain't got no soul.
Yeah.
Let's see what else I got.
Sit yourself down if you don't like that one.
Yeah, go find you somewhere to sit yourself down, hater.
Yeah.
Be more respectful and nice to people. Let me see, what we got, Ella? How about this one? When praying for a teen basketball team fails. You know, you get the little prayer circles. Hey, let's pray real quick before the game. Yeah. No injuries. Stay focused. Everybody remember their parts.
Exactly, yeah.
That type of thing. Yeah, they got that. Teens can't take anything serious. Not even prayers.
Father, in the name of Jesus. Be quiet, please. Yes, sir. Father, in the name of Jesus. Stop laughing. Father, in the name of Jesus. I'm asking you right now, Lord God. Lord God, I'm asking you that keep all the basketball teams. That's it. No. Forget it. What you doing? Forget it. Can you let
my bad. You kept gripping my hand.
I was not doing
My bad.
He said, "Forget it. Forget your blessing and everything. Forget it. Forget it."
We're gonna lose now.
Yeah.
Man,
that prayer was not a failure. There are no failures in this world.
Oh yeah.
I moved that word from the dictionary.
Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't go off.
Me too.
You know what I'm saying? I thought it was gonna erupt. Nothing funny here, guys. We're trying to pray to the Lord. Have some damn respect.
Show some couth.
Yeah. Every time he stuttered, they started laughing.
Yeah.
Lord, Father God, we come to you in the name of Jesus.
Maybe he knew it was kind of funny. He was like, all right, kids.
He was upset, bro.
Funny.
He was
Been
upset.
happening my whole life.
Nah, he was mad, bro.
Can't help it.
He was mad.
There it is, a church combo platter. High school announcer doing a basketball game. Parents were giving a ref a hard time. He let him know about it. NFL Network reporter on Jalen Carter. Michael Rappaport's our two-time champion. Ooh, what do you say here? What do you say? NFL Network reporter for me. Chiafalo, how about you?
I'll go with the shut up to the parents.
Okay.
Good.
We are tied at 1, Lucius. How about you?
Yeah.
Shut up! 2-1, Bully.
I'll go with the NFL Network reporter.
2-2 brought us.
I'm going to go with the shut up.
By a score of 3-2. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, a high school PA announcer doing the basketball game. He had a message for the parents. Sounds like some of the parents really appreciated that.
They needed it, yeah.
It does get quite obnoxious at times. All right, Krusty's Corner on an NFL Draft Thursday, buddy. Where are we headed?
Yeah, I'm going to talk to you about some of the things I'm hearing, but I also want to go through Daniel Jeremiah's mock. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, a full recap of what
content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Yes, sir, and we're live at Pluckers in Plano. We'll be here all the way until 6 o'clock, and then the draft is going to get going. Our draft parties will be rocking at Pluckers locations all across DFW. It's right now time for the man of the hour, Brian Broaddus, former NFL and Cowboys scout with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Happy draft day to everybody out there, and thank you to Pluckers for having us at all these locations. Food's been outstanding, too. Usually on draft day, you get some really good food.
Yeah.
We're in a good spot here.
Hell yeah, we are.
hit it hard.
Appreciate everybody involved with that and helping us with that. Okay.
You're all business today, by the way, man.
I am.
I love what you got going on with the
I
bow tie, the button up.
Yeah, it's kind of a traditional thing on the draft show, night one. Matter of fact, I brought Sean Sharif a bow tie and my Heisman Trophy hand-painted Heisman Trophy tie.
Nice.
So I'm going to give him a choice. He's like, Broaddus, bring me a tie. I'll wear it. But he keeps it loose, which is fine. You loosen your tie, you roll up your sleeves, and you start drafting. So, that's pretty fun to do. It's kind of a little traditional thing we have going. But
War room vibes, bro.
War room vibes for sure. But, yeah, looking forward to you guys being out at all the Pluckers and me and the crew being over there and at the Star. Right there in the backyard, not too far away from they're actually drafting players from. So we'll be right there in the middle of that. We're one of the few stations that can actually say that and have our own work to be part of this. So we're looking forward to that. I wanted to focus in on Daniel Jeremiah's draft because Daniel Jeremiah was a 7-year NFL guy. He'll be wall-to-wall coverage. He has a lot of connections with teams and personnel guys and stuff like that. And I'm just kind of fascinated in the direction that he went with a couple of these picks. And I don't want to do the entire draft, but I just want to focus on some of these areas where you're going to lose guys according to him along the way.
Right.
And you're going to lose guys. And by the way, I'm getting some strong about that thing with Laporta.
Yeah, Sam Laporta.
I'm getting some strong vibes on that one.
Tyler Smith type of vibes?
Yeah,
they're swiping right on
Well,
Laporta.
the people who are involved with this thing, that study this thing, that know this thing, or Jane's onto this, Todd Archer's onto this, some people that will know what the hell's going on with your football team.
They're dug in on a position, Brian.
They're dug in. So, speaking of that, the Packers at 13 will take, according to Daniel Jeremiah, will take Dalton Kincaid. Okay, that will be one of the guys you lose right there. But talking to the Packer people, this pick right here actually could be an offensive tackle. And I don't know if Paris Johnson, who from Ohio State, who I feel like is the best offensive tackle in this draft, I don't think he gets to them. But the player they're holding on is Broderick Jones, I believe, the tackle from Georgia, the second best tackle in the draft. And in Daniel Jeremiah's draft, he's got Broderick Jones going to 17 to the Steelers. But I think you need to, if you're a Packer fan out there and you're listening to us driving around or anywhere across the world, keep an eye on your team taking looking at either Paris Johnson or Broderick Jones. I think they're looking at an offensive tackle there. But Dalton Kincaid goes to the Green Bay Packers. Okay, my nemesis in this draft, Lucas Van Ness, goes to the New England Patriots at 14. Okay, talking to some people at the Patriots, they're kind of like, I don't know about that one. I'm not too sure. Now, I don't know if I don't think the Patriot guys are lying to me or anything on this, but I kind of feel like, though, that the way they were talking about Van Ness, I would be kind of like a little bit skeptical. Now, some teams have talked about, I know a team in this league, the Detroit Lions, have talked about Van Ness. Van Ness is another guy that the Cowboys, if it was at 26, that he would be a consideration. I talked to a team about the Lions, and the Lions kind of look at Lucas Van Ness as a guy that maybe they would take weight off him and make him an outside linebacker instead of just maybe like a 3-4 stand-up rush linebacker. So
If it was up to you, he'd be untouchable like Elliot Ness.
He would be untouchable because my biggest fear in this draft is they take Lucas Van Ness at the Cowboys. He is a good player. Don't get me wrong.
Sounds like it.
But, man, I've had a couple of guys around the league tell me, like, Brian, you're not wrong about it. But then I talked to John Dorsey. I'll admit this. I talked to John Dorsey about this. Dorsey drafted Mahomes and guys like that.
Mm-hmm.
He absolutely loves Van Ness, and Dorsey's one of the better drafters. And so I'm like, oh, geez, please don't tell me that. I don't need you to tell me that, but he's an outstanding player. But he goes to New England at 14. Peter Skoronski, in a surprise, goes to the Jets at 15. Man, if he got that,
love that.
Okay, if Skoronski were to get that close, I might consider trying to maybe call the Jets. If in fact that I could go up and get who I think one of the best linemen is. I mean, we talk about, Skoronski at guard, I think would be worth a trade up for you. The Commanders at 16 take Emmanuel Forbes. That seems to be everybody around the league thinks that's a lock right there.
That's perfect value.
And there you go. Emmanuel Forbes was a guy that we were talking about a couple days ago. Could have been a Dallas Cowboys pick at 26, but now here we are at 16. So I'll work my way down the board here. Your guy Smith and Jigba goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 19.
Jeez.
And so that's a tough one. Okay, Daniel Jeremiah is the color commentator for Chargers Radio.
Mm-hmm.
He picked Michael Mayer, but if you go back and look at Daniel Jeremiah's first-round pick when it comes to the Chargers, he's generally not right. So
you think he sandbags on purpose?
I think he's sandbagging this one. So he has Michael Mayer going to the Chargers at 21, and everybody's like, oh, that's a blinking light. But if you go back and look, since he's worked with the Chargers.
He's swinging and missing.
Well, he's swinging and missing on purpose. Yeah, he's swinging and missing on purpose. He's more interested in getting the second and third round guy right than being the smartest guy in the room and getting the first round guy right.
He'd lose his sources if he had
it
right.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I think sometimes you don't be the smartest guy in the room.
There you go. Yeah,
don't be the smartest guy.
It's never a problem for me, bro.
So that's what I'm saying. Michael Mayer at 21, yeah, sure. Could he go to the Chargers? Could he be absolutely right? Sure he could. But if you go through the history of Daniel Jeremiah, he's generally not right about what the Chargers do, even though he works for the Chargers.
It's interesting. Brugler, I think, also did have Mayer to the Chargers.
And he's not feeling great about that either. So, another guy that people have talked about with the Cowboys is Banks, the cornerback from
Maryland.
From Maryland. He goes to Baltimore at 22. Jordan Addison goes to the Vikings at 23. Another guy that people are talking about. Joey Porter's close to you at Jacksonville now here at 24. Okay, now when you start to talk about the things that the Jaguars are looking at, you got something over there?
No, I would be crossing my fingers. I mean, if Joey Porter Jr. is 2 spots away, I'm praying. I'm praying to the draft gods.
Well, this is definitely a hit for the Jags because my Jacksonville guys are saying corner, outside linebacker, tackle guard, wide tight end, inside pass rusher. So that fits like their number one need. So if Porter gets close to you, you're going to have to go up if you want to go get.
You got to basically jump Jacksonville.
You got to jump Jacksonville if you want a corner. Okay, this brings us down to the Giants. Okay, this is what I've been told about the Giants. Giants are looking for receivers. Giants think that 3 of the receivers are going to be off the board. That means they're looking at Quentin. Quentin Johnston.
Ooh, TCU.
TCU possibly there. They're also looking at both the tight ends, which either, like I say, it's Kincaid. So you could lose the 2 top tight ends potentially at whoever's left at the Giants. That's another thing. Banks and Forbes were guys that are holding on. It looks like those guys are gone. So that's going to the Giants could very well pick a player that you want. That that you're kind of holding on, that maybe they jump ahead. So Luke Musgrave goes to the Cowboys here on the Daniel Jeremiah draft. I don't think that's going to happen. I do believe in what the Laporta stuff is being said about him, and if they're looking for a tight end, I think that I think the other names we mentioned too, McDonald and Sanders, would also be in play there, but definitely hunting a tight end at the Cowboys. I just don't think it's going to be Luke Musgrave. Again, talking to people last night, they were saying, I don't. There's a lot of things are going to happen. I'm not sure.
Well, that goes back to the blocking.
Yeah.
Because that's Musgrave's biggest flaw. Laporta much more well-rounded in that area.
Yeah, Broadus has 3 names for you right now to focus in on: McDonald, Sanders, and Laporta. Is that correct,
I
sir?
would say Jane Slater, Todd Archer, people like that are talking enough about Laporta.
Yeah.
I start to believe that instead of maybe a Luke Musgrave.
There it is, Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. He's got his bow tie on, his NFL draft bow tie. That is a tradition. Broadus leading our coverage is a tradition. Walt is in the house here at Pluckers in Plano. Okay, the party is getting started. Just be at a Pluckers near you. Whatever the closest Pluckers is tonight, we have incredible games and prizes. And if you get the pick right, then the entire bar wins huge specials and discounts. You're going to be having a great time. I'm just looking to get my fill of fried Oreos tonight. Already had some fried mac and cheese.
There you go.
Some wings. So we're living it up, and we'd like to see you here. We're at Pluckers Plano. It's right off the toll road, Preston and Parker. We're coming back with the NFL news of the day. Isn't that right, Wolchuk?
Yep. Who are the Commanders looking to possibly make a draft day trade with? The Texans say this rumor is false, and Joey Porter Jr. talks about one of the players he idolized growing up. Next on The Fan.
But there ain't no party.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here. We're live Pluckers Plano. It is an electric pre-draft atmosphere as we're getting ready to draft him up tonight here on 105 through the Fan. Our draft coverage, Sean Sharif's going to slide in. Brian Broaddus and the gang starting at 6 o'clock tonight. And you're going to want to join us at all 8 Pluckers locations across North Texas. We're going to have a big party for you. But right now it's time for some NFL news of the day. A huge day. As obviously every team across the NFL is busy. There's smoke screens galore, and Zach Wolchuk has that in just a second. General at your service. Here's Broaddus. He's ready to rock and roll. Of course, Lucius Alexander is back there in the Pimp Cup at Master Control 75 and Fitzhugh. Wolchuk and Chiafalo, Carter Freeman. You do have your remote engineer, Ramon Cruz, handling business here at Pluckers in Plano. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. Here's Wolchuk, NFL News of the Day.
Well, we had yesterday the story of Will Levis in the Reddit post and the craziness that made for the sports odds when it comes to where he's going to be selected, because he was telling people he's been told that he would be taken number 1 overall. At least that's what the Reddit post said, according to this rumor. Now, yesterday, yet Frank Reich, the new head coach of the Carolina Panthers, did a pre-draft press conference. He was asked if the team had yet to inform the number 1 overall pick that he's going to be selected number 1 overall. Frank Reich said that is correct. We'll announce that when we're on the clock on Thursday. We haven't told anybody. That is leading people to believe that the Will Levis Reddit post, a bunch of BS. We also have heard this when it comes to the Houston Texans at number 2. They are not expected to draft Will Levis or Anthony Richardson out of Florida.
Yes.
Which means if they take a quarterback, it would be C.J. Stroud from Ohio State, or they are looking to bail and get out of that pick. Now, just up to the minute, we've got crazy odds that are going down with the number 2 overall pick. Will Levis was originally the favorite. Today, things have changed. Now, it's Will Anderson, the edge rusher from Alabama. He has surged back to the top of the draft board, with Stroud being right behind him. Levis has tumbled to 5th best odds to go to the Texans at number 2, behind Texas Tech edge rusher Tyree Wilson and Florida's Anthony Richardson. Eric, we do some BetQL stuff. I'll tell you, Will Anderson at number 2, those odds, if you had them, that probably would be a home run pick. There's a lot of buzz being generated right now that Will Anderson's going to go number 2 to Houston if they can't bail out of that pick.
I mean, that's really the only thing that makes sense. If you can't trade down and you're not going to take one of these quarterbacks, you have to go with the cleanest, best prospect that's on the board. That would be Jalen Carter if it wasn't for all the off-the-field stuff. But Will Anderson, he's only 21 years old, dude.
Yeah.
He's only 21.
NFL ready right now.
He's been dominant every time, and you guys watched way more than I did. But anytime I watched Will Anderson, I never saw him without at least a double team and oftentimes a triple team.
Yeah, unless you watch the Tennessee tape and then Darnell Wright.
Darnell Wright manhandled him.
Yeah, no, he did. That's why Darnell Wright's so incredible.
He's a badass.
But Darnell Wright, if you watch him play, again, I'm not trying to take it from Will Anderson, but you watch Darnell Wright, he's played against the Will Andersons and done well. B.J. Ojolari, the same. I mean, there's reason. I made a joke yesterday on the Love of the Star podcast that's up and running right now about, hey, you watch tape and if you watch highlights of Will Anderson, you never see him against Tennessee.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And somebody tweeted at me like, hey, you're right about that, bro.
Well, they tried to move him away to the other side for a little bit, but still.
Dude, that's a notch on the belt
But no,
for
Will
Darnell
Anderson,
Wright. But he's a beast.
Will Anderson's a beast.
No, he's outstanding.
And the fact that anybody would consider taking the Texas Tech dude who's 23 years old ahead of Will Anderson, who's 21 and already shown how much better he is, and everybody's talking about the 23-year-old and what he can be. Will Anderson's 21, and he already is that. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, it's just the height and the length of Tyree Wilson. I do think has a lot of people excited. And he's a hell of a player. I mean, he's the fifth best player on my board as well. Now, let's go to the NFC East. What's going on with the Cowboys' division rivals? How about this? We had the news that Chase Young's fifth-year option not picked up by the Commanders. There is speculation the Commanders could make a draft day trade moving Chase Young or another edge rusher, Montez Sweat.
Wow.
So last year we saw A.J. Brown get moved, Hollywood Brown get moved. I anticipate there to be draft day trades throughout the weekend, whether it's tonight, whether it's Friday, whether it's Saturday, but those are two names to watch for Washington if they get the right offer. Montez Sweat.
He's been a beast.
And Chase Young.
I'm surprised they want to trade off a Sweat.
Very surprising.
Like, I get the Chase Young thing. He's just been banged up, and you just say, all right, let's see if we can get anything for him. The Montez Sweat thing doesn't make a ton of sense. Well, I guess the best Sweat in the division is Josh Sweat, though, right? In Philly.
With the Eagles, he's coming on. I'd still say Montez a better player, but Josh would be if Montez Sweat gets traded for sure. And Josh had the best play in the division last year.
Well, I don't want to talk about that.
Well, it didn't matter. Dak came back and crushed the Eagles afterwards.
Did he ever?
Just need to get that out of his system.
I am excited to see. That's the other underlying thing. Obviously, the draft itself is amazing, but the potential trades, you just mentioned a handful. DeAndre Hopkins, is he going to go somewhere? Dalvin Cook, is he going to go somewhere? Austin Eckler. Like, there's big names that could be moved here, and last year it certainly showed that.
And Ryan Tannehill is another name that could be dealt. And Diana Rossini was on NFL Live. She's very plugged in there with the Tennessee Titans. She's covering them for the NFL Draft. Diana Rossini talking about what could the Titans do, and are they about to go all in on a quarterback?
What's the latest on what you're hearing on the Titans' draft plans tomorrow night?
Field, I sat with Titans new GM Rand Carthon in his office to go over the mood of the building on draft eve, as well as try to get more information as to what they are going to do with that pick at 11. And he tells me they're really calm, they're prepared. In fact, head coach Mike Vrabel and him sat together for 2 hours and they set their draft board. They are ready to go for Thursday night. So what are they going to do with their pick at 11? Carthon tells me they're open to everything. They're willing to move out. They're willing to stay. They're also willing to move up. In fact, I spoke to some sources around the league, teams like the Arizona Cardinals, who have taken calls from the Tennessee Titans about perhaps trading up. Now, the player they're going for, Carthon wouldn't tell me what they're doing, but my sense is the Tennessee Titans have their eyes on a quarterback, and they're going to do everything they can to go get him.
So if Houston passes on Stroud at 2, I think there's a lot of looking at what is Arizona doing at 3. Arizona's the team then that would be the likely one to move out. I think they want Paris Johnson, the offensive tackle from Ohio State. 3, a little too rich. Tennessee sitting at 11. Is that a team that could go from 11 to jump up to 3, to take Stroud if that's what they like, to take Levis, to take Anthony Richardson, whoever the quarterback is? That is a team, and we've talked about it leading up to this. Diana Rossini now confirming the Titans are a team to watch out for, especially if for some reason the C.J. Stroud of Ohio State doesn't go to the Texans at 2, and he's still on the board there at 3.
Yeah, I think that the Titans, Rand is trying to be, I think he wants to be super aggressive. There's a lot of pressure on him as a new general manager. Some pressure on, obviously, on the coaching staff as well. That was a team that was sitting, they had just won at Green Bay last year on a Thursday night game and then lost like 7 or 8 straight games after that, trying to get a new stadium built, got funding and all that. So, yeah, they've got to think about what's going to happen in the future and going forward. And what better than you got to go get your quarterback. Obviously, they don't feel like that Willis can do well enough for them. And so if they can go up to get go up into that spot at 3, maybe they'll get that whole franchise going back in that direction that they want.
Looks like Jake Glazer's tweeting out about Lamar Jackson and the Ravens.
Is he tweeting anything about the Cowboys?
Nothing about the Cowboys
because
yet.
Best friends with Stephen Jones and Mike McCarthy.
That's a guy that'd be in the
territorial about those relationships,
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
Very.
He's
They'll stare you down.
To bleep right off.
Very.
But it looks like Jake Glazer says source close to Lamar Jackson told him if no hiccups, could be a deal done very, very soon, any day now between Lamar and the Ravens.
Good.
Okay, there you
Very
go.
good for Lamar and good for the Ravens. Now, what the heck are the Eagles going to do? They're sitting there at picks 10 and pick 30. We talked earlier about Lucas Van Ness. Maybe he's a target of Philadelphia at number 10. James Palmer of the NFL Network is covering the Eagles. What is James hearing?
And they are, Andrew, and the Eagles believe with that 10th pick, it's almost like a bonus. Do you maybe take a little bit of a risk? And we've talked running back here in Philadelphia as well. Bijan Robinson's the constant name, but if you look at Howie Roseman and what he's done in his 12 drafts in Philadelphia, he's picked defensive line more than any other position. So with maybe a risk pick, do you take a guy that maybe has potentially a high ceiling in Lucas Van Ness out of Iowa? He didn't play a whole lot, but the guy's 6'5", 272. He can play with his hand in the ground. He can play standing up, and teams in the top half of the draft that I've talked to that have worked him out absolutely fell in love with him. And then there's another name in the trenches in a pass rusher in Nolan Smith out of Georgia. Now, he's undersized, 238 pounds, but he ran a sub 4.4 40. And you have to know this about Philadelphia. Smaller edge rushers are someone that do not have a problem with, Andrew. They are completely comfortable with it. They've done it for a number of years. His comp actually is Hassan Reddick, who's on this team. And I mentioned Reddick because their edge rushers average age over 29 years old, so they could get younger on the edge. You heard defensive line down there at 31, something the Chiefs could be interested in. Could be something the Eagles are interested in at 30 as well. That next group of pass rushers, say Will McDonald or Keon White, Miles Murphy, I'm told might be gone, but they could go edge rusher at the bottom half of this draft.
It's interesting what Filthy is going to do. The fact that they have 2 first-round picks, and they could even be looking to move up to try and target whichever that edge rusher is, because Atlanta at 8 is also an interesting place for Nolan Smith.
Yeah, and that's also the spot, too, where Bijan Robinson has talked about going. They've looked at a couple of different ideas there. I would actually be fired up if the Eagles at 10 took Van Ness.
Same.
You know, I think to me, I'm like, okay.
It's a home run for Cowboys fans.
Van Ness is going to be a good player, but I don't know if he's a top 10 player. That's,
No.
I mean, hey, this all could come back and bite me, like I've said before. I just don't see it. I really don't. And a couple of guys around the league that I really trust. But there's guys also, too, that swear by this guys. And, you know, the Eagles have done a really good job with their defensive linemen and their offensive linemen. But if you gave me a choice of saying, who would you rather have the Eagles take, let them take Van Ness over Nolan Smith, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely.
And Jalen Carter, if he's there,
Right,
then,
yes,
I mean, that would be a
absolutely.
nightmare. Even
Yeah.
Christian Gonzalez, the Oregon corner.
And we haven't heard a lot about corners with them. I think it's going to be line of scrimmage. But, yeah, I mean, Nolan Smith has the bend. He's got the quick get-off off the line of scrimmage. He ran that outstanding 40, and you saw it at times. Georgia, even with Jalen Carter, even with Jordan Davis, the outstanding players they had, he was considered the best player on that Georgia defense. That would be a pain, and I'm with you. It's not like we're trying to just crap all over Lucas Van Ness.
He's a good player.
Well-rounded player, but he doesn't have that elite pass rush ability that you kind of look for in a first-round edge.
Yep.
That's what's really we're knocking him on. Now, Joey Porter Jr., who could be a guy that is sliding, and we've talked about, man, if he could get to the Cowboys, he's my number 1 corner. I've got him as the 7th best player in the class. He's the son of former Steeler Joey Porter. He was on All Things Covered, talking with Patrick Peterson and Bryant McFadden on that show. And Patrick Peterson just happened to be on set with him, who was somebody that Joey Porter Jr. looked up to as he was growing up.
During the combine, you were asked which corners, right? Which corners you look up to. And your answer was our very own Patrick Peterson. Tell us why you've watched Pat P growing up.
Man, I just remember him coming in the door. My dad was a Cardinal, and he was a rookie. And he used to make splash plays his rookie season. I remember he beat the Rams with a I think it was a punt return or a kick return, but it was overtime, and they won the game. And after I seen that, I was like, oh yeah, this dude's nice. I think he did it twice that year. I was like, okay, yeah. I started watching him since then, and it was great. He was lockdown corner for a long time, and he was the blueprint for a long time.
Man, no, I appreciate that, man. I didn't have the opportunity to meet you when me and Peasy was teammates, but B-Mac tell me so many great things about you when you was a kid running around the locker room.
it's pretty cool that he's able to sit there and talk with Patrick Peterson. And if he's drafted by the Steelers, which a lot of people like to mock, he's going to be teammates with him.
Yeah, I think that what we've seen here in the last several years is that these players that have sons that have come in the league have done a great job. Antoine Winfield and all, Surtain, Horn. I know Horn got hurt. But, yeah, we've seen these kids come in. They've grown up on fields. They've gone to good programs. They're NFL ready. And if you watch Porter play, he's super aggressive. He's long. He's tall. He's played in a lot of games where, they were attacking him and he was withstanding all that. So I love the play. You say he's 7th. He's 9th on my board. And I kind of like the physicality which he plays. That's the kind of thing give me the guy that's going to fight for the ball going inside, but give me the guy that's also going to tackle out there on the edge.
That's what stands out about Emmanuel Forbes as well. I'm such a big fan of his, despite the size. Finally, we wrap up news of the day. Hendon Hooker, as we get you set for the NFL draft, who I do think is going to end up going in the first round. He has revealed that he's going to be fully cleared to play by September. So probably not available for training camps for teams, but by September, Hendon Hooker should be ready to rock.
He would be if he had not hurt his knee, he would be in the combination with the top quarterbacks, maybe above Richardson and people like that.
I think somebody's going to get a great pick with him tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. NFL News of the Day there with Zach Wolchuk. We're live at Pluckers in Plano, and we'll be here all the way until 6 o'clock. Wolchuk and I will then head to Pluckers in Addison. Chiafalo's heading to South Fort Worth, and Brian's heading off to the broadcast responsibilities of our NFL draft coverage, which starts at 6. And you'll catch up with Lucius Alexander tonight with CA at Pluckers and Grapevine. All right, when we come back, Nation, my draft questions for the crew. Hot rumor involving the Cowboys. Is it a reach? Would you be bummed, or would you go crotch first if they take that guy? It's coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat with you about my friend. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Let's talk some NFL draft. There is a breaking news situation out of the NFL as well, and some hot Cowboy speculation. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultations always free. Truckwreck.com. I would like to let you know, with Broadus and the gang having the draft on 105 through the Fan tonight, the Texas Rangers are going to be over on KRLD 1080 AM. So you'll hear them host the Yankees tonight. Jared Sandler has the play-by-play. And look at this. It's your guy, Mikey B, Mike Bassick, the former Rangers left-hander, doing the analysis. Is this his first big league game?
Yes.
Well, remember we were there in camp.
He got some work in spring training.
The Dodger game. I think him and the
Did
Dodger.
it happen? I don't think it ended up happening.
No, he
Might have
was
rained out.
No, it was the booth. I thought next
to us. Did he end up doing it? Because he was talking a big game about it the night before. We all went out and had those terrible wings.
That's when Gavin did the most incredible driving job with one windshield wiper, and like he almost, we almost lost the left front wheel, but it was incredible driving job on his part.
We'll get you there.
Mikey's going to crush this tonight. This
he did. It was Dodgers. Him and they did training camp baseball.
We need highlights. You know, Mike is an amazing baseball mind and great broadcaster, and he's very entertaining and irreverent during the KNC Masterpiece. Everybody knows both sides of Mike, right? You got Bally's Mike, you got KNC Mike. I wonder which one we're going to get tonight. Hopefully a combination of both.
Little crossbreed, like that.
I think so.
Like that Peagle.
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
Peagle Baskey.
Yeah. Lamar Jackson and the Ravens have agreed to terms. He has the deal. I just saw Ian Rappaport tweet that about a minute or so ago. So congrats to him and the team. I think great job negotiating on both sides. Both sides, really drew a line in the sand and then waited a long time to get the best possible deal they could. And, in the end, it ends as it should, with him getting an opportunity to take care of some unfinished business there with the Ravens.
I think Coach Harbaugh did a really good job just staying steady and staying the course, saying all the right things as well throughout the whole process, that he wanted Lamar. Lamar was his guy. He never went ahead and went off of that. And you're absolutely right. Lamar deserves a lot of credit for this. Now, Schefter said that they were still working through the language, but the deal will be done at some point here. I'm fascinated to see the guarantees in this thing and what it all breaks down to.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how that goes. Now, first question about the Cowboys draft for my crew. If you come to a Pluckers like the one we're at here in Plano and get an item and then put on this Bijan Mustardson gourmet Dijon mustard, the Bijan Mustardson, you can see it right here.
That's right.
If you haven't sampled it at a store, they do have some for it. Is this the only Bijan you're getting tonight? Is this the only Bijan you're getting tonight?
I believe so.
Can you guarantee me that?
Yeah, I'm going to guarantee you that.
I'm going to lather myself in that Bijan.
I'll tell you
I wouldn't
what.
blame you for that.
You know what? Yeah, that might be I might have to try that out. But, to me, it's funny. I was talking to a guy in the league last night. He goes, where do you think that Bijan Robinson goes? He goes, somewhere between 8 and 26.
Okay.
That's
very precise.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody could really figure out where the player. You always make fun of me because I don't know the floor and the ceiling routine thing.
What is the floor and the ceiling?
Well, the floor would be 26, right?
Okay.
And the ceiling would be 8, right?
Yes, you got it right.
In this scenario, where are the carpets and where are the drapes?
Yeah. What?
And
on the walls?
What are you talking about, man?
We're building a beautiful.
Is this one of those urban legend things? Is he doing this again? Like
urban
the bow tie?
legend?
Urban legend things? He's doing it.
It's not the.
He always does this to me. The bow tie.
He didn't ask you about a blue waffle.
Yeah,
Fine,
exactly. He asked me about something. He asked me about some crazy thing, and it's always like. And then I look like a, what?
You're good, man. We're not talking Blumpkins today.
Okay, no. The thing is, like, nobody could really figure out. Everybody in the league, seriously, all my gang of 7 dudes and gals, they can't figure it out. They're like, hey, we recognize what the player is, but there's a lot of folks out there too that are like,
it's hard to say.
With the running back, well, do you value? Like I talked to a guy about the Giants, and the Giants were saying that if they got completely wiped out, that they would take Gibbs at 25.
Jeez. Wow,
what?
That is fascinating.
Yeah.
Gibbs is the man.
No, seriously.
Idiots, man.
Don't be surprised. Listen,
wiped out is in like every single other draft prospect that is available through all 7 rounds becomes unavailable.
The wide receivers, the corners, But if they like Gibbs that much,
the ghost of Gettleman has returned.
Well, it's a tough needle to thread because you got to find a team willing to take a running back in the first round. You got to find a team that agrees that Robinson is next generation. You got to find a team that doesn't have other massive needs.
Right.
And then you got to find that same team that is, I can't get that guy in the second or third round. It's a deep running back year. That's why I think the ceiling might actually be tomorrow, or the floor might be tomorrow for Bijan.
That'd be crazy, dude. If he's
I'd go show bet. There's no way Bijan doesn't go in the first round.
Oh, I like this between the two of you guys.
No chance that he doesn't go in the first round.
Keeping my body out of it.
I would need some kind of odds.
You know the Cowboys are going to take him.
I would need some kind of odds.
Come on.
See, but it's funny that we mentioned Atlanta as a team. Atlanta drafted a tight end, top 5 last year, right?
Yeah.
Well,
sometimes it takes just one.
You're right. And Arthur Smith was the OC with Derrick Henry in Tennessee.
All right. Hey,
Gavin, quickly moving on from running back talk. You notice that?
Oh, I love the running back talk.
He didn't want you to fight
It's getting
with him,
embarrassing for you guys.
He didn't want to fight with you, Wooly Bully.
We're trying to brand Woolchuck as a draft expert, and he's shooting his own wheels off here.
You've done a great
the only guy I'm pining for.
Sorry, I thought you were going to hit me right there.
Gavin, did
you see how that hand came up? I was like, bro.
That Wooly Bully, he almost had 5 sausage fingers right on that dome.
I'm putting these in Huey's all over.
Gavin went left forearm up to protect.
He was ready, and I saw that. That right was ready to come under, too.
Yeah. He was ready to hit
that
him with
liver shot.
He was ready to get a little LeBron punch there.
You stay away from my backs.
Woolchuck is doing a hell of a job with the draft.
See?
Yeah.
I don't care what sandwich. Here we go.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's why he's going to be on the cover starting tomorrow night.
That's my guy.
We're hearing from Slater the Cowboys hunting a tight end.
Yeah.
They might be going for Laporta. Woolchuck, let's start with you.
Yeah.
What would they like? What would you like about Laporta, and would you like the pick overall?
Well, so I think the pick makes sense. I don't think he's going to make it to 58. It's one of those things where if that's a guy that they really like, they got to go ahead and take him because he's not going to – you're going to get a whole run on tight ends here, I think, in the start of day 2.
Yeah.
So if you want your dude, I think Tucker Kraft probably wouldn't even make it to 58 either.
Well, dang it.
Who I like more than Laporta. I've got him graded higher. What I like about Laporta is his best football is probably ahead of him. He's a great route runner. He can block for you. You know that. He's going to have to block, an inline blocker in the system they want him to run there at Iowa. He did not have any favors to him when it came to their play calling. He's not a guy that we really saw used a whole lot in a bunch of different motions and packages and lining up in the slot like we've seen some of the other tight ends like Kincaid, like Musgrave, for instance. But he's got sure hands, and he is capable of working the middle of the field, and he can be a seam threat. He is a guy that can give you a little bit of wiggle after catch.
Not the slowest guy I saw from the 20 seconds of scouting I did on him.
He's faster than Mayer.
Okay.
I tell you what, the thing about, and I think Zach, I think you did a great job of painting the player. The one line I used in my notes was he has that go-to trait. So you see them like drop. And Iowa's offense really non-existent, but they run the ball behind him, and when they needed a play, they throw the ball his direction. So I think that says something about the player.
Yeah, when you look at the athletic score breakdown, you're looking at an undersized guy. He's considered poor from a size standpoint, 6'3", 245. His bench was 16 reps. So he's not strong, he's not big, but his explosive grade is great. His vertical, his broad jump, his 40, his 20-yard split, 10-yard split, all in the elite category. His shuttle is 3-cone, so the agility's all there. Everything other than the size, from an athletic standpoint, this dude meets all the criteria. He would be 100 out of 1,000 tight ends going back to 1987 in terms of athleticism.
Next draft question for the crew. You know, I'm worried they're not going to make the offensive line better here. I think it's crucial. If you don't make the offensive line better here, I guess they could make a trade for one. But is it true that with Dak, great weapons don't matter that much if you can't give him great protection?
Well, I don't know that it has to be great, but I do think it has to be good.
The rollout game, going left, right, mobile, I mean,
if you have a play caller that knows what he's doing, I think you can get away with good. I think Dak has shown that he's a guy that is actually one of the best when it comes to avoiding sacks and still being able to step up and make throws. And metrics reflect that. Dak is one of the better quarterbacks in the sport. Now, obviously, every quarterback needs some semblance of protection, but I don't think Dak needs to have offensive line from the rookie year in order to find success.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do think I would side more with what you're saying there, though, Gavin. I do think it's very important, and I think that it's not just Dak, for instance. It's just basically name a quarterback outside of Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's the only one that we can go to in the last 10 years.
Boy, he took a lot of sacks the first 2 weeks of the season, didn't he?
He sure did.
But yeah, you're not wrong about it. I think if the Cowboys, I think the help for them in the offensive line, Gavin, I would keep an eye on Zavala from North Carolina State. I think that they're probably maybe not a third-round guy, but a fourth-round guy. Bradford. I think those are guys. Steen from Alabama would be a guy that I would kind of see. I think it would be really close to that second-round pick on Bergeron. I really
from
like
Syracuse.
it.
I've even seen some saying he could sneak into the first.
Yeah, it would be.
But I'm big on Anthony Bradford, your LSU guy at guard.
I am too.
All righty. Thank you, gentlemen, for answering my questions here. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we'll take a look at all the first picks that they've made over the last 12 years and how confident we should be that they'll get a good player and how confident you can be in your gut reaction as it comes down to, I don't know, probably somewhere in the 9 o'clock hour, something like that. Chief, where are we going next year?
We have a draft audio bonanza, the best draft sounds from the history of all the draft nights. It's all going down next right here on The Fan. But what's going down right in your backyard could be the greatest hot tub deal of all time, thanks to the good folks at SouthernLeisureSpas.com. That is SouthernLeisureSpas.com. 3 DFW locations. Biggest sale of the year. Battle of the Brands, hot tub and swim spa. It's going down from
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're live at Pluckers in Plano.
Yeah, just go ahead and fire Lucius some questions while he's trying to get us back on air.
We've only had
Chief.
6 minutes.
That's on me. That's on me. I'm sorry. I was cutting it up with some Tolos,
What are you
man.
playing like Words with
you
Friends?
weren't.
No, you weren't. What are you doing?
I had to wait for Walchuk to do his elite skin.
It took a minute.
And then I was talking draft with my guy over there who hates Dak and wants an offensive lineman.
And not a tight end.
Definitely not a tight end.
That's a very common take.
He looks like he loves a good tight end.
Yeah, this is when the Cowboys decided, hey, we need a tight end. Oh, the first 2 are gone. Well, who's the next one? And that's when you can get weird. You know, we need a linebacker. You end up with Van Der Esch. We need a pass rusher. You end up with Taco. We need a corner. You end up with Byron Jones. This is a recipe for disaster, Cowboys fans. But enough of that. Let's relive some of the great moments. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. And my apologies once again there, Lucius. That one's on me. But we do have some great sounds.
Every day.
Some great sounds.
Yeah, this is why he texts me and says he hates you.
You could send that my way directly there, Lucius, if you want to. I would understand. Now, the first sound that we're going to hear it a bunch of times tonight. We're going to hear it a bunch all weekend. I would say this is one of the greatest 3 seconds of sounds in the history of sounds ever created, and it goes a little something like this.
Oh,
is there anything better, dude?
Is
there anything better than that moment right there? Now, that's the moment of excitement, and then you see the name, and it can go from even more excitement, or that's when the boos come raining down.
The Jet fans, no matter who it was, would always boo.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. The Jets fans are never happy.
Never. It could have been Aaron Rodgers on the screen. Oh, he's the selection. Boo. Bleep him.
The worst one the last 15 years got to be Jalen Smith, right? The most jaw-dropping, head-scratching response to a pick.
Whoa.
I'll tell you what.
For the Cowboys,
the Micah Parsons one at the Pluckers a couple of years ago was not a fan favorite.
No, I get that. I get that, but at least
linebacker bit.
Yeah,
at least both his legs worked.
You're on to this, with Jalen, because you also had Miles Jack on the board.
Yeah, that was so aggravating, dude.
Yeah. It's like, and next up would probably be Taco because of the TJ Watt stuff. And I was with some schmucks that thought Taco would be good. I don't talk to them anymore.
Gosh, I'm so proud of you. Now, one of the best draft sounds as well was in lead up to the draft many years ago. I can't believe. I wonder what year. What year was Blake Bortles drafted? It's been a while now.
Was it 14?
Jeez, it's one of my bad ones too.
Almost a decade, which is crazy to think. But at one point, when Blake Bortles was doing the interview circuits and trying to sell himself in a way that had NFL franchises believing that he could be the face of their franchise, he was asked a question about if he was not playing football. Here's the interaction.
What would you do if you weren't playing football?
If I wasn't playing football, working construction, ripping cigs.
The Jaguars were like, "Yep, that's our guy,
Florida man.
Bring him to town."
That audio, and then the Thanksgiving one we play with the Gruden fork. Those are my favorite cuts.
I think John Daly was actually the general manager for the Jags that night. He just got a one-night opportunity to make some picks, and he was like, "That Bortles guy's got something to him."
It's like when Mark Cuban added Chandler Parsons so we could have a party buddy.
But he's going to recruit the hell out of players.
Gosh, man, they had some great nights together. Now, here is the next three are going to all involve each other. It starts with Mel Kiper years and years and years ago, the original draft expert. He ripped the Colts for passing on a quarterback not once but twice in the top 10, and this is his criticism on draft night.
Here's a team that needed a franchise quarterback. There were two out there. They have a chance at two. They don't take it. They end up coming back into the picture to get Trent Dilfer. They take an outside linebacker, not even a true outside linebacker. Somebody has to learn coverage in Trev Alberts. But to pass up a Trent Dilfer when all you have is Jim Harbaugh, give me a break. That's why the Colts are picking second every year in the draft, not battling for the Super Bowl like other clubs in the National Football League.
Woohoo! Scathing.
He rips him good there, and that's what you got to do. You got to go chest first on that.
Yeah,
that's how you analyze.
And
these
they had
things
Jim
in real
Harbaugh
time.
at the time.
Yep,
that's a decent hold.
Captain comeback.
Yeah, Jim could win you a couple games.
Well, their general manager at the time was it Bill Tobin? Bill
Polian?
No, it was Tobin. It was Tobin.
It was Tobin before Polian.
Yeah.
Polian was working at Buffalo.
Yeah.
Still.
Yes.
His son's running the Bengals now.
So Tobin has just a legendary response to Mel Kiper. We break it up into two clips here. Here is Bill Tobin after being ripped by Mel Kiper for not drafting a quarterback in the top 10. The general manager fires back.
Who in the hell is Mel Kiper, in a way? I mean, here's a guy that criticizes everybody, whoever they take. He's got the answers to who you should take and who you shouldn't take. In my knowledge of him, he's never ever put on a jockstrap. He's never been a coach. He's never been a scout. He's never been an administrator. And all of a sudden, he's an expert. He's in our papers 2 days ago telling us who we have to take. We don't have to take anybody that Mel Kiper says we have to take. Mel Kiper has no more credentials to do what he's doing than my neighbor, and my neighbor's a postman, and he doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL.
That's good. Yeah.
So he's off to a pretty good start there.
I think that if Bill goes back and looks that
probably should have taken Jim Everett.
Mel was right. Mel was right. That was a draft. He took Steve Ettman and Quentin Coriat.
Yeah.
I believe there.
And Ettman made our biggest draft bust list.
It was not good. Not good at all.
Well, Bill Tobin followed up with more on the credentials or lack thereof on Mel Kiper.
Mel Kiper lives in Baltimore, and I found all this out about the last 3 days.
Ooh.
He lives in Baltimore. He tried to hang around the practices up there, I think, when Teddy was a coach earlier. And this didn't come from Teddy. This came from another guy. But he always wanted to work in the NFL. He has no credentials to work in the NFL. He always just hung around. Nobody ever hired him. He's never been hired by anyone. When the Colts moved here, he was very, very upset. So every chance that Mel Kiper gets to shoot at the Colts in Indianapolis, he's going to do it. He reaches out to everyone. I got a sister in Burlington Junction, Missouri, that when we took William Perry back in 84 or 85, I talked to her 2 days later, and she said, "Why'd you take the fat kid?" And I said, "You just have to believe me, he was the best available." And he was the best available. But, I mean, Mel Kiper gets to your sister. He gets to your mother. He gets to everybody.
That just tells me that's a guy who's a hard worker.
He gets to your sister. He gets to your
little
mother.
Insecure.
Anything he can to dig up the scoop, man. Mel Kiper's looking for the scoop.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Mel Kiper, and he's always been so entertaining. But in those early days, he had like this mythical presence.
Oh, he did.
Like he was the draft guru expert, and this was before fans knew that draft guru experts were just guys that had done more research than you, and they had an opinion, right? But some fan bases took him as gospel, and if you violated, the GM is feeling under fire. Yeah. So he's going on the attack there in the media.
No,
I like what Bill did.
Yeah, he's absolutely. There was a guy named Joel Bushbaum back in the day. He used to write for Pro Football Weekly. Had a book. He had the Beast before the Beast.
Dane.
Before the Beast.
Wow. He had the Bush Bomber?
Yeah, he had Joel Bushbaum, and I'll never forget this. Ron Wolf, my boss at the Packers. This is what he thought about. I mean, Joel Bushbaum was legendary with the ability to pull information and put it all together for you. And Ron Wolf, my boss, said, if Bushbaum calls you, you tell him anything he wants to know. He wants pro day numbers. He wants our board. He wants whatever. You give him whatever. I mean, like when he passed
because you want
away-
him to be nice to you.
Well, the thing about it was I'll never forget this. Ron was doing an interview on the radio, and they were asking about players. He had Bushbaum's book, and he had it opened up, and he was like, "Yeah, he's got." He was just reading out of the book, and so. But if you go back and you Google Joel Bushbaum, and matter of fact, when he passed away, he was in New York City. There, never really went out of his apartment. Kind of worked all the time on the draft. And when he passed away, like the who's who of the NFL, like the commissioner, general managers, scouts, everybody went to New York City for his funeral. He was one of the most respected. But this is before the Mel Kipers of the world that we have now. Yeah.
Wow, dude.
The Bushbaum.
Joel Bushbaum, yeah.
Not to be confused with Bomb Bush. You know,
Gordon Bombay
might come up with a different Google.
The Minnesota Miracle Man.
Now we go to 2019. Jim Brown got the opportunity to make a selection for the Browns.
I told you to get rid of this.
I know
one,
this
man.
one. This one's a little bit sad. This one's tough to hear. This goes back to Dawson yesterday. At some point, you reach an age where you shouldn't be on stage in front of a microphone.
Cool.
Here is Jim Brown in 2018, mind you.
With the 46th picks in 2013 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Greedy Williams.
He got there.
What are you laughing at? You're a freaking bleep hole.
I mean, it's not fair to Jim. It
It's
is
really
not fair
not.
to Jim. And that is the same Jim Brown who graced the cover of Playgirl magazine in the 80s.
Yeah.
And he looked like the Bush Bomber. I think he was paying homage.
Yes.
Him and Burt Reynolds.
To the original
Not a
draft
landing
legend.
strip kind of guy.
No, not at all. We got more sounds. We
He
can
was
save them
not
for
doing the
40.
manscaping commercial. Is that what you're saying?
No, that had not been introduced yet.
More somewhat offensive, but always entertaining audio from Chief coming up at 4:40, I believe.
right.
Maybe somebody else suffering from CTE in their advanced age.
Gosh.
Mental preparation exercise going into tonight's draft. What are the chances you can trust your gut feeling after tonight's pick? We'll discuss that live from Pluckers Plano right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
But I want to tell you about my friends at the Eagles Nest in Fort Worth. It's Texas Thursday at the Nest.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. We are live at Pluckers in Plano. And I saw Danny Rodgers do this on Twitter, Blog of the Boys. And recall how you felt when the Cowboys drafted their different guys over the last 12 years. Try to determine how accurate your gut reaction is. Okay, so we need equal parts memory, honesty, and I think that's it. Memory and honesty, just 2 parts. I thought there was going to be a third one.
A little crotch firstness.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, believe in yourself.
Get it.
At 877-881-1053, please leave your name and city you're texting from. Recall how you felt when the Cowboys drafted these guys. And if you're honest with yourself, what you will have is a percentage, basically. Sample size, I'd say pretty sufficient. Since 2010, we're going to go back, and you're going to be able to give yourself a percentage score based on that. You'll be able to estimate how confident you should be that your gut feeling will be right tonight. Now, we're going to start with what could be a sore subject for a lot of us, because this is a player that just last year was projected by some to be a third-round pick.
I had him on my board in 3.
Tyler Smith, I was highly skeptical. Yeah. I couldn't believe it when the news started to break earlier in the day 1 year ago that this could be their pick. I said BS. But he's not a bust, and he's going to have a good career. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. So I was dead balls on wrong about Tyler Smith. Was anybody right last year?
No. Everybody had Tyler Smith not a first-rounder, and that's why even if, let's say, they take a Sam Laporta tonight at 26, and I don't have him as a first-round player, I've got him in the 50s on my board, I think it would be a reach. They have earned the confidence from me, especially in round 1, to say, all right, they've got a plan for this guy. They like him. He's going to end up being a hit and have a good career.
Yeah, that's what I ended up doing 2 years ago when they took Micah Parsons. I was like, what have they done? They've taken a linebacker so early. You know, I know they got wiped out at corner, but I just thought, well, this is a little bit of a reach. But I thought the guy could play and end up being a star tackler. But it was obvious that you should have taken the offensive lineman to me 2 years ago.
Yeah, same.
You know, so I wasn't totally wrong about the player or right, but I did not like the pick, and I'm not going to give myself credit for that one. Brian, how'd you feel 2 years ago when they took Parsons?
I'll tell you what, the one that I did not know about his ability as a pass rusher.
Same.
But I had him as number 12 on my stack. So I had an idea about the player. But in actuality, I was wrong about the player. He should have been top 3. You know, he should have been where I've got Bijan Robinson on the board and stuff like that. I like the player, but I didn't. I was hopeful that they were going to draft one of those corners.
Yeah,
I was hopeful.
I wanted Surtain so bad.
Surtain, Horn.
And on the board, we probably wanted Slater, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Rashawn Slater.
And he's also been an All-Pro.
Yeah, Slater was Slater because I was thinking Slater, and then I was going to come back in the second with Bolton, the linebacker
from Mizzou.
From Missouri that Kansas City took. But if I could circle back about this past draft with Tyler, this is how I had it. Like Tolbert at 74, Sam Williams at 75, Tyler Smith at 79.
Wow.
Ooh. That's how close I had all 3. But those were like third round players on my board. Yeah. So every pick that they made, it was like, damn, they keep taking third round guys. But in actuality, I was a round wrong on Sam Williams, and I was 2 rounds wrong on Tyler Smith.
It's amazing how good they've been at finding traits and projecting those, even if you can't see it in college. They're like, no, we'll be able to fix this and this.
Yeah.
And how do you know the difference of, like, the kid wasn't asked or the kid wasn't coached well enough to the kid just doesn't have sports reactions to do it? And how do you know what the thing is? You know, how do you diagnose that that's the problem and it's fixable? I would have a hard time projecting fixable in the first round. Right. I'm looking to start fixing guys in round 4, not in round 1. But the Cowboys were dead balls on right about that. Yep. Now, they were wrong about Taco. A few years earlier.
They were wrong about Taco.
Maybe they have better 20/20 vision with the offensive lineman compared to the edges.
Well, they in the room they talked about drafting Watt. Pre-draft, But then, like, well, I don't, the word was, well, I don't see him as a hand-down type of a player.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, the one thing Stephen Jones said about Will McClay is his ability to interact and get the best out of not only the scouts, the coaches, but the Joneses. He just leaned too much into Rod Marinelli on that one. He believed that Rod, I'm not going to sit here and ask you to take a player like Watt, and you're telling me you can't use him.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to sit there and say, it's like the show Draft Day where we're talking about, and the character's like, yeah, you don't want to draft that guy. Yeah, but, I'm going to draft that guy, and you're going to figure out a way to make him work.
So in 2020, they take CeeDee Lamb. Everybody loved it.
Right. Yeah.
In 2019, they traded for Amari Cooper, and you have no reaction to that pick. 2018, Leighton Vander Esch. It was a bad pick. He had a neck situation. They were using the 19th pick to draft potential way too much. That was another projection. They said, well, this guy is a late bloomer. He is really going to come on strong. I think you ignored the fact that he was injured. And, while he's put together a pretty good career so far, he's overcome a lot. I would say my feeling on draft night wasn't wrong.
Do you feel like that you've gotten a lot of bang from your buck from him because you haven't had to pay him like big-time money?
Yeah.
Like he shows up and he's on a one-year contract, and you're like, man, he's making all the tackles.
It's working out.
And then he doesn't go away, and it's like he's back on another, like a little bit better contract.
His rookie year and last year are the 2 years that you're like, okay, this is making it work out, but everything in between sucks.
See, I kind of feel like that they got caught in no man's land on that pick because it was between maybe having 17 players and 20 players as first-round grades.
And I think Calvin Ridley the guy that all the fans wanted in that draft?
Yeah.
2017 was Taco. That was horrible. Nobody liked it.
That was, you tried to spin that one the best you could.
Yeah, that's one I didn't like, and I was right about. I was very wrong about Micah.
You hold your breath when they take a player like this, and maybe it would be Van Ness tonight where you're like, okay, I guess sometimes they're right in these situations. But as soon as we got to camp and saw 2 practices from Taco, we're like, oh, my goodness, it is that bad.
This is bad.
This is going to be a long-term project if it comes together.
And missing on a guy in general sucks. That's a nightmare.
Yeah.
But when you miss on a guy and at the same position there was a home run defensive player of the year selection that you passed on, makes it like salt in the wounds. The LVE thing, you mentioned Calvin Ridley. It's like, it's not like there was somebody you go, gosh, it should have been.
And he
that
hasn't been a
guy.
bust. He just hasn't
No.
lived up to maybe the expectations, especially after his rookie season.
But TJ Watt, you go from super bust and
Right.
Taco to defensive player of the year and perennial top 5 player on that
Polar
side of the
opposites.
ball at the same position. It's like, how could you have missed that?
Okay, in 2016, they took Zeke, and I loved it. I did. I think I was a little just coming around, and I thought there's a lot of running backs that are going to be the exception to the rule. I don't know if I call that a hit or a miss, though. I don't think overall the career had a lot of great years in it. It had a couple really great years.
I think for what you didn't get to the second. Well, you got the contract. The only problem with Zeke that I think people look at was the second contract.
Yeah.
I don't think they question how he played. He started getting too banged up. Even McCarthy when he came in the first year was like, guys, you guys handed him the ball. Remember Stephen Jones? He's telling Stephen Jones in practice, guy, you guys handed him the ball a lot.
Yeah.
And Stephen's like,
That's the downside of drafting a first-round running back, especially a top 4, is now you think you have to give him the ball so much. That's the other downside of drafting Bijan Robinson
It looks bad. It looks bad because of the Jalen Ramsey being there.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing about it. And again, that goes to Rod Marinelli. And Rod Marinelli is the one, instead of maybe what Dan Quinn would do is Dan Quinn, if he had Jalen Ramsey and Zeke on the board, he would have fought for Jalen Ramsey. Where again, you get Rod. Rod's kind of like, no, Zeke will help us. He'll keep us off the field. We'll get tough yards. We'll keep the chains moving and all that. I think the first couple of years, you got that. You got what you thought.
Time.
But year 4, year 5, you started to kind of see, okay, we're on the decline
Rookie
now.
contract, Zeke was a hit. I mean, he entered the league and was the best running back in football. Doubling down on the second contract is the one that hurt.
Okay, so if you liked the Zeke pick, you think it was a good pick still, Chief?
I wouldn't.
I would have
it is
taken
tough.
Jalen Ramsey,
Me
and I would
too.
still do that today.
See, but the first year was amazing, but then, I mean, if you factor in, like, suspension stuff, like, how many games did he miss?
Six.
He missed 6.
See, that's the thing about it, though, is like it was kind of like the Byron Jones stuff, but if you play him at safety, you're probably wasting him, and then they play him at corner the last year, like, what the hell? Why do you play him at corner?
Yeah, it's hard to answer exactly was it a hit or miss.
If they don't have a thought for the player or how they're going to use him, and it's the 4th overall pick, how do you take the guy?
2015 was Byron Jones. I didn't like it because he didn't produce in college when it came to pass breakups and interceptions.
He was a very steady player.
Yeah.
Very steady, no off-the-field stuff.
Great
this
athlete.
guy's going to be a senator from the state of Connecticut, that kind of thing. I mean, that's what the kind of thing you were thinking of Byron Jones.
It is 5-260 with 185 guaranteed confirmed for Lamar Jackson, so 52 a year. He is the new top of the market quarterback in the NFL. Zach Martin, awesome pick. 2014, we knew it. 2013, Travis Frederick. No reaction from me. The scouts were besides themselves. They didn't take Sharif Floyd. There was so much controversy around that pick.
That got Tom Siskowski fired.
Wow.
That got Tom fired. That's when Will took over. That was the draft where Tom's like, what are we doing? We've got this guy as the 5th best, and it goes back to Rod Marinelli again. We've got this guy as the 5th best player on our board, and all of a sudden now they bailed. They just blew the hatch and bailed and went down. Luckily, Travis Frederick was there. A lot of people kind of felt like that Travis Frederick was a 3rd-round pick. Didn't think he was a very great athlete. But then you watched him play. Athletic ability was a lot better than what people had.
Yeah, dude. Me and my bros were so upset that night. Very upset watching the draft that night. I think I wanted Eric Reed, the LSU safety.
And they traded out.
They traded
and
out.
And San Francisco took Eric Reed with the pick.
And my biggest thing was just how little they got back. Like, I didn't really care that they traded.
They got a 2.
Exactly. They got a 3rd rounder, and they bailed all the way to the bottom of the 1st round.
18 to 30 is
like,
where they went.
what are you doing here? You didn't get anything for the pick.
But that was a year that really set up the next 8 years, 9 years to be totally different because Siskowski gets fired. The Cowboys realized that night they had a bad process for coming to a decision.
Yeah, and Tom's a wonderful human being. He might be driving around listening. I guess he'll text me here in a second and say, man,
he's a big Tolo.
Just keep my name out of your mouth kind of a thing. But no, Tom and I are like brothers. And the problem with Tom is he knew. But Tommy was like me. He fought way too much. Like, what are we doing? We got this. Why are we having to bail out of here? And that was it. That's when Stephen and Jerry determined that, hey, we have to do something different. And if that you want to look for the turning point to get Will McClay as your primary board builder, that was the moment.
2012 was Mo Claiborne. Loved it. I was wrong.
Me too.
Yep. Had the best draft
Traded
profile
up.
since Dion, according to them. Tyron Smith in 11, loved it.
Same.
He was talking Hall of Fame at his introductory press
20
conference.
years old, 19 years old was he when they drafted him?
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy.
And then 2010, obviously, Dez, I loved that one as
Traded
well.
up with Baltimore, or traded up ahead of Baltimore to do that one.
So my gut was accurate 7 out of 11 times, which gives me about a 65% chance. Still a D, but above average.
Would you say you failed?
No, there's no failures.
No, I learned.
That's right.
We're building, our skills for next year.
All those not failures, those learning experiences are going to make Dawson better at drafting this bad boy tonight.
That's where we're crushing today.
Yes, sir. Speaking of crushing, where are the Texas Rangers in the latest ESPN Power Rankings tonight? They will be on our sister station, KRLD AM. Jared Sandler, Mike Bassick with the call. They're up 2 more spots. They're now a top 10 ball club despite getting swept by Cincinnati.
That hurt, though. Gosh, that hurt.
It sure did.
I just hope this isn't a 7-game losing streak.
Yeah, you know what? I need more positivity from you.
I know, DeGrom. I just please, put out the fire.
You know what? They're going to hit around Garrett Cole tonight.
I hope.
They're going to do it.
Sometimes bullpen issues can last a couple of games. Sometimes they last a couple of weeks. And if they do, we could be looking totally different at this ball club. But have faith. Yeah. Chris Young's on the job.
Houston went to Tampa, took 2 out of 3 from a tough Tampa team right now.
Yeah, Houston's playing good baseball now. And don't be surprised if you're looking up for a lot of this.
By the way, can I say something talking about baseball?
Yeah.
Next week we're booking John Daniels wants to come on with us.
Cool.
So the former general manager, he's now working with the Tampa squad, but he wants to come on and visit with us if he can. So we'll schedule that next week.
That would be fantastic to hear from JD.
Yep.
Is a friend of the show for a long time. We've interviewed him several times. I always loved that he didn't mind if people were taking shots at him. He had this real great mindful approach to criticism, and getting a chance to interview him over the years, and yeah, I'd love to have JD on. Especially a guy that just worked in baseball. His take on who might be available and who could really help this team could be a tremendously interesting conversation for our Tolos. But yeah, the Rangers up to 9 here in these baseball power rankings on ESPN. The longer the Rangers hang first in the West, the more they give credence to the idea that they have a shot to contend. That was no sure thing a few months ago, but manager Bruce Bochy has Texas playing good ball. Garcia's heating up, and they're totally awesome. All righty. Here we go, Nation. We're live at Pluckers in Plano. That's Preston and Parker, right off the toll road. If you're heading up here, you just take a right and come down a couple of blocks. You're going to see us, no doubt about it. When we come back, though, it's time for Wooly Bully's Top 10 at 420. What's the subject matter today, sir?
Got the top 10 Cowboys picks of all time, and I'll mix in some gummy talk as it's National Gummy Bear Day. I got the best gummy candies.
Sweet. Let's talk about my friends at Diamonds Direct, though, because it's still on. We are now in the final days, the final hours of Diamonds Direct.
Pro Plus mobile app. Now through June, purchase online with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Beacon, always building.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Revolver Brewing.
Have you tried Revolver Brewing's collaboration with the Frisco Rough Riders? The beer is called Big Stick Blonde. That's a 5.5% blonde ale. It will be available in the stadium and throughout Frisco all season long. Enjoy responsibly.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We are live Pluckers in Plano. Our path to the draft coverage continues. Tonight, the Fan's going to be at all 8 Pluckers locations. Cool specials and prizes all night long. Path to the draft also brought to you by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. Your draft headquarters is right here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for the Woolly Bullies Top 10 at 420. Segments brought to you by Revolver Brewing and the Frankels. You know, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel and FrankelTruckWreck.com. Here's the Woolly Bully brought to you by Alma Ted, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Zach.
Yes, let's do this. It is National Gummy Bear Day, so text in your favorite gummy bear brands. I'll rattle through those in just a second. But it is draft day, and I found an article of the top 10 best Cowboy picks of all time. Will they be adding to this list tonight?
Dang right they will.
Woo! Let's get it. So, of course, we've got the best draft coverage around. You can hear that at 6 o'clock. And if you want to hear some Rangers baseball, we got that on 1080 News Radio KRLD with our buddy Mike Bassick making an appearance with Jared Sandler because Hicksy's a little under the weather. But
I'm putting in the call. We're going to get a Mike Baskey G-Bag of the Day nominee tomorrow.
All right. And I'm for that. And I think that you're right. I think that very likely could happen because I think Mike's going to have some fun with this and be lighthearted. But here are the top 10 best Cowboys picks. Let's see how they did here.
Just first round or just in general?
In general.
Okay.
In general. We start with number 10, Bullet Bob Hayes. Gil Brandt drafted him in the 7th round in 1964 purely for his speed out of Florida A&M, and he wound up with a receiver that revolutionized the forward pass and sprinted his way all the way to Canton, Ohio.
Bullet Bob.
Hell of a pick. Number 9.
Very innovative.
This one had a little bit to do with Brian Broaddus.
Yeah.
Fired?
Can he say it's to change he changed the way defenses
the
play?
cover 2.
Reggie?
Bullet Bob Hayes. Number 9.
Number 9.
Jason Witt.
There we go.
One you had something to do
There
with
we
there,
go.
Brian. 3rd rounder in 2003, made 11 Pro Bowls. And
Grade
owns
of
the franchise
119
record.
on your board.
119. And owns the franchise record for games played. We remember the Oakland detour, and when he came back, he wasn't quite the same. But for
Laporta's going to be the same guy.
No, it's just nice to know that you can get a legendary tight end in the 3rd round.
Absolutely.
It is possible.
It is definitely
Dallas
possible.
Clark was in that draft, too. There was some pretty good tight ends.
Yeah, Dallas Clark, I think, won in the 1st.
Yeah, he was, too. The Indianapolis Colts, I think, 17th overall.
Yeah.
That's actually interesting. That's news to me. I feel like I'm a football guy. I did not know Dallas Clark was a first-round pick.
Iowa tight end.
I always viewed Dallas Clark as
Like
the guy,
sixth-round guy.
that just because of Peyton Manning was
Yeah.
able to have a career.
He was a first-round guy.
Wow, what a beast.
Yeah.
Number
Good for him.
8, we got Tony Dorsett. And you better be right when you trade up to pick at number 2 overall in 1977. The
Kevin
Cowboys
Costner,
sure were.
Kevin Costner fleeced the Seattle Seahawks at the time to get that pick.
Well, thank God
the draft capital that went to Seattle for that pick is embarrassing.
That's when you take a running back and he ends up getting you a Super Bowl the next year, it means the pick was worth it. And, of course,
Absolutely.
the era was different.
Yeah.
Number 7, Larry Allen, drafted 46th overall in 1994. At a D2.
Okay, out of Sonoma State.
Sonoma State.
Tom Siskowski, as much as we were talking about him losing the opportunity to run the draft, that was his guy. Larry Allen was Tom Siskowski. First one to see that player.
Number 6, best Cowboy pick of all time, Zach Martin. And it's not only because they took him over Johnny Manziel, but to get a future Hall of Famer, 16th overall in 2014, who's made the Pro Bowl 8 of 9 seasons, and is an all-pro, pretty damn good pick right there.
The draft gods were smiling on him that night, though. They wanted to take Ryan Shazier is who they wanted to take.
Yes.
And so they didn't work out. Didn't work out for him at all.
It's a shame because Shazier was a heck of a player. It's just unfortunate what ended up happening with the injury.
Yeah, you would have been pretty happy with Shazier.
You would have.
And things would have likely turned out differently for him.
Here's the top 5 Cowboy picks of all time. Then we'll slide into the gummies, and you can text in 877-881-1053 your favorite gummy.
Well,
and
slide into a good gummy this time of year.
your favorite pick in Cowboys history. We go to number 5, which happens to be Troy Aikman.
Good pick.
Number 1 overall in 1989. Seemed like a no-brainer. You know who Mel Kiper wanted number 1 overall that draft?
One of the Harbaughs.
1980.
Tony Mandarich.
Tony Mandarich, yeah.
Kuiper's
Green Bay
like,
Packers
what
drafted him.
idiots. They should have taken Tony Mandarich.
The walking steroid.
The first 6 players of that draft, though, only Mandarich is, I believe, the only one that's not in the Hall of Fame.
Oh,
I think number
that's
6.
so
I think number
bad.
6 was Bruce.
Bruce Smith?
No. Atlanta. But yeah, the first 4.
Bruce Gradkowski.
No, stop it.
Chris Chandler.
No, not Chris
Matthews.
Chandler.
Isaac Bruce.
No, I'll let me look
It was
it up.
Bruce Matthews.
Let me look it up. It's
Maybe it was Bruce Matthews.
It wasn't Bruce Matthews. Let me
Was
look
it Bruce
up.
Matthews?
It wasn't Bruce Matthews.
Bruce Almighty.
How about if I Bruce you right in the head here in a minute?
Pretty sure it was Bruce Matthews.
I think it was too. Number 4.
Might be Aubrey Bruce.
Aubrey Bruce sounds right to me.
It
Number
does
4
not.
is
Stop lying.
It's not Aubrey Bruce.
is Rayfield Wright. And Gil Brandt stole another Hall of Famer as he took Rayfield out of Georgia's tiny Fort Valley State in the 7th round. Boy, Gil could pick him, huh?
He could.
Gil could pick
For a
him.
long time.
Still can.
Except his running backs list, because he had this guy, number 3 on the list, Emmitt Smith, not even in the top 10 of his all-time running backs.
Yeah.
And to this day, I will say bleep off Gil
And he
for that
wasn't.
list.
He wasn't even like the first on the outside looking in. I think he was second. I
Like,
think he has him at
Gil-
number 12.
Come on.
Gil's just looking at the traits, being
Being
honest.
crusty as hell.
Yeah.
He's only the all-time leading rusher. You're not going to put him in the top 10?
How about this? In the 89 draft, Aikman, Hall of Fame. Mandarich. Barry Sanders at 3, Hall of Fame. Derek Thomas, number 4, Hall of Fame. Deion Sanders, number 5, Hall of Fame. I was thinking of Broderick Thomas. I don't know why I said Bruce. Broderick Thomas.
Oh, you really screwed up.
I mean, we were going to nail
There was
that.
like a guy, Andre Bruce, I think, was a player. I don't know. But I was thinking Tampa messed it up. He wasn't a Hall of Fame player.
They really needed to get you guys in Green Bay. That was the last straw for them.
That was the end of that. Was the end of that
you
day.
guys got hosed with the Mandarich pick. All right.
He wasn't our problem.
You should have drafted Bruce.
Yeah.
So
it was a
there
blessing
when-
for you.
We
Yeah.
drafted
you're
Terrell
right.
Buckley. our
Got the
first
guys
draft.
fired. Get Brian in
That's
there.
true. That's
Should
true.
take
Like
Troy-
Terrell Suckley, am I right?
Yeah, I tell you what, we should have taken Troy Vincent.
Yeah.
We learned a lesson there.
Troy Vincent was a pain to
we learned.
deal with in the division.
Yep.
Top 2 picks, Cowboy picks of all time before the Gummies. Number 2 is Larry Brown. 12th round afterthought, taken 320th
92?
overall, 91 from
91?
TCU.
Wow.
I mean, the value. You get a future Super Bowl MVP that at one point was a Jerry Rice lockdown corner just for a year or two. And then Roger the Dodger.
Quarter or two.
Comes in at number 1. Captain America's 4-year Navy commitment scared most teams off in 1964, but the Cowboys gambled. 10th round, they hit the jackpot.
Had a commitment to the Navy that he had to do, right?
Roger Staubach in the 10th round.
Yeah.
Are you
My guy,
kidding me?
Raj.
It's incredible. All right, let's get into gummy talks. Do you guys have like a favorite go-to gummy brand that you
None
guys
of them.
enjoy? I'm not a big gummy bear person.
I mean, isn't it just the Haribos and everybody else?
Is it Haribo's?
Yeah, Haribo's the number
That's how
1
you
seed.
pronounce
That's
it?
the 1 seed. Oh,
Okay.
I don't know if that's
No, you should have probably not said it because I was going to say something really dumb.
Haribo or something.
Haribo, like, yeah.
I mean, those are the only 2 options.
Andre Bruce, we can say something like that. Real dumb.
Haribo's.
Bruce.
Almighty.
Let me go back to
The 3
Pin
Chi
Cups.
is pretty good at your American Shaman.
Oh,
the number 3
yes.
Chi.
Actually, I have tried those, and they are very, very good. And
Yeah, look at you
Shaman's-
chilling.
Shaman's got some good THC gummies there. What about you, LA? Where are you going with the gummies?
I don't know anything about Shaman having THC gummies. You need to relax.
Yeah, man.
Jeez.
CBD. CBD.
Good Lord.
It's the Delta 8, dude.
Yeah.
Gonna get us fined and thrown off the air, won't you?
Isn't that isn't what's in Delta 8?
So embarrassing to say every day.
Yeah. I stay away from the Delta 8. You know, I like the CBD.
Is
Delta.
that the gas station
That's
stuff?
that's
Lucius?
what I was going
If
for.
I'm in the mood for Delta 8, I just,
That's
you know, I just make another call. I just make another call, bro. Meet me at the 7-Eleven.
I'm more of a quick trip.
Let's see. What was the question?
Any gummies? That
Best
you,
gummies?
That you
Okay.
guys-
Is it just Haribo?
Favorite egg rolls,
Favorite
Lucius?
3 letters in the alphabet put together.
Haribo is the best brand of gummies out there, bro. Hands down.
Thank you.
The green or the clear, gummy bear is the best one.
Are those like coconut?
I think it's like watermelon and something. Yeah, it's something different. And the Tropi Fruity is the best gummy pack in the Haribo. Real rare. You have to order it sometimes. You can't find it out there. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
What do you think of the Albanese?
High-end Lucius again.
Have you seen the Albanese?
Yeah. They're fire. They're good.
The package looks nice.
Yeah, they're good.
They look like they're artisan.
Dude, the packages on these are really nice.
Artisan.
Like all of these gummies have incredible packaging. Number 10 is the Morinaga.
Let me say, CBD American Shaman brand. Just the regular ass gummy CBD joints. Oh my God, those are fire!
Yeah,
I gotta have them every day.
CBD ones, CBD ones, by the way, not the other ones.
Now, am I crazy, Lucius? I feel like when you throw the gummy bears into your ice cream and they get a little bit like cold and like hard, they're not quite frozen, but they just like cold and harden up.
Fantastic.
That's my favorite way to eat a gummy bear.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fantastic.
It sounds like Lucius co-signing.
No, I'm with that, man. That brings me back to the Golden Corral days or the Ryan Steakhouse days.
Oh, yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, you go to the frozen yogurt spot and they have to make your own.
Yeah.
You dump it in there.
TCBY thing.
Yeah,
put the gummy bears on there for me,
Oh,
please.
give me the gummies. We got the Starburst jelly beans, Mike and Ike's.
Yeah, those sound amazing.
Swedish fish, which I thought would be a little Swedish fish.
Those are good.
Yeah.
Those are
They
good.
are good. They are good.
Yeah, they're good.
Number 6 is Black Forest gummies.
That sounds licorice-like.
Never had, and I wouldn't get those.
I prefer their ham.
You mentioned the Albanese, right?
Black Forest ham?
Yeah, me too.
Good point.
Lifesaver gummies coming at number 4.
A Black Forest ham cannon. I'd like to draft one of those tonight.
These ones are very, very popular. The trolleys.
Oh, the trolleys. Yes.
Those are
Hello,
good. Those are
trolley.
good. And you'll get them in
Hello,
fun colors.
trolley.
See, I like those brands that you guys are talking about, the Black Forest and the Trolleys and the Trolleys and whatever else they're called.
Yeah, maybe they're trolleys.
They're good, but they just get all over your damn hands. So, you know, like your hands are sticky after eating gummy bears. Haribo, you're not sticky.
Well, number 2 is Haribo.
There's one better?
They're top 2 and they're not 2.
Number 1, voted by the people, is Sour Patch Kids.
Oh, I didn't even realize we could count that, because if that's the case, then the Sour Punch straws should be actually number 1.
In this segment, you could do whatever you want because my man will not draw the line in the sand for that.
As long as they're a gummy, you can name
Jack in
them.
the Box tacos, number 1.
Nope, those aren't a gummy, Brian. See yourself out of here.
I'm about to.
Did you get the did you get the order of the fried Oreos?
No.
Is this your last segment, Brian? You
It
going
is.
home?
I'm going to go try and
So
draft.
you got Woolchuck pegged as Mr. Agreeable and him as Mr. Make Stuff Up?
Yeah. I
like
kind of
it.
feel like that.
I
don't
like
know.
it. Yeah, I like it.
Lucius is the one that's right the most.
Nice.
All righty. We're live at Pluckers. Plano, I believe, Broadus is
Thanks,
tapping
guys.
out.
Let's go. Let's have a good
he's
one tonight. What do you
tagging
say?
Yeah, why don't you go bleep yourself, Brian?
Now you're on your way up to the Ford Center now.
I'm going
the
to
Star?
Ford, yeah.
Yes.
Catch me tonight and tomorrow, and I'll be back tomorrow. We'll do a show with you guys.
catch me.
What's your name? What's your name that you're going with right now?
Man, I'm going to go with. Like I said, I have to see Laporte to believe it. Right?
Right.
I'm going to go with McDonald.
Okay.
I'm going to go with McDonald.
Glad you're
or
not
Sanders.
being agreeable.
I know, but the guys like Archer and Slater and stuff,
Yeah.
they're right a lot of times.
That was a good walk-off,
Hey,
Rod.
go crush it, man.
Thank
This
you,
is gonna
Broadus.
be fun.
Appreciate you guys.
He'll be on tonight, 6 o'clock with Sean Sharif and the crew. The draft coverage will be underway in an hour and 23 minutes. I believe Wooly Bully's going to give us one more segment, and he's going to give us the whole show.
That's
Is
right.
Chiafalo giving us one more segment? Then you're out of here, right?
Albuquerque, right?
More controversial draft audio from Drafts Past. That's next.
My friends at D&M Leasing won big awards this year for exceeding customer expectations. I'd love for you to join the Easy Lease family.
and it felt like he got a little bit violent towards the end.
We are back. I know you're not born. Come on, Tennessee. Y'all done played the coast 20 times in 10 years, and you done won 3 games. Stop it. Stop it.
Yeah.
We straight? We good?
We good?
All right, because I got clips. I got heat. All right, we straight.
See, when I first heard that, I didn't know. I was thinking a little too literal there.
Like clips of highlights, right?
He had more jokes to, like, he was ready to just get up there and roast Tennessee for the next 10, 15 minutes. Like, he was ready to go impromptu, a little Reggie Wayne roasting of the city of Tennessee and the fan base of the Titans, I think is where he was going with that. So not necessarily actually violent. Now, this next one is pretty funny, all right? Now, this one, are you going to claim CTE on this one, or does this not meet the age barrier for CTE? Here's a legendary fullback, Tony Richardson, calling a Jets selection, and that is a tough word to spell, apparently.
With the 79th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Darius Stewart, receiver, Alabama.
You guys,
Jets.
Does that make you guys uncomfortable the same way Jim Brown did, or did he not meet the age barrier?
No, I don't think that was CTE. I think that was just a flub.
You think that's just a brain fart?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think he definitely brain farted.
But if you're a fullback, especially like a Hall of Fame legendary 90s kind of fullback, can't you at any mistake blame CTE?
You could. I would need some sort of a speech indicator. Yeah. Like with Richardson, he's just kind of dorky, you know. He got up there and it was a big moment. He was overthinking it,
right?
You know?
Like
just fumbling over words.
Moose
like when
is still a polished broadcaster.
Yeah,
he's not blaming CTE.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
That's a good call. I blame CTE for the 682 calling me out. I called Tennessee a city at one point in the last 3 or 4 minutes, and I'd like to apologize for that.
That's all right. I called Mike Basket earlier.
Yes, you did. It's okay. My live reads today have been an embarrassment. I look forward to pulling those and making fun of them at a later date.
Me too.
Did you call it, it was Nest Mountain Lake?
I don't know what I said.
I don't either.
I blacked out for a second.
What did Tack McKinley say? He loved his grandma so much he went on a 60-second grandma tirade. Wow, just imagine he's carrying a life-size painted portrait of his recently deceased
Dallas Cowboy
grandma.
Tack
That's
McKinley.
Right. Take it away, Tack.
30 years.
That's what we doing for it,
Tom
man.
said he was going to.
Made a promise to her and I stuck to it. I made that promise, man. I told her. Before she passed away, I was going to live my dream. I was going to go D1. I was going to get out of Richmond. I was going to get out of Oakland. I was going to go to the NFL. I made that promise to her, man. 30 seconds later, she passed away. And this is what I do it for. This is who I do it for, man. Come on, man. God, get to the damn quarterback. We don't get to the quarterback.
The emotions build up inside of you right now for your grandmother.
It means everything, man. It means everything. I made a promise to her. Like I said, I was going to go D1. I was going to get out of Richmond. I was going to get out of Oakland. I was going to live my dream, which play the NFL. And I'm here, man. I completed the promise. That means every thing to me. Excuse my language. Man, find me later, man. Find me later, man. This means everything to me. Everything to me, man.
I want you to do something for me. I love your passion. I love your intensity. But let's harness it and channel it in the right direction. Because if you can do that, ain't nothing can stop you.
We did it, man. Yes, sir. Thank you. We did it. I love you, Grandma.
My man said, "Find me later." Like, you don't want to bust down the first check already, bro.
He didn't care. Find me later.
Oh, that has to be the 1 seed for most electric draft audio of all time.
Well,
I don't know that that's ever going to be beaten. Again, remember, he's carrying a giant life-size painted portrait of his grandmother at the time. Pretty incredible stuff there. All right, let's see. Where do we go
next? A Cowboy
next?
now, right?
Yep.
Tack McKinley, a Cowboy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he is a Cowboy. He is a Cowboy, and all 0 of the sacks last year were dedicated to his grandma.
Still trying to focus.
Didn't get to play.
We're going to skip Vince Young because I wanted to get to Aaron Rodgers here. This is the moment that the Packers drafted Aaron Rodgers, the San Francisco 49ers, his hometown team, the dream that he had passed on him. They drafted Alex Smith. They asked him about it immediately afterwards. This is Aaron Rodgers becoming a Packer. 5 minutes later, here's a microphone, here's a question, and here's a response.
How disappointed are you that you will not be a 49er?
Not as disappointed as the 49ers will be that they didn't draft me.
Boom, baby.
And he was so right, except whenever he plays in San Francisco. He sucks.
He sucks
He's
in
been
San
rocked
Fran.
multiple times.
Oh, yeah, playoff games too, right?
Yes,
Big ones,
he
big
has just
moments.
been so bad there, but yeah, he definitely showed them.
He ultimately gets the last laugh, but like they win some battles, he wins the war, I guess, is how that goes. He's barefoot in the Jets facility right now.
Yeah, he is.
Let's get to the night we drafted CeeDee Lamb and our very own Sterling Daniels, who's a GOAT, dropped his Sedarian bars for all of us to hear.
Sedarian. Sedarian.
Now added to the Cowboys roster, no imposter. I'm talking about the kid from Foster, young monster. Born in 99, but he's repping that boomer. I just wish he could have been here sooner. Of course, I'm talking about the young boy, Sedarian. He can catch, run the block, up and set, be varying. Quick to breaking knees, watch it reads, librarian. Got a star on his backpack, the team he's carrying. New 88, it feels like a dream. Had the best receiver in the draft, all the 17 scooped him up. Now the offense is finna go ham. Hannibal Lecter couldn't silence his lamb. I can't wait for Brad Sham to say touchdown Lamb for the first time. Or watch Dakota make it rain when he drops dime. You getting played if you think you're holding CD, and all the other haters, you can see these. Give it up.
Damn, that was fire.
That should have gone viral.
Dude, it really should have gone viral.
It still can. It still could go viral.
It could.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it needs to. It absolutely needs to, because CeeDee Lamb's been a super beast, and Sterling Daniels is also a super beast. Now, I obviously have the greatest walk-off moment in draft history. It is Drew Pearson. I don't know if we have time for it here, but we all know that legendary sound.
Kidding me? We're making time.
All right, Drew, take it away.
To announce the Dallas Cowboys selection, please welcome the University of Tulsa wide receiver Drew Pearson.
All right. How about them Cowboys? I want to thank the Eagle fans for allowing me to have a career in the NFL. Thank you. I am honored as an undrafted free agent to be selected to make the Cowboys' second-round draft pick. And on behalf of the five-time world champion Dallas Cowboys,
Here he comes. He was trying to take the high road.
Jerry Jones.
Let's go, Drew.
Gene Jones and the Jones family. Coach Jason Garrett. All the Cowboy players that played before me, that played with me, and played after me. With the second pick and the 60th pick in the second round, the Dallas Cowboys select defensive back from Colorado, Chidobe Awuzie.
Wow.
Yeah, epic moment, draft history.
As soon as
Stand and deliver.
5 seconds before that sound ended, Walchuk looked at me with his big, googly Walchuk eyes, and he said, he mouthed, breaking news.
Yeah.
What do we got?
WTF, bro.
According to Mike Florio, the Cardinals are working on trading wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins and the 3rd overall pick to the Tennessee Titans for
Let's
the
go.
11th overall pick.
That'll work.
Hello.
That'll work. It's not a team you got to worry about in the Super Bowl.
No, and if I'm DeAndre Hopkins, I'm saying,
pissed.
hell no. What are we doing?
Oh, that's a sad day for DeAndre Hopkins. Before I get out of here, I just want to say, Georgia tight end Darnell Washington goes 26 to the Dallas Cowboys tonight, boys and
That's
girls.
your pick?
That's my pick.
There he is, the Chief.
Wembanyama?
He's heading off to South Fort Worth to the Pluckers location down there. Go get yourself some wings, some fried Oreos, some Holy Mac, some fried mac and cheese,
Godspeed,
cheese
buddy.
sticks,
Let's
whatever
do it.
it might be.
Let's do
They
it.
got burgers here, too. They got cheese steaks, chicken cheese steaks, all kinds of great stuff. Thank you, Chief. I always love that, and you're going to love it if you join him tonight, South Fort Worth Pluckers location. Christy Scales is going to be at the Addison location here. You are going to have Wolchuk and myself. No, this is the Plano location.
Yes,
Christy
we're going to
Scales,
be in
Plano.
Addison.
We're going to be in Addison. Lucius Alexander C.A. going to be in the Grapevine Pluckers location tonight. As soon as the show's over, we'll be rallying to different spots. Cowboys Twitter, what the beat writer of record says it's time for the Cowboys to focus on starting tonight. That's coming up next here, G-Bag Nation and the Fan. But I want to talk about Men's Tea Clinic. I hope you are getting back to being you in 2023. You know, March has already...
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, it's our fourth and final hour of the show today because coming up at 6 o'clock, it is time for the 2023 NFL Draft. Broadus has already departed. He's probably up at the Star as we speak, getting ready to do some broadcasting with the entire draft team. Eric Chiafalo has departed. He is on his way to South Fort Worth. And down there, at the Pluckers party, they're gonna have a good time as well. Woolchuck and I remain, along with Lucius Alexander, who's back home in the Pimp Cup. He does have LA Live coming up in about 35-40 minutes. Carter Freeman's coordinating the video, and Ramon Cruz is our remote engineer here at Pluckers Plano, Parker, and Preston. And we've been having quite a bit of breaking news so far this afternoon, Zach.
Yeah, it's been wild, and we got a lot of trade talks that are developing. The Cardinals, according to Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk, are working on trading DeAndre Hopkins and the 3rd overall pick to the Titans for the 11th overall pick and more. So the Titans have pick 41 in the 2nd round, along with pick 72 in the 3rd round. They'll need a big package to move up to the 3rd spot to get to take 3rd and Hopkins. But it's clear, we talked about it when we did NFL News of the Day. Titans want a quarterback. And if Houston doesn't take one, they could go up and have their pick of Stroud, Richardson, or Levis, because we think Bryce Young is going to be the pick at number 1. But if I'm DeAndre Hopkins, I'm thinking, I don't want to go to the Titans. This isn't fun for me.
Yeah, this is it's moving tonight. A lot of players, and there's even more that could be on the way. I don't know which quarterback I'd want to move up for right now. I think there's a case to be made for a lot of them except for Stroud. You know, I would not take any players that had failed the S2 sports cognition test to the extent that he had. I like the potential of Levis. I like the potential of Richardson as well. I was reading quite a bit about him. And apparently the reason why some teams could take him in the top 5 is they feel like he might just have some stuff out. And if you get the feet right, the accuracy could come together in a big way for him, and maybe just something that he has never spent a lot of time on, like a Josh Allen or a number of college quarterbacks who are successful. A lot of times their coaches don't prioritize developing them in any other way than just to win games on Saturday while they're there.
It makes a lot of sense because I some of the things that I heard was when it came to studying, watching tape and doing some of that extra work. It's not that Anthony Richardson isn't a guy that wants to put in the work. It's that he didn't have somebody to really show him the right ways of how to watch tape, how to study what the defenses are doing and to break certain things down. But the skill set that he has, the talent, is immense. I mean, athletically, he's a freak of nature, and he did show the ability to step up in the pocket, to slide.